In a world where spiritual energy has revived and every youth dreams of awakening divine power, one mocked, ordinary college boy suddenly awakens as the strongest of them all. Shen Xingyu was once known as Shun the Bootlicker, a talentless nobody, publicly humiliated for chasing after a goddess. But when destiny rewrites his fate, the fool rises from the dust. Bound to the strongest auxiliary system, Shen Xingyu gains an SSS-level awakening. The dragon-slaying sword, a weapon that defies all laws of power. From being ridiculed by his peers to standing shoulder to shoulder with the reborn Phoenix Empress Lin Qingran. His every move shakes the heavens and turns the arrogant elites pale. When the stargates open and alien races descend upon Blue Star, the boy who was once laughed at will wield his sword to protect all of humanity. Chapter 1. I have always been a man, and now I have traveled through time and space to become a bootlicker? Brain. Handsome guys and beautiful girls check in here. Main film begins. Xingyan University, on the playground. Everyone come and see. Shingo confessed his love to Ji Xing. At this moment, a voice attracted the attention of everyone present. In the crowd, Shen Xingyu knelt on one knee in front of Ji Xing, holding a bouquet of red roses in his hand, lost in thought. Xingyu, I'm sorry. You are a good person. Ji Xing looked at the man kneeling in front of her, and a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes as she spoke. As her senior bootlicker, Shen Xingyu is the most obedient one among all her bootlickers. However, it is your fault to confess. A bootlicker should have his own awareness, right? Everyone around burst into laughter when they heard Ji Xing's words. This was totally expected, as Ji Xing was a goddess-level figure in Xingyang University, second only to Lin Qingran. Shen Xingyu doesn't even look at what he looks like. He has no family background, and his talent in martial arts is even worse. Who gave Shen Xingyu the courage to confess his love? Fish Liang? At this moment, Ji Xing's words brought Shen Xingyu back from his trance. Shen Xingyu looked at the rose in his hand, then looked at the environment he was in, with a look of surprise on his face. Where is he? As a well-behaved college student, shouldn't he be playing games in the dormitory right now? Then, a flood of unfamiliar memories flooded into my mind. After sorting out these memories briefly, Shen Xingyu quickly realized that he had traveled through time. He came to a world of advanced martial arts. Compared with the previous world, except for the ability to practice, everything else is basically the same. According to the memory in my mind, thousands of years ago, the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived. Young people of the human race can awaken their talents after the age of 20. After successfully awakening their talents, they can absorb spiritual energy and become spiritual warriors. This also marks the beginning of an era of universal cultivation. But the good times did not last long. In less than 1,000 years, the Stargate opened, and alien races invaded, repeatedly invading the human borders. Countries around the world have also begun to focus on the training of spiritual warriors. Against this background, spiritual martial arts colleges and universities have emerged. At the same time, various welfare policies are also tilted towards spiritual warriors, and it is precisely in such an environment. Over time, becoming a spiritual warrior, killing aliens and protecting their homeland became the expectation of every young person. And today is the day when Blue Star's talents awaken once a year. All the freshmen of Xingyang University gathered here. You know, this is another chance to change their destiny after the college entrance examination. As long as you awaken your talent, you will be eligible to participate in the special recruitment examination for warriors. If you pass the assessment, you can enter Lingwu University and become a true Lingwu. According to Shen Xingyu's experience in his previous life, this is equivalent to giving you a chance to continue your studies in your freshman year. As long as you awaken your talent and pass the special recruitment assessment for warriors, you will have the opportunity to enter a higher-level spiritual martial arts academy. Of course, if you do not have awakened talent or fail to pass the special recruitment assessment for warriors, you can continue to study at your original university. After sorting out these messy memories, Shen Xingyu looked up and looked at Ji Xing in front of him, and he understood. The predecessor of this body licked the woman in front of it for 4 full years, from high school to college. Delivering breakfast every day, bringing umbrellas when it rains, and helping with theoretical class homework were all commonplace for my predecessor.
However, he got nothing and was given a very ugly nickname, Shingo.
In this regard, Shin Shingyu silently felt sad for his predecessor.
Bro, what's the big deal? Do you have to be a bootlicker?
Shin Shingyu quickly stood up and looked at the flowers in his hand.
He couldn't help feeling a little regretful. It was such a waste. Shingyu, don't be too sad. I just don't really want to be in a relationship.
Ji Xing looked at the expression on Shin Shingyu's face and thought that he was sad because she rejected him. She felt extremely satisfied in her heart, but she still said nice words and always maintained her image as a goddess. However, Shin Shingyu at this moment is not as love-brained as his predecessor, and he doesn't buy it at all. After sorting out his memories, he could clearly see the face of the woman in front of him. She is totally a female sea king, hanging out with a bunch of men and enjoying it.
Shin Shingyu said jokingly, "Sorry, I'm not interested in you anymore."
After saying this, he walked away from the woman in a very casual manner, holding the rose in his hand. Ji Xing thought Shin Shingyu would continue to be courteous to her, but when she heard Shin Shingyu's words, her face froze.
What did he say? He's no longer interested in me?
As her senior bootlicker, he actually spoke to her like this. Thinking of this, a hint of anger appeared on Ji Xing's face, but she quickly suppressed it. Shingyu, I just don't want to be in a relationship, and you actually said such heartless words. I'm so disappointed in you. After Ji Xing finished speaking, he pretended to look pitiful and almost shed tears.
The people around were outraged by Ji Xing's appearance.
How dare Shin Shingyu speak to goddess Ji Xing like that? Shin Shingyu paused as he walked away, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times.
This woman is of a very high level.
At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in Shin Shingyu's mind. For Shin Shingyu, this is simply the sound of nature. Ding, host detected, Shin Shingyu.
The strongest auxiliary system is binding. Ding, binding successful. Newbie mission, confess your love in public and sing confession balloon. Mission reward, newbie gift pack.
When Shin Shingyu heard the mission, his face instantly darkened.
What a damn mission. Isn't this just going to make him die in public? Confession is fine. What the hell is singing? Master Tong, can I not do it?
Shin Shingyu was so upset that he could not even cry, and said to the system.
Novice tasks must be completed, otherwise, you will not be able to obtain subsequent tasks.
When Shin Shingyu heard the system's answer, his expression froze.
Is this how you play it? He's risking everything, just to give up his reputation, okay?
Then, under the gaze of everyone, Shin Shingyu looked around and began to look for his target. Just then, a pretty figure slowly walked towards the playground. The girl was wearing a casual and versatile sportswear with her hands in her pockets. She looked lazy and casual, with a pair of long, shiny legs that were
round and slender.
The girl's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone's eyes were fixed on her.
Lin Qingran is the recognized ice goddess among the freshmen of Qingyan University.
The beauty is intoxicating, and the results are heartbreaking. She ranked first in both academic subjects and martial arts, so the word excellent seems a bit weak to describe her. Lin Qingran looked at everyone's gaze fixed on him. There was no fluctuation on the indifferent little face. He calmly took out a strawberry-flavored lollipop from his pocket and put it into his mouth. She had long been accustomed to this kind of scene. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the focus of the crowd with her talent and appearance. When Lin Qingran walked to the awakening platform, the people around her made room for this ice goddess, their eyes full of admiration and worship. However, Lin Qingran didn't care about this. She looked up at the fluorescent awakening stone above her, and a hint of excitement suddenly flashed in her eyes. Finally, I have waited for this day. On Blue Star, after the age of 20, one can awaken one's talents, communicate with psychic energy, and become a true spiritual warrior. She had been waiting for 20 years, and now her heart could not calm down for a long time. There are 12 levels of combat power for Blue Star spirit warriors from low to high. And she, Lin Xingran, was a top-tier 12th level expert in her previous life, and not just an ordinary 12th level expert. Possessing top-level Phoenix Fire talent, she is the combat power ceiling of the entire Blue Star and is known as the Phoenix Queen. Yes, she is a reborn person, and she awakened her past life memories very early. In her previous life, facing the powerful tribe behind the Stargate, she single-handedly supported the human race and struggled forward. But she was surrounded by enemies, and no matter how talented she was still unable to change the fate of the decline of the human race. In the end, during the Holy War, they were defeated by several powerful alien emperors. In this life, relying on the rich experience of her previous life, she believes that she can go even further. It is imperative to pull the human race out of this dire situation. Just as Lin Xingran was staring at the awakening platform in a daze, Xin Xingyu, who was not far away, looked at Lin Xingran's figure, his eyes lit up instantly. A cool schoolgirl, right? I've decided it's you. Even if I die socially, I'll die in style. Then a mysterious smile appeared on Xin Xingyu's face, and he walked towards Lin Xingran with the flowers in his hands. At this moment, Lin Xingran seemed to have sensed something. She turned her head to the side and looked at Xin Xingyu, who was suddenly walking towards her. She moved the lollipop in her mouth to the other side and narrowed her eyes. What is this guy going to do? Speaking of which, Lin Xingran had a very deep impression of Xin Xingyu. In his previous life, Xin Xingyu awakened a sea-level talent. But like a dazzling star, he stood out from a crowd of god-level talents and achieved the 11th level. In a great battle with alien races, Xin Xingyu, with just his sword, killed the alien races so fiercely that they were terrified, and he became famous from then on. At that time, she was already the supreme Empress of Blue Star. Despite everyone's opposition, he resolutely pushed Xin Xingyu, who only had sea-level talent, to the throne of King Jinbei. After that, Xin Xingyu did not disappoint her expectations. Under Xin Xingyu's command, the northern defense line was as solid as a rock and no problems occurred. Later, the alien army attacked the northern territory. As the king of Jinbei, Xin Xingyu single-handedly fought against several 11th level alien warriors. By the time she led reinforcements to the northern territory, the war was nearing its end. Xin Xingyu stood proudly with a long sword in his hand. Although he died of exhaustion, the bodies of powerful 11th level alien warriors were lying around him. Thinking of this, Lin Xingran looked at Xin Xingyu in front of him with a complicated expression. Unexpectedly, the warlike king of Jinbei was once a bootlicker. What is Shingo going to do? I'm so awesome. As expected of Shingo, his style is as tough as ever. Everyone looked at Xin Xingyu standing in front of Lin Xingran and couldn't believe their eyes. Shingo is so amazing. First it was Goddess Ji Xing, then Goddess Lin. This guy specializes in licking goddesses, right? Ji Xing, who was standing by, was a little annoyed at first when he saw Xin Xingyu walking towards other women. But when she saw clearly that the other person was Lin Xing, the anger on her face instantly turned into mockery. Lin Xingran, as the recognized aloof goddess among the freshmen of Qingyang University, would not say nice words to evade the issue like her. Thinking of this, Ji Xing began to feel extremely excited. She was eager to see Lin Xingran ruthlessly reject Xin Xingyu. In this way, this veteran bootlicker of mine will be able to understand how good I am and continue to be attentive to me. At this moment, Xin Xingyu came to Lin Xingran and saw the other's cold face. Thinking about his upcoming role, I couldn't help but feel a little comforted. This cold woman in front of me is one of a kind in terms of temperament and appearance. Even if Xin Xingyu is going to be socially ruined, he has to pick a peerless beauty. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, Xin Xingyu handed the flowers directly to Lin Xingran. You're so beautiful, I love you. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard this confession that couldn't be more cheesy. Doesn't this guy do any homework before confessing his feelings? This is really tacky. Xin Xingyu was also a little embarrassed at this moment. He had never even had a girlfriend in his previous life. He felt a little ashamed as soon as he said the clumsy words. Lin Xingran couldn't help but chuckle when listening to Xin Xingyu's words. So this is what it feels like to be confessed to. In her previous life, she was aloof and cold, and had never been confessed to in public. For a moment, a ripple appeared in her heart. Seeing the smile on Lin Xingran's face, everyone who had been laughing at Xin Xingyu was stunned.
The ice goddess actually smiled. OMG. This world is crazy.
What's even crazier is that it happened under the watchful eyes of everyone. Lin Xingran happily took the rose from Xin Xingyu's hand.
Then the smile on his face became even wider. Don't you know that flowers given to other girls cannot be given to another person?
When these words fell into everyone's ears, there was actually a hint of playfulness in their voice. Everyone looked at Lin Xingran, who was smiling brightly, and their hearts were broken.
The iceberg goddess was joking. Shingo has made it.
Two things, each of which strongly stimulates everyone's nerves. The one who couldn't accept it the most was Ji Xing.
At this moment, Ji Xing was watching the interaction between the two with a gloomy face.
She racked her brains but couldn't figure out why Lin Xingran was so friendly to Xin Xingyu.
This is totally against common sense. According to her previous assumptions, shouldn't Lin Xingran reject Xin Xingyu harshly?
Xin Xingyu, who was standing in front of Lin Xingran, scratched his head awkwardly as he listened to what the other party said. It is indeed a bit outrageous to give the flowers used to express love to Ji Xing to Lin Xingran.
However, when he saw the other party accept the flowers, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This first step of confession was actually completed just like that? He struck while the iron was hot, not caring whether it was outrageous or not, and directly spoke again in front of everyone's eyes. I was inspired and couldn't help but sing a song. After saying this, he slowly began his performance under Lin Xingran's astonished gaze. By the Seine. Left Bank Cafe. I have a cup in my hand. Taste your beauty. This time, everyone was completely stunned. What kind of operation is this? That's amazing. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. This is so embarrassing. At this moment, everyone looked at Xin Xingyu, who was singing loudly, and they all tried hard to suppress their laughter and felt sad for Goddess Lin. This is simply a large-scale social death scene. Goddess Lin is really suffering. The heroine Lin Xingran was really shocked by Xin Xingyu's actions. Xin Xingyu's singing was like a magical sound, giving her goosebumps all over. Lin Xingran rarely held his forehead and smiled bitterly at this moment. She almost bit off the stick of the lollipop in her mouth. Even though she had lived two lives, this was the first time she had experienced such a socially fatal situation. How come this guy's train of thought is so strange? Is this still the Sturgeon Bay King she remembered? This is a real social thug. At this moment, Lin Xingran began to doubt his previous decision. Why should he help this damn guy? Soon, Xin Xingyu finished his first performance. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Damn it, it's finally over. If he doesn't stop now, the soles of his shoes will be torn apart by his toes. Showing off his devilish singing voice in public is really a social demise. At this time, the system prompt sound also arrived on time. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing his first performance. Get a newbie gift pack. The host's talent has been upgraded to SSS level. Xin Xingyu listened to the system prompt and burst into tears. According to the memories of this life, talent levels are divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS from low to high. At this moment, the system maximized his talent, which gave him an instant psychological comfort. Finally, he did not make a fool of himself in vain. Then, he looked at Lin Xingran's helpless little face and said awkwardly, well, that's not good. Before he could even say sorry, Lin Xingran immediately took out a lollipop from his pocket and blocked his mouth. She was afraid that Xin Xingyu was up to something and she could no longer bear the torture a second time. But this scene, in the eyes of everyone, has a different meaning. The interaction between the two at this moment is like the flirting between lovers. I have an irreconcilable feud with Shingo. Shingo, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, this world is too crazy. For a moment, the playground was filled with wailing. The two protagonists looked at each other and then looked away tacitly. Xin Xingyu still has self-knowledge.
The reason why Lin Xingran accepted his flowers in public was just to save his face. Thinking of this, Shen Xingyu whispered, "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingran glanced at Shen Xingyu lightly, nodded lightly, with a hint of smile in his eyes.
This guy is indeed a bit abstract. But this is also good. Maybe it will add a lot of fun to her life in this life. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Classes, get ready.
At this time, on the awakening stage, a man who looked like an officer announced to the people below.
For a moment, all the freshmen of Qingyang University were shocked, their eyes full of anticipation. Finally, it's about to begin.
When Shen Xingyu heard this, a hint of joy flashed across his face. Tremble, mortals.
My top talent is about to arrive.
As one of the most important time nodes on Blue Star, Talent Awakening Day is basically hosted by the military. On the stands not far from the awakening platform, the school leaders were all paying attention to the situation on the stage.
Dear students.
On the stage, the officer looked at everyone and said with a serious expression, "I need to say a few words to everyone here.
Never take talent too seriously.
Throughout the ages, the strongest men in China have relied on an indomitable heart instead of this predestined talent. Remember, talent only represents the starting point. Whether you can reach the end depends entirely on the individual, so never lose confidence. No matter what the result is today, I hope everyone will maintain their determination to climb to the top."
Of course, those who haven't successfully awakened their talents shouldn't be discouraged. All walks of life and society need talented people. As long as you can achieve something in your area of expertise, then you're doing great.
Below the stage, Lin Xingran listened to the officer's words and nodded silently. In her previous life, she had seen too many super geniuses who were mediocre at the same time as the others, and she had also seen many people who achieved success with low-level talents. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Shen Xingyu.
Isn't the king of Jinbei in the previous life a vivid example? The awakening ceremony begins. Following the officer's order, the faces of the people in the audience were filled with anticipation. What level of talent will I awaken?
The first person to go on stage was naturally Lin Xingran. As the top freshman, she caused quite a stir the moment she took the stage.
Even the school leaders in the stands couldn't help but hold their breath. As Lin Xingran placed his palm on the awakening stone, a dazzling golden light emanated from the awakening stone in an instant.
Immediately afterwards, an extreme feeling of heat swept through the entire venue, and a faint sound of a phoenix could be heard.
SSS level Phoenix Fire Talent.
The officer standing by widened his eyes at this moment.
SSS level Elemental Talent. What a great start! No wonder the officer was so excited.
Blue Star talents are divided into Elemental, Special, Summoning, Transformation, and Weapon. Lin Xingran has awakened a top-level Elemental talent, which means that as long as nothing unexpected happens, his future is absolutely limitless.
Because Elemental talents have very good effects on both single and group attacks. The crowd in the audience was instantly excited.
This is a fire talent, top-level fire talent at that.
Too powerful. My God, you are worthy of being the Goddess Lin. Please accept my knees, Goddess Lin.
While everyone was amazed, Shen Xingyu in the crowd saw this and his face did not look too excited. As we all know, anyone who can become a top goddess in school must have awakened top talents.
This plot is classic.
At this moment, in the stands, the school leaders all had red faces when they saw the results.
This should be Qingyang City's first SSS-level genius. And a top-level elementalist.
At this moment, the old president of Qingyang University smiled so hard that the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together.
Lin Xingran finished the test without showing too much surprise on his face. As a reborn person, all this is expected.
Returning to the original place, Lin Xingran felt the extremely familiar fluctuations in his body, and a hint of excitement appeared on his delicate little face.
It's such a long-lost feeling, Phoenix Fire finally appears again.
Thinking of this, Lin Xingran raised her hand, and saw a small flame suddenly appear in her hand. A hint of black can be faintly seen interwoven above the jumping crimson flames. Shin Xingyu stood next to Lin Xingran and suddenly felt an extreme heat from Lin Xingran. After seeing the little flame in Lin Xingran's hand, Shin Xingyu was extremely envious.
This talent is amazing. I don't have to worry about not having a lighter when smoking anymore.
After noticing Shin Xingyu's gaze, Lin Xingran retracted the flame, glanced at Shin Xingyu lightly, and then looked away. Shin Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran, who was as cold as ice, and suddenly a very bold idea popped up in his mind. Wouldn't it be awesome to let this proud goddess light a
cigarette for you using her top-level fire talent?
Thinking of this, Shin Xingyu couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. Lin Xingran suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. Shin Xingyu was smiling at him with a lewd look on his face. Seeing this, she frowned. She always felt that this guy was thinking something bad, but she had no evidence.
Next, Ji Xing.
At this time, the officer shouted again, and everyone's attention was drawn over again. Shin Xingyu and Lin Xingran were also looking towards the stage at this moment. Ji Xing was a little nervous in front of the awakening stone. He placed his palm slowly on the awakening stone with a nervous expression. In an instant, a golden light flashed. However, this golden light was not as strong as Lin Xingran's.
A light flashed, and a soft light emanated from Ji Xing's body.
Everyone felt this light and felt comfortable all over. The officer smiled with satisfaction.
He was actually a healing person. Ji Xing, S rank.
Special system, healing. At this moment, Ji Xing suddenly smiled and walked off the stage with his neck held high like a proud white swan. In an instant, a group of suitors swarmed over and flattered Ji Xing. Ji Xing, surrounded by the crowd, glanced at Shin Xingyu lightly.
Seeing that this bootlicker didn't move, a trace of unwillingness emerged in his heart. This bootlicker actually turned a blind eye to himself.
Shin Xingyu naturally noticed the other party's gaze and glanced at the female Sea King. As expected of the female Aquaman, even her talent is at the Aquaman level. As we all know, wet nurses are popular everywhere.
But, it's Ji Xing's figure. As a wet nurse, she is too young. Next, Wu Qiren.
Where is Wu Qiren? When Shin Xingyu heard the name, he almost burst out laughing.
How stupid of him to give it such a name. Here it comes.
Behind the crowd, Wu Qiren came late. When Shin Xingyu saw this man's appearance clearly, he was stunned. His shoehorn-like face was covered with pockmarks, and there was a big mole at the corner of his mouth, with a few strands of hair growing on it.
This guy is really handsome. Wu Qiren walked forward and saw Ji Xing in the crowd, his eyes suddenly lit up.
I heard on the way here that Sister Ji Xing has awakened an S-level talent.
Congratulations!
Ji Xing looked at Wu Qiren in front of him, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. This face was really unbearable to look at.
However, Ji Xing didn't show anything. Thank you, Brother Wu, you are definitely no worse than Xinger. Come on, encore.
Shin Xingyu, who was not far away, almost vomited when he heard this conversation.
Encore? Big sister, how did you manage to hold back from vomiting?
Ha ha ha, Sister Xinger, look, Brother Wu must be S-level.
Wu Qiren was obviously getting carried away by Ji Xing's constant shouts of encore.
After he went on stage, he spoke with full confidence. Then, he placed his hand on the awakening stone, and a golden light suddenly shone.
Shin Xingyu in the audience twitched his lips.
He really reached S-level. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the golden light faded and thick hair grew all over Wu Qiren's body.
Transformed into a werewolf.
The officer raised his eyebrows. This guy actually had a talent for transformation.
Wu Qiren, S-level transformation talent, Night Wolf. Shin Xingyu looked at Wu Qiren's transformation on the stage and nodded. This is much more pleasing to the eye.
Lin Xingran, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile when he heard this. It is indeed much more pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Wu Qiren on the stage, after cancelling his transformation, looked at the envious expressions of the people below and suddenly felt relaxed all over. He had already expected that he would definitely be S-level.
I am the chosen one. For a moment, Wu Qiren became extremely arrogant.
He stepped off the stage and suddenly saw Xinxingyu in the crowd, a mocking look on his face.
Shingo. I heard that you confessed your love to Jixing today? This is really making me laugh to death.
Where do you get the courage?
Don't you even take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?
If Sister Jixing wants to find a boyfriend, she has to find a top talent like me. Wu Qiren came up to Xinxingyu, with an even more mocking look on his face, and said to Xinxingyu in a very arrogant manner. Everyone around suddenly became interested at this moment.
This was a big drama of two people licking each other's ass. Damn it, don't show your face to me. Don't you know how ugly you are?
Xinxingyu looked at Wu Qiren in front of him, quickly turned his head away, and said with a look of disgust.
I can't stand it, it's too ugly.
When the people around heard Xinxingyu's words, they all tried to hold back their laughter.
Xinxingyu expressed their thoughts.
Lin Qingran also frowned slightly at this moment and quickly looked away. When I see this face, the lollipop in my mouth doesn't feel sweet anymore.
You, what did you say? You stinking loser. Dead liquor. I think you're really asking for a beating.
Xinxingyu's words irritated Wu Qiren's weak heart, and he immediately cursed in anger.
Next, Xinxingyu.
At this time, the officer on the stage shouted to the audience. Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu raised his middle finger at the other party, then ignored Wu Qiren and walked straight to the stage. Wu Qiren's face was gloomy, and he looked at Xinxingyu who was coming on the stage with a sneer.
Well, once your talent awakens, you'll know just how big the gap is between you and us.
On the stage, Xinxingyu listened to Wu Qiren's words and a meaningful smile appeared on his face.
Yes, you will know how big the gap between you and me is soon.
Then, in front of everyone's gaze, Xinxingyu placed his hand on the awakening stone. In an instant, a rich golden light burst out, which was not weaker than Lin Qingran's at all.
Oh my god! Shingo is actually a top talent? Shingo is about to rise.
Everyone in the audience was shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that the second top talent in the school was Shingo. At this moment, on the stage, the light faded, and a sharp sword intent burst out from Xinxingyu's body. An ancient long sword floated quietly in front of Xinxingyu. Xinxingyu looked at the sword and suddenly felt a sense of blood connection.
Is this his talent?
Xinxingyu couldn't help but reach out and grasp the sword. The moment the sword came into his hand, a dragon roar resounded through the sky. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again.
Newbie gift pack has arrived. Talent improvement. SSS level, dragon slaying sword. A smile appeared on Xinxingyu's face. The dragon slaying sword? He likes it very much. When the people in the audience saw Xinxingyu's talent, they couldn't help but look surprised. It's actually a top-level talent in weapons? This seems to be the first time I've seen a top-level weapon talent. It's said that weapons are generally considered weak in the early stages. Will weapons with top-level talents be different? Top talent in weapons? The officer on the stage looked at Xinxingyu holding a long sword with a look of surprise. Normally, there are no weapon-related talents above S level. Because weapon talents are too useless, these weapons may just have some other elements, such as flaming swords, thunder swords, etc., but these effects can also be achieved by those with elemental talents. Therefore, weapon talents have always been at the bottom of the list in the early stages. In terms of function, they are simply not as good as the elemental and special talents. Of course, the later stages are another matter. The strength of talent only determines the starting point. Whether one can reach the end in the end depends on the individual. Throughout the Blue Star, there are many powerful people with talent in weapons. There have been several powerful war gods with talent in weapons in China. The officer was shocked for a moment, then immediately came to his senses and quickly took out the communication terminal. No, this needs to be reported immediately. The top talent in weapons, if told, would shock the entire spiritual martial arts world. This is the only one of its kind. Lin Qingran, who was sitting in the audience, frowned. How could this happen? She remembered clearly that Xinxingyu in his previous life was only a C-level talent. How could he become a top-level talent?
Since she traveled through time, everything around her has been happening according to plan, with little difference from her previous life. Now the change in Shin Xingyu's talent made her keenly aware of something unusual.
Could it be that he is also a reborn person?
At this moment, Shin Xingyu walked down from the awakening platform and cast a teasing look at Wu Qiren.
How about it, son? Are you convinced?
Wu Qiren was slapped in the face in public, and immediately felt embarrassed. He angrily said to Shin Xingyu, "Damn it, if you have the ability, come and practice." Weapon talents are generally recognized to be weak in the early stages, and therefore, Wu Qiren has some confidence. As he spoke, he instantly switched to werewolf form and raised his middle finger towards Shin Xingyu provocatively.
Do you dare?
At this time, the system prompt sounded.
Ding, triggering the mission, performing a heroic act of slaying demons and monsters. Mission reward, transparent sword body.
Shin Xingyu received the task and looked at the little werewolf in front of him again, with a cruel smile on his face.
It's good to slay demons and eliminate evil.
A silver light flashed in Shin Xingyu's hand, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared instantly. Then he stood with his hands behind his back, pointing the sword at Wu Qiren in front of him.
Hey! How dare the little wolf demon cause chaos in the street? Look at me, the sword immortal, conquer you.
The people watching around were immediately shocked by Shin Xingyu's actions.
Is this guy having a second-year syndrome?
When Wu Qiren heard this, his veins popped out.
Who are you calling a wolf demon? This guy is simply looking for trouble. I can't stand it anymore. Wu Qiren pounced towards Shin Xingyu with his teeth bared. Shin Xingyu grinned and swung out a sword energy.
In an instant, the silver-white sword energy tore Wu Qiren's shorts into pieces.
Under the gaze of everyone, the little werewolf was completely naked. Wu Qiren suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. Fuck you, you bastard, you're playing dirty tricks.
As Wu Qiren spoke, he instantly used his two large palms to cover his vital parts. Everyone at the scene burst into laughter. Shin Xingyu was really amazing. His performance was so abstract. Although Wu Qiren reacted quickly, everyone still saw a small thing in a quick glance.
Ha ha ha, Wu Qiren's is a little small. It's amazing, it's so big, but it's so small, ha ha ha.
Seeing this, Lin Qingran smiled bitterly and shook his head.
This guy never plays by the rules, so mean.
Wu Qiren no longer cared about his face and tore off the red banner beside him to cover his vital parts. If Shingo has the guts, let's have a fair fight.
Wu Qiren looked at Shin Xingyu and said with a grin.
Alright, how dare you, little wolf demon, show off your skills in front of an expert.
Great and mighty heavenly dragon.
Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu smiled faintly, and then shouted in a very domineering manner as if possessed by Fahai. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Xingyu swung out a sword. Wu Qiren was shocked when he saw this, and quickly put the two steel claws in front of him. But after waiting for a long time, there was no impact at all. I asked for a sack, but it got stuck. Shin Xingyu said angrily at this time that he had not yet fully understood this dragon-slaying sword.
Wu Qiren came to his senses. And was immediately furious.
This was simply too much bullying. This guy never stops playing tricks on himself. Afterwards, Wu Qiren, in a rage, upgraded his werewolf form again, from white hair to red hair. Shin Xingyu's face was filled with surprise when he saw this.
This little werewolf could transform?
Wu Qiren didn't expect at this moment that under the stimulation of Shin Xingyu, he actually figured out the second level of werewolf form, and his combat power soared instantly. Hey, prepare to die. Wu Qiren's face became even more excited, and he pounced towards Shin Xingyu in an instant. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu grinned, and then in front of everyone's eyes, Shin Xingyu placed the dragon-slaying sword across his chest and slowly released his hand holding the sword. The long sword in front of him actually floated quietly in front of Shin Xingyu. Shin Xingyu's eyes flashed with joy when he saw this. Then he waved towards Wu Qiren, and the sword instantly broke through the air.
Everyone was stunned at this moment. Dig a groove? Flying sword? Point.
Shin Xingyu uttered a word, and under the gaze of everyone, the dragon-slaying sword instantly split into countless flying swords while flying, attacking Wu Qiren.
Wu Qiren looked at the densely packed flying swords and suddenly felt overwhelmed. Why is this kid's talent so weird? Is this still a weapon type? The officer on the stage was stunned when he saw this. This weapon-related talent is quite strong. To be honest, he has seen many people with weapon talents during his years in the army. But it was the first time he had seen a talent for flying swords. The most outrageous thing was that this kid's flying sword could actually separate. Just as the officer was surprised, Wu Qiren had already started fighting with the flying sword. Several flying swords surrounded Wu Qiren and began to attack indiscriminately. At the beginning, Wu Qiren relied on the defensive power after the transformation to fight back and forth with Xin Xingyu's flying sword. But as time went on, Wu Qiren's physical strength gradually failed to keep up. Besides, he is still in the second gear and the consumption is huge. These flying swords seemed to have life and kept attacking his weak points. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't take care of so many swords. But after a while, under the gaze of everyone, Wu Qiren was covered in wounds and looked extremely miserable. Before he could make it to the next round, he was knocked into his transformed state by the flying sword and fell asleep. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu couldn't help but touch his nose. It seemed like he had used too much force. It was his first time using his innate ability and he was not very skilled yet. However, the energy consumption of this flying sword was too great, and he now felt weak in the legs. Empty. However, in order to complete the task, Xin Xingyu still bared his teeth and spoke in a very pretentious manner. Little wolf demon, take it down. At this moment, everyone listened to Xin Xingyu's speech and no longer dared to laugh at him. This flying sword can instantly kill the S-level Wu Qiren. Too strong. Xin Xingyu looked at everyone who had stopped fighting and grinned. What a bunch of snobs. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the host has completed the task, and the reward has been issued. Transparent sword body. As the voice fell, Xin Xingyu's face lit up with joy, and his whole temperament was instantly improved again. At the same time, Xin Xingyu also saw the description of the transparent sword body. Transparent sword body, the owner is gifted with a natural advantage in swordsmanship, and can cultivate sword skills 10 times faster than an ordinary person. Xin Xingyu's face was full of excitement at this moment. Master Tong is awesome. The feeling of cheating is just different. And not far away. Ji Xing looked at Xin Xingyu holding a long sword. Her little face flushed with excitement. So awesome. This kind of man is her type. No, this man must be conquered. Thinking of this, Ji Xing raised his hand and waved it, and a stream of pure energy was poured into Xin Xingyu. Xin Xingyu, who was not far away, suddenly felt relaxed all over, and all his fatigue was gone. He glanced at Ji Xing in confusion and touched his nose unnaturally. It's amazing, the nanny is really effective. However, it was a pity for Wu Qiren. He licked her for a long time, but she didn't even take a sip of her milk. As the saying goes, a dog licks a dog, and in the end he has nothing. Wow, Xingyu, you are so awesome. At this time, Ji Xing had already squeezed in front and spoke to Xin Xingyu with admiration on his face. Xin Xingyu waved his hand casually, it's just a so-so. Considering that the woman just breastfed me, there was no need to speak so harshly. Well, Xingyu, are you free later? I'll treat you to a meal. Ji Xing pretended to be embarrassed and pulled the corner of her clothes, then spoke to Xin Xingyu very shyly. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu glanced at the woman. What's going on? A swap of roles? Is the Aquaman no longer wooing men, but now licking herself? The people around looked at Ji Xing's shy appearance and gritted their teeth. Shingo was really a bitch. First it was Goddess Lin, then it was Goddess Ji Xing. Can this kid leave a way out for others? Just as Xin Xingyu was thinking about how to reject Ji Xing, a pleasant yet unquestionable voice came over. Come here, I have something to tell you. As the voice fell, Xin Xingyu looked back and saw Lin Xingran walking towards him with his arms folded and a frown on his face. For a moment, Ji Xing and Lin Xingran looked at each other, and a faint spark flew. Everyone couldn't believe it at this moment. Two of the most famous goddesses in the school were actually fighting over a man?
Shingo, you deserve to die. After the two women looked at each other briefly, Lin Qingran was the first to look away, and then, under the gaze of everyone, she pulled Xin Xingyu aside. Everyone watched as Xin Xingyu was dragged away by Goddess Lin, their hearts breaking. Seeing this, Ji Xing's face looked a little unhappy, but this woman was too powerful, and she was no match for her in the previous confrontation. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Ji Xing gritted his teeth and said, "We'll see. I won't give up the man I like easily." On the other side, Lin Qingran took Xin Xingyu slowly away from the crowd and came to a secluded corner. Xin Xingyu looked at Lin Qingran's indifferent back at this moment, and couldn't help feeling uneasy. What does this woman want to do? At this time, Lin Qingran turned around, with a serious expression, and looked at Xin Xingyu with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Has anything strange happened to you recently? When Xin Xingyu heard this and looked at Lin Qingran's serious face, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He keenly sensed that the other party was obviously speaking with hidden meaning. No, there's nothing weird about it. He spoke casually, taking in every change in the other person's expression. Lin Qingran frowned even more when he heard what Xin Xingyu said, and continued to ask. Really? For example, a memory suddenly appeared. As he spoke, Lin Qingran stared at Xin Xingyu, waiting for his answer. What did you say? No. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu replied in a very puzzled tone. Lin Qingran stared at Xin Xingyu's face at this moment and stopped talking. The scene fell into silence. After a while, Lin Qingran shifted his gaze. It's okay. Having said that, he turned around and walked away. Looking at Lin Qingran's leaving back, Xin Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingran's question just now shocked Xin Xingyu. Fortunately, Xin Xingyu had a strong psychological quality, so he was not exposed. Why did she ask this question when the memory suddenly appeared? Could it be that the other party had noticed that he was a time traveler? Thinking of this, Xin Xingyu couldn't help but become alert. He had a hunch that this woman was probably targeting him, so he had to be more careful in the future. After thinking about this, Xin Xingyu hurriedly followed. Lin Qingran, who had left earlier, was now repeatedly recalling Xin Xingyu's reaction in his mind. She initially guessed that Xin Xingyu was very likely a reborn person like her. It sounds ridiculous, but didn't this happen to her too? But after this round of testing, she couldn't find any clues. But now that I think about it, the probability that Xin Xingyu was a reborn person is not very high. If he had the method to change his talent, why didn't it work in his previous life? At this time, Xin Xingyu had already caught up. After the two looked at each other, Lin Qingran put his speculation aside for the time being. At this moment, a domineering voice suddenly rang out from the playground. That bastard beat up my son? Get out here! As the voice fell, a man with an imposing appearance descended from the sky. Everyone on the field was scared away by the man's aura. The identity of the visitor was immediately revealed. It was none other than Wu Qiren's father, Wu Feng. This man was not only a board member of Qingyang University, but also the general manager of the Qingyang branch of the Xie Chamber of Commerce. After Wu Feng arrived, he swept a cold gaze over everyone. Then he hurriedly checked Wu Qiren's injuries. Looking at the dense wounds all over his son's body, Wu Feng was filled with anger. He hurriedly took out a spiritual liquid from his arms and injected it into Wu Qiren. The people around him gasped when they saw Wu Feng's actions. Basic spiritual fluid. The starting price on the market is at least 100,000, so he really has a lot of money. At this moment, Xin Xingyu frowned as he looked at the man's figure. He was flying in the air, so he must be a 5th-level spiritual warrior. But when he saw the man's face, Xin Xingyu grinned. What a guy, he is really like a son to a tiger father. The man who came had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his face was very handsome. Is this guy really Wu Qiren's dad? This genetic inheritance is so unreliable. At this moment, Wu Feng slowly stood up, looked at Xin Xingyu with a cold gaze, and asked in a cold tone, "You are the one who injured my son?" As he spoke, the 5th-level aura suddenly pressed towards Xin Xingyu. For a moment, Shin Xingyu felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him.
Principal Wu! What are you doing?
The principal in the stands couldn't sit still anymore when he saw this.
This was the second SSS-level person in their Qing University, and he was eager to worship him.
The principal immediately flew to Shin Xingyu's side and dispelled Wu Feng's pressure. At this moment, Shin Xingyu was breathing heavily. The pressure from this fifth-level strongman was so terrifying that if the principal had not arrived in time, his spine would have been broken. At this moment, all the leaders in the stands came to Shin Xingyu's side. Shin Xingyu's instructor hurried forward to check on Shin Xingyu. Only after discovering that Shin Xingyu was not seriously injured did he breathe a sigh of relief. When the officers on the awakening platform saw the scene, they all frowned and were about to move to intercept when a mysterious voice suddenly appeared in their ears. Upon hearing this, several officers looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Since the big boss is here, they don't need to take action and can just wait and see what happens. At the same time, Wu Feng looked at the principal in front of him, raised his eyebrows, and a hint of madness was written on his face. When my son was beaten, why didn't you intervene? Just because this kid is SSS level, you feel sorry for him, right? Upon hearing this, the president of Xingyang University couldn't help but complain in his heart, your son is looking for trouble, so who can you blame? However, the principal still said in a friendly manner, Principal Wu, it was indeed my mistake just now. How about this? Our school will help mediate the conflict between Shin Xingyu and your son, and our school will cover all of your son's medical expenses. Wu Feng couldn't help but smile when he heard this, his eyes full of coldness. Does our family need this little money? This kid is so ruthless at such a young age. Today, he must give my CF family an explanation. When the principal heard Wu Feng's threat, his face suddenly turned ugly. The next moment, just as the principal was about to speak, he heard a pleasant voice with a unique domineering aura coming from beside Shin Xingyu. President Wu, this is just a competition, so injuries are inevitable. The Xie Chamber of Commerce is being so aggressive, isn't it a bit of an overreaction? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lin Qingran stepping past Shin Xingyu and walking towards Wu Feng with his aura fully open. In an instant, everyone on the field was shocked. At this moment, Lin Qingran seemed like the Empress in the world, making people look up to her. The moment Wu Feng saw Lin Qingran, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He seemed to have seen this girl in front of him somewhere. Are you the little daughter of war god Lin? Wu Feng didn't dare to put on airs anymore and asked Lin Qingran cautiously. Lin Qingran nodded slightly and stood quietly in front of Shin Xingyu. As Wu Feng's voice fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. That god of war Lin? The ceiling of China's combat power, Lin Zhan, god of war Lin? At this moment, there was even more awe in everyone's eyes when they looked at Lin Qingran. No wonder goddess Lin is so outstanding, it turns out she is the daughter of god of war Lin. Shin Xingyu turned his head and looked at the woman beside him with his eyes wide open. Classic, too classic. Goddess plus stunning appearance plus invincible family background. She is a standard goddess template. At this moment, the principal of Qing University saw this and his brows relaxed a lot. Even if Wu Feng didn't consider Qing University's face, he couldn't ignore the face of a 10th-level war god. Seeing Lin Qingran admit it, Wu Feng lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He then smiled and said, I didn't expect that the daughter of the god of war Lin is in the same school as my son. How is war god Lin these days? As he spoke, Wu Feng's expression changed slightly, and he stared at Lin Qingran's face intently. Lin Qingran glanced at Wu Feng, his expression still cold. My father will return to Qingyang today. When Wu Feng heard this, his face instantly darkened. If it is really as she said, then it will be difficult to avenge today. Lin Qingran looked at Wu Feng's changes in expression calmly at this moment, without any ripples in his heart. Just when everyone thought everything was over, an angry voice was heard in the distance. Mr. Wu, you want to die? My son was beaten like this. What are you doing standing there? As the voice fell, everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw two black jeeps speeding towards them. The car suddenly stopped, raising a cloud of dust on the field, and a humanoid female Tyrannosaurus walked out of the jeep, and the car was instantly relieved. At the same time, 5 or 6 strong men in suits got out of the car behind the woman. When Shin Xingyu saw the face of the person who came, he finally understood where Wu Qiren's genes came from. His mother is really as beautiful as a flower. No, saying as beautiful as a flower is a compliment. This tonnage is at least at the tank level. The hair on the face is so thick that even the facial features are difficult to see clearly. This is the Shenanjia wild man? Shin Xingyu looked at Wu Feng with a little sympathy. It's really not easy for this guy. Shin Xingyu suddenly remembered a song, Beta Beta Beta, Beta driving a tank. The person who came was Wu Qiren's mother, Xia Wudi, the eldest daughter of the Xia Chamber of Commerce, and now a 7th-level spiritual warrior. The actual person in charge behind the Xia Chamber of Commerce is a woman, but her methods are no less than those of a man. Under her control, the Xia Chamber of Commerce is now at its peak. In fact, Wu Feng was just a son-in-law of the Xia family. When he saw his wife coming, he lowered his head and dared not say a word. You may wonder why Wu Qiren and Wu Feng have the same surname. This will be explained later. It is not something we did not consider. Xia Wudi walked forward, first glanced at the principal of Qing University, and then ignored him. What she cared about most was Lin Qingran's attitude. Then she said to Lin Qingran very kindly, I've heard that the youngest daughter of the god of war Lin is so beautiful that she can topple a country. After seeing you today, I was really being modest. You are more than stunningly beautiful. I have never seen anyone more beautiful than Miss Lin in the whole of China. Thank you, Patriarch. You are too kind. Lin Qingran looked at Xia Wudi, who looked like a smiling tiger, and felt a little heavy in his heart. She had dealt with this woman many times in her previous life. She was an absolute business genius and was highly appreciated by the war god-level ancestor of the Xia family. Unexpectedly, she actually came in person. This is difficult. Although she was an empress in her previous life, she has not really grown up yet. Thinking of this, Lin Qingran couldn't help but look at Shin Xingyu worriedly. Although Xia Wudi is a woman, her methods are very cruel. Shin Xingyu noticed Lin Qingran's gaze and smiled indifferently. It's okay, thank you for what I said. Then he whispered to Lin Qingran. When Lin Qingran heard Shin Xingyu's words, his expression remained solemn. She must protect Shin Xingyu today. Thinking about it, Lin Qingran quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. At this moment, Xia Wudi glanced at Shin Xingyu with a changing expression on his face, and then spoke to Lin Qingran again. Ms. Lin, this is my family affair. I hope Miss Lin will not interfere. After this incident, I will personally come to your house to apologize. Having said that, without waiting for Lin Qingran to reply, Xia Wudi looked at Shin Xingyu again with a cold gaze. I only have this one son. Normally, I can't bear to hit or scold you. It's a good thing to let him suffer today. However, my Xia family has always been vindictive. You hit my son, which is equivalent to hitting the face of my Xia family. You are 20 years old now and you are an adult. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. Shin Xingyu frowned slightly when he heard this, and then said to Xia Wudi, Senior, it is inevitable for us juniors to compete with each other. I know how much you love your son. But blindly protecting him isn't necessarily detrimental to his growth, is it? After Shin Xingyu finished speaking, everyone broke out in cold sweat. This dog Shin actually dared to speak to the head of the Xia family like that. Is he trying to kill himself? Xia Wudi listened to the words and looked at Shin Xingyu calmly for a while. Then, he suddenly laughed and said, Good job, kid, you are neither humble nor arrogant, you are a talent. But this is the style of our Xia family. As he spoke, Xia Wudi revealed a cruel smile under his thick hair. Shin Xingyu frowned and asked again, Then, Senior, how do you want me to explain this to you? Upon hearing this, Xia Wudi turned around and looked at Wu Qiren, who was covered in scars, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. You beat my son like this, is it too much to break off one of his hands? As the voice fell, the field fell into complete silence, and everyone was shocked by Xia Wudi's style of doing things. Shin Xingyu's expression gradually turned ugly. I'm sorry, Master Xia. As he spoke, Xin Xingyu's aura instantly soared to the strongest state, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand in an instant.
Damn it, at worst I'll just fight it out. You want me to bow my head? No way.
Looking at Xin Xingyu's posture, everyone in the audience was impressed by his courage.
Should we call him foolish or brave, facing the Xie's Chamber of Commerce alone with a sword in hand?
Xia Wudi looked at Xin Xingyu, who was in his prime, and smiled for no reason. Boy, you are very brave.
Do you know that any of the Xie family members present here are above the second level? You're just a fresh-faced brat who just awakened, and you want to confront us head-on? I think you've lost your mind.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu snorted coldly and said, Brother, I'm just stubborn. Lin Qingran also advised at the side, don't be impulsive. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu gave a wry smile. He looked at Lin Qingran and said helplessly, I'm different from you.
I'm just a peasant with no power or influence. The only thing I can rely on is the sword in my hand.
As he spoke, Xin Xingyu added in his heart, well, there is also Master Tong. As Xin Xingyu's decisive voice fell, everyone in the audience looked at him with admiration.
Awesome cop. So manly.
The president of Qingdao University listened to Xin Xingyu's words with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and then he frowned.
No matter what, he had to save this child today. Thinking of this, the president of Qing University said to Xia Wudi, President Xia, isn't that a bit too much?
Lin Qingran remained silent at this moment, took a step forward and stood in front of Xin Xingyu.
Xia Wudi ignored the words of the Qing University principal. She then looked at Lin Qingran, who was standing in front of Xin Xingyu, and raised her eyebrows. Ms. Lin, do you still want to intervene? Yes, I have secured this man today. You can ask for medical expenses, but for broken arms and legs, please don't bother.
Lin Qingran said lightly, his voice revealing that there was no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu looked at Lin Qingran in front of him in surprise. The two had just met today, and he hadn't expected the other to stand up for him so forcefully.
After hearing what Lin Qingran said, Xia Wudi's face changed from gloomy to bright.
She never expected that this boy could be so protected by the daughter of the god of war Lin. Well, since the principal of Qing University and Miss Lin have said so, I, the Xia family, cannot but give them this face.
Let's do this.
Xia Wudi said, waving behind him, Xiao Wang, come here. A man who looked like a bodyguard walked up behind him.
This man is a newly recruited bodyguard of the Xia family. He is at the second level.
As long as this guy can beat him, the matter will be over. Xia Wudi looked at Lin Qingran and spoke lightly, with a meaningful expression on his face. Lin Qingran and the old principal of Qing University frowned when they heard this. Although this person was only at the second level, Xin Xingyu had just awakened at this moment.
How could he be this person's opponent?
This woman is still deliberately making things difficult. Just as the two were about to speak, Xin Xingyu stepped forward and said to them sincerely, thank you, Principal, and Goddess Lin.
It's all right now.
Seeing Xin Xingyu's determined expression, the principal of Qing University said worriedly, kid, that's the second level. A hint of determination flashed in Xin Xingyu's eyes. After awakening his talent, his inherent understanding of sword intent has subtly begun to change his temperament.
Although the second level is strong, it is not really invincible.
If he still hides behind everyone in this situation, his swordsmanship is likely to be tarnished. With this in mind, he said to them sincerely, thank you both.
But I want to give it a try. Even if I lose.
At this moment, the two knowledgeable people looked at Xin Xingyu's determined eyes and immediately understood that this was the sword art that Xin Xingyu practiced.
The two of them didn't know what to say at this moment.
If they didn't let him take action, he would probably never recover.
Okay. Go ahead and fight, we will protect you, said the principal, patting Xin Xingyu on the shoulder.
Xin Xingyu nodded to the two of them after hearing this, then he looked at Xia Wudi and said, I will fight him. Xia Wudi heard this and a look of triumph appeared on his face, okay. Don't worry, as long as you win, I will never break my promise.
I hope so. Xin Xingyu didn't really trust Xia Wudi's promise.
After he finished speaking, everyone made room for the two of them. Shen Xingyu walked onto the field and looked at the second-level player in front of him with a serious expression.
It's not easy to fix.
The other party looked at Shen Xingyu with a very cold expression. He thought that a young boy who had just awakened dared to fight with him.
He was simply overestimating his own abilities.
Afterwards, the opponent directly displayed the second-level aura, and a cold breath spread throughout his body.
Shen Xingyu frowned upon seeing this.
It turned out to be an elemental talent. At this moment, everyone on the field was silently worried for Shen Xingyu.
This is a genuine second-level strongman, and he is also the second-level elemental master.
To be honest, Shen Xingyu has almost no chance of winning. Shen Xingyu didn't waste any words at this moment. He stretched out his hand and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in an instant. He directly activated the flying sword form, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand floated in front of him.
Point. Following Shen Xingyu's low shout, the flying sword split into several and flew towards the opponent.
When Xie's bodyguard saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his cold eyes.
This talent is so strange. But that's all. In the face of absolute strength, it's not enough.
An icy aura rose from Xie's bodyguard's body, and an ice-blue protective shield instantly formed around him. Countless flying swords attacked, making crisp clanging sounds when they hit the protective shield, but they were unable to break through this barrier at all. Shen Xingyu frowned slightly, then put his hands together, and the flying sword in the air merged into one in an instant.
Attack towards a point on the protective shield. Xie's bodyguard raised his eyebrows. This guy's combat awareness is not weak.
Immediately afterwards, the protective shield in front of Xie's bodyguard shattered. But just as the flying sword was about to stab Xie's bodyguard, an ice-blue sword suddenly appeared in his hand and chopped the flying sword away.
Everyone at Qingyang University sighed when they saw this. The gap between talent and strength was fully demonstrated at this moment.
Xia Wudi, who was outside the field, watched this scene without much change in expression. This was all within her expectations. Looking at the dragon-slaying sword stuck in the ground, Xie's bodyguard let out a mocking smile.
It's just a small talent for weapons. Who doesn't have a sword?
Today, I'll use a sword to open your eyes. Then, he walked slowly towards Shen Xingyu with a sword in hand, a provocative smile on his face. Seeing this, Shen Xingyu immediately recalled the dragon-slaying sword and held it in his hand again. He looked at the Xia bodyguard in front of him who was also holding an ice-blue sword, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He definitely couldn't compete with physical strength, but swordplay was another story. Did they really think his top-tier weapon talent was limited to flying swords? In an instant, a sharp sword intent burst out from Shen Xingyu's body. An inexplicable gleam flashed in Shen Xingyu's eyes. With the help of the transparent sword, a silver-white sword. Energy gust of wind rose around him. As Shen Xingyu slowly raised the sword in his hand, a loud dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the venue.
Slay the dragon!
As Shen Xingyu's low roar fell, a silver dragon soul that looked like a solid entity rose into the air from the dragon-slaying sword. The sword energy and strong wind became more and more intense, and in just a moment, it spread out. All the spectators around were in trouble. They were all shocked by the scene before them, which seemed like a blockbuster movie.
What kind of move is this? So handsome. That's so cool. Is this still a weapon? It's so big, I love it.
At this moment, all the freshmen looked at Shen Xingyu with envy, and their eyes were shining with wisdom.
Xia Wudi looked at Shen Xingyu's aura at this moment, and a bad premonition came to his mind.
The aura of this move made Xia Wudi feel a sense of familiarity. After Xia Wudi thought for a moment, his pupils suddenly contracted.
This is the sword intent. How is this possible?
How could a brat who had just awakened be able to gather such a strong sword intent? The officer on the stage was stunned when he saw the silver dragon formed by the sword energy. He naturally saw the infinite sword intent contained in this move.
This is outrageous.
You know, the artistic conception can only be reached by spiritual warriors above the third level. How could it be possible for a kid who just awakened like him? At this moment, Xinxingyu, who was the center of everyone's attention, looked at the Xia bodyguards who rushed in front of him and showed a cruel smile. The most abnormal thing about his dragon-slaying sword talent is that he has an innate understanding of sword intent after awakening. In other words, as his realm improves, his understanding of sword intent will become stronger and stronger.
No need to figure it out on your own.
As Xinxingyu thought about it, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. He just wanted to see what the sword intent was like. The person in front of him was delivered to his door for him to practice. Then Xinxingyu grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands and swung the sword towards the Xia bodyguard in front of him. The sword energy silver dragon's eyes lit up and it rushed directly towards the opponent. Seeing this, Xia's bodyguard's face changed slightly. How could it be possible that a young man who had just awakened could have such a fierce aura?
At this moment, Xia's bodyguard did not dare to delay and hurriedly circulated his icy spiritual power, and an icy aura rose from the ice blue sword.
Then he raised the ice blue sword in his hand, and in an instant, an icy aura spread across the field. Ice Soul Sword. Following a low shout from Xia's bodyguard, a direct shot collided with Xinxingyu's sword energy dragon. The collision between the two instantly raised clouds of dust on the field, followed by a loud explosion. As the smoke and dust dissipated, a figure slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Xinxingyu was seen standing with his sword leaning on it. He raised his hand to wipe the dust off his face and revealed a relaxed smile.
Everyone exclaimed at this moment. They didn't expect that Xinxingyu would be standing at the end.
Before that, he first fought with Wu Qiren, and then fought with the second level, but he hasn't fallen down yet.
This is a bit too strong.
On the other side, Xia's bodyguard knelt on one knee, his hand holding the ice blue sword trembling a little, and a stream of bright red liquid slowly flowed down his tiger's mouth.
Xia's bodyguard had a solemn expression on his face.
This kid's sword energy was so sharp that the confrontation just now had cracked his knuckles.
Everyone was looking at this scene in disbelief. The newly awakened Xinxingyu actually injured the second-level person?
Such a result was beyond everyone's expectations.
At this moment, Xia Wudi's face turned completely gloomy. The
second-level player was injured by a novice who had just awakened. If this gets out, the Xia family will lose all face. At this moment, Xia Wudi waved to the people behind him, and all 5 bodyguards stood up.
Catch this kid.
As Xia Wudi spoke, a sickly look appeared on his face, and his tone was icy cold, making people shudder. The 5 bodyguards received the order and went straight towards Xinxingyu. Everyone present was looking at the Xia family who had gone back on their word, and their hearts were shrouded in a layer of haze.
Such a great family was so shameless.
The president of Qingdao University and several other leaders looked gloomy upon seeing this, but just as they were about to take action, they were stopped by Wu Feng alone. These teachers in ordinary colleges and universities, with the highest cultivation level of the principal being only at the 4th level, are no match for Wu Feng at all.
Thank you, Patriarch. If anything happens to Xinxingyu today, Xingyang University will jointly report it to the education department. The president of Qing University said to Xia Wudi with a gloomy expression.
Xia Wudi's lips curled up slightly when he heard this.
Education department?
They really underestimated the power of their Xia family. At the same time, Ji Xing in the crowd looked at Xinxingyu, who was already exhausted on the stage, and gritted his teeth. Then he raised his hand and waved it, and 2 streams of pure energy instantly entered Xinxingyu's body. Xinxingyu was nursed back to health and his condition improved. Looking at the 5 bodyguards walking towards him, his eyes were extremely cold. He had long expected that the other party would go back on their word. Seeing these people getting closer and closer, Xinxingyu stood up with difficulty, holding the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, ready to fight to the death. Outside the field, Lin Qingran was looking at Xinxingyu, who was standing with his sword, feeling a little dazed. At this moment, the figures of the king of Jinbei in his previous life and Xinxingyu in front of him slowly overlapped. They both stood leaning on swords, and she would never let the tragedy happen again in this life. Then she suddenly turned her head and looked at the 5 Xia bodyguards heading towards Xinxingyu, a crimson flame rising in her eyes. Just as several people were preparing to besiege Xinxingyu, Lin Qingran's figure appeared in front of Xinxingyu like a ghost. Then she raised her hand and waved it, and an extremely hot flame rose from Lin Qingran's body, and a faint phoenix cry resounded throughout the venue.
When the 5 bodyguards saw the newcomer, they didn't dare to act rashly. The person in front of me is the daughter of God of War Lin.
The freshmen of Qingyang University watched the scene of Goddess Lin domineeringly protecting her husband, and their weak hearts were hit hard again.
Damn Shingo! Xia Wudi looked at Lin Qingran in front of Xinxingyu, his face changing from gloomy to bright.
At this moment, an extremely domineering voice resounded throughout the venue.
Get lost! I want to see who dares to bully my daughter.
As the voice fell, several bodyguards were instantly blown back by a huge air wave and fell to the ground without a sound. Everyone on the field was shocked by this scene. Following the sound, I saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie falling from the sky and landing heavily on the ground. Under the gaze of the crowd, the man tore off his tie and walked towards them like a thug in a suit.
At this moment, the man's identity is about to be revealed. Who else can call Lin Qingran her daughter? China's god of war, Lin Zhan.
When he saw the visitor, the face of the president of Qing University was instantly filled with surprise.
Since the god of war Lin had come in person, how could the Xie family dare not give him face? At this moment, the students of Qingdao University looked at the domineering man with extremely fiery eyes. This person is the 10th rank war god known to all Chinese people.
At the same time, a slightly older man fell from the sky. It landed lightly on the spot where Lin Zhan was before. But at this moment no one paid any attention to the man who suddenly appeared. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Zhan.
Is Xie going to start a war with me, Lin Zhan?
Lin Zhan had already come to Lin Qingran at this moment, looking at Xie Wudi beside him, and said lightly.
Xie Wudi never thought that Lin Zhan would come so quickly. How could that be?
At this moment, Xie Wudi felt a little guilty and said angrily.
Oh, if I hadn't arrived in time, you would have bullied my precious daughter. You don't dare to admit it now?
As Lin Zhan spoke, his eyes turned gradually colder as he looked at Xie Wudi. Xie Wudi trembled all over at this moment, and hurriedly said, "It's all a misunderstanding." Then Xie Wudi pointed at Xinxingyu next to Lin Qingran and continued, "This kid hurt my son. Everything we did just now was to catch him.
We definitely didn't mean to bully your daughter." Xie Wudi spoke with an even more respectful attitude.
Xinxingyu, who was standing next to him, rolled his eyes after hearing what Xie Wudi said. "It was obviously your son who started it first.
He was outskilled and got beaten by me, who can I blame?"
Lin Zhan listened, glanced at Xinxingyu who was standing next to his precious daughter, and raised his eyebrows. He actually arrived early and just happened to see the boy confessing his love to his daughter. Looking at this kid again at this moment, he felt more and more displeased with him. Noticing Lin Zhan's gaze, Xinxingyu felt a little nervous at this moment. For some reason, he always felt that there was a different meaning in the way Lin Zhan looked at him. Seeing that Lin Zhan didn't say anything, Xie Wudi said to Lin Zhan respectfully again, "Lin Zhanshan, just hand over that kid. We, the Xie family, will come to apologize and prepare a generous gift as compensation for Miss Lin's emotional distress." As he spoke, Xie Wudi looked at Lin Zhan's indifferent expression, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The psychological pressure of speaking to this god of war who was feared throughout China is really too great. When Lin Zhan heard Xie Wudi's words, a meaningful smile appeared on his face.
"Oh? You mean, you'll only compensate me if I hand that kid over to you?" Xie Wudi felt pressured when he heard this and quickly said again, "That's not what I meant. No matter what, we at Xie's will make sure Miss Lin is compensated."
Hearing this, Lin Zhan glanced at Xinxingyu again and nodded lightly, "That's all." As he said this, he couldn't help but feel a hint of evil interest in his heart. "Let you seduce my daughter?
I have to scare you no matter what." Xie Wudi was delighted when he heard this. The deal was actually done? I didn't expect that War God Lin was so easy to talk to. Thank you, War God Lin.
As he spoke, Xie Wudi winked at Wu Feng, who immediately understood and flew towards Xinxingyu.
Xinxingyu suddenly felt a headache. Just because he is not the eldest brother, is that enough? Where did your god of war temperament go?
But the next moment, before Wu Feng could get close, he was knocked away by a terrifying force. Looking at Wu Feng, who suddenly flew backwards, Xin Xingyu was confused again.
What was going on?
Seeing this, Xia Wudi's face instantly turned ugly, and then she hurriedly helped her husband up.
Wu Feng was seriously injured by this attack and was spitting out blood.
Xia Wudi felt distressed and loudly questioned Lin Zhanshan.
What do you mean? Do you really think my Xia family is easy to bully? Lin Zhan raised his eyebrows. What did I do?
Upon hearing this, Xia Wudi immediately realized that something was wrong. As his eyes swept across the field, he suddenly saw an inconspicuous old man. I don't know how my Xia family offended the senior, so that he would take such a cruel action.
Xia Wudi looked at the old man and asked loudly.
The inconspicuous man from before slowly walked into everyone's sight, with a casual smile on his face.
How can you say that to an old man like me?
I can only blame him for not being able to handle a beating. When Xia Wudi heard this, his expression changed.
Well,
I, Li Xuanzong, have been searching for most of my life, and finally found a disciple who can inherit my legacy.
Of course I can't let you bully me.
The man named Li Xuanzong sighed to himself at this moment. When Xin Xingyu heard the man's words, his eyes lit up instantly. Through the memories of his previous life, he immediately knew the man's identity.
Here comes the thigh. And it's a super invincible thigh.
After hearing what the man said, Xia Wudi's face instantly lost all color. At the same time, everyone in the audience shuddered when they heard this familiar name.
Li Xuanzong. This can almost be said to be a legendary figure.
100 years ago, alien races joined forces to attack our Chinese defense line, the Great Wall.
In that battle, all the elite alien forces came out.
He threatened to capture the strongest defense line of the human race within 3 months. At that time, all the countries on Blue Star, except for a few neighboring countries of China, had extended a helping hand. Other countries just stood by and watched, and were reluctant to send reinforcements. This put the Great Wall of China in danger for a time. And at this critical moment, a 10th-rank war god belonging to China has emerged. 1 man and 1 sword guard the Great Wall of humanity. Kill 10 war god-level warriors of the alien race. The alien race's dream of taking over the Great Wall in 3 months was completely shattered.
Since that war,
this god of war was injured and retired, and gradually faded out of people's sight. But the legend about him being 1 man, 1 sword, and 1 city is widely circulated. The Ministry of Education also included the deeds of this god of war in high school textbooks. And that famous god of war was called Li Xuanzong. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. All the soldiers on the awakening stage walked down. They stood in a row, all with fiery eyes, and saluted the man in unison.
Meeting War God Li.
The loud voice instantly resounded throughout the venue. At this moment, everyone finally reacted and started shouting, their faces flushed red.
Meeting War God Li. For a moment, the sound waves on the playground gathered into a sea.
At this moment, the leaders on the field no longer cared about their image and ran towards this side. The president of Qingda University ran the fastest and came to Li Xuanzong. He bowed deeply 90 degrees and said, "Welcome to our school, Li Zhanshan." The school leaders behind him were all a little ashamed at this moment. Their principal was really good at taking advantage of others.
Is Li Zhanshan here for a visit? Okay, I'm an old man now. Li Xuanzong looked at the enthusiastic crowd, waved his hand, and always had a friendly smile on his face. Then he turned around, looked at Xin Xingyu, and waved at him.
At this moment, everyone looked at Xin Xingyu, their eyes full of envy. Being noticed by the god of war Li, Xin Xingyu is really going to soar to the sky. Under the gaze of everyone, Xin Xingyu strode towards Li Xuanzong. Coming up, Li Xuanzong looked at Xin Xingyu in front of him, grinned, then reached out and patted Xin Xingyu on the shoulder.
Good boy, I saw everything that happened just now. Would you like to be my last disciple?
When Li Xuanzong's voice fell, everyone's eyes widened when they heard it.
A closed disciple? This has a completely different meaning. That means, as long as Xin Xingyu doesn't have any accidents, his future will be limitless.
When Xiaowudi, who was standing by, heard this, his face became even uglier.
Who was Li Xuanzong? The famous invincible god of war. Lin Zhan has to call him senior.
At the moment, Xia has completely offended this young man.
If he really becomes Li Xuanzong's close disciple, then Xia will be equivalent to offending an invincible god of war.
Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Xiaowudi's forehead. At this moment, after listening to Li Xuanzong's words, Shen Xingyu bowed deeply to Li Xuanzong without hesitation, and then said, "Student Shen Xingyu greets the teacher." Just kidding, he must hold on tightly to the thigh that is delivered to his door.
Hearing Shen Xingyu's words, Li Xuanzong smiled, stretched out his hand and helped Shen Xingyu up. Okay, no need to be so polite.
Everyone was looking at Shen Xingyu at this moment, and they were expressing their envy to no end. Congratulations, Senior Li, you found a good candidate. It seems that this trip was worthwhile. At this moment, Lin Zhan led Lin Xingran over and congratulated Li Xuanzong. However, when Lin Zhan saw Shen Xingyu next to Li Xuanzong, he immediately lost his temper and added, "However, I think this kid has bad intentions. Senior Li, you have to be more careful." Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu sensed the other party's malicious intent, and thinking of Li Xuanzong's previous words, "I saw everything that happened just now," he suddenly understood.
Oh my god! Could it be that these two people came early and saw him confess his love to Lin Xingran?
Thinking of this, Shen Xingyu suddenly felt embarrassed.
Isn't this just walking into trouble?
Haha, you, as elders, we should stay out of the affairs of young people. Li Xuanzong saw Lin Zhan's dark face and immediately understood what was going on. He said very magnanimously. Lin Zhan's face darkened when he heard this. "You are quite generous, but she is not your daughter." Lin Xingran listened to the conversation between his father and Li Xuanzong, and instantly understood their implied meaning. She glanced at Shen Xingyu lightly, and a hint of inexplicable meaning flashed in her eyes. Shen Xingyu touched his nose angrily.
It was so embarrassing. But this time, thanks to you, if you hadn't dragged me to Qingyang, I would have missed it.
Li Xuanzong was very happy at this moment, and the smile on his face grew wider as he spoke. He came to Qingyang this time at the invitation of Lin Zhan. It just so happened that Lin Zhan was coming to watch his daughter's awakening ceremony, so he came along since he had nothing to do. But he didn't expect that he would meet a top kendo genius by chance. Through his observations just now, he was secretly surprised.
This young man's swordsmanship seems to be natural. It seems like he was born for kendo. Of course, he couldn't miss such a good seedling.
What Li Xuanzong didn't know at the moment was that Shen Xingyu's sword intent was a natural talent. If he knew, Li Xuanzong would go crazy. Because he spent a lot of effort to master the sword intent. At this time, Lin Xingran stepped forward and said to Li Xuanzong in a cute voice, "Hello, Senior Li."
Okay, Ran is really getting more and more handsome.
I don't know how a rough guy like you could give birth to such a beautiful daughter. When Li Xuanzong heard Lin Xingran's words, he quickly responded, and then did not forget to make a few insults to Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan was so upset that he said, "What's wrong with me? When I was young, I was also a flower, okay?" Shen Xingyu looked at Lin Zhan's frustrated expression and tried hard to suppress his smile.
Okay, Senior Li, now that we've finished this, let's get down to business.
Lin Zhan suggested at this moment. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzong nodded and then looked at Shen Xingyu.
Xingyu, I'm sorry, we already have a mission today. Let's talk about this tomorrow.
Shen Xingyu listened to Li Xuanzong's words and quickly said, "It's okay, teacher, you go ahead and do your work." Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzong reached out and patted Shen Xingyu on the shoulder. "Well, it's just right that you go home today to report your safety, and come directly to the Lin family tomorrow.
I have some very important news to tell you tomorrow."
As he spoke, Li Xuanzong looked at Shen Xingyu and Lin Xingran at the same time. When Lin Zhan heard this, his expression became serious.
Looking at the two of them, Shen Xingyu couldn't help but wonder, what news was so important?
But the two did not continue talking. At this time, Li Xuanzong turned around, glanced at Xiaowudi calmly, and said, "Shen Xingyu is now my disciple.
I saw everything you did just now.
If your Xie family feels they are right and want revenge, then feel free to come after an old man like me. As he spoke, Li Xuanzong gave Xie Wuti a harmless smile. Xie Wuti was shocked when he heard this, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Don't dare, it's our fault. Even if the Xie family had the guts to do so, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Li Xuanzong.
You also know you're in the wrong. After this incident, I want an explanation from your Xie family.
If it weren't for your Xie family's contributions behind the Stargate, I would have your Xie family expelled from the family forever. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzong's face turned cold, which was unusual for him, and he said to Xie Wuti.
Definitely. Xie Wuti didn't dare to breathe at this moment and replied quickly.
Looking at Xie Wuti's appearance, Li Xuanzong felt relieved for the time being. Then, he looked at Lin Xingran and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Ran, to take good care of Xingyu." Lin Zhan was furious when he heard this. What do you mean by take care of him?
Doesn't he have any arms or legs? Oh, let's not meddle in young people's affairs. Let's go.
Li Xuanzong looked at Lin Zhan and smiled meaningfully, then he pulled Lin Zhan up and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Shen Xingyu and Lin Xingran were left staring at each other. Shen Xingyu first glanced at Lin Xingran, who was standing beside him with a cold expression. Then he gave a thumbs up to his cheap teacher's operation.
This is obviously creating opportunities for yourself. However, he really overestimated himself. Who can control such an iceberg-like woman?
At this moment, on the playground, with the departure of the two war gods, the turmoil also came to an end.
The awakening ceremony proceeded as usual. Lin Xingran glanced at Shen Xingyu and walked out on his own.
Looking at Lin Xingran's leaving back, Shen Xingyu didn't know where to go for a moment.
I just came here and I'm still a little confused. At this time, Ji Xing came over.
Slightly shy, she said to Shen Xingyu, "Xingyu, congratulations."
Shen Xingyu nodded calmly after hearing this. "Thank you for what you did just now."
He was very grateful to Ji Xing for helping him in the previous battle. He is not a person who holds grudges, and he came from another world, so he is not too hostile to Ji Xing. The other party was able to help under that situation before, so there is no need to be cold to him. Ji Xing was delighted when he heard Shen Xingyu's words.
Then he continued, "Xingyu, are you free? Let's go eat together."
When Shen Xingyu heard this, he felt a headache coming on.
Why did it happen again?
At this moment, a red sports car came speeding and suddenly stopped in front of Shen Xingyu.
Everyone around looked over at this moment.
The car window rolled down, and the person in the driver's seat revealed an extremely delicate side profile. It's Lin Xingran. The other party glanced at Shen Xingyu calmly and said, "Get in the car." When Shen Xingyu heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned and instantly had a reason. Then he looked at Ji Xing again and said with a smile, "Sorry, I have an appointment today." After saying that, he opened the passenger door and got into the car quickly. Then, the car started suddenly, raising a cloud of dust on the field, and then slowly disappeared from
everyone's sight. Everyone on the playground looked at the sports car going away with envy.
Top talent, a teacher who is the god of war, and the favor of the iceberg goddess. Shen Xingyu has simply reached the peak of his life.
Shingo deserves to die. And on the side,
Ji Xing's face darkened immediately after he breathed in a mouthful of exhaust fumes.
Why is it this woman again?
Watching the car disappear, Ji Xing's eyes burned with a burning desire to fight.
You want to steal my man? I won't admit defeat. In the car.
Shen Xingyu turned his head from time to time and looked at Lin Xingran beside him. The other person had a cold face and was driving intently. Ever since I got on the bus, it has been eerily quiet. It made Shen Xingyu feel uncomfortable all over. Where do you live? At this time, Lin Xingran looked ahead and spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu quickly reviewed the memories of his previous life in his mind. Then he said, Sunshine Orphanage. When Lin Xingran heard this word, he turned his head and glanced at Shen Xingyu. After Shen Xingyu died in her previous life, she had learned some information about Shen Xingyu's life experience. He was not too surprised at the moment and drove directly towards Sunshine Orphanage. On the way, Lin Xingran was always confused. He first awakened his top talent, and later was accepted as a disciple by the god of Warli. In this life, Xin Xingyu's life trajectory has been turned upside down, which makes her puzzled. Although everything is developing in a good direction. But the more this happened, the more she wanted to find out the secret of this man. Xin Xingyu was standing aside, looking at Lin Xingran with an expressionless face, and was also puzzled.
This woman was so kind as to send him home? It's really weird.
He is not the kind of brainless guy who would really think that the other party is showing goodwill to him. Thinking back to the questions that this woman had asked herself before, he felt more and more that this woman must have other motives. In this way, the two of them had their own thoughts, and the car soon arrived at the gate of Sunshine Orphanage. Because the orphanage is located in the slums of Qingyang City, it looks particularly simple compared to the prosperous city center. This area is almost entirely made up of bungalows made of yellow bricks. The two got out of the car and what came into view was the gate of the orphanage. On one side of the gate, there is a plaque that reads Sunshine Orphanage. The plaque is a little worn, but the words on it are extremely clear. Someone must have repainted it frequently. From inside the door, children's laughter and joyful voices could be heard from time to time. Xin Xingyu looked at the gate in front of him and felt a little emotional. Although he was a time traveler, influenced by the memories of his previous life, this orphanage gave him an extremely familiar feeling. Then he looked at Lin Xingran, who was looking at the gate at the moment, wondering what he was thinking.
Thank you, Miss Lin. I'm here. Sorry to bother you. It's getting late, why don't you go back first? Xin Xingyu looked at the other party and asked tentatively.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xingran nodded lightly, but still stood there with no intention of leaving.
Seeing that the other party was still standing there, Xin Xingyu grinned and said, "Why don't you go in and take a look?" "Yeah, that's fine."
After Xin Xingyu finished speaking, Lin Xingran nodded lightly. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu's face was full of black lines.
"I was just being polite to you, why did you agree?" However, no matter how helpless he was, he couldn't refuse at this moment. "Then please."
Having said that, he pushed the door open and walked in with Lin Xingran. The two walked along a long bluestone path and came into the yard.
In the yard, a dozen children are playing games. Xin Xingyu's appearance was instantly welcomed by the children. One by one,
they ran to Xin Xingyu.
"Brother Xingyu is back. What talent did Brother Xingyu awaken? It must be S rank. Xingyu brother is the best." "Yes. Brother Xingyu's talent must be at S level."
Xin Xingyu looked at the children who were talking around him, and a smile appeared on his face for no reason.
"Okay, stop bothering your brother Xingyu. Didn't you see him bringing guests here?"
At this moment, an old woman came out of the house with a cane and spoke to the children. The old woman was dressed simply and had a unique temperament. Although she was old, it was not difficult to see that she was once a beauty. Xin Xingyu saw the person coming, his eyes were complicated, and then he hurriedly called out, "Auntie Huang."
"This old lady is the director of the orphanage, Huang Qi."
Xin Xingyu was raised by this old man since he was a child.
Seeing Xin Xingyu, the old woman nodded kindly.
At this time, when the children heard Huang Qi's words, they noticed that there was a beautiful sister standing behind Xin Xingyu.
Then everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, Xingyu brother, is this your girlfriend, Jixing sister?"
"Sister Jixing and brother Xingyu are coming home."
"Are they getting married? So are we going to be best men?"
All the children were talking at once, and Xin Xingyu's face instantly turned black.
Damn, how could I forget about this?
Although his predecessor was regarded as a bootlicker in school, he kept pretending to be cool after returning to the orphanage, saying that his girlfriend was called Ji Xing and was a great beauty. Shen Xingyu was helpless. He had to pay for all the sins committed by his previous life. Hearing the children's words, Lin Xingran cast a playful look at Xin Xingyu.
This guy is really good, actually fooling a child.
Xin Xingyu noticed the other person's gaze and was so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes.
This is so embarrassing.
Stop it, this is my classmate, not Ji Xing.
Her name is Lin Qingran, call her sister.
Xin Xingyu hurriedly explained to the children. After the explanation, the children became even more excited and gathered around Lin Qingran.
Sister Ran, are you brother Xingyu's other girlfriend? Sister Ran, you are so beautiful. Are you coming back to get married?
Lin Qingran looked at the children around him and was speechless when he heard this.
What the hell was going on? Okay, no matter how old you are, you have finished your homework, right?
Huang Qi walked over at this time and spoke to the children in a serious tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the children immediately stopped making noise. Huang Qi then looked at Lin Qingran and said in a very casual manner, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you.
Ah, it's okay.
Lin Qingran's tone softened, although his face was still cold. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu looked at her in confusion. This is the first time I heard Lin Qingran speak so gently.
Child, won't you introduce yourself to Huang Ma? Huang Qi looked at Xin Xingyu and couldn't help but scold him.
After hearing Huang Qi's words, Xin Xingyu finally reacted and said,
Mother Huang, this is Lin Qingran, my college classmate. This is the director of our orphanage, Huang Qi. We all call her Huang Ma.
Everyone in this courtyard, including me, was raised by Huang Ma. When Lin Qingran heard Xin Xingyu's words, he couldn't help but feel more respect for the old man in front of him.
Just classmates?
Huang Qi glanced at the two of them and asked meaningfully.
Xin Xingyu scratched his head, it's really a classmate, Huang Ma. Listening to what the two said, Lin Qingran had a calm expression and did not say anything.
When Huang Qi heard this, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it.
Then he continued, let's go inside and talk. Xingyu will go pour the guest a cup of tea.
Afterwards, several people entered the house, and Xin Xingyu ran to the side to make tea.
After Lin
Qingran entered the room, he took a quick look around. There wasn't much decoration in the house, just a few simple pieces of furniture, and the wall paint had peeled off in some places. Sit down, you are the same age as Xingyu, so I will call you Qingran.
Huang Qi led Lin Qingran to sit down and spoke very kindly. Well, thank you, Dean Huang. Lin Qingran's tone was surprisingly gentle, for some reason, in front of this old man. She always felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy.
At this time, Xin Xingyu came back with tea, placed the tea in front of the two of them, and then sat down next to Lin Qingran casually.
This is the first time Xingyu has brought a friend back. It seems like you guys have a good relationship. Huang Qi looked at the two of them and said so.
Hearing this, Xin Xingyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead.
Huang Ma, how do you know they have a good relationship? Seeing that neither of them spoke, Huang Qi asked again, by the way, how was the awakening ceremony today?
As he spoke, Huang Qi looked at Xin Xingyu.
However, before Xin Xingyu could answer, Lin Qingran took over the conversation. Dean Huang, Xin Xingyu has awakened an SSS-level weapon talent this time. As soon as the words fell, Huang Qi's face was filled with surprise as she looked at Xin Xingyu and asked, really?
Xin Xingyu glanced at Lin Qingran beside him.
Why was he snatching his words?
Then he quickly nodded to Huang Qi. Huang Qi got the answer and smiled even more. Good, good, our little Xingyu has made great progress.
Moreover, he was accepted as the last disciple by Li Xuanzong Li Zhanshan.
Lin Qingran said expressionlessly.
Huang Qi thought she had misheard and asked again, that war godly?
Li Xuanzong, Li the god of war. Lin Qingran repeated again. Huang Qi was shocked when he heard the name Li Xuanzong, which was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar. For a moment, she was overwhelmed with emotions, and a hint of reminiscence flashed in her eyes.
Then she looked at Xin Xingyu and couldn't help but smile. I really didn't expect that. Fate is such an amazing thing.
Huang Qi then looked at Xin Xingyu with eyes full of satisfaction. My little Xingyu is so amazing. When Xin Xingyu heard Huang Qi's praise, he couldn't help scratching his head. I'm here to inform you that Xin Xingyu will be going on a long trip soon.
Lin Qingran said again.
Huang Qi and Xin Xingyu both looked at her in confusion. Xin Xingyu was even more confused.
When did he say he was going on a long trip?
Lin Xingran explained, "This is a special event, everyone with S-level talent or above must participate.
It's not convenient for me to disclose the details."
Xin Xingyu suddenly understood what was going on when he heard this. He guessed that this must be the very important thing that his chief master had mentioned. However, he was still a little puzzled as to why Lin Xingran knew so much. Huang Qi was silent for a while after hearing this, and then said, "Well, go ahead, just be safe." Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu nodded. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from outside the door.
"Where's Huang Qi? Come out quickly, it's time to pay the rent."
Xin Xingyu and Huang Qi frowned when they heard the voice.
Lin Xingran, who was beside Xin Xingyu, couldn't help but frown when he heard the voice.
The three of them walked out the door together and saw a few thugs standing in the yard.
"Hey, isn't this Shingo? You're back just in time. Pay the rent quickly. Otherwise, all of you old, weak, and sick people, get out now."
The yellow-haired leader spoke even more arrogantly after seeing Xin Xingyu.
Shen Xingyu frowned and walked up to Huang Qi. "Where's that dog barking? Did you eat shit? Your mouth stinks."
Seeing this, Huang Qi pulled Xin Xingyu, not wanting him to get into conflict with this group of thugs. Xin Xingyu just patted the old man's hand gently and gave him a reassuring
look.
This group of thugs specialize in collecting rent in this area, and Xin Xingyu had some conflicts with them before. Therefore, he often causes trouble for Xin Xingyu. They have already paid the rent for this month, but the other party is here to collect rent again. It's obvious that he's here to cause trouble.
When Huang Mao heard what Xin Xingyu said, he immediately became angry. "You are so tough, aren't you? You still want to get beaten?"
As soon as Huang Mao finished speaking, he suddenly saw Lin Xingran standing behind Xin Xingyu, and his eyes widened. "Hey, Shingo, you've made it big, bringing home such a hot girl. How about this? I'll lend you this beautiful girl for a bit, and I won't charge you the rent this month."
Huang Mo looked at Lin Xingran's delicate little face and said with a pig-like look on his face. When Xin Xingyu heard this, a playful expression appeared on his face. This kid is really asking for death. Why does he have to mess with this girl when he can mess with anyone else? Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Xingran's face instantly turned gloomy.
As soon as Lin Xingran moved, screams were heard from the field. Then there was the crisp sound of broken bones. Several thugs were knocked to the ground in an instant. It was a horrible sight.
Everyone in the audience was shocked. There was a hint of awe in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xingran. What a cruel woman.
At this time, another voice came from outside the door.
"Brother Xingyu, Aunt Huang, are you okay?"
As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly fragile young girl stuck her head out and saw the gangsters lying on the ground wailing in pain.
The girl was immediately frightened.
Then, the girl saw the heroic Lin Xingran on the field, and her expression became strange.
"It's Xiao Xiao, it's okay."
Huang Qi saw the girl, then looked at the scene on the field, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said.
Li Xiaoxiao walked up to Huang Qi and looked at Lin Xingran suspiciously. "Mrs. Huang, the sister is." Huang Qi glanced at Xin Xingyu when he heard that.
"Xiao Xiao, this is my classmate, Lin Xingran, you can just call her Sister Ran."
Xin Xingyu understood and spoke immediately.
Then he walked up to the thug and kicked him again. "Get out of here." The gangsters, as if they had been pardoned, hurriedly supported each other and ran away.
Then Xin Xingyu said to Lin Xingran, "This is my neighbor's little sister, Li Xiaoxiao."
As the words fell, the two girls' eyes gradually met. Li Xiaoxiao looked at the other person's delicate face and outstanding temperament, and her face became a little gloomy.
"Hello, Sister Ran."
The girl's voice was noticeably lowered. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingran nodded at Li Xiaoxiao. She naturally noticed the girl's loss.
I couldn't help but glance at Xin Xingyu. This guy actually has a childhood sweetheart?
At this moment, another voice came from outside the door.
That bastard who beat up my people? Then a skinny young man walked in, followed by a group of burly men. Xin Xingyu frowned. Why do people always come to cause trouble? After the young man came in, he looked around with an extremely cold gaze. Those who dare to hit me, Wang Matzi, are you guys going to die?
Shin Xingyu looked at Huang Ma and the children behind him, and then said, Wang Matzi, right?
I'd beat up all of you. Go out and talk. It's not convenient here.
Wang Matzi stared at Shin Xingyu with his eyes like a venomous snake, and then sneered, alright, let's go, I want to see what you are confident of.
With that, everyone left the orphanage.
Huang Qi looked at Shin Xingyu with great concern, Xingyu. But before she could finish, Shin Xingyu said, it's okay, Huang Ma, leave this matter to me. After saying that, Shin Xingyu followed him out the door. Li Xiaoxiao and Lin Qingran followed closely behind. After going out, I found that this area was surrounded by a group of burly men. Seeing this, the surrounding residents
all looked over. What trouble has that kid Shin Xingyu gotten himself into again?
I knew from the beginning that this guy was no good. He just stirs up trouble every day. The person leading the charge is Wang Matzi, the thug leader of the Xie Chamber of Commerce branch.
Shin Xingyu couldn't have messed with anyone else? He's probably doomed now. What? Someone from the Xie Chamber of Commerce?
When the people around knew Wang Matzi's identity, they were all shocked. In their eyes, the Xie Chamber of Commerce is an entity that cannot be provoked at all. Wang Matzi listened to the discussions around him, and the mockery on his face became even more intense.
You're not doing well around here, I thought someone would help you.
Why, do you want me to give you some time to shake the other guy off so you don't say I, Wang Matzi, bullied you? Shin Xingyu listened to the discussions of the neighbors around him with a frown on his face. My predecessor's reputation in this area was indeed not very good, mainly because he often fought with others. However, he was forced to fight, as the local thugs often came to the orphanage to cause trouble. As the only one in the orphanage who was capable of fighting, Shin Xingyu must stand up. Every time I fight with these hooligans, the neighbors are in chaos. Because of this, the neighbors around don't have a good impression of Shin Xingyu.
No, I'm enough.
Then he looked at Wang Matzi and said lightly.
Wang Matzi laughed out loud when he heard this.
Ah, you're quite brave.
Did you hear that? This guy said he alone is enough.
Wang Matzi said to his younger brother. At this moment, everyone's faces were full of mockery.
This kid is very arrogant.
How about this, today, you give me $3 million federal dollars for medical expenses, and we brothers will try to be gentle with him. Wang Matzi said, his face full of mockery. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu said expressionlessly, I'm sorry, I don't have any money. Even if I had money, I wouldn't give it to a dog. When Wang Matzi heard this, his expression instantly turned grim. You really didn't see the situation clearly. The people around listened to Shin Xingyu's words as if they were listening to crazy talk, and they were all dumbfounded.
Is this kid Shin Xingyu crazy? How dare he speak like this in front of the Xie Chamber of Commerce?
It's over, Shin Xingyu is really finished. The person opposite is from the Xie Chamber of Commerce, and he actually dares to speak so rudely.
Hey! Lao Li, where is your daughter?
As the crowd was talking, Li Dazhuang looked up and saw his daughter standing behind Shin Xingyu.
Li Dazhuang's face was instantly covered in cold sweat. Xiao, come here quickly.
Li Dazhuang squeezed out of the crowd, gesticulating and speaking to Li Xiaoxiao with an extremely anxious look on his face.
These people are all vagrants. What will happen if my daughter falls into their hands?
As he said this, he looked at Shin Xingyu with resentment. It's all this guy's fault. I don't know what kind of drug he gave his daughter. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu hurriedly said to Li Xiaoxiao, Uncle Li is calling you, just go over first, don't worry, we will be fine.
I don't want to.
I want to face it together with brother Xingyu. When Li Xiaoxiao heard this, her innocent little face was filled with stubbornness. From childhood to adulthood, she has been harassed by the local thugs many times, and it was always brother Xingyu who protected her. Although everyone thinks Shin Xingyu is a gangster, Li Xiaoxiao knows that her brother Xingyu is a good man. She used to hide behind brother Xingyu, but now she has awakened and must not let brother Xingyu face it alone. Li Dazhuang almost fainted when he heard what his daughter said.
Xiaoxiao, hurry up and go home with me. Don't play with this brat anymore.
As Li Dezhuang was speaking, he plucked up his courage and walked up to Li Xiaoxiao, intending to pull her
away. I don't want it.
Li Xiaoxiao suddenly broke free from Li Dezhuang's hand and looked at her father stubbornly.
Dad, Brother Xingyu always protected me when I was little. I can't be a coward. This was the first time Li Xiaoxiao was so disobedient, and Li Dezhuang immediately became angry. What do you know?
You're so beautiful. This guy definitely has bad intentions. Shen Xingyu's face darkened when he heard this.
Uncle, what about the trust between people?
When Li Xiaoxiao heard what her father said, she immediately became unhappy. Dad, you are not allowed to say that about Brother Xingyu. When Li Dezhuang heard this, his heart seemed to be stabbed with sharp swords, and his little cotton-padded jacket was leaking air.
Hey! How come I didn't notice there are two beautiful ladies here? You are so lucky.
Only then did Wang Matzi see the two girls behind Shen Xingyu, and his eyes suddenly lit up. When Li Dezhuang heard this, his heart sank.
He was doomed. Uncle, my daughter is ignorant. Don't argue with her.
I will take her away immediately. Li Dezhuang mustered up the courage to look at Wang Matzi and said with a nod.
Leave? Did I let you leave?
Send your daughter to my bed and I won't argue with her. Upon hearing this, Wang Matzi looked at the beautiful Li Xiaoxiao and said with a lewd look on his face. When Li Dezhuang heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat.
Oh, by the way, and the one behind you, get on my bed together and serve me, and this matter will be over. Wang Matzi then looked at Lin Xingran behind Shen Xingyu and said with a lustful look.
Shen Xingyu grinned when he heard this and said, okay, here comes another one looking for death. As soon as Wang Matzi finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Lin Xingran's eyes. Then she raised her hand, and a small flame instantly appeared in her palm. Then he swung it at Wang Matzi, and the hot flame instantly ignited his crotch.
Wang Matzi cried out in pain.
Shen Xingyu saw this and cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Wang Matzi was completely ruined now. Everyone around was stunned at this moment. God damn it, hurry up and put out the fire.
Wang Matzi looked at his younger brother who was standing behind him like a fool and started cursing. The younger brothers only came to their senses at this moment, and hurriedly took a few bottles of mineral water from the car and poured them on Wang Matzi. However, the flames grew bigger and bigger, and Wang Matzi grimaced in pain.
Is this fucking water? It's gasoline. Wang Matzi rolled on the ground, shouting speechlessly.
Shen Xingyu was laughing as he watched from the side.
What a bunch of weirdos.
After the unremitting efforts of a group of strong men, the fire was finally put out.
But Wang Matzi was extremely miserable at the moment.
Shen Xingyu looked at Wang Matzi's crotch which was burned black and felt a little sympathy. The person is fine, but the bird probably cannot be saved. At this moment, a long convoy was coming towards this side in the distance. Wang Matzi, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, smiled instantly when he saw the license plate number. Then he looked at Shen Xingyu and Lin Xingran with a cold expression. You're done.
This is my Xia family's fleet. I swear. You will die miserably.
As Wang Matzi finished speaking, the people around him sighed as they looked at the convoy heading towards them.
It's over now. I've completely offended them. Shen Xingyu is probably going to be ruined.
It's totally what he deserves.
Who are you to be so arrogant?
As people around him were talking at once, a wry smile appeared on Li Dezhuang's face.
Shen Xingyu, you really hurt Xiao Xiao.
Shen Xingyu scratched his head when he heard what Li Dezhuang said.
Uncle Li, don't worry, everything will be fine. Li Dezhuang became even more angry after hearing this. What do you mean it's okay? Young people are so arrogant. Look at this scene.
When the people around heard Shen Xingyu's words, they were
all a little helpless. What's wrong with this kid? Is he stupid? You still say it's okay, but you won't cry until you see the coffin. Shen Xingyu looked at the angry Li Dezhuang and didn't know what to say at the moment.
He looked at the convoy that was getting closer and closer, and he had a feeling that this convoy didn't seem to be here to cause trouble. The convoy slowly approached and then stopped in front of the crowd. Seeing this, Wang Matzi quickly asked his younger brother to carry him to the front of the car.
Wu Feng got off the car and frowned when he saw Wang Matzi's crotch burned black in front of the car. What the hell is this?
However, considering that he came here to apologize to Shen Xingyu, he controlled his temper.
Excuse me, sir, do you know Shen Xingyu? Wu Feng asked Wang Matzi politely. Wang Matzi was stunned.
The person who spoke looked familiar.
You are the chief. After a little thought, Wang Matzi immediately remembered the man's identity. He and his elder brother had seen Wu Feng from afar in the Chamber of Commerce before.
Wu Feng was also stunned when he heard this.
What's going on? This is one of our own. Then he frowned and asked. Are you from the Xie family? How did you become like this?
Upon hearing this, Wang Matzi immediately asked his younger brother to put him down, and cried to Wu Feng. Captain, we originally came here to collect rent, but the guys here are really rampant. Not only did he beat my little brother, he also made me like this.
Captain, please help me.
These people don't take our Chamber of Commerce seriously at all.
As he spoke, Wang Matzi burst into tears, looking like he was being bullied.
Wu Feng glanced at Wang Matzi, waved his hand and said perfunctorily.
Let's talk about your business later. I have something important to deal with.
After saying that, he waved to the people behind him, and they all walked inside carrying various gifts.
Wang Matzi was a little confused when he saw this. The captain came to give a gift in person? Who could be so honored?
Thinking of this, Wang Matzi called on his younger brothers to lift him up and catch up with the main force. When Shen Xingyu saw the person coming, his expression instantly brightened, and he muttered, I didn't expect Wu Feng to come in person.
My chief master is quite respectful.
Lin Qingran was standing next to Shen Xingyu. When she heard his words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes.
This guy really has no idea about the god of war. What's more, God of War Li is not an ordinary god of war. The people around were a little confused at the moment looking at the people from Xie Chamber of Commerce. With all these gifts, he doesn't look like he's here to cause trouble, right? More like he's here to give gifts.
When Wu Feng approached the crowd, he saw the plaque of the orphanage, and then saw Shen Xingyu and Lin Qingran standing in front of the door. He took a deep breath and strode forward.
Ah, Brother Shen, Miss Lin, we meet again.
Wu Feng acted in a flattering manner towards Shen Xingyu and Lin Qingran, which instantly confused the surrounding neighbors.
Shen Xingyu glanced at Wu Feng indifferently at this moment, and said sarcastically, Hey, President Wu, what, you still want to avenge your son? Everyone was stunned when they heard Shen Xingyu addressing the other party. President? President of the Xie Chamber of Commerce? He actually spoke to the president of Xie Chamber of Commerce like this?
No way, it was me, Xie, who was rude before.
Wu Feng was not angry when he heard this and spoke again.
At this time, Huang Qi also came out with a cane. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was a little dazed for a moment.
Wasn't the situation tense just now?
This time, our Xie's Chamber of Commerce has brought a large gift and has come to apologize to you, brother.
We hope you will not be angry with us, the Xies.
Wu Feng said again at this moment. When everyone on the field heard this, they looked at Shen Xingyu again, but their eyes were different.
This is the president of the Xie Chamber of Commerce. How could he speak to Shen Xingyu in such a humble manner? Is this still the Shen Xingyu they know? Seeing this, Shen Xingyu said again, Really? Why do I remember there was a kid who wanted to finish us off just now?
Upon hearing this, Wu Feng frowned, turned around abruptly, and looked at Wang Matzi who was at the back of the crowd. At this moment, Wang Matzi's face was ashen. He had not expected that this kid, whose hair had not even grown out yet, had such a powerful background. Wang Matzi felt completely broken when he noticed Wu Feng's gaze.
It's over. Bring him up to me. In an instant, Wu Feng's aura was fully released and he shouted. Immediately afterwards, Wang Matzi was forcibly dragged to Shen Xingyu. Sorry, Brother Shen, I didn't manage my subordinates well.
Wu Feng said to Shen Xingyu with an apologetic look on his face. Then he kicked Wang Matzi several meters away.
You have no eyes. Do you know who he is? Wu Feng looked at Wang Matzi lying on the ground and said with a gloomy expression. How dare you, a disciple of Li Xuanzong's Li Zhanshan, mess with me?
As soon as Wu Feng's voice fell, an uproar immediately arose on the scene.
The last disciple of Li Xuanzong, the god of war Li?
Everyone just felt dizzy, because Emperor Xuanzong Li, the god of war, was a legendary figure.
Is there anyone in the whole of China who doesn't know about the heroic deeds of the god of war Li? Xin Xingyu was actually accepted as the last disciple by this invincible god of war?
Li Xiaoxiao looked at Xin Xingyu beside her with admiration. She always believed that her brother Xingyu would definitely make a big splash. Afterwards, Wu Feng walked up to Xin Xingyu carrying Wang Matzi, who looked like a dead dog.
Brother Xin, tell me, how do we deal with this blind thing?
Xin Xingyu waved his hand. Since he is yours, you can do whatever you want with him. Wu Feng nodded when he heard this, then casually threw him to his younger brother. Take him out and feed him to the dogs. The people around were shocked at the miserable Wang Matzi's appearance, and were all frightened by Wu Feng's methods. Thinking of their previous sarcasm towards Xin Xingyu, no one dared to speak, for fear that Xin Xingyu would retaliate.
Ha, just a little episode.
Wu Feng laughed again and said, Come here, bring the gift up. As Wu Feng finished speaking, a group of his younger brothers came up with bags of all sizes.
Xin Xingyu looked at the various objects in front of him and couldn't help feeling happy. He had made a fortune. Then, Wu Feng introduced Xin Xingyu one by one. This is my CS Chamber of Commerce's Supreme VIP card. With this card, you can choose anything you want in any of our CS Chamber of Commerce's stores. These are some basic spiritual fluids and various medicines.
Since Brother Xin has just embarked on the path of a spiritual warrior, I believe they can help you. Here are some of the spiritual skills carefully selected by my CS Chamber of Commerce.
They are all selected based on your talent, Brother Xin. Here's another card with 10 million federal coins.
Money is often used in spiritual martial arts. Although money is vulgar, you still need some.
This is the title deed to a courtyard in the imperial city.
I see that Brother Xin doesn't have any real estate under his name.
This courtyard is just his place to stay in the city.
The furniture and other facilities are all complete, you can move in directly. If you have any other requirements, just ask the property management directly. After Wu Feng finished speaking, Xin Xingyu looked at these items and immediately felt the wealth of the Xie Chamber of Commerce. These things would cost at least 100 million federal coins on the market.
These are the sincerity of my Xie family. I hope Brother Xin will not refuse them, Wu Feng said again. He looked at Xin Xingyu, fearing that he would refuse.
After the morning's turmoil passed, the Xie family's top management severely criticized their family and quickly sent him over to apologize. They really didn't want to provoke a god of war level existence, let alone that this was god of war Li.
The other party now has a very high reputation in China.
If they become enemies with him, the Xie family will be on the verge of closing down.
Xin Xingyu touched his nose unnaturally and said, Ahem, in that case, I'll take it.
Wu Feng felt relieved when he heard this.
Brother Xin, please accept it.
What happened this morning was my fault on the part of the Xie family.
I hope you won't be angry. Please also ask Brother Xin and War God Li to talk to you. Xin Xingyu nodded. Well, I will tell the master.
Wu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead at this moment. This operation really exhausted him, but it was finally solved.
By the way, I have something I would like to ask President Wu for a favor.
Wu Feng heard this and immediately became more alert. Brother Xin, just tell me.
If I can do it, I will definitely do it. Is the orphanage your Xie family's territory? Xin Xingyu asked.
Wu Feng understood immediately after hearing this. Yes, Brother Xin, I will send someone to transfer this area to your name later.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu couldn't help but admire Wu Feng.
He was so good at reading people's expressions and was worthy of being the leader of the association.
Thank you, President Wu.
At this moment, he was not vague. After all, the orphanage was Huang Ma's life's work.
No matter what, it's just a small matter. Wu Feng waved his hand, then said to Xin Xingyu embarrassedly. Brother Shin, I also have something to ask of you.
Shin Xingyu was stunned when he heard this.
Why would the president of Xie Chamber of Commerce ask him for help?
You said. Wu Feng then walked up to Shin Xingyu and whispered.
Right now, you are about to enter the Stargate for training. Could you please ask Brother Shin to take some time to protect my son?
Shin Xingyu was stunned when he heard this, enter the Stargate?
Wu Feng looked at Shin Xingyu and understood a little.
It seemed that the other party was still unclear about it.
It's like this.
According to the news, all of you who have awakened to the S level this year must enter the Stargate for training. This is what War God Lin proposed to the top management this year.
Shin Xingyu understood instantly, so that's how it was.
No wonder Lin Qingran said that he would go on a long journey next. Afterwards, Shin Xingyu pondered for a moment and said to Wu Feng, President Wu, I can't promise you anything.
But if I meet Wu Qiren, I will help him if I can.
Since the other party was so sincere and sent so many gifts, he felt embarrassed to directly refuse such a small request, so he could only say it perfunctorily.
Wu Feng was surprised when he heard this. Thank you very much. My child was just spoiled by his mother. He is actually not a bad person.
Shin Xingyu nodded when he heard this.
In fact, he didn't have that much hostility towards Wu Qiren.
Ms. Lin, I didn't know you were here, otherwise I would have brought you an apology gift.
However, it should have been delivered to your home by now.
I hope Miss Lin can express my apology to the Lord of War Lin on my behalf. At this moment, Wu Feng looked at Lin Qingran again and said so.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran just nodded lightly.
The people around were shocked again when they heard Wu Feng's words.
This cold girl is actually the daughter of God of War Lin? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but gossip about Shin Xingyu and Lin Qingran.
Could it be that they are still a couple? Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at Lin Qingran at this moment, with a hint of sadness in her eyes.
This girl is so outstanding.
Perhaps only a girl like this is worthy of Brother Xingyu. Li Dazhuan looked at his daughter at this moment, felt her depression, and could only sigh.
Then, Brother Shin, Miss Lin, I will leave first and won't disturb you anymore.
Wu Feng didn't need to stay any longer at this moment, so he said, and then left with his brothers. The people around were dazzled by the gifts placed at the door.
Isn't this just turning the tables and becoming the landlord? Okay, the show is over, let's go.
Shin Xingyu looked at the neighbors around him and said unhappily. When everyone heard Shin Xingyu's words and thought of their previous sarcasm towards Shin Xingyu, they all looked embarrassed. He glanced at the objects on the ground reluctantly, then left dejectedly. Shin Xingyu looked at the crowd dispersing and shook his head helplessly.
Human nature is so fickle.
At this time, Lin Qingran saw that the matter had come to an end, and said to Shin Xingyu lightly, I'm leaving, remember to come to my house tomorrow.
Shin Xingyu nodded after hearing this. Well, thank you for today.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran rolled his eyes at Shin Xingyu, then glanced at Li Xiaoxiao who looked a little depressed beside him, and suddenly felt a little depressed. I originally wanted to investigate Shin Xingyu's background, but I didn't find any information.
Instead, I ended up being a free thug for half a day.
Then she got in the car and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu couldn't help but touch his nose.
Why does this woman seem so angry? Who has offended her again?
At this time, Li Xiaoxiao also came over and said to Shin Xingyu with a depressed look, Brother Xingyu, I will go back too. Shin Xingyu heard this and smiled at him, okay. Li Xiaoxiao pouted and then followed her father home. She heard the conversation between the two clearly.
Are you ready to meet the parents?
Thinking of this, Li Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable sense of sadness in her heart.
Then, I wish you happiness, Brother Xingyu.
Shin Xingyu watched Li Xiaoxiao leave with a hint of loneliness, and felt even more confused.
Why are these girls so weird? Huang Qi looked at Shin Xingyu with amusement. What a straight man.
Shin Xingyu turned around and looked at the gift box on the ground again, his eyes shining.
He was rich. Then he looked at Huang Qi and said proudly, Auntie Huang. Let's go out to eat today.
Upon hearing this, Huang Qi looked at Xin Xingyu with a kind face, and the smile in her eyes was almost overflowing. After packing up the gifts, Xin Xingyu found a restaurant. Everyone had a big meal after a long absence, and all the children had full bellies. On the way home, the children were full of energy, running and jumping on the road. Huang Qi looked at the happy children and felt a little sad. These children have suffered a lot over the years. She runs the orphanage, and despite government subsidies, it barely covers expenses. Come to think of it, she hadn't taken the children out to eat for a long time. Just when she was feeling lost, a hand held her palm. Huang Qi looked to the side and saw Xin Xingyu looking at her with a smile on his face. Mother Huang, thank you for your hard work. This simple sentence almost brought Huang Qi to tears. She looked at the boy in front of her who was already a head taller than her and smiled with relief. With this sentence, everything is worth it. Everyone returned to the orphanage, and the children were all very excited. Huang Qi took a long time to coax them all to sleep. Shen Xingyu lay down to rest early. This day really exhausted him. The next day, early in the morning, while everyone was asleep, Shen Xingyu walked out of the orphanage alone. He didn't bring much with him, just a few changes of clothes. After Huang Qi got up, she looked at Shen Xingyu's room and found that he had left long ago. There was a card and a note on the table. Huang Qi opened the note and saw that it read, Mother Huang, we have money now, don't save it for me. Huang. She suddenly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Silly child, don't you even know to leave some for yourself? In Huang Qi's hand was the bank card that Wu Feng had given her. Qingyang City, Imperial City Courtyard. A taxi slowly stopped by the roadside. Shen Xingyu got out of the car and breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the villa area in front of him. Finally, we're here. Then he picked up his school bag and walked inside. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the villa area, I was stopped by someone. Retreat! 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 What are you doing? The gatekeeper picked up a broom and drove Shen Xingyu several meters away. Shen Xingyu looked at the old man with a frown on his face. Isn't this a high-end residential area? How come the security guard is still the boss? Uncle, you're still working as a security guard at such an old age? Shen Xingyu couldn't help but ask. When the old man heard this, he immediately got angry and said, What? Are you dissatisfied? Then why are you chasing me away? Nonsense, didn't you see the sign next to it? No entry for outsiders. The old man said this with a proud look on his face. Uncle, I'm not a slacker, I'm the owner. Shen Xingyu was helpless. Bah, little kid, I've seen more people than you've eaten. Are you still the owner? As he said that, the old man looked at Shen Xingyu with disgust. Shen Xingyu was unhappy when he heard this. What's wrong with him? Why can't he be the owner? Just as Shen Xingyu was about to take out the property certificate, he heard a voice behind him. Xingyu? What are you doing here? Shen Xingyu looked back and saw a young man in a security uniform looking at him in surprise. You are, Brother Nyozi? Why are you here? After crossing over, he had roughly accepted the memories of his previous life and quickly recognized the person in front of him. Isn't this his junior high school classmate Nyozaij? When Nyozaij heard Shen Xingyu's name, his face was full of black lines. Why are you shouting so loudly? Xingyu, you can just call me Zaij, Nyozaij said awkwardly. Okay. Brother Nyozi, you are working as a security guard here? Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu nodded and then said. Nyozaij was speechless at this moment. He had already been told not to call him Brother Nyozi. However, Nyozaij was no longer able to defend himself. Yes. That's great, let me in. Shen Xingyu was happy to hear that. It was good to have someone he knew. What are you putting in there, little cow? Don't let him in. The old man behind him heard what Shen Xingyu said and immediately spoke to Nyozaij. Nyozaij was stabbed in the chest for the second time. It's just a calf, why bring it with you? Xingyu, I work here part-time, I can't let you in.
Nyo Zijie said helplessly. Why? I really am the owner, Xinxingyu said, pulling out the property certificate from his school bag. Brother, please don't frame me. With our status, can we afford to buy a house like this? Nyo Zijie glanced at the property certificate in Xinxingyu's hand and didn't care. He and Xinxingyu were desk mates in junior high school. How could he not know Xinxingyu's background? Xinxingyu was helpless. Why didn't anyone believe him? Xingyu, what are you doing in there?
Listen to me, this is not a place we can enter.
Nyo Zijie looked at Xinxingyu and spoke earnestly. That's right, are you a poor boy crazy? The old man behind Xinxingyu also added insult to injury. No, look, the property certificate is here.
Xinxingyu became more and more helpless as he spoke, and he simply opened the property certificate and placed it in front of the two of them. The two of them came over and studied the property certificate for a long time.
It must be fake. Fake. The two said in unison.
Xinxingyu was dumbfounded. He was confused for a moment.
Could it be that what Wu Feng gave him was fake?
At this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared behind the three of them.
What are you doing?
Xinxingyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Xingran wearing a very neat sportswear and a high ponytail.
Looking at him with a puzzled look. Ms. Lin, it's okay. This kid insisted on sneaking into our community. I'll chase him away immediately.
Before the old man could finish his words, he heard Lin Xingran say to Xinxingyu.
Why didn't you tell me you were coming?
The old man opened his mouth wide when he heard this, and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, with a look of shock on his face.
No, this guy is really the owner? I don't have your contact information either.
Xinxingyu was helpless. Lin Xingran rolled his eyes when he heard this. This guy clearly had his contact information.
How could he have forgotten it? Okay, come with me.
She said this unhappily, and then took Xinxingyu into the community. Nyo Zijie listened to the conversation between the two and looked at Xinxingyu with Lin Xingran, and was shocked beyond words.
No, we agreed to be poor buddies together, what's wrong with you? Lin Xingran's house is at the innermost part of the community. Xinxingyu followed Lin Xingran into the house.
I saw two big guys sitting on the sofa, playing games with their terminals.
Xiao Linzi, push the tower. There's interference from the other side. I give up. How can you be such a wimp?
As Li Xuanzong spoke, he slapped Lin Zhan on the head. Xinxingyu grinned when he saw this.
No, God of War also plays pesticide?
At this moment, the two people who heard the noise at the door looked over at the same time. When Li Xuanzong saw Xinxingyu, his eyes lit up and the first thing he said was, "Disciple, do you know how to apply pesticides?"
Xinxingyu heard this and said helplessly, "Yes, right?"
Then come quickly, Lin Zhan is too weak, help me to gain points. At this moment, Lin Zhan looked at Xinxingyu with shining eyes. Xinxingyu felt like he had entered a den of thieves for a moment.
How come these two people were completely different from yesterday? However, since it was their first meeting, Xinxingyu couldn't refuse. I can only take out the terminal and fight in the canyon with the two of them.
Lin Xingran glanced at the three of them and rolled his eyes. With the addition of Xinxingyu, the three of them won consecutive games. Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan became more and more excited as the fight went on, while Xinxingyu became more and more bored.
He really didn't expect that the two war gods were only at the silver rank?
You know, before crossing over, Xinxingyu was at the level of Glory King in every season.
In this kind of game, it's just a matter of sprinkling water. The two men dragged Xinxingyu and fought until noon. When it was almost time for dinner, under Lin Xingran's death gaze, Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan finally stopped.
At the dinner table, the two bosses became serious for the first time.
Disciple, I heard Ran say that you are an orphan? Li Xuanzong asked Xinxingyu.
Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu nodded. Li Xuanzong sighed and said, I didn't expect that we two would get along so well.
I am also an orphan. It's okay, apprentice. A master is like a father. From now on, I will be your father.
Shen Xingyu's expression became a little unnatural when he heard this.
Why did he feel weird? Ahem, seniorly, let's get down to business.
Lin Zhan reminded at this moment.
Oh yeah.
Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzong looked at Shen Xingyu and Lin Xingran and said seriously. I came to Qingyang this time at the invitation of Lin Xiaozi to promote policy reforms. You may have heard that the current situation at Stargate is not optimistic. As spiritual warriors, you will eventually go beyond the Stargate. Therefore, Lin made a suggestion to the top management. All Chinese youths who have awakened talents above S-level must go to the Stargate to undergo trials. This suggestion has caused dissatisfaction among many people. There are quite a few who agree. The two sides were deadlocked, so the proposal was shelved for the time being. As Li Xuanzong spoke, his expression gradually became serious.
But now, the situation at Stargate is even more serious. The top management then adopted Lin's suggestion and used Qingyang as a pilot. Trial code, Spark.
Lin and I are the top leaders this time. Having said that, Li Xuanzong paused, looked at the two of them again and spoke. You may be wondering why we ask you to go to the Stargate trial so early. It's mainly because your generation has had it so easy. I have no idea about the current situation of our blue planet. Li Xuanzong sighed slowly as he spoke. If you can see it earlier, perhaps we can cultivate a new generation with a strong sense of patriotism. This is also to cultivate the flame of human survival. After Li Xuanzong finished speaking, the atmosphere became a little heavy. Lin Xingran listened to Li Xuanzong's words, and his mind gradually drifted away. She was reborn, and she knew Blue Star's situation better than anyone else.
In later generations, the top combat power of the human race was far inferior to those of the alien races.
There are only a handful of strong people at the 12th level in the entire human race. Therefore, in order to solve the situation of the human race, either more level 12 people must be cultivated, or someone must be able to break through the legendary level 13. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Lin Xingran's eyes. She doesn't want to pin her hopes on others, so she must reach level 13 in this life. Only in this way can the difficulties faced by the human race be completely resolved. Shen Xingyu was not too moved by these words.
Why think so much? He has just awakened. Eat your meal one bite at a time. Haha, I've said a lot, you don't have to worry. Just practice hard, and you'll be fine. Even if the sky falls, we tall people will still hold it up. Li Xuanzong saw that the two young men were a little depressed, and then smiled. Okay, let's stop here for now.
Li Xuanzong waved his hand, and then a gleam of light flashed in his hand, and two books appeared in his hand.
He threw them to Shen Xingyu and said,
You have just awakened, your first goal is to break through to the first level of spiritual warrior.
During this period, the master can't help you with anything.
These two books, one is the general outline of spiritual warrior training, and the other is basic breathing techniques. Study it yourself.
If you don't understand something, you can ask Ranran. She's broken through.
Li Xuanzong said. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran in astonishment.
What happened? It's only been a day? Is this a breakthrough?
Lin Xingran glanced at Shen Xingyu at this moment and naturally saw his surprise.
She is a reborn person, so what's wrong with hurrying up?
After finishing the business, the four of them had lunch, and Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan left in a hurry again, probably because they were busy with the fire trial. Lin Xingran returned to her room, and Shen Xingyu was the only one left in the huge living room. He had nothing to do, so he took out his terminal and started looking through it. Yesterday, he didn't read any news. At this moment, there are already 99 plus messages on social software.
Shen Xingyu casually flipped through his message list.
Suddenly I found several messages from Ji Xing. When he opened the chat box, he saw a very eye-catching scene. Ji Xing actually sent him a lot of photos of beautiful legs in white stockings, which looked like they were taken just yesterday.
Does it look good? Xingyu, shy emoji.
Looking at Ji Xing's message, Shen Xingyu carefully read through the photos with admiration. Then, The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As expected of the school belle, her figure is simply amazing.
Then he quickly typed into the input box. It's okay, but I like black. Silk.
Shen Xingyu clicked the send button and chuckled. Then he closed the chat box with Ji Xing. At this moment, their class group was very active, and Shen Xingyu had nothing to do, so he became a screen peeker.
The latest news is that everyone above S rank will be participating in a special operation organized by the authorities.
As soon as the news came out, a group of people were instantly shocked.
Why can't I, an F ranker, participate? Do you look down on us? Yes. Incompetent rage emoji? If there is, then there is.
It has nothing to do with us.
9,494. 9494 plus 1. People were chatting idly.
Shen Xingyu saw a bunch of people clicking +1, so he clicked 1 too.
Shen Xingyu, 9,494.
The group fell silent instantly. What the hell did you click +1 for?
Doesn't this excite us?
Everyone was gnashing with hatred when they saw the news about Shen Xingyu. But they didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction at the moment. After all, Shen Xingyu's identity was there. Li Zhanshan's last disciple, I can't afford to offend him.
The group fell into silence. Shen Xingyu suddenly felt bored, and then he received Ji Xing's reply. Okay, I'll take a picture of you next time.
At this moment, Ji Xing was lying on his bed.
A triumphant expression appeared on his face.
Humph, she knew that no man could withstand such an attack. Shen Xingyu raised his eyebrows when he saw this.
Is the Queen of the Sea trying to seduce me? That really underestimates him. Could he be such a superficial man? How can black stockings be enough?
Shen Xingyu did not reply to Ji Xing's message and turned off his phone. Then he picked up the 2 books that Li Xuanzong had just given him and began to read them carefully. After reading the 2 books, Shen Xingyu had a basic understanding of the spiritual warrior's training system. After awakening the talent, one can absorb the spiritual energy of the universe through breathing. This energy is the energy necessary for spiritual warriors to practice. The prerequisite for breaking through the first level is to absorb spiritual energy, and then circulate it through the meridians throughout the body, strengthening the meridians to achieve the first cycle. After Shen Xingyu understood it, he crossed his legs and began to practice the basic breathing method. Somewhere in the dark, he felt a pure energy slowly entering his body. Just when he had absorbed a trace of spiritual energy, the sudden voice sounded in his mind again. Ding, triggering the task, pretend not to understand the breathing technique and ask for advice.
Mission reward, strengthen the basic breathing method.
Shen Xingyu burst into tears when he heard this long-lost voice.
Finally, there was a new task.
However, what he didn't expect was that this reward could actually strengthen the basic breathing method. You should know that spiritual warriors below the 3rd level can only practice through the basic breathing method.
In this case, doesn't it mean that he can be 1 step ahead of others before reaching the 3rd level?
Shen Xingyu looked excited, and then tiptoed to Lin Qingran's bedroom. Right now, Lin Qingran is the best choice to complete the system task. When he arrived at the door, Shen Xingyu knocked gently.
What's wrong?
A cold voice immediately came from inside.
Goddess Lin, I don't understand this breathing technique.
Shen Xingyu said at the door. Then, the door slowly opened, and Lin Qingran stood in front of the door in a pink homesuit, looking at Shen Xingyu suspiciously.
This guy doesn't understand breathing techniques? For a moment, Lin Qingran was a little bit unconvinced. You must be kidding. Shen Xingyu looked at Lin Qingran's doubtful expression, then said sincerely. I really don't understand, can you teach me? Lin Qingran looked at Shen Xingyu's sincere expression, pondered for a moment, and then said.
Okay, but you have to answer me a question first, and you must answer truthfully.
Shen Xingyu became a little nervous.
When he heard this,
what was this woman trying to do?
However, in order to complete the task, Shen Xingyu could only bite the bullet and say, ask.
What on earth has happened to you lately?
Lin Qingran stared at Shen Xingyu and asked. When Shen Xingyu heard this, his heart skipped a beat.
Why did this woman ask this?
Combined with the questions she asked him before, Xinxingyu is now very suspicious.
Could it be that she really knows that she is a time traveler?
Thinking of this, Xinxingyu quickly dismissed the idea.
It wasn't right.
My predecessor didn't even know her before, so there must have been no intersection between them.
How could she possibly tell? Nothing really happened.
You've asked twice.
Xinxingyu thought of this and pretended to be stupid.
When Lin Qingran heard this answer, she sighed.
She knew that she would not get anything out of it. Who would tell others their secrets? Thinking of this, Lin Qingran took a deep breath. Forget it, everyone has their own secrets, why bother asking? Come in.
After thinking about it, Lin Qingran took 2 steps back and said to Xinxingyu. Xinxingyu was delighted when he heard this and immediately walked inside.
Lin Qingran's room looked very simple, without much decoration.
There were only the flowers that Xinxingyu had given her before, which she had put in a vase. Seeing this, Xinxingyu couldn't help but smile. It seems that Goddess Lin likes it very much. Suddenly he noticed that there were a lot of lollipops on the table.
Do you like lollipops? Xinxingyu asked.
Lin Qingran blushed when she heard this. Whether in her previous life or this life, she only has one hobby, which is eating lollipops. Being suddenly asked by Xinxingyu at this moment, Lin Qingran felt a little embarrassed and then glanced at Xinxingyu.
Are you going to study or not? Learn, learn, learn.
When Xinxingyu heard this, he immediately had the answer in his mind. I didn't expect that the cool school beauty would have such a cute hobby. Afterwards, Lin Qingran asked Xinxingyu to sit cross-legged and began to explain to him.
Xinxingyu was secretly shocked as he listened to Lin Qingran's explanation. He is indeed a top student.
Although he pretended not to understand, after listening to Lin Qingran's explanation, he found that he only understood the basics. The other party's understanding of basic breathing method was obviously much more thorough than his.
Please demonstrate it to me.
After Lin Qingran finished explaining, he said to Xinxingyu.
At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, mission accomplished. Reward issued, strengthen the basic breathing method.
Xinxingyu was delighted when he heard this, and then a stream of unfamiliar information flooded into his mind. After a quick look, he found that this enhanced version of basic breathing method was not much different from the original version, with only a few modifications. But the absorption speed has doubled.
Xinxingyu couldn't wait to start trying it.
For a moment, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy reached a terrifying level. Lin Qingran also felt the unusual movement of spiritual energy in the air at this moment, and her little face was full of surprise.
What's going on? How can he absorb it so quickly? How could basic breathing technique have such a terrifying absorption speed?
Xinxingyu couldn't care about so many things at the moment, and was completely immersed in the pleasure of swallowing.
As time went by, 2 hours later,
the spiritual energy in Xinxingyu's body gradually became saturated and began to circulate in his meridians. The meridians throughout the body began to expand under the nourishment of spiritual energy. The skin began to glow with a warm white light. Lin Qingran, who was standing by, saw the strange phenomenon on Xinxingyu's body, and the shock on his face became even more intense. In just 2 hours, it has already started to nourish the
meridians? What speed is this?
It took her nearly 5 hours to reach this point.
2 hours later,
Xinxingyu suddenly opened his eyes. It worked. He has now completed the first cycle, and all the meridians in his body have been strengthened. Spiritual energy flowed slowly through his meridians, and he felt that he was now full of strength. Xinxingyu looked at Lin Qingran with joy. Lin Qingran was sitting next to him and looking at him as if he were a monster. 4 hours, breaking through the first level. This kind of speed was the first time she had ever seen it in her 2 lifetimes. When Xinxingyu saw Lin Qing, the expression on his face gradually became strange. At this moment, Lin Qingran was wearing a pink home dress, holding a lollipop in her hand, eating it with her little mouth pouting.
Looks pretty cute. Xinxingyu didn't expect that the cold and aloof school beauty actually had such a cute side.
When Lin Qingran saw the expression on Xin Xingyu's face, she couldn't help but blush and quickly stuffed the lollipop into her mouth. Then he glared at Xin Xingyu fiercely. Xin Xingyu touched his nose unnaturally and coughed twice. Then his gaze couldn't help but move gradually downwards. Under the pink home clothes, Lin Qingran's two well-proportioned and slender long legs were completely exposed to the air. Xin Xingyu couldn't help swallowing. So white. Does it look good? Lin Qingran said lightly after noticing Xin Xingyu's gaze. It looks good, Xin Xingyu blurted out when he heard it. But he regretted it as soon as he said it. Cold sweat broke out on his face and he looked at Lin Qingran angrily. Misunderstand. Then a scream was heard from the room. Xin Xingyu was thrown out and hit the wall opposite the door. A human-shaped mark was left on the wall. What a sin! Xin Xingyu got up from the ground and rubbed his old waist. Violent girl. Don't let him get the chance, or he'll beat her but to pieces. Lin Qingran walked out of the door at this moment and glanced at the miserable Xin Xingyu with amusement. At the beginning, when Xin Xingyu was rejected in public, Lin Qingran felt a little sympathy for Xin Xingyu. But after she followed Xin Xingyu to the orphanage, she no longer thought so. This guy has such a cute childhood sweetheart. You deserve it. Pervert. Then, the two sat down in the living room. Why do you absorb psychic energy so quickly? Lin Qingran asked in confusion at this moment. Xin Xingyu looked at the other party's puzzled expression and suddenly felt an inexplicable pleasure in his heart. Ah ha 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 ha. Aren't you a top student? Want to know? Xin Xingyu asked in a mean tone. Lin Qingran nodded. Give me a massage of my legs and I'll tell you, Xin Xingyu said with a look of suicidal intent. When Lin Qingran heard this, a small flame suddenly appeared on his hand and he looked at Xin Xingyu coldly. This guy. He just talks nonsense. Hey, just kidding. Xin Xingyu immediately backed down when he saw this. Don't mess with a woman who plays with fire. He immediately thought of Wang Mozi's miserable appearance. Suddenly, I felt a chill in my crotch. Explain. I improved the basic breathing method. Xin Xingyu said. Lin Qingran suddenly lost his composure. Improved basic breathing method? How is that possible? Basic breathing method is the most basic breathing method. However, it is also the earliest breathing method, and it has been continuously improved over hundreds of years. If it were possible to improve, those old monsters would have been improved long ago. She had never heard in her previous life that there was room for improvement in basic breathing techniques. Are you kidding me? Lin Qingran didn't believe what Xin Xingyu said at all and asked with a frown. Really? Xin Xingyu said with certainty when he saw that the other party didn't believe him. Lin Qingran rolled her eyes at him when she heard that. How could that be possible? Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Xin Xingyu suddenly came up with an idea and said with a smirk. Would you like to bet? What's the bet? If I really change, you will wear black stockings for me. Lin Qingran's face immediately darkened. What's wrong with this guy? He was a very quiet person in his previous life, but why is he like a pervert in this life? However, she really didn't believe he could improve the basic breathing method. Okay, Lin Qingran agreed in disbelief. Xin Xingyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Okay, it's a deal. Xin Xingyu was afraid that the other party would go back on his word, so he immediately recited the enhanced version. Lin Qingran pricked up his ears and listened, and the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. It seems that there is not much difference from the basic breathing method. Just changed a few contents. After Xin Xingyu finished reciting, he looked at Lin Qingran with a proud look on his face. Is this the improvement you made? Lin Qingran asked in confusion. Yes, Xin Xingyu nodded. Lin Qingran didn't believe it, so he sat down cross-legged and began to practice the breathing method according to what Xin Xingyu had recited. After just one cycle, Lin Qingran was shocked. The absorption speed has doubled. She opened her eyes and looked at Xin Xingyu in disbelief. How did he do it? This improved version is a great blessing for low-level spiritual warriors. It can greatly improve their practice speed. If this breathing method can be popularized, it will greatly improve the overall strength of Blue Star.
Thinking of this, Lin Xingran's eyes suddenly became hot.
In this way, it may be possible to change the situation of Blue Star in the future. Shen Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran, who was shocked, and chuckled.
I didn't lie to you, did I? It's time for you to fulfill your promise.
When Lin Xingran heard Shen Xingyu's words, she came back to her senses and her face turned red.
Do this kind of thing. It's so shameful.
But thinking of the importance of this breathing method, Lin Xingran still gritted his teeth.
Promise me one more condition. I'll wear it.
Lin Xingran looked at Shen Xingyu with a red face and said shyly. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu shouted, "You're cheating. You're clearly the loser, yet you're still putting in conditions."
Lin Xingran snorted proudly, "Forget it then."
Shen Xingyu's face darkened when he heard this. Such a goddess actually acted like a cheater.
No, you say it. He compromised.
When Lin Xingran heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Can you hand over this breathing method?
Shen Xingyu was stunned when he heard this. What are you handing in? Hand it over to the country.
Lin Xingran said very seriously at this moment.
After hearing this, Shen Xingyu's face was full of questions. Why? For a moment, he couldn't understand Lin Xingran's train of thought. What's the purpose of handing it in?
Because this breathing method is enough to change the future situation of Blue Star. Lin Xingran said, with a hint of fire in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran in confusion.
Why did he feel that she had a bit of an angry young man tendency?
At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ting, mission assigned, play the role of a patriotic young man and submit your breathing technique.
Mission reward, combat skill perfection scroll X1.
When Shen Xingyu heard the mission reward, he was a little confused for a moment.
What is the combat skill perfect achievement scroll?
Then he saw the system's description. A combat skill can be upgraded to the perfect level.
Shen Xingyu's eyes suddenly lit up. What a good thing.
As we all know, the training of combat skills is divided into 4 levels: entry-level, skilled, proficient, and perfect. This scroll directly improves a combat skill to perfection, which will greatly reduce his training costs.
Then, Shen Xingyu coughed twice. I didn't expect you to be so aware. I thought the same thing.
Hearing this, Lin Xingran looked at Shen Xingyu with a hint of appreciation in his eyes.
You think so too? She asked. Shen Xingyu nodded in a serious tone. Yes, now that Blue Star is declining, it's our turn as young people to shine.
If a breathing method can help the human race reach a higher level of strength, why not do it? Shen Xingyu, may be just a nobody, but I understand one thing: every man is responsible for the fate of his country. After hearing this, Lin Xingran's impression of Shen Xingyu changed slightly.
This is the king of Jinbei in her impression.
Lin Xingran nodded with great satisfaction. It's great that you think so. Don't worry, after you hand in this breathing method, I believe that the benefits you can get will definitely not be worse than this breathing method.
Shen Xingyu sighed. Am I, Shen Xingyu, that kind of person? I'm never here for the reward. Lin Xingran looked at the righteous Shen Xingyu and quickly shook his head. That's not what I meant. Well, I understand. You are doing this for my own good. I am so excited, Shen Xingyu nodded and said.
Lin Xingran nodded, and then said, then go directly.
Where are you going? Education Bureau. Shen Xingyu nodded, okay.
Just as he finished speaking, Shen Xingyu suddenly reacted and looked at Lin Xingran with ill intentions and said, Can you fulfill your promise? Lin Xingran blushed slightly when she heard this. How could she have forgotten about this? Looking at Shen Xingyu's lustful look, Lin Xingran snorted. Forget it, since he took the initiative to hand over the breathing method, I will satisfy him this time.
I'll go get ready.
Lin Xingran replied with a red face, then quickly ran back to her room. Shen Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran's departing back, and the joy on his face could no longer be suppressed.
She agreed.
The goddess wears black silk for him.
This feeling is too good. Lin Qingran returned to the room and leaned against the door to calm down.
Then she patted her red cheeks. Whether in her previous life or this life, she had never done such a thing.
It's so shameful.
She looked towards her closet and bit her lip. From the innermost box, he took out a pair of black stockings.
This was given to me when I bought the dress.
Lin Qingran looked at the stockings in her hand and cursed Xin Xingyu inwardly.
What a pervert! He got a bargain.
Xin Xingyu was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking towards Lin Qingran's bedroom from time to time. Then he picked up the tea and took a sip, suppressing the restlessness in his heart.
At this time, Lin Qingran's bedroom door opened.
Xin Xingyu heard the voice, swallowed, and looked back. Lin Qingran was wearing a belly-bearing vest on her upper body and a black short skirt on her lower body. Two round long legs wrapped in black stockings, coupled with a slightly red face, show her charm. Xin Xingyu was a little stunned for a moment.
This figure and legs are so amazing.
Lin Qingran looked at Xin Xingyu, who was staring at her blankly, with an unnatural expression. But she still suppressed her shyness and walked towards him.
Will you leave?
Lin Qingran blushed slightly as she asked the dazed Xin Xingyu. Xin Xingyu quickly came to his senses when he heard the sound.
Walk. Are you going out wearing this? Xin Xingyu asked in disbelief. Lin Qingran glanced at him and said, What's wrong? It's okay, it looks good.
Xin Xingyu said with his teeth bared. Lin Qingran rolled his eyes at him, ignored him, and walked out.
Xin Xingyu hurried to catch up. The two of them went out and Lin Qingran drove them to the Education Bureau. On the way,
Lin Qingran was driving the car attentively, while Xin Xingyu was sitting in the passenger seat. His eyes couldn't help but be attracted by the other's beautiful legs in black stockings.
It's really amazing.
Xin Xingyu swore that he had never seen such beautiful legs.
If you look at me again, I'll dig out your eyes,
Lin Qingran said unhappily from the side. Xin Xingyu was caught red-handed, smiled bitterly, and quickly turned his head away.
Then repeat it silently in your mind. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form.
Afterwards, it didn't take long for the two to reach their destination. The two got out of the car.
It instantly attracted the attention of many men and women. Lin Qingran's outfit is really heartwarming.
A man on the road was so focused on his legs that he bumped into a telephone pole.
Xin Xingyu was deeply moved when he saw this scene. Watching everything will only harm you. Then, the two of them walked towards the gate of the Education Bureau.
After entering, everyone's attention was once again attracted by Lin Qingran. At this time, a receptionist came over to greet us.
Excuse me, what business do you two need to handle?
The first floor is the service hall of the Education Bureau, so when the receptionist saw the two people's appearance, she naturally thought that they were here to handle business. Who would have thought that the next moment, Lin Qingran said to her, "We have something important to see your director."
The receptionist was stunned when she heard this. Excuse me, do you have an appointment?
Lin Qingran shook his head. Tell your director that Lin Qingran is here.
The receptionist nodded and said, Then please wait a moment. Looking at Lin Qingran, Xin Xingyu couldn't help but ask, Are you familiar with the director of the Education Bureau? She is my aunt,
Lin Qingran said lightly after hearing this.
Xin Xingyu grinned and said, Well, this family is really unmatched.
After they waited for a while, a woman in formal attire came up to them.
Ms. Lin, right? I'm Director Chu's secretary. The director is in a meeting right now, so she asked me to take you to her office to rest.
Lin Qingran nodded after hearing this. Then the two of them followed the secretary into the elevator. After arriving at the office, the secretary smiled at the two of them and said, Please wait a moment, the meeting will be over soon. After saying that, he served 2 cups of tea to the two of them before retreating. The two sat in the office and waited for a while. Then they heard the rhythmic sound of high heels coming from outside the door. Day. Then a gentle voice fell into the ears of the two. Of course, you've been waiting for a long time. As the voice fell, a woman in a white suit walked in with a notebook in her hand. The other person had delicate makeup and her black and shiny hair was tied up, and her overall look was very capable. The person who came was Lin Qingran's aunt, the current director of the Qingyang City Education Bureau, Chu Yiqing. As Chu Yiqing walked in, she was stunned when she saw Lin Qingran's outfit. Why did her little niece suddenly change her personality? After seeing Shen Xingyu beside Lin Qingran, Chu Yiqing's face slowly showed an aunt's smile. Hey, my Ran has a boyfriend? Hearing Chu Yiqing's words, Lin Qingran's face suddenly turned red. Aunt, what are you talking about? He is my classmate. Chu Yiqing heard this and glanced at the two of them mischievously. Really? Of course you rarely dress so beautifully. Lin Qingran looked a little unnatural when he heard this. I just wanted to try it. Chu Yiqing smiled but said nothing when she heard this. How could she not know what kind of personality her little niece has? How did the idea of trying this outfit suddenly pop up? Then she looked at Shen Xingyu, her eyes scrutinizing him. How old are you, boy? Where do you live? What do your parents do for a living? The three fatal questions made Shen Xingyu confused. This is too direct. Seeing this, Lin Qingran hurriedly said, Auntie, we are here for serious business. Chu Yiqing then became more serious and asked, what's wrong? Lin Qingran quickly glared at Shen Xingyu. Hey, director, let me introduce myself. My name is Shen Xingyu, and I accidentally improved the basic breathing method. As a law-abiding patriot, I have decided to submit my improved breathing method to the nation. Shen Xingyu got the signal, stood up and said very righteously. Oh, Xiaoshen, since you are Ranran's friend, you can just call me Aunt Chu, Chu Yiqing said before she could react. But when she reacted, the expression on her face froze instantly. You, what did you say? Chu Yiqing couldn't believe her ears at this moment. Improved basic breathing method, are you sure you are not kidding? Xiaoshen, of course, is today April Fool's Day? No, it's already September. Seeing that Chu Yiqing didn't believe it, Lin Qingran said, Aunt, it's true. I've tried it myself. Just by changing a few details, the absorption rate of the basic breathing method has doubled. As Lin Qingran spoke, his expression became serious. Chu Yiqing frowned when she heard this. Are you sure? I'm sure, Auntie. Lin Qingran said, then he sat cross-legged on the sofa and started practicing the enhanced version of the basic breathing method given to him by Shen Xingyu in front of Chu Yiqing. Not long after, Chu Yiqing keenly discovered that Lin Qingran's speed of absorbing spiritual energy was simply outrageous. Then her expression suddenly became serious. If this is true, then it is a huge matter. Doubling the speed of basic breathing means that the time can be shortened by nearly half. This is enough to shock the spiritual martial world. Lin Qingran stopped demonstrating, looked at Chu Yiqing and said, Aunt, do you believe it now? Chu Yiqing came back to her senses after hearing Lin Qingran's words. With a hint of heat in her eyes, she looked at Shen Xingyu and said, Xiaoshen, show me the breathing method formula. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu immediately memorized the formula. At this time, Chu Yiqing hurriedly took out a pen and wrote down the formula that Shen Xingyu said, for fear of missing any word. After recording, she looked at the breathing formula in her hand and frowned. It was exactly as Lin Qingran said, with only a few changes. Then, under the gaze of the two, Chu Yiqing began to try it. After a while, Chu Yiqing suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Shen Xingyu with excitement. Xiaoshen, how did you find out? Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu scratched his head in embarrassment. How did he find out? Lord Tong discovered. It was by chance, I can't really explain it. Shen Xingyu said. Chu Yiqing nodded after hearing this. Geniuses often cannot be viewed with normal thinking. Then how long did it take you from discovering the problem to completing the improvement? Chu Yiqing asked again. When Lin Qingran heard this question, he suddenly remembered that Shen Xingyu had only obtained the basic breathing method for just 1 or 2 hours. Hearing this, Shen Xingyu smiled awkwardly again. 2 hours? Chu Yiqing's eyes lit up instantly when she heard this. This young man in front of me is really a talent. No wonder she can let her arrogant niece wear black stockings.
Xu Yiqing then said to Xin Xingyu and Lin Qingran, I will report this matter immediately. You two must not spread the news about the improved breathing method. Both of them nodded when they heard this. Afterwards, Xu Yiqing looked at Xin Xingyu again and said with admiration, Xiaoshun, you have done a great job this time. I haven't heard you talk about rewards yet. It shows that you have a really good character. Listening to Xu Yiqing's words, Xin Xingyu felt a little guilty. If it weren't for the mission and the black silk stockings, he wouldn't have bothered to hand it in. But don't worry, Xiaoshun. Although I can't give you a clear answer about your reward right now, it can only be higher, not lower. Your improved breathing technique is enough to change the fate of humanity. I believe the nation will not treat you unfairly. Xu Yiqing said again. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu immediately said, Aunt Xu, I never did this for a reward. If it is beneficial to the country, I will not avoid it because of misfortune or fortune. I, Xin Xingyu, have always taken this as my guideline. At this moment, he directly quoted a famous saying from his previous life. Lin Qingran and Xu Yiqing were both shocked by this sentence. What a broad mind this is. Xu Yiqing looked at Xin Xingyu with a righteous look on his face, and liked him more and more. Afterwards, Xu Yiqing couldn't help but look at Lin Qingran. She knew her niece well and realized that she had a very cold personality. But looking at the way the two of them look now, maybe there really is something going on. I just don't know what the talent is. She knew her niece was a genius. Ordinary people are simply not worthy of her attention. Thinking of this, Xu Yiqing asked, Xiaoshun, what talent did you awaken? Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu said, Aunt Xu, SSS level weapon talent. Upon hearing about Xin Xingyu's talent, Xu Yiqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you the boy that was accepted into the fold by the god of Warli? Xin Xingyu was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. He nodded quickly. Xu Yiqing's smile widened. She had heard yesterday that a very rare top-level talent in weapons appeared among the freshmen of Qingyan University. And that person was also accepted as a disciple by Li Zhanshan. Unexpectedly, the real culprit was right in front of her. That's even better, they're a perfect match. Xu Yiqing was a little excited when she thought of this, and then she said to the two of them, I will go and report this matter first. Can I treat you guys to dinner later? Lin Qingran immediately said, No, Auntie, there will be an exchange meeting later. Upon hearing this, Xu Yiqing suddenly remembered that because of the fire trial that Lin Zhan had organized, several major chambers of commerce had jointly organized an exchange meeting. Suddenly, she felt a little regretful. Then he looked at the two of them and said, Okay, let's do it another day. Then, she looked at Xin Xingyu and said again, Xiaoshun, Ranran's mother passed away early, so her temper is a little cold, don't mind it. After hearing this, Xin Xingyu looked at Lin Qingran. No wonder, when he went to their house, he only saw Lin Zhan but not the hostess. So that's how it is. When Lin Qingran heard Xu Yiqing's words, her face suddenly darkened. Aunt, why are you telling him this? No more talking, let's go. Lin Qingran immediately pulled Xin Xingyu out. Seeing this, Xu Yiqing hurriedly said to Xin Xingyu, Xiaoshen, I will contact you when I have news. Okay, Aunt Xu. Xin Xingyu turned around and replied. The two got into the car. Lin Qingran's face darkened, and he began to vent his anger by stepping on the accelerator. She could clearly hear that her aunt had a hidden agenda in her words, and it was obvious that she was trying to bring the two of them together. What kind of love potion did this kid give to my aunt? Xin Xingyu was sweating profusely in the passenger seat. This woman was too fierce. At this moment, Xin Xingyu suddenly remembered the exchange meeting she had just mentioned. Goddess Lin, what exchange meeting did you just mention? Hearing this, Lin Qingran said unhappily, You'll know when you get there. Shen Xingyu was helpless. This woman was like someone who had taken gunpowder. On the way to the exchange meeting, the system prompt sounded. Ding, mission accomplished. Reward, Combat Skill Perfection Scroll X1. Xin Xingyu reacted after hearing the voice and realized that Xu Yiqing had already reported the breathing method. Next, just wait for your reward. It shouldn't be too bad, right? Shin Xingyu couldn't help but think.
The two of them walked in silence all the way and soon arrived at their destination.
This exchange meeting was jointly organized by Hanrong Chamber of Commerce, Xie Chamber of Commerce and Ji Chamber of Commerce.
The venue was arranged at the most prosperous hotel in Xinjiang City, Shanglong Hotel. The two got out of the car, and Shin Xingyu looked at the magnificent hotel gate in front of him, feeling deeply moved.
It's great to have money.
Wait, you go in first, I have something to take care of. Lin Qingran said beside Shin Xingyu at this moment.
Okay, add a contact number. Contact me directly later.
Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu nodded and then said.
Lin Qingran glanced at Shin Xingyu and said unhappily, "You have my contact information?"
Shin Xingyu was stunned when he heard this.
Is that so?
He took out his terminal, opened the social software, and looked through his friend list. Seeing this, Lin Qingran rolled his eyes.
This guy actually forgot?
They were deskmates for a month in junior high school, but because of Lin Zhan's work, she later transferred to Kyoto and did not transfer back to Qingyang until high school. The two of them became friends in junior high school. Although they didn't chat much, they wouldn't have forgotten each other.
Thinking of this, Lin Qingran felt a little annoyed.
At this moment, Ji Xing's message reminder suddenly popped up.
Xingyu, there's an exchange meeting today, are you there?
Lin Qingran saw the message alert out of the corner of his eye. Seeing the note, she raised her eyebrows. At this moment, Shin Xingyu's note to Ji Xing is still Star Goddess. Shin Xingyu clicked it and a chat box with Ji Xing popped up. Before this message, there was a photo of Ji Xing wearing black stockings. When Shin Xingyu saw the message, he swallowed and looked up at Lin Qingran, only to find that she was staring at his phone screen. He was instantly embarrassed.
Finished. The company is dead.
You're a fucking pervert. When Lin Qingran saw the news about the two people, he immediately cursed.
Then he kicked Shin Xingyu and left angrily.
Shin Xingyu looked at Lin Qingran's departing figure with tears in his eyes. The kick was really hard and he grimaced in pain.
When did Ji Xing send me this photo? This is so embarrassing. Now it's good, the image that was finally created. It's all ruined now. After watching Lin Qingran leave, Shin Xingyu helplessly turned off his phone and walked towards the hall. When he reached the door, he was stopped by someone. Hello sir, are you here for the exchange meeting? Please show me your invitation, sir. The security guard at the door said very politely. Shin Xingyu was confused when he heard this. Invitation? Didn't he say there was an invitation? No invitation, he replied helplessly. The security guard nodded and said, then please tell me your school and name, and I'll check it for you. Xinjiang University, Shin Xingyu. The security guard then walked to the computer and started looking it up. Then the security guard came over and said to Shin Xingyu respectfully, Sir, it's been checked. You can come in. This is your identity badge. After the event, you can use it to redeem a free basic potion provided by the Hanrong Chamber of Commerce. Shin Xingyu took the nameplate and nodded. He had some impression of Hanrong Chamber of Commerce in his mind, but he didn't expect such a good thing to happen. The Hanrong Chamber of Commerce is quite good at winning people's hearts. Then he walked into the hall and followed the receptionist's instructions to the venue. There are still quite a few people in the venue at this moment, and it is bustling. Shin Xingyu took a quick look and didn't find anyone he knew, so he found an inconspicuous place and sat down. The hostess at the venue then enthusiastically provided him with drinks and sweets. Shin Xingyu sat in his seatboard and began to observe. He still didn't know what the purpose of this exchange meeting was, but it seemed that most of the people present were students like him. It's probably some kind of social gathering or something. Thinking of this, Shin Xingyu felt helpless. This woman, Lin Qingran, didn't tell me anything and just left me here. How abominable. At this moment, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew by. Shin Xingyu turned his head and found a girl in a dress sitting next to him. Hello, how's that? The girl greeted Shin Xingyu very enthusiastically. Shin Xingyu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He made some judgment from the girl's accent. The girl in front of me is actually a Japanese? Hello, hello. Shin Xingyu replied indifferently. Due to the influence of his previous life, he had no good feelings towards the Japanese. My name is Nakano Keiko, nice to meet you. As the girl spoke, she stretched out her little hand towards Shin Xingyu, a sweet smile appearing on her delicate baby face. Shin Xingyu looked at her and felt a little puzzled. Perhaps because he had some prejudice against Fuso country, he always felt that the woman had some purpose. But he still reached out his hand and shook hands with the other person. Shan Xingyu. The two shook hands briefly and then quickly withdrew. Shin Xingyu turned his head away, not wanting to have too much communication with the other party. At this moment, Nakano Keiko looked at Shin Xingyu with an indifferent expression, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. This feeling is hard to describe, and there is a unique temperament emanating from him. It was like a very sharp sword, yet very restrained, which fascinated her. Shinsang, which school are you from? Nakano Keiko asked Shin Xingyu a little shyly. She was extremely nervous because this was her first time talking to someone. Qingda Shin Xingyu replied indifferently. When Keiko Nakano heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. I heard there's a baker who wields a sword at Qingyang University. Just awakened and defeated a second-level person. Amazing. Shin Xingyu listened to what Keiko Nakano said and touched his nose unnaturally. Are you so famous? Then, Shin Xingyu waved his hand, it's just a so-so. Hearing this, Nakano Keiko looked at Shin Xingyu with admiration and asked, is Shinsang even better than him? About the same. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu replied vaguely. Hearing this, Nakano Keiko looked at Shin Xingyu with stars in her eyes, Shinsang also uses a sword? Shin Xingyu nodded. Just as Nakano Keiko was about to speak, a commotion was heard not far away. Shin Xingyu looked in the direction of the voice and his face suddenly turned cold. You bitch, why are you pretending to be so noble? I'm asking you to drink with Master Chu because I think highly of you. At this moment, not far away, Li Xiaoxiao was surrounded by several boys, and the leading boy said very arrogantly. I want to accompany you, are you sick? Before Li Xiaoxiao could answer, the boy next to her shouted angrily. Hey, you want to be a hero and save the damsel, right? As he said that, the boy kicked the boy who spoke for Li Xiaoxiao. The boy flew backwards and fell on the table beside him. Li Xiaoxiao saw this, her face full of anger. Zhang Chang, what gives you the right to hit me? Then he quickly helped the boy up. Jigang, are you okay? Why? You're a bunch of ghetto bastards. I'll beat you up if I want to. Li Xiaoxiao, I advise you to be sensible and go over and have a drink with Master Chu. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this hotel. At this moment, Zhang Chang, who had just finished speaking, saw a flash of silver light. An ancient long sword was placed in front of him. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Chang's forehead. The sword was only 0.001 centimeters away from his throat. You little dog slave, who are you calling a bastard? At this moment, a voice was heard, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Shin Xingyu slowly walked across the corridor and stood in front of Li Xiaoxiao and the other person. When Li Xiaoxiao saw the person coming, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Brother Xingyu. When Shin Xingyu heard Li Xiaoxiao's voice, he turned around and smiled at her gently. Then he turned around and looked at Zhang Chang with cold eyes. Repeat what you just said. I didn't hear it. As Shin Xingyu spoke, a harmless smile appeared on his face. The dragon-slaying sword slowly approached Zhang Chang, scaring him so much that he quickly retreated. Brother, let's talk it over. Zhang Chang stepped back while smiling. Everyone was surprised to see the reversal of the situation. Where does this sword-wielding boy come from? Keiko Nakano also followed Shin Xingyu over at this moment. After watching Shin Xingyu's sword-controlling skills, his face was full of admiration. Shinsang, wow, so awesome. So cool. This friend looks unfamiliar. At this time, a very gentle voice came. Shin Xingyu frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a young man in gorgeous clothes slowly walking down from the second floor.
The young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was handsome, with a faint smile on his face. His appearance instantly ignited the whole audience.
It's Chu Xian, so handsome. Help! I'm dying. Chu Xian. I summon you.
Xin Xingyu was immediately frightened by the reaction of this group of people.
No, ladies, is it that serious?
At this moment, Xin Xingyu labeled Chu Xian as a pretty boy in his mind.
Friend, give me some face.
Chu Xian felt a sense of satisfaction as he listened to the screams of the crowd. Then he said to Xin Xingyu,
Who are you? Do I know you?
I'll give you face.
Xin Xingyu doesn't buy it. He's just a pretty boy and he's giving you face.
Hearing Xin Xingyu's words, Chu Xian's face froze, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes.
Who dares to talk to him like that? Very good, you are very interesting. As Chu Xian spoke, a wicked smile appeared on his face.
Seeing this, Xin Xingyu rolled his eyes and was speechless.
You're such a good pretender, aren't you? Keep pretending. I'll cripple your dog first.
Then, Xin Xingyu just thought about it, and the dragon-slaying sword instantly split into three in front of everyone's eyes. Then he hacked at Zhang Chang randomly, avoiding all vital parts. Zhang Chang instantly turned into a bloody man. It was a horrible sight.
Everyone was stunned at this moment. They didn't expect Xin Xingyu to be so cruel. Then, Xin Xingyu looked at Chu Xian again and said indifferently, Take good care of your dog from now on.
Chu Xian was also stunned at this moment. It was the first time that he was slapped in the face in public. At this moment, he didn't care about controlling his expression. He shouted at Xin Xingyu, You are looking for death. As he spoke, Chu Xian gave an order and the bodyguards behind him surrounded Xin Xingyu.
You're quite crazy. Do you know who I am? The eldest son of the Chu family. You're tired of living, aren't you?
Chu Xian said this with bloodshot eyes, his words full of hostility.
The people around seemed a little unfamiliar when they saw this scene.
In the past, Chu Xian always had the image of a handsome gentleman. This was the first time they saw Chu Xian like this. After Xin Xingyu heard this, he understood roughly what was going on.
No wonder he was so arrogant.
He had heard of the Chu family, which seemed to be the largest underworld gang in Xinjiang.
On the surface, he runs a Chu group, but secretly he is involved in some gang-related activities. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Xin Xingyu was also full of energy at this moment and asked Chu Xian back.
Chu Xian was obviously stunned when he heard this, and he couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive.
Could it be that this person is from a prominent background? Who are you? Chu Xian asked tentatively with a frown. Listen carefully, your father is Xinjiang University, Xin Xingyu. How dare you, son of a bitch, talk to your dad like that?
As Xin Xingyu spoke, a hint of
mockery appeared on his face.
Chu Xian's face darkened instantly when he heard this.
He had actually been tricked. How outrageous. You are really courting death. Come on. Kill him.
I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Chu Xian said hysterically to his men.
He was actually fooled by a brat.
If this gets out, Chu Xian will be so embarrassed. Chu Xian looked at Xin Xingyu, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. All of his bodyguards were of first-level strength.
He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with Xin Xingyu. Beat them all to death. Chu Xian said again.
At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Xin Xingyu's mind. Ding, mission assigned, play as the peerless swordsman and defeat the enemy with fewer troops. Mission reward, combat skill, cut off all clutter. Hearing the system prompt, Xin Xingyu grinned. Then Xin Xingyu stood with his hands behind his back, and his whole temperament changed immediately. He spoke to the bodyguards.
A bunch of scoundrels, do you think you can defeat this sword immortal by outnumbering me? Sword.
Xin Xingyu stretched out his hand and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in front of him in an instant. Everyone listened to Xin Xingyu's words with a frown on their faces.
What's wrong with this kid? Why is it so, middle school?
The bodyguards looked at each other, and all saw the speechless expressions on each other's faces.
Is this kid mentally ill?
Outside the field, Nakano Keiko listened to Shinshinyu's words, her eyes full of stars.
So handsome. What is sword immortal? No matter what, he's just so handsome.
She couldn't help but touch her red little face.
What to do? It's going to fall.
Shinshinyu smiled slightly at this moment, and with a thought, the dragon-slaying sword instantly split into countless swords, covering the sky and the earth. As he entered the first stage, the number of sword blades that could be differentiated in the flying sword state increased by a full 2 times. It was just right. As soon as he made a breakthrough, someone came to practice with him.
Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. What the hell? What kind of talent is this?
Seeing this, several bodyguards also quickly got into position.
Shinshinyu didn't expect that these bodyguards were all transformation type.
They all turned into beasts. The scene was unprecedented. Shinshinyu did not hesitate at this moment.
He just thought about it and countless dragon-slaying swords flew towards the bodyguards.
For a moment, the field was in chaos. Almost every bodyguard had to deal with 7 or 8 flying swords at the same time.
Everyone was in a panic.
Shinshinyu stood by and drank his drink very comfortably. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this.
This talent is a bit awesome. This seems to be a weapon-related talent, right? How can it be so awesome? Aren't weapons always the last in the rankings?
Chu Xian's face immediately darkened as he looked at the comfortable Shinshinyu. Afterwards, Chu Xian attacked in anger, and steam rose from his body.
Punched towards Shinshinyu.
He smiled grimly, just weapons.
He has the SS-level Moonlight Holy Water talent. Without your sword, what can you use to fight me?
Everyone shook their heads when they saw this scene.
At this moment, Shinshinyu's sword was fighting with the group of bodyguards. Facing Chu Xian's attack, what can Shinshinyu use to resist? This is the difference in talent.
Outside the field, Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko's faces changed instantly when they saw this. They shouted at Shinshinyu in unison.
Brother Xingyu, be careful. Shun sang. Be careful.
Upon hearing this, Shinshinyu noticed Chu Xian's actions and frowned. Then he stretched out his hand and a differentiated dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. He collided with Chu Xian, who was coming towards him. In an instant, the two of them distanced themselves from each other.
Shinshinyu took several steps back before he managed to steady himself.
The dragon-slaying sword in his hand also dimmed at this moment, turning into a ray of silver light and sinking into his body. It was obvious that the differentiated dragon-slaying sword could not withstand such a fierce attack. Shinshinyu looked at Chu Xian and grinned. This guy had strong talent and was also at the first level.
He did not dare to delay and immediately recalled the dragon-slaying sword.
The bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief. They were all transformation type, and facing so many flying swords, it was quite tricky to deal with them.
Seeing that his master was in opposition to the other party. At this moment, everyone ran over and stood behind Chu Xian. Shinshinyu looked at the crowd and smiled disdainfully. Let's go together.
Chu Xian was immediately furious when he heard this.
This kid is really good at pretending. Come on. At Chu Xian's command, everyone attacked Shinshinyu.
At this time, Li Xiaoxiao outside the field was emitting colorful light all over her body and pointed at Shinshinyu from a distance.
All attributes improved.
Shinshinyu suddenly felt refreshed. He looked at Li Xiaoxiao with some shock in his eyes. He didn't expect that Li Xiaoxiao actually awakened an auxiliary talent, and this talent was quite strong. Not only can it quickly restore his condition, but it can also improve his various abilities.
Shinshinyu quickly came back to his senses, a meaningful smile appearing on his face.
Because of the consumption just now, he had no intention of using sword power.
But now that his form has improved, it's no wonder he's doing that.
In an instant, a strong sword intent burst out from Shinshinyu. A silver light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "Slay the dragon!"
In an instant, a fierce gust of sword energy blew up on the field.
In the eyes of everyone, a long sword dragon that looked like a real entity slowly appeared.
Everyone was stunned watching this scene. Someone suddenly shouted, "It's him! The SSS-level weapon talent from Qingyang University." "Are you sure?" someone asked.
"I'm sure. I heard from my classmates that the man used this very move to defeat Xia's second level." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Unexpectedly, this person is the one who was accepted as the last disciple by the god of Warley? This is a huge reversal. If that's the case, then Chu Xian has hit a wall.
Keiko Nakano listened to people's discussions and suddenly realized that Shin Sang was the same person.
She looked at Shin Xingyu, who looked like a god of war, and became infatuated with him.
Shun Sang. So awesome. Sang Chen, come on, degree nabla degree.
Li Xiaoxiao's face was a little pale at the moment.
She had been exhausted from applying the buff to Shin Xingyu just now.
When she heard the voice, she looked to the side and saw Nakano Keiko with a blushing face cheering for Shin Xingyu.
Is this a Fuso person? When did brother Xingyu meet a Japanese?
At this moment, on the field, Chu Xian saw the scene and his face suddenly changed.
This fierce aura actually made him feel a hint of danger.
For a moment, Chu Xian did not dare to delay, and blue water vapor began to rise slowly from his body. Chu Xian put his hands together, then slowly opened them. A water blue mark appeared in front of him.
Divine Water Overlord Seal. With Chu Xian's low shout, the whole audience felt a domineering aura.
The corners of Chu Xian's mouth rose slightly, although he had only mastered the introductory level of this fighting skill.
But it's more than enough to deal with this kid right now.
Behind Chu Xian, all the bodyguards were showing off their trump cards. For a moment, Chu Xian's side was full of excitement. Shin Xingyu grinned when he saw this.
Flamboyant.
Then he swung his sword, and a long dragon of sword energy instantly rushed towards Chu Xian and the others. In an instant, the fighting skills on the field collided, instantly destroying the surroundings.
Everyone stepped back to avoid being affected.
At this moment, in front of everyone's eyes, Chu Xian and all the bodyguards were blown away.
Shin Xingyu flashed and came to Chu Xian, placing the dragon-slaying sword on his neck.
Chu Xian's face suddenly turned pale.
Are you convinced? Shin Xingyu asked calmly.
When Chu Xian heard this, a look of morbid madness appeared on his face.
Bah, if you have the guts, kill me now.
Shin Xingyu frowned when he heard this.
Is this guy still a tough guy?
Thinking of this, Shin Xingyu stabbed the dragon-slaying sword in his hand directly at his thigh. Suddenly, Chu Xian howled in pain. Seeing this, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Shin Xingyu.
Is this guy so cruel?
At this time, the system's voice sounded again.
Ding, mission accomplished.
Reward issued, cut off all the clutter. Shin Xingyu's face lit up with joy, but his joy didn't last long. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the field.
Boy, you're looking for death.
Then a figure attacked Shin Xingyu. Shin Xingyu responded immediately, but the strength of the person who came was obviously not of low level.
Shin Xingyu was knocked back by this blow. But just as Shin Xingyu was about to land,
a fiery red protective shield suddenly appeared around him and gently placed Shin Xingyu on the ground. Shin Xingyu coughed, struggled to stand up from the ground, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Shin Xingyu's face looked a little gloomy.
At the same time, a beautiful and dashing figure walked in from the door behind Shin Xingyu. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on him.
Lin Qingran was still wearing the same outfit as before.
All the boys in the audience couldn't help but be obsessed with her round and slender long legs in black stockings.
What a nice view.
Such beautiful legs.
Lin Qingran glanced at Shin Xingyu, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. Then she hurried to Shin Xingyu's side and asked softly, "Are you okay?"
Shin Xingyu shook his head with a wry smile. This person is obviously not a low-level spiritual warrior.
Lin Qingran nodded lightly when he heard this.
At this moment, Chu Xian had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He covered his thigh and spoke to the person who came.
Uncle Hu, catch that kid.
I'm going to torture him to death. Everyone felt a little cold when they heard Chu Xian's words. The enthusiasm of the girls who were little fans before has now waned. Looking at Chu Xian's appearance, all good feelings towards him disappeared immediately. It turns out that his previous handsome appearance was all an act. Master, the person next to him is the youngest daughter of the god of war Lin. The middle-aged man known as Uncle Tiger swallowed and said with difficulty after hearing this. He felt a little nervous at the moment. He didn't expect that this kid was so familiar with the daughter of the god of war Lin. Chu Xian's expression instantly turned ugly when he heard this. At this time, someone came from outside again. Ji Xing and Wu Qiren appeared together. Don't follow me. Ji Xing said to Wu Qiren. No. You are my sister-in-law, I have to protect your safety. Wu Qiren said this very proudly at this moment. Ji Xing was speechless. When the two of them entered the room, they were stunned to see the messy conference hall in front of them. Then, the two saw Xin Xingyu with blood at the corner of his mouth. Xingyu, what's wrong with you? Brother! What's going on? The two asked at the same time. Seeing this, Ji Xing hurriedly raised his hand and waved, and a stream of pure energy entered Xin Xingyu's body. Xin Xingyu suddenly felt a hint of warmth, and the pain in his body was relieved a lot. Thank you. He looked at Ji Xing and said. Wu Qiren looked towards the field and shouted frantically, who the hell messed with my big brother? Looking for death. Xin Xingyu looked at Wu Qiren in surprise. Was this little werewolf beaten silly? When Chu Xian saw Wu Qiren's highly recognizable face, his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. The eldest son of the Xie Chamber of Commerce? He actually called this kid Big Brother? Next to him was the eldest daughter of the Ji Chamber of Commerce, the youngest daughter of the god of war Lin. Chu Xian suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, he had hit a wall. At this moment, he put the idea of revenge behind his mind. Uncle Tiger, take me away. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately understood that this group of people were no longer someone they could afford to provoke. It's better to leave first. The middle-aged man grabbed Chu Xian and was about to fly into the air. Seeing this, Lin Qingran's eyes turned cold. Want to leave? Then, Lin Qingran waved his hand, and a fiery red barrier instantly appeared around the venue. At the same time, Lin Qingran's face turned pale in an instant. It is really too much for him to use such advanced combat skills at just the first level. The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw this. How is that possible? The opponent actually has barrier combat skills. They are only at the first level. The man frowned. Right now, he had no choice but to break it open by force. Fortunately, they are only at the first level, so it is not difficult to break the barrier. Then, the man took Chu Xian and flew up directly and crashed into the fiery red barrier. Lin Qingran frowned and said immediately, don't let them escape. Wu Qiren reacted instantly and shouted loudly behind him. Someone come. Stop them. In an instant, behind everyone, all of Xie's bodyguards rushed out and attacked Chu Xian and the other person. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically when he saw this. Among this group of bodyguards, there were actually 3 strong men who were at the same level as him. Master, what should we do? The middle-aged man asked solemnly. Chu Xian's face turned pale instantly at this moment. It's over, I can't leave. The two were instantly surrounded by Xie's bodyguards. Seeing this, the man's face darkened. It seemed that he had no choice but to fight. The leading Xie bodyguard looked at the man and said coldly, Lin Hu, surrender. You can't get out. Even if you get past us, there are still people from the Ji family outside. Lin Hu, who originally thought that he would fight to the death, turned pale instantly when he heard this. Master, I am incompetent. He sighed at Chu Xian. The other party was right. In the current situation, they no longer had the ability to resist. At this time, Xin Xingyu and others had already walked up. When Wu Qiren saw Chu Xian, he slapped him. Damn it, who was it? It's you, you pretty boy.
How dare you mess with my eldest brother? You're courting death.
Chu Xian felt dizzy after being slapped by Wu Qiren, and the entire left half of his face was swollen. Seeing this, Lin Hu's face instantly turned ferocious. Master Wu, our Chu family is not a pushover, you have to think carefully.
When Wu Qiren heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy.
He hated being threatened the most.
He raised his hand and slapped Chu Xian again. What's the matter? I just beat him.
Lin Hu's face changed drastically when he saw the miserable appearance of his young master.
He instantly changed his words and said, Master Wu, I was the one who hurt this young man. Let my master go.
Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren came to Xinxingyu's side in an instant and asked in a flattering manner, Brother, what do you say, how should we deal with this?
Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, my Xie family will take care of it.
Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu rolled his eyes at Wu Qiren. Then he walked up to Lin Hu and the other man and said calmly, I'm not an unreasonable person.
But your young master bullied my friend, don't you want to give an explanation for this?
When Lin Hu heard this, his face instantly lit up with joy.
Since the other party has given in, it means there is room for maneuver. Young man, what do you want? As long as my Chu family can give, we will do our best to satisfy you.
Lin Hu said this with a very sincere attitude at this moment. When Xinxingyu heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he replied calmly, I just broke this kid's leg.
If you break his other leg, I won't pursue the matter. Otherwise, let's save his life today.
When Lin Hu heard this, his face changed instantly. He had thought that this young man would be easier to talk to. I didn't expect him to be even more ruthless. At this moment, everyone in the club couldn't help but tremble when they heard Xinxingyu's words.
This guy must not be offended. This is a tough guy. Xinxingyu looked at Lin Hu's expression without any fluctuation in his heart. After what happened today, he finally understood that if he didn't want to be bullied, he had to be ruthless. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it.
After Xinxingyu finished speaking, he turned his head and stopped looking at the two of them. Then he looked at Ji Xing and Wu Qiren and nodded to them, thank you. Ji Xing heard this and rolled her eyes at him charmingly, you are too polite.
With our relationship, why should I say thank you? Wu Qiren also echoed at this moment, yes, brother, sister-in-law is right.
At this moment, Lin Qingran raised his eyebrows when he heard Wu Qiren's words, and was obviously unhappy. When Xinxingyu heard this, his face instantly turned dark.
What the hell is going on? He quickly gave Wu Qiren a slap on the head, stop yelling. Wu Qiren shrank his neck instantly. What's wrong, isn't it?
At this moment, he suddenly noticed Lin Qingran staring at him from the side, and his whole body trembled instantly. It's over, I forgot this lady was here too. Wu Qiren couldn't help but curse in his heart, his own lousy mouth.
Both sisters-in-law are here. Wouldn't this cause trouble for my brother?
At this moment, a sound of ghosts howling came from behind them. When they looked over, they saw Chu Xian lying on the ground foaming at the mouth.
Lin Hu wiped the cold sweat from his head, looked at Chu Xian lying on the ground in an extremely miserable state, and sighed.
Now, if he returns to the Chu family, he will probably be skinned alive. He looked at Xinxingyu, and there was an inexplicable fear in his eyes. This young man has a really good plan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Can we go now? Lin Hu asked.
Seeing this, Xinxingyu nodded and said, tell that kid not to be so arrogant next time.
Lin Hu remained silent after hearing this.
Then he picked up Chu Xian from the ground and fled the place quickly. Xinxingyu watched the 2 people leave and breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned around, he happened to meet Lin Qingran's eyes.
Thank you, Goddess Lin. Xinxingyu smiled at the other party. Lin Qingran looked at Xinxingyu and nodded lightly, well done.
Xinxingyu's handling of the matter just now can be said to be perfect. Let them fight each other, and the Chu family can only swallow this loss.
Of course, they wouldn't think of revenge. Xinxingyu's current status is not someone they can afford to offend.
This matter has now come to an end. Li Xiaoxiao just walked over at this moment. Just now, she looked at the looks of the few people and didn't dare to go forward, fearing that she would cause trouble for them. At this moment, she looked at Shin Xingyu's slightly pale face, her little face full of self-blame.
Brother Xingyu, it's all my fault.
Shin Xingyu looked at the other person and smiled for no reason.
He reached out and rubbed the other person's head. What nonsense are you talking about?
I'm your brother, so of course I have to stand up for you. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao forced a smile on her face. She looked at the people around Shin Xingyu and couldn't help but swear in her heart. In the future, she must help brother Xingyu.
At
this moment, Keiko Nakano also came over, her little face full of excitement.
Shun Sang, you're so handsome.
Ji Xing frowned as he looked at the two of them.
Why do I have so many rivals in love? There is also a Fuso girl? This is a high-end game.
Lin Qingran also frowned when he saw Nakano Keiko suddenly appear.
How come this guy is so philandering? She walked away for a while and hooked up with another one.
Lin Qingran looked at Shin Xingyu for a moment and felt annoyed.
Damn pervert.
At this moment, Wu Qiren was sandwiched among the crowd and dared not breathe. Looking at the four girls around him, he was secretly surprised.
Oh my god, why are there so many sisters-in-law all of a sudden?
At this moment, several girls looked at each other, with sparks flashing in their eyes.
Ji Xing was the first to speak. Hey, our goddess Lin has changed her personality? She's wearing something pretty sexy.
Lin Qingran's face suddenly turned cold when he heard this. Someone not only wears it, but also takes pictures.
How shameless. You.
Ji Xing's face turned red when she heard that, and she couldn't help but glare at Shin Xingyu.
How come she knew all this? Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko couldn't help but shrink their necks as they watched the two people fighting.
The two of them had such a strong aura, especially Lin Qingran, that they both felt a chill in an instant. At the same time, the two women listened to the conversation and couldn't help but look at Shin Xingyu.
So brother Xingyu, Shun Sang, likes this?
Shin Xingyu noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and quickly said to them, well, let's find a place to sit down and talk. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren immediately understood. This hotel was the property of their Xie family, so it would be most appropriate for him to arrange it at this moment.
Hurry up and clear out Yashan Pavilion, my brother is tired. He gave orders to his men.
Then he said flatteringly, well, big brother, a few beauties, please come this way. This time he learned his lesson and stopped calling her sister-in-law and started calling her beauty instead. Otherwise, he estimated that his eldest brother might not be able to bear it. Ji Xing and Lin Qingran looked at each other and turned their heads away. Afterwards, led by Wu Qiren, several people came to the private room. After closing the door, the room suddenly became quiet. After everyone sat down, Nakano Keiko sat next to Shin Xingyu, calling him Shin Sang all the time and asking him all kinds of questions. Seeing this, Ji Xing's face turned a little ugly.
Why is this Japanese woman so familiar? Shin Xingyu talked with Nakano Keiko and finally understood.
This turns out to be an exchange meeting for the fire trial. At this moment, Shin Xingyu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled and asked everyone.
If this is an exchange meeting, why are there so few people?
Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren immediately answered Shin Xingyu's question and said, brother, everyone hasn't arrived yet.
The exchange meeting should start at 12 o'clock, and it's only 10 o'clock now.
Shin Xingyu suddenly understood what was going on when he heard this.
No wonder.
So what's the point of this exchange?
It can't just be a social gathering, right?
Shin Xingyu asked again, and gave Lin Qingran a displeased look.
This guy didn't tell me anything. How abominable.
Noticing Shin Xingyu's gaze, Lin Qingran glared at him fiercely. You deserve it, you pervert. Upon hearing this, Ji Xing said, this time it's not just a social gathering, I heard there are also seniors who have retired from Stargate sharing their experience. So, wait a minute, there will probably be quite a few people here.
Xingyu, how come you don't even know this?
After Ji Xing finished speaking, he looked at Shin Xingyu with a surprised expression. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu touched his nose awkwardly and glanced at Li Xiaoxiao on his left. When he saw Li Xiaoxiao, he remembered the buff that Li Xiaoxiao had given him when he fought with Chu Xian and the others before.
It was so powerful. Then he quickly changed the subject, looked at Li Xiaoxiao and asked, Xiaoxiao, what talent did you awaken? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao quickly replied, SS-level auxiliary talent. As she spoke, Li Xiaoxiao flipped her hand, and a colorful pagoda appeared in her hand. The moment Lin Xinran saw the pagoda, she instantly remembered who the girl was. This girl was Xin Xingyu's personal assistant in his previous life. She remembered that her ability was quite abnormal. After Xin Xingyu died, I heard that she retired and no longer assisted anyone. Everyone looked at Li Xiaoxiao with surprise. Auxiliary spiritual warriors are really rare. If one has the support of a good auxiliary spiritual warrior, one can instantly reach a higher level. Therefore, most of the powerful people now have their own personal assistant. It is conceivable how popular auxiliary spiritual warriors are. What is ability? Xin Xingyu asked at this moment. Everyone pricked up their ears at this moment. When Li Xiaoxiao saw everyone looking at her, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Actually, it's nothing. My exploration of the pagoda is still relatively low. I currently only know that it can increase the recipient's speed and strength. Oh yeah, there's also an all-attribute boost, but I'm too weak. I gave Brother Xingyu a raise once before, and it was immediately drained out. When Li Xiaoxiao said this, there was a hint of frustration on her face. If she were stronger, she could help Brother Xingyu more. Everyone listened and swallowed their saliva. All attributes improved. What does that mean? OMG. Xin Xingyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had felt it when Li Xiaoxiao gave him the buff before. This talent is too abnormal. At this moment, Xin Xingyu looked at Li Xiaoxiao with shining eyes. Xiaoxiao, be my personal assistant from now on. I won't treat you unfairly. When Li Xiaoxiao heard this, her face suddenly turned red and she nodded. Xin Xingyu was overjoyed at this moment. With Li Xiaoxiao's support, wouldn't he be invincible? At this moment, Lin Xinran looked at Li Xiaoxiao, shook his head and sighed. How come after being reborn, this guy is so popular with girls? At this time, Lin Xinran suddenly asked several people. Do you understand the situation at Stargate? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. They really don't seem to understand much. Seeing this, Lin Xinran sighed. You should have heard of it more or less. Behind the Stargate, countless races exist. If it weren't for the Stargate's constraints, our human race would have been swallowed up long ago. Of course, I'm not saying this to create anxiety, but to make you understand that it's extremely dangerous behind the Stargate. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Lin Xinran continued at this moment. This time, the trial will be conducted in small groups, assigned to various gathering points to carry out cleanup tasks. Outside the Stargate, besides the existence of all races, there are also some low IQ star beasts. These star beasts often harass our base at the Stargate. Most of them are of level 1 or 2. The so-called cleanup mission is to clean up these star beasts and obtain the energy cores and star cores in their bodies. Ultimately, the results of the trial are determined by the number of star cores each group obtains. After Lin Xinran finished speaking, an idea suddenly flashed through Xin Xingyu's mind. Don't we just form a team? Ji Xing acts as a nanny, and Li Xiaoxiao assists. Goddess Lin and I are the main C. Just right. What about me, big brother? Wu Qiren became anxious when he saw that the other party didn't mention him, and asked Xin Xingyu. Well, you just need to be the finishing blow, just follow us to get the star core. Wu Qiren smiled brightly upon hearing this. Okay, leave it to me. Who cares? As long as Xin Xingyu is willing to take him with him, it's fine. Ever since he heard that Xin Xingyu defeated a second-level cultivator right after awakening, I have great admiration for Xin Xingyu. In addition, the god of war accepted him as a disciple and the goddess favored him. His sixth sense told him. Xin Xingyu is definitely the man with the aura of the protagonist. Follow him, you can't go wrong. Nakano Keiko also asked at this moment, where are you? I want to join too. Everyone looked at Nakano Keiko at this moment. Wah, it's a summoning talent.
Nakano Keiko said this and then stretched out her hand. With a bang, a little wolf cub as big as a ball fell from the air onto the table. Everyone looked at the ugly but cute little guy in front of them and didn't know what to say for a moment.
This, summoned a pet?
The little wolf cub looked at the people around him with his big eyes, showing a very cute expression.
You know what, this little guy is quite adorable.
Ji Xing couldn't help but touch the little wolf cub's head. The little wolf cub was lying directly on the table, revealing its round belly.
Wow! So cute! Ji Xing melted instantly. Xinxingyu looked at Nakano Keiko and smiled bitterly. Sister, your talent looks a bit kawaii. This little thing, are you protecting him or is he protecting you? Hearing this, Nakano Keiko blushed and said shyly, it's indeed a little small now.
Xinxingyu was very upset when he heard this.
How could this be a little bit smaller? What's the level of your talent?
Lin Qingran suddenly interrupted and asked. She looked at the little wolf cub. Why did he look so familiar?
Hearing Lin Qingran's words, Nakano Keiko shrank her head. This sister looks a bit fierce. SSS level.
Xinxingyu was stunned when he heard this.
Are you sure? He looked at the little wolf cub, his eyes full of doubt. Was this a top-level summon? Isn't this a real mascot? Keiko Nakano pouted when she heard Xinxingyu's question. It's a little small indeed. But she is really SSS level.
After hearing this, Lin Qingran understood something.
It's her. You can join.
Lin Qingran nodded to Keiko Nakano at this moment.
Nakano Keiko's face was instantly filled with surprise. Thank you, sister. The clay figurine is steamed well. Xinxingyu looked at Lin Qingran in confusion at this moment. She actually agreed? That shouldn't be the case. Given her personality, why would she bring a mascot with her?
Lin Qingran was looking at the little wolf cub on the table at this moment, with a gleam in his eyes.
This little wolf cub is not as simple as they think. He just hasn't grown up yet. She can now basically conclude that Nakano Keiko is one of the 3/12th level moon-swallowing queens of the Fuso Kingdom in her previous life. And this little wolf cub should be the notorious moon-swallowing wolf king in his previous life. Don't be fooled by his silly and cute appearance now.
She had once witnessed with her own eyes that a fully fledged moon-swallowing wolf king swallowed up an alien army of 100,000 in one gulp. Very fierce. Seeing that Lin Qingran agreed, Xinxingyu no longer expressed any opinions.
It's just one more person.
Hey, Huizi, put the little guy away first. Xinxingyu said to Keiko Nakano at this moment.
Keiko Nakano nodded, then clapped her hands at the little wolf cub. Little Gray. You're back.
When Xinxingyu heard this title, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, Xiao Huihui, I know your daddy. When the little wolf cub heard the call of his master, he instantly broke free from Ji Xing's arms, and threw himself into Nakano Keiko's arms with his tongue wagging.
For a moment, waves rose in Keiko Nakano's chest. Xinxingyu swallowed his saliva. What a happy wolf cub. Then, Keiko Nakano touched the little wolf cub's head, a flash of light passed, and the little guy instantly disappeared in her arms. Xinxingyu looked away and coughed twice. Everyone, our small group is officially formed. It's time to choose a captain. I am incompetent. Willing.
Xinxingyu paused here, then changed the subject and looked at Lin Qingran.
I'd like to recommend Goddess Lin to be our captain.
After Xinxingyu finished speaking, Lin Qingran glanced at him in surprise. This guy actually knows how to find work for her. Lin Qingran thought about it and rolled his eyes.
When everyone heard this, they had no objection. It was just the captain, whoever wanted to be the captain could be the captain.
Looking at everyone's indifferent expressions, Lin Qingran sighed helplessly. Then she said lightly. I know that everyone doesn't care much about this captain. But, once we reach the Stargate, I hope you will follow my instructions.
I promise I will get a good result.
After Lin Qingran finished speaking, everyone immediately felt a sense of boundless confidence from her.
This kind of confidence does not come from words. It's a temperament that radiates from the inside out. She still said it was conservative. As a reborn person, she knew the situation of Stargate very well. Under such unique conditions, taking first place is easy.
Shin Xingyu looked at Lin Qingran at this moment and couldn't help but smile. It just so happened that there was someone coordinating the overall situation, so he felt relieved and all he had to do was kill. The team has been basically finalized, and there is still some time before the exchange meeting begins. Ji Xing shouted at everyone to spray pesticides. Since Keiko Nakano was not very good at Chinese, she just watched the fight from the side. Originally, Goddess Lin did not intend to participate, but under Ji Xing's sarcasm, she joined the battle. There are exactly 5 people now. This was Goddess Lin's first time playing the game Pesticide, so naturally she became the weakest among the 5 people. After the game was over, the 4 of them looked at each other, all trying to hold back smiles. I didn't expect that our Goddess Lin would be at the bottom of the list. Lin Qingran looked at the expressions on the faces of several people, and for a moment his desire to win was overwhelming. Still thinking about playing one more game to prove myself. The bodyguard outside knocked on the door and said, "Dear masters and ladies, the exchange meeting will begin soon." Lin Qingran was suddenly a little indignant. Why was it so fast? Thinking of this, she was suddenly shocked. No wonder my father and Li Zhanshan enjoy playing this game so much. This game is so addictive. No, I can't play this anymore. Thinking of this, Goddess Lin uninstalled the game with an expressionless face. This scene happened to fall into Shin Xingyu's eyes. Ha, Goddess Lin is beginning to fall. Shin Xingyu felt happy. Based on his experience in his previous life, it wouldn't be long before she would have to download it again. Shin Xingyu looked away and said to everyone, "Let's go then." After saying that, everyone walked out. At this moment, in the venue, the traces of the fight between Shin Xingyu and others no longer existed. The number of people has also increased, at least twice as much as before. Everyone walked to the venue and chose a relatively quiet place to sit down. In the front row of the venue, there were a few people sitting there, and they all looked like important figures. Shin Xingyu also found 2 familiar faces among them. Aren't those sitting in the middle Lin Qingran's father and his own chief master? At this moment, the 2 of them put their heads together, with smiles on their faces. The light from the cell phone shone on the 2 men's faces, and it was impossible to tell that they were 2 war god-level figures. Shen Xingyu's face was full of black lines. He was still spraying pesticides. These 2 are really addicted. At this moment, a few people suddenly walked in from outside the door. The leader was an old man. Although he looked very old, his eyes were extremely sharp. At this time, Wu Qiren suddenly said in Shin Xingyu's ear, "The situation is not good, big brother. This man is the ancestor of the Chu family, and he is also a god of war level figure. He has not appeared in the public eye for a long time. I think it's probably because of Chu Xian's matter." When Shin Xingyu heard this, his eyes narrowed. As soon as the old man reached the first row, someone came to greet him. "Mr. Chu, why did you come here in person?" Upon hearing this, the old man glanced at Li Xuanzong, who was playing games, and spoke sharply. "Humph, if I don't come out and do something, some people will no longer take me, Chu Jiangshan, seriously." However, Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan acted as if they didn't hear anything and concentrated on spraying pesticides. The expressions on his face were wonderful, sometimes happy, sometimes frowning. Seeing that the 2 men ignored him, Chu Jiangshan couldn't help but feel angry. Just as he was about to explode, he heard someone laugh loudly. "Brother Chu, I didn't expect that." Chu Jiangshan turned around at this moment and saw 2 men in military uniforms pushing a wheelchair towards them. The moment he saw the person in the wheelchair, Chu Jiangshan was instantly filled with emotion. "Brother Qin," Chu Jiangshan said as he went to meet him. The 2 of them talked and laughed, and had a very pleasant conversation. Not far away, Wu Qiren introduced Shin Xingyu. "That person is the commander-in-chief of our Qingyang military region, Qin Song. Brother, it seems like they have a very good relationship. What should I do?" After Wu Qiren finished speaking, he looked at Shin Xingyu with a worried look on his face.
Shin Xingyu glanced at Wu Qiren. Are you scared? Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren shook his head instantly and said arrogantly. How could that be? I've grown up without knowing how to write the word fear. At this moment, Keiko Nakano suddenly turned sideways. I know how. I'll teach you.
When Wu Qiren heard this, his face instantly turned black.
Sister, this is a metaphor.
Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu also grinned. Then he looked at the two old men, a sharp look in his eyes. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth.
He just didn't believe it. Could the two of them catch him in public? Afterwards, several more people came in one after another. Basically, they are all well-known and influential people. Wu Qiren introduced everyone to Shin Xingyu one by one. Among them, there were actually quite a few people from Kyoto.
And each of them comes from a prominent background.
This surprised Shin Xingyu. What are people from Kyoto doing in Qingyang?
Soon, most of the people at the venue had arrived. The host of the venue walked up to the stage only after seeing that everyone was seated. Everyone, I believe everyone knows the theme of this exchange meeting.
Let's get straight to the point.
Please welcome Mr. Lin Zhan, the person in charge of this fire trial, to give a speech.
Shin Xingyu and Lin Qingren looked over at the same time.
At this moment, Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong were no longer playing games.
It looks quite serious.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan stood up and greeted everyone. Suddenly there was a burst of applause in the arena. For many students, this was the first time they met Lin Zhanshan. Lin Zhan's expression at this moment was extremely serious. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Zhan's figure flashed and he came to the stage. Dear students and colleagues, I will not waste any more time on this nonsense.
Let's get straight to the point.
The trial of fire was proposed by me 10 years ago. There was a lot of opposition at the time. Even now, many people still don't understand. Why should our children experience the cruelty of the Stargate so early?
Here I want to emphasize once again the original intention of our fire trial.
The trial of fire is intended to preserve the flame for the survival of mankind. As Lin Zhan spoke, a look of determination emerged in his eyes. Why do you say that? I believe everyone should be aware that today, the situation of our blue star human race is already precarious. If it weren't for the constraints of the Stargate, the myriad races outside the domain have already invaded on a large scale.
I'm telling you the truth. If this happens, our blue planet won't last more than a month.
When the students in the audience heard Lin Zhan's words, they were all shocked.
Can't even last a month? Are we humans so weak?
At this moment, Lin Zhan looked at the expressions of the people below the stage, a trace of sadness flashed across his face, and then he continued.
Maybe you students don't believe it too much. You may all be immersed in the stability and harmony created by today's society.
But I tell you clearly, it's because you are living too well.
That's why everyone is so naive.
Instead of sending you to the Stargate to die later, it would be better to throw you onto the battlefield early. I'll use blood and chaos to sharpen you. Lin Zhan's words were so powerful that all the students and leaders in the audience were silent. Lin Zhan took a deep breath at this time, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then continued to speak to everyone. At this moment, your predecessors are still fighting bloody battles outside the Stargate. It is because of them that you can live such a wonderful life. Lin Zhan said this, and then changed the subject. So, I hope so too. You children who have walked out of the fire trial. One day, because of you, Blue Planet will become more and more beautiful. Let your descendants not have to endure the suffering of war. Then, Lin Zhan looked at everyone, his eyes became firm and solemn. In the eyes of the crowd, he bowed deeply and said, May all of you be like dragons. Strengthen our human race. At this moment, everyone in the audience saw Lin Zhan's appearance and listened to his powerful words. All of a sudden, everything started to boil. The blood in my body started to burn. The god of war bows. What a scene! For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Lin Zhan slowly straightened up and smiled slightly when he saw this. It seems that his goal has been achieved. Before the fire trial begins, it is very important to rekindle the passion of this group of young people who live a comfortable life. Then, Lin Zhan flashed away from the platform. At the same time, the host of the venue reappeared on the stage. Okay, thank you for your wonderful speech, Lord Lin. Next, an officer from the Qingyang military region will explain some basic knowledge about stargates. As the host finished speaking, a burly man in military uniform slowly walked towards the stage. When he got on the stage, the officer didn't say much nonsense, and didn't even introduce himself at the beginning, and then began to explain to everyone. As everyone listened to the officer's explanation, they gradually calmed down from their excitement. Lin Qingran listened at first, but after finding that it was all very basic knowledge, he closed his eyes and started practicing. After noticing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, Xin Xingyu looked at Lin Qingran beside him in surprise. He is indeed a top student. Don't waste any time. Xin Xingyu came back to his senses and listened to the knowledge with great interest. Gradually, he gained a general understanding of the situation of the Stargate. Behind the Stargate, it is similar to the ancient society, and it is impossible to use the technology of Blue Star. Therefore, everyone who enters the Stargate for the first time must apply for a pass. And this pass is the most important communication tool outside the Stargate. There is a small formation on the pass that can receive and transmit information. More importantly, you can add friends. Although it is not as smart as the current chat software, it is already acceptable. Then the officer talked about the area divisions behind the Stargate and some precautions. However, the explanation is relatively simple, so you can only go there to get a deeper understanding. But overall, it is really helpful for those of them who have never been to the Stargate. This allows them to make corresponding preparations in advance based on the situation, so that you won't be dazed when you get to the place. The officer spoke for about an hour. Then, the exchange meeting came to an end. After the host said the exchange meeting was over, everyone was just thinking about leaving. Then I heard a bone-chilled voice saying, "Who was it that ruined my grandson before? Stand up." Although my Chu family is not a well-known family, but you can't let people bully you like this anymore. The person who spoke was Chu Jiangshan. When Xin Xingyu heard what the other party said, his eyes gradually became cold. What is coming has finally come. At this moment, when the old man said this, everyone did not leave, but looked around curiously. Many of them had witnessed the conflict between Xin Xingyu and Chu Xian before. The people around Xin Xingyu all had serious expressions at this moment. The old man's identity is here. Not only is he an old god of war, but he also has a lot of experience. This is going to be difficult. The people in the first row were also a little confused at this moment. Qin Song, who was sitting in a wheelchair, frowned and asked, "Brother Chu, what's going on?" Chu Jiangshan snorted coldly. "There was a boy who had some conflicts with my grandson before. It was just a minor incident, I wouldn't show up. But this brat is really too much. He actually crippled both of my grandson's legs." Qin Song was also shocked when he heard this, because he knew it. This big brother of mine is famous for being protective of his own children. Chu Jiangshan stood up at this moment, looked around the room, and then stared at Xin Xingyu and the others. Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong frowned when they saw this. They naturally saw Xin Xingyu and the others, and saw the situation. His face turned cold. What does this old man want to do? Then, Chu Jiangshan said calmly, "Shaolin, old manly. Your descendant beat up my grandson, don't you want to say something?" Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong's faces showed no change when they heard this. Then Li Xuanzong took the lead and said, "When the younger generation spar, it is inevitable to get hurt. What are you so excited about?" Lin Zhan heard this but remained silent, with an indifferent expression on his face. He knew his daughter's character very well. If no one picks on her, will she take action? Since you're the one looking for trouble, you deserve to be beaten. When Chu Jiangshan heard what Li Xuanzong said and looked at the two of them, he suddenly felt a surge of anger for no reason.
Okay, this is your attitude, right? Someone come. Catch that guy first.
When Shin Xingyu heard this, his expression gradually turned ugly.
You old bastard, don't you have any shame?
When Li Xuanzong saw this, his face instantly turned serious.
Chu Jiangshan, what do you mean?
Seeing that Li Xuanzong was angry, Chu Jiangshan's men did not act rashly at this moment.
At this time, Qin Sang also said, Brother Chu, don't be angry first, if there is anything, we can discuss it. Chu Jiangshan was still furious at this moment, puffing his beard and glaring, are you willing to negotiate? You saw it too. These two people just now had no intention of discussing anything.
When Li Xuanzong heard this, he became somewhat angry.
Do you really think he has a good temper? I just don't want to discuss it with you, what's the matter?
Your grandson has brought shame upon himself, and as an elder, you don't know how to teach your grandson a lesson, but instead you teach others a lesson.
No wonder your grandson is embarrassed, it's all your fault.
When Shin Xingyu heard what his chief master said, he couldn't help laughing out loud. My master's words are quite sharp.
He looked at Chu Jiangshan again, and at this moment Chu Jiangshan's old face was flushed red. Li Xuanzong. Don't go too far.
Chu Jiangshan was glaring at Li Xuanzong at this moment.
This old man didn't give me any face in front of so many people. Li Xuanzong waved his hand with an indifferent expression on his face. I just went too far, so what?
If you dare to touch my apprentice today, don't blame me for taking action against your Chu family. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked by Li Xuanzong's domineering attitude towards protecting his child, and looked at Shin Xingyu with envy.
It's so cool to have such a domineering master.
Chu Jiangshan was choked by Li Xuanzong at this moment, and his face was full of gloom.
This guy is really going too far. He didn't want to make things too awkward.
After all, he and Li Xuanzong were once colleagues.
But right now, Li Xuanzong doesn't want to give him any face at all.
Chu Jiangshan gritted his teeth and shouted to the people behind him, catch that kid.
Don't worry about anything else.
After Chu Jiangshan said this, he looked at Li Xuanzong with indignation in his eyes.
Today, I'm going to take action.
Seeing this, Li Xuanzong immediately frowned.
Chu Jiangshan. What do you want to do with me?
As Li Xuanzong spoke, he waved his hand and froze several of Chu Jiangshan's men in place.
So what? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?
Hearing Li Xuanzong's words, Chu Jiangshan said with his eyes wide open. At this moment, Lin Zhan was watching the show as if nothing had happened.
Listening to what the two people said, Lin Zhan enjoyed watching the fun. It's good to fight.
He has long disliked this old man surnamed Chu. Lin Zhan has been working in the military region for many years and has suffered a lot from this old man. Relying on his age, he often tells me what to do. He also often supports his own confidants in the army. This caused great trouble to Lin Zhan's work. Qin Song, who was sitting in a wheelchair, sighed when he saw the two of them were on the verge of a fight. I say, two old men, if you have something to say, let's talk it out nicely. The two men turned their heads at the same time and said to Qin Sang in unison, shut up. Qin Song's old face suddenly turned red. He was a general, and it was really embarrassing for him to be scolded by two people like this. But there's nothing I can do. He can't afford to offend either of these two people. Two war gods, instead of getting angry with your own people here, why not go outside the Stargate and kill a few more high-level aliens? At this time, a man wearing a loose black robe and with an ordinary appearance walked up and spoke to the two of them indifferently. At this moment, Chu Jiangshan and Li Xuanzong looked over at the same time, and saw the large historical book pattern on the black robe of the person who came, and they couldn't help but frown. What did the people from the revision library come here for? The middle-aged man glanced at the two of them mechanically, then turned his attention to the field. Where is Shin Xingyu? The man spoke calmly, and everyone in the audience couldn't help but look at Shin Xingyu. Shin Xingyu looked surprised. This person should be from Kyoto. However, just now, because this man was inconspicuous, Wu Qiren did not pay attention to him and did not introduce him to him. At this time, Wu Qiren came up again and said to Shin Xingyu, Brother, this person should be from the revision hall. The revision hall is primarily responsible for compiling historical books. It is also responsible for revising and publishing the techniques and skills of all Chinese spiritual warriors. When Xin Xingyu heard Wu Qiren's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be due to improved breathing techniques? Thinking of this, Xin Xingyu waved to the man and then walked towards him. Lin Qingran also realized at this moment that this person was most likely here to improve his breathing method. The person who came was a revisionist in a black robe. It seems that the improved breathing method has attracted the attention of these taciturn people. The rank of the revisers can be distinguished from the robes they wear. From low to high they are white, yellow, blue, cyan, black, and purple. The revision officer in black robe is considered a high-ranking official in the revision office. At this moment, Xin Xingyu walked to the front of the stage, and Chu Jiangshan instantly stared at him like a poisonous snake. "You are the one who ruined my grandson?" Shen Xingyu felt confident at this moment and spoke very calmly. "It's me. Senior Chu Xian bullied my friend first. I crippled him because he was inferior in skill. Senior, you are so aggressive, isn't it too beneath your dignity?" Chu Jiangshan became angry when he heard what Shen Xingyu said. "Forget it if your master talks to me like that. You're a junior, hasn't anyone in your family taught you to respect your teachers?" As he spoke, Chu Jiangshan's momentum suddenly increased, and he pressed towards Shen Xingyu with the pressure of the 10th level. Li Xuanzong was about to take action when he saw the man standing in front of Shen Xingyu waving his sleeves. Chu Jiangshan's pressure was directly eliminated. The big guys in the front row were a little surprised. Don't people from the revision hall usually stay away from any kind of fight? Chu Jiangshan, Shen Xingyu is now the quasi-editor of my revision hall. If you touch him, our owner won't agree. The ordinary man said slowly. As soon as the voice fell, an uproar broke out on the field. Shen Xingyu? Prospective revision officer? Are you sure? When Chu Jiangshan heard this, his face became so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. What does this person from the revision hall mean? Is this young man a prospective editor? Do you really think he is easy to fool? Can just any Tom, Dick, or Harry be the revisionist? I know that your host and Emperor Li Xuanzong are old acquaintances. Even if you're speaking for him, you don't have to use such a lame excuse. Chu Jiangshan said angrily. At this moment, Li Xuanzong was also confused. What happened? When did his apprentice become a quasi-revisionist? Shen Xingyu raised his eyebrows when he heard the revision officer's words. What's going on? At this moment, the man spoke again. This is the decision of all colleagues in our revision library. It has nothing to do with War God Li. Shen Xingyu's contribution deserves our respectful treatment. The man's words immediately caused an uproar on the scene. What is the existence of the revision library? They are more than just a functional department. And they also have a very high-sounding title, Recorders of the Times. Treat everything equally. But now, Shen Xingyu, an unknown person who had just awakened, actually asked them to treat him with courtesy? What did he do? Now, everyone looked at Shen Xingyu differently. Listening to the man's words, Li Xuanzong couldn't help but glance at his disciple. It's only half a day, right? So you become the quasi-revisionist of the revision hall? My disciple is quite powerful. What does the identity of quasi-revisionist mean? Maybe others are not so clear. But he knew it very well. As a special functional department responsible for recording the times, their power is astonishingly great. The more powerful and high-ranking the person is, the more respect he has for this department. Because their every word and action may be recorded by this group of people and preserved forever. Therefore, no one ever dared to provoke such a group of writers. Otherwise, whatever they write could ruin your reputation. 2. Jiangshan, who was standing aside, became serious when he heard the man's words, and then spoke again. What contribution can this kid make? Hearing this, the man glanced at Chu Jiangshan lightly, his face always maintaining an indifferent expression. Sorry, this is a state secret, you have no right to know. Chu Jiangshan was furious when he heard this, but in front of the revision official, he could only try his best to suppress it. How did this guy get so lucky? He actually got in touch with the writers at the revision hall. Then he really needs to think carefully, otherwise he might lose his reputation in the end if he is not careful. Seeing this, the man stopped paying attention to everyone and looked at Xin Xingyu again. The skills you submitted earlier are of great significance to China. The master has personally ordered that if you are willing to join the revision library, you will be directly granted the status of a yellow robe. The man said to Xin Xingyu, and seeing Xin Xingyu's puzzled expression, he then explained. The ranks of the revision halls, from lowest to highest, are white, yellow, blue, cyan, black, and purple. Considering your current lack of strength, I will grant you the status of yellow robe for the time being. As your strength increases, your rank will also increase. After the man finished speaking, the people around him were a little stunned. What kind of martial arts did this kid hand in? You should know that the rank assessment of the revision library is very strict. Some people spend their entire lives just wearing white robes. And now the revision hall actually promised that Xin Xingyu would become a yellow robe if he joined? Xin Xingyu scratched his head when he heard this. He could tell from the expressions of the bigwigs around him that the conditions offered to him by the revision hall should be extremely good. However, he really had no interest in the work of the revision library. This kind of serious work is not suitable for him. He still likes freedom. Thinking of this, Xin Xingyu said angrily, "Thank you for your kindness, but I am really not suitable to be a revision officer." After Xin Xingyu finished speaking, the big guys around him all looked incredulous. He actually refused like that? When Chu Jiangshan heard Xin Xingyu's answer, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This kid is really stupid. But it's okay this way. Without the identity of a revisionist, he wouldn't have so many concerns. When the man heard Xin Xingyu's words, a look of regret appeared on his face. This young man in front of me can improve the basic breathing method in a short period of time. He is indeed a rare talent. But they are the revision library and cannot force anyone to buy or sell anything. Now that he heard the other party's refusal, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Then the man said again, "Well, if you are interested in the future, the door of our revision library is always open to you." Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu bowed slightly to the man and said, "Thank you all for your kindness." The man nodded, then continued, "But the owner also said that if you don't want to join, my revision institute is still willing to grant you the status of an external revision officer. It's just a temporary position, and I don't have to fulfill the duties of a revision officer. I wonder if you would be willing." Li Xuanzong, who was not far away, suddenly had his eyes brightened and sent a voice message to Xin Xingyu, "Disciple, agree to him." When Xin Xingyu heard this, he couldn't help but look at Li Xuanzong, who slowly nodded at him. "I do." Xin Xingyu immediately turned around and said to the man. Since Li Xuanzong has spoken, he no longer hesitates. The other party will definitely not harm him. The man nodded after hearing this, then he raised his hand. A gleam of light flashed in his hand, and an ancient diary and a pitch-black fountain pen appeared in his hand. This is my official weapon, and also a symbol of my status. The curator said that you can write down anything you want to write in this notebook. When the people around heard this, they couldn't help swallowing. This has a different meaning. Chu Jiangshan's face darkened as he shouted at the man, "This is absurd. The historical records are so rigorous, and you, the revision office, actually handed it over to a young brat?" Hearing this, the man said expressionlessly, "Chu Jiangshan, this is the decision of our museum owner. If you think it is unreasonable, you can report it to the relevant department." Chu Jiangshan gritted his teeth when he heard this and said, "What's the point of reporting it? Which department can manage their revision library?" Chu Jiangshan was furious for a moment. Could it be that his grandson was really destroyed in vain? Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu took the diary and pen from the other party, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This thing is good. If anyone annoys me again in the future, I will remember it. Let him be infamous forever. Wahahaha. When the man saw Xin Xingyu accept it, he nodded at him and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Everyone was used to seeing the man leave suddenly. The writers in the revision hall have always been so casual. Then, Shin Xingyu held the two objects in his hands and looked at Chu Jiangshan with ill intention.
Senior Chu, what did you just say? Please say it again so I can learn from it.
As Shin Xingyu spoke, he opened his notebook and was about to write something on it. Chu Jiangshan's beard stood on end with anger when he heard this.
We'll see.
Chu Jiangshan made some harsh remarks, then walked out angrily with his men. Shin Xingyu looked at Chu Jiangshan's back and curled his lips indifferently.
This old man is so shameless, he only knows how to bully the weak. You don't have any shame at your age.
At this moment, seeing that the storm was over, everyone gradually left the venue. War Godly, I will coordinate the matter between your disciple and the Chu family. We are all at the level of God of War, so let's stop fighting among ourselves. At this moment, Xin Song was pushed in front of Li Xuanzong and said with a sigh.
Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzong nodded and said, Do you think I'm the kind of person who would stir up trouble?
You should talk more to that old man.
Xin Song couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when he heard Li Xuanzong's address to Chu Jiangshan.
Okay, I'll try my best. He answered somewhat reluctantly.
The main reason is that Chu Jiangshan is well known for being concerned about his reputation and protecting his children.
Now Li Xuanzong's apprentice was beaten up by someone's only grandson, and he insulted the person in public. Xin Song guessed that no matter how he tried to persuade her, it would be useless. After saying that, Xin Song was pushed out. Before leaving, he glanced at Shin Xingyu. It can attract people from the revision hall so much. This guy is quite capable. He is worthy of being the disciple favored by the god of Warli. It seems that I have to let my children interact with him more in the future. As everyone left, only Shin Xingyu and a few others were left in the venue. At this time, Lin Qingran and others also came over.
When Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan saw Lin Qingran for the first time, they couldn't believe their eyes.
Of course, why are you dressed like this? Lin Zhan said this with great heartache at this moment. This is even more painful than killing him.
Doesn't this allow others to take advantage?
Especially this brat. Lin Zhan said this and glared at Shin Xingyu fiercely. Shin Xingyu's eyes were vague for a moment.
This is none of my business.
She wanted to wear it herself. Lin Qingran was a little embarrassed at the moment. Dad, I'm just trying it out. Lin Zhan was heartbroken when he heard this. It must be this kid's fault. He knows his daughter's temperament.
Very well.
Thinking of this, Lin Zhan slapped Shin Xingyu on the head.
The crisp sound echoed in the field.
Behave yourself, kid. Don't lead my precious daughter astray. Shin Xingyu saw stars after being slapped in the face.
I feel wronged.
Seeing this, Lin Qingran's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning.
You deserve it.
You pervert. Shin Xingyu saw the change in Lin Qingran's eyes and reacted instantly. Suddenly I felt like crying but had no tears. This woman did it on purpose. No wonder he wanted to wear it out. It turned out to be a trap for him.
Li Xuanzong was still immersed in surprise at this moment.
I really can't keep up with the changes in young people's thinking. Of course, don't dress like this anymore, you're not a girl. Lin Zhan spoke to Lin Qingran again at this moment.
I understand.
Lin Qingran nodded after hearing this. At this time, Li Xuanzong came back to his senses, looked at Shin Xingyu for a while, and suddenly looked surprised. Have you broken through to the first level? After these words were spoken, Lin Zhan looked at Shin Xingyu with a face full of question marks.
No, I gave you the breathing method in the morning, and you made a breakthrough in the afternoon? His precious daughter spent the entire night on it. Is this kid so incredibly talented? Ji Xing and the others were also shocked at this moment. We both just awakened, how come you made a breakthrough? When Shin Xingyu heard this and saw Lin Zhan's reaction, a hint of pride flashed across his face. Hee, scare you to death.
Then he nodded calmly, well, it was a lucky breakthrough. Lin Qingran rolled his eyes when he saw this. He managed to break through by luck. This kid is really good at showing off. When Li Xuanzong heard Xin Xingyu's words, a hint of joy flashed across his face. His disciple was constantly giving him surprises. This was the first time he had seen someone break through a level in such a short time. However, Li Xuanzong did not show too much surprise at this moment, and spoke lightly to Xin Xingyu. Not bad. But it's still a little slow. Keep it up. Think of your master, I only needed 4 hours to finish it. Li Xuanzong said this without blushing. Hearing this, Lin Zhan didn't feel comfortable exposing him. What have you been doing here for 4 hours? Xin Xingyu listened to his master's words with a frown on his face. Okay, you can pretend better than me. Master, I also need 4 hours. Xin Xingyu said again at this moment. Li Xuanzong's face froze. Damn it, I said too much. Ahem, really? That's not bad. You've caught up with me, your master. Although Li Xuanzong was talking nonsense, Xin Xingyu's speed still refreshed his cognition. This is too fast. Lin Zhan really couldn't stand these two pretentious guys, so he changed the subject and asked. What did you submit that aroused such interest among the revisionists? Hearing this, Lin Qingran asked in confusion, didn't my aunt tell you? Hearing this, Lin Zhan shook his head, what did she say to me? Xin Xingyu accidentally improved the basic breathing method, which doubled the speed of absorption of the basic breathing method. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Improved basic breathing technique? Double the speed? You are not kidding. Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan looked at Xin Xingyu at the same time. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu scratched his head and said, lucky. When the two heard this, shock was written all over their faces. That would have a huge impact. As we all know, spiritual warriors below the 3rd level can only practice through the basic breathing method. In this way, the cultivation speed of spiritual warriors below the 3rd level can be greatly improved. No wonder those people in the revision hall were trying so hard to win him over. Lin Zhan swallowed hard at this moment, and then you handed in the technique? Xin Xingyu nodded, yes. Lin Zhan looked at Xin Xingyu with admiration for a moment. He didn't expect that this kid had such a high level of ideological awareness. Li Xuanzong patted Xin Xingyu's shoulder and said solemnly. Well done, it's not easy for you to have such a heart. There's the style of your master, me. Lin Zhan glanced at Li Xuanzong at this moment. This old guy really knows how to flatter himself. Li Xuanzong said again, since you have made a breakthrough now, master will teach you well tonight. As he spoke, Li Xuanzong showed a meaningful smile on his face. When Xin Xingyu heard this, his eyes turned dark. No, could you please not be so ambiguous? Then, Li Xuanzong looked at the other young people on the field. Except for Wu Qiren, the rest were all little girls. Li Xuanzong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. How come this disciple of mine has the potential to be a scumbag? Lin Zhan also realized this problem at this moment, and there was some vigilance in his eyes when he looked at Xin Xingyu. No, I have to talk to my precious daughter and tell her to stay away from this guy. Li Xuanzong cast an ambiguous look at Xin Xingyu at this moment, and then said, okay, you young people have fun, the two of us will leave first. Afterwards, Lin Zhan said something in Lin Qingran's ear, and then followed Li Xuanzong away. Before leaving, he did not forget to glare at Xin Xingyu. This made Xin Xingyu extremely puzzled. He asked Lin Qingran, what did War God Lin tell you? Lin Qingran glanced at Xin Xingyu calmly, oh, nothing, he said you are a scumbag. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu said indignantly, I am innocent. How could I be a scumbag? Lin Qingran ignored Xin Xingyu and said to the others, there are still 2 days until the fire trial begins. You must break through to the 1st level within these 2 days. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren, Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko all nodded. Ji Xing curled his lips at this moment, you don't have to tell me. Lin Qingran glanced at the other person calmly and said expressionlessly, don't hold me back when the time comes. When Ji Xing heard this, a hint of anger flashed across his delicate little face. You are the one holding us back. She turned her head away and ignored Lin Qingran. Wu Qiren looked at the two people confronting each other and couldn't help but look at Xin Xingyu. The big brother is worthy of being the big brother. No one else can make two goddesses jealous of each other. Seeing this, Xinxingyu hurriedly said, "Okay, let me teach you the improved version of the basic breathing method first." When everyone heard this, excitement immediately appeared in their eyes. Afterwards, several people returned to the previous box. Xinxingyu directly orally told the formula to several people. Several people were a little puzzled, as it sounded like there was no difference from the previous version. However, when they started to follow the breathing method, they were completely shocked. This speed is indeed astonishingly fast. At least more than twice as fast as before. Everyone looked at Xinxingyu, feeling a little unbelievable. "Xingyu, how did you do that? It's amazing." Ji Xing looked at Xinxingyu and praised him sincerely. When Xinxingyu heard this, he smiled awkwardly. "Actually, I don't know either." When Ji Xing heard Xinxingyu's words, his face was full of admiration. "That means you are really a genius." Xinxingyu looked at the other person's sincere expression and touched his nose uncomfortably. The real genius is Master Tong. Afterwards, everyone went back to their homes. There were still 2 days left before the fire trial, so they definitely had to prepare. After all, outside the Stargate is an unknown new continent for them. Xinxingyu naturally had to follow Lin Xingran. After all, Li Xuanzong had already given the order to start training him tonight. The two returned to the Imperial City Villa. Seeing that his master and Lin Zhan had not returned yet, Xinxingyu said something to Lin Xingran and prepared to go see the house that Xia had given him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingran followed. Xinxingyu was a little surprised when he saw this. "Goddess Lin, aren't you going to practice anymore?" Lin Xingran heard this and shook his head, with a little worry on his face. "It doesn't matter if I take a moment, I just want to relax." Xinxingyu heard a different meaning in the words. Goddess Lin seems a little unhappy? However, Xinxingyu did not ask any more questions. If she wanted to say something, she would tell him naturally. Then Xinxingyu led the way in front, and Lin Xingran followed behind. The two of them first went to the property to get the keys. After the two arrived, Xinxingyu took out the title deed and was immediately warmly received by the property management. After completing the household registration for Xinxingyu, they were very considerate and sent someone to take the two of them directly to their destination in a tour bus. Accompanied by Lin Xingran, Xinxingyu opened the door and was immediately shocked by the luxury inside. At this time, the accompanying property manager introduced to the two people, "Mr. Xin, the decoration style of this house is Nordic minimalist style, which is a relatively popular style at present. It's perfect for you and your wife to live in. It's low-key, luxurious, and stylish." Xinxingyu looked at the decoration in the room and nodded. "You know what, it's really nice." But Xinxingyu immediately reacted, "What, madam? We are friends." The property manager suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that he had flattered the wrong person. "Excuse me, Mr. Xin. Seeing you two are so handsome and beautiful, I thought." Xinxingyu waved his hand, "Forget it, you go first, I don't need you to introduce me next time." Upon hearing this, the property management nodded quickly and said, "Okay, Mr. Xin, if you need anything, just contact us directly." As he spoke, the property manager handed a business card to Xinxingyu. After Xinxingyu took it, he nodded at the other party. The property management then left, leaving Xinxingyu and Lin Xingran alone in the room. Xinxingyu looked at the layout of the house and was very satisfied. This small villa was about 400 square meters. It has 2 floors, and there is an open-air swimming pool upstairs. Xinxingyu was standing in front of the swimming pool at this moment, feeling nostalgic. In his previous life, before he traveled through time, he was still renting a 14-square-meter basement in Beijing for 2,000 yuan a month. Unexpectedly, he actually lived in a villa in this life. "Goddess Lin, please sit down for a while." Xinxingyu greeted Lin Xingran. It was sunset at this moment, and looking from the second floor, one could not help but feel intoxicated. Hearing this, Lin Xingran nodded and sat down on a seat by the swimming pool. Then Xinxingyu rummaged through the wine cabinet in the house for a long time, and finally came out with 2 bottles of Fat House Happy Water. After coming out, Shin Xingyu looked at Lin Qingran, who was sitting in his seat in deep thought and couldn't help but feel a little dazed.
Looking at it from his perspective,
the girl's graceful figure at this moment just overlaps with the beautiful sunset in the distance.
It forms a landscape painting with unique charm.
Shin Xingyu took out his terminal and recorded the scene. At this time, Lin Qingran was looking at the setting sun not far away, feeling a little melancholy. Since her rebirth, she often falls into the same despair as the human race in her previous life. Although she has full confidence in herself in this life, she still does not dare to have too much hope for the situation of the human race.
The gap is really too big. Just as Lin Qingran was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Goddess Lin, have something to drink."
Lin Qingran looked up and saw Shin Xingyu standing beside him, holding a bottle of Fat House Happy Water in his hand, with a faint smile on his face. She reached out to take the soda handed to her by Shin Xingyu, and then Shin Xingyu sat next to her casually.
"Why are you so gloomy?"
Shin Xingyu opened the pull ring of the can of soda, then took a sip with a hint of satisfaction on his face, and asked Lin Qingran. Hearing this, Lin Qingran lowered his head in thought for a moment, then replied calmly, confused. When Shin Xingyu heard these two words, he looked at Lin Qingran in surprise.
Would she say these two words again? For a moment he suddenly felt a little funny. Lin Qingran heard Shin Xingyu's laughter, frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I thought only people like me would be confused, but I didn't expect that Goddess Lin would also be confused sometimes."
As Shin Xingyu spoke, he raised the soda in his hand towards Lin Qingran. Lin Qingran rolled his eyes when he heard that. Then Shin Xingyu took a sip of soda and continued, "Actually, the so-called confusion is all because of thinking too much.
Regret the past and worry about the future. Actually, it's totally unnecessary. Just take care of the present. The past cannot be reversed, and the future cannot be grasped. The present is the only thing we can hold firmly in our hands."
Lin Qingran was slightly touched when she heard what Shin Xingyu said. She didn't expect that he, who always seemed heartless, could say such words. However, after listening to it, she did understand a lot.
Instead of worrying here, why not do more?
Besides, this life has just begun and the future is unpredictable. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Qingran's previous confusion disappeared instantly. She took a sip of the soda in her hand and said to Shin Xingyu, "Well, thank you." Shin Xingyu smiled when he saw this, then he put his hands under his head, looked at the setting sun in the distance, and slowly closed his eyes. Then, Lin Qingran stood up, looked at Shin Xingyu, who looked very happy, and said, "Then I will go back first." After saying that, Lin Qingran turned and walked downstairs. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu quickly opened his eyes and climbed up from his seat.
"No, Goddess Lin, let's go back together."
Shin Xingyu hurriedly followed. Lin Qingran glanced at him and said, "Don't call me that, it's so ugly, just call me by my name." Shin Xingyu was delighted when he heard this. It seemed that Goddess Lin treated him as a friend. "Then I'll call you Ran Ran," Shin Xingyu grinned. Lin Qingran's face darkened when he heard this won't work either.
"Okay, Ran Ran,"
Shin Xingyu replied with a smile. Lin Qingran looked at Shin Xingyu's smug look inside.
"Never mind.
Whatever. The two houses are not far away." The two walked for more than 10 minutes and returned to Lin Qingran's home. At this moment, Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan had returned. As soon as the two entered the room, they heard the sounds of two big men fighting.
Go, 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 the health is low. Wave after wave.
Shin Xingyu and Lin Qingran looked at each other and saw the helplessness on each other's faces. These two people are extremely addicted. Afterwards, when the two saw Shin Xingyu, their eyes lit up green, like a cat seeing a mouse.
"Disciple, get on board."
Shin Xingyu's face was full of black lines. Afterwards, Shin Xingyu transformed into a ruthless ranking machine, leading two rookie bosses to roam the canyon. He played 2 or 3 games before stopping. Lin Zhan suddenly slapped his forehead at this moment. "It's over, what are we going to eat tonight?"
"I forgot to order food."
Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu said, "I see Ran Ran did it." When Lin Zhan heard this, his eyes widened. "What did you say?"
"Ah, I told you to do it. Lin Zhan's face turned pale instantly. Go stop her. Otherwise, we're done for tonight.
Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu hurried towards the kitchen. When he entered the kitchen, he saw a scene that he would never forget.
Lin Qing ran excitedly.
Threw a lively big carp from Honghu Lake into the pot, and then put a whole bag of salt in.
Shen Xingyu swallowed his saliva.
He finally understood what Lin Zhan meant.
Could it be eaten if it was cooked like this?
Lin Xingran turned her head to look at Shen Xingyu and said proudly, "Tell my dad and the others that dinner will be served soon." Shen Xingyu frowned when he heard this. If the meal is served, then the three of them will have to eat together.
Well, of course, let me do it.
Shen Xingyu said to the excited girl at this moment.
Hearing this, Lin Qingran looked at Shen Xingyu with great suspicion. Can you do it? I can definitely do it. I'm a 5-star chef, Shen Xingyu said immediately.
What a joke. In his previous life, he was wandering around the capital. If he didn't know how to cook, he would have starved to death.
Really? Then you can only barely help me.
Hearing this, Lin Qingran nodded and said confidently. When it comes to cooking, she never admits defeat to anyone. In her previous life, she loved cooking for others and everyone praised her. They all say her cooking is incredibly delicious.
Even a Michelin 5-star restaurant can't compare. However, she overlooked one issue. Given her status and position at the time, who would dare to say it was not delicious?
Shen Xingyu rolled his eyes as he listened to Lin Qingran.
No, who gave you the confidence?
However, Shen Xingyu still said in a guilty conscience, yes, Ranran's cooking is the best.
However, I won't bother you to do it today. It's a good opportunity for everyone to have a taste of my cooking skills. Lin Qingran frowned when he heard this. Is that so? Oh well.
Shen Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other party give in.
Then you should go and rest first. Hearing this, Lin Qingran glanced at Shen Xingyu with a hint of suspicion. Are you sure you can cook? Don't make it so unpalatable.
As she spoke, she took off her apron and handed it to Shen Xingyu. Shen Xingyu was helpless when he heard this.
Who gave this girl the confidence?
Then he put on his apron, looked at the fish in the pot, and shook his head.
Thank you for your hard work, brother you. I will make you taste better.
In the living room, Lin Zhan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Qingran coming out.
Fortunately, otherwise, today would be the end of my life. Oh, whoa. Not long after, Shen Xingyu finished cooking.
After sorting out the food in the refrigerator, Shen Xingyu managed to put together 5 dishes and a soup. After the dishes were served on the table, Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong looked at the delicious dishes on the table and all looked at Shen Xingyu with admiration. A desire to win flashed through Lin Qingran's heart.
I didn't expect this guy could actually cook it. Humph, it definitely won't taste as good as mine.
Lin Qingran, who didn't believe in evil, immediately picked up his chopsticks and tasted them one by one. As he ate, the expression on his face became more and more exciting.
Don't tell me, don't tell me. Seeing this, Shen Xingyu smiled and said, how is it?
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran immediately restrained the expression on his face.
It's okay, but it's still far worse than what I did. Li Xuanzong, who was confused, heard Lin Qingran's words and his eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Then I must try it next time.
Lin Zhan and Shen Xingyu grinned when they heard this. Please don't try it, or I'll send you away. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran immediately said, okay, seniorly, I'll take care of tomorrow's meal. When Shen Xingyu and Lin Zhan heard this, their faces were filled with sorrow.
Forget it, just go hungry tomorrow.
After everyone had finished their meal, Li Xuanzong took Shen Xingyu to the backyard.
Li Xuanzong turned his back to Shen Xingyu and said solemnly, Boy, now that you are at the first level, I will teach you my famous skills.
Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu also became serious.
The highlight is here. Then, a
flash of light appeared in Li Xuanzong's hand, and a purple sword appeared in his hand.
He looked at Shen Xingyu and said lightly,
When I started practicing swordplay, I became obsessed with all sorts of fancy swordplay techniques. Later, I gradually discovered that although sword moves vary in many ways, they all remain essentially the same. I also got a glimpse of the true meaning of swordsmanship. Later, he created a sword technique that made him famous throughout the world. As Li Xuanzong spoke, his eyes gradually became sharper, and his sword intent was rampant. Shen Xingyu felt the breath of Li Xuanzong and suddenly felt like an ant seeing the blue sky. Such a strong sword intent. Afterwards, Li Xuanzong said again, "Watch carefully, this move of mine is called Jingjia." As Li Xuanzong spoke, he soared into the air, concentrating all his sword energy on the purple sword in his hand. Then Li Xuanzong's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and he swung his sword towards the artificial lake in the center of the Imperial City Villa. The water in the entire artificial lake was instantly split into two halves, revealing the lake bottom. Shen Xingyu looked towards the lake. The sword energy on the lake could not dissipate for a long time, causing the lake water to remain like this for a long time. At this moment, Li Xuanzong slowly landed, looked at Shen Xingyu's astonished expression, and a smile appeared on his face. Jingjia means the beginning of spring thunder, awakening dormant insects. The true meaning of my sword move is that the sword strikes out as swift as spring thunder, and the sword retracts like the first roar of spring thunder, echoing for a long time. When Shen Xingyu heard this, a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He had a general understanding of it. To put it simply, the sword must be drawn quickly, and the impact of the sword moves must be continuous. Then Li Xuanzong put away his gifted long sword and said to Shen Xingyu, "I think you should understand. Next, let's start with sword practice." As Li Xuanzong spoke, a cruel smile appeared on his face. When Shen Xingyu heard this and looked at Li Xuanzong's expression, he shuddered all over. He had a bad premonition. Afterwards, Shen Xingyu's screams like ghosts and wolves were heard in the backyard of Lin Qingran's house. Lin Qingran was meditating in the house at the moment. When she heard the sound, she opened her eyes and slowly took out a pair of earplugs from a drawer beside her. If Shen Xingyu were here, he would definitely say, "Damn, so ruthless." Bang! Too slow. Bang! Faster. At this moment, in the backyard, Li Xuanzong was dodging the sword that Shen Xingyu was swinging at him, while whipping Shen Xingyu with the purple sword in his hand. Li Xuanzong's special training method for Shen Xingyu was very simple, which was to let Shen Xingyu swing his sword at him until he could cut him. Every time Shen Xingyu swung his sword and made Li Xuanzong unhappy, he would be whipped. During this hour, Shen Xingyu couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes, let alone hit him. He had no idea how many times he had been slapped by Li Xuanzong. The key point is that this guy is really cruel. At first he still had the strength to shout, but later he was almost numb. He felt the burning pain in his body and wanted to cry but had no tears. But he did not dare to slow down his movements. Lin Zhan was standing aside, holding a bottle of beer in his hand, watching the scene with interest. While watching, he made a tisk-tisk sound. He watched Shen Xingyu being beaten without a smile on his face. "I'm just an old spectator." Listening to the sound of the whip hitting Shen Xingyu, he inexplicably felt a little refreshed. At this moment, Li Xuanzong looked at the time and found that it was already around 10 o'clock in the evening, so he stopped whipping Shen Xingyu. "Okay, let's stop here for now." When Shen Xingyu heard Li Xuanzong's words, it was like hearing the sound of nature. It's finally over. If it hadn't ended, his life would have been in danger. Then, Li Xuanzong casually threw a small porcelain bottle to Shen Xingyu and said, "Take some medicine and wipe it off, and continue tomorrow. When you can hit me, you will be considered a master." After Li Xuanzong finished speaking, he yawned. He was tired after yawning for so long. Then he walked towards the room on his own. Listening to Li Xuanzong's last words, Shen Xingyu smiled bitterly. When will this day end? It's late at night. Shen Xingyu was sitting alone in the living room with his upper body naked. Shen Xingyu looked extremely miserable at this moment. His upper body was almost entirely covered in red bloody marks. He opened the ointment given by Li Xuanzong and began to heal his wounds. When the ointment touched his wound, he immediately felt a piercing pain. His face immediately became distorted. This ointment is too strong. He gritted his teeth, trying not to scream. But after a while, he discovered a very embarrassing problem.
How to wipe the back. Shin Xingyu wanted to cry, but he couldn't wipe away the tears. Give me.
At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Shin Xingyu looked back and saw that Lin Xingran was standing behind him. She had actually been here for a while. After finishing her training, she wanted to go out and relax. As soon as I arrived in the living room, I saw Shin Xingyu covered in scars. Seeing his slightly disheveled appearance, she felt a little sorry for him. Shin Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran, who seemed a little indifferent in front of him, and his face suddenly filled with tears.
Of course, you still care about me. As he spoke, Shin Xingyu handed over the ointment.
Lin Xingran rolled his eyes when he heard this. Then she took the ointment and sat down next to Shin Xingyu.
Turning around, Lin Xingran said.
Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu quickly turned sideways and turned his back to the other party. Lin Xingran looked at Shin Xingyu's battered back and his eyes changed. I have to say, Master Li was really ruthless. Then she took the ointment and began to apply it on the wound. Shin Xingyu suddenly grimaced in pain. However, feeling Lin Xingran's cold little hand, he felt pain and a strange feeling in his heart. Lin Xingran's face was slightly flushed at this moment.
To be honest, this was the first time she applied ointment to a man.
No, to be precise, it was my first time having close contact with a boy. At this moment, a strange feeling suddenly arose deep in her heart. And this whole scene was seen by Lin Zhan, who was in the bedroom. As the ultimate daughter slave, he is always paying attention to Lin Xingran's every move. Especially since Shin Xingyu still lives in his house. Lin Zhan watched his daughter apply medicine to Shin Xingyu, and his back teeth were almost broken.
He himself doesn't even get this kind of treatment. Bastard!
However, this time he rarely spoke out to stop it.
Just sighed slightly. In the living room.
After Lin Xingran applied the ointment to Shin Xingyu, he returned it to Shin Xingyu.
Thank you, Ran Ran. Shin Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran and said sincerely.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xingran nodded calmly, and then returned to the room under Shin Xingyu's gaze. Shin Xingyu looked at the other persons departing back and smiled slightly. Although Goddess Lin is a bit cold, she is actually quite soft-hearted. Although the two did not communicate much, he could feel it.
Afterwards, Shin Xingyu put on his clothes and walked towards his residence.
Arriving at his home, Shin Xingyu leaned back on the sofa in the living room and relaxed.
I have to say, the ointment given by Li Xuanzong is really effective.
After a short while, he no longer felt the pain in his wound.
It's not even 11 o'clock yet, and the class group is still active.
Shin Xingyu clicked on it and glanced at the screen for a while.
Everyone
was talking at once, and the topics of conversation were quite diverse. They first talked about the fire trial that would take place soon, and then the topic turned to the special recruitment of warriors that would take place a month later. The so-called special recruitment of warriors is another large-scale examination after the college entrance examination. The target is this group of freshmen who have just awakened their talents. Through special recruitment of warriors, they can be admitted to Lingwu University. I heard that the policy for this year's warrior exam has changed.
Is anyone aware of this?
The 4 academies seem to have announced that there will no longer be any restrictions on talent level for this year's admissions. At this time, the student council member in the group suddenly said this.
The group exploded instantly. Damn, does that mean I can also enter the 4 great colleges? Calm down, please. Since there are no restrictions on talent level, the other assessments will definitely be extra strict.
That's right, let's just leave it to fate. Shin Xingyu was bored watching everyone's conversation. After integrating the memories of this life, he naturally knew what the 4 major courtyards were that people talked about. The so-called 4 major academies are the collective name for the 4 top Lingwu colleges. The 4 major schools are Kyoto Lingwu, Magic City Lingwu, National Defense Lingwu and Huaxia Lingwu.
Among them, Kyoto Lingwu and Moto Lingwu should be the 2 most powerful universities among the 4 major academies. Guofang Lingwu is also quite powerful because of its military background.
The strength of Huaxia Lingwu is unknown because this academy rarely appears in the public eye, and it is different from the other 3 academies. The other 3 colleges recruit students once a year, but Huaxia Lingwu has never had a fixed enrollment period. It may be a new move every 3 years, or it may be a new move every 5 years. It is very casual, so Huaxia Lingwu is the most mysterious Lingwu university among the 4 major colleges. But since it is named Huaxia, it must be something more than simple. Xin Xingyu glanced at the screen for a while, then closed the window. Happy today. The accompanying picture was a group photo of several people in a private room, and Xin Xingyu looked at it with interest. You know what, he looks pretty handsome in the photo. Xin Xingyu moved his little hands and gave Ji Xing a thumbs up. Then Xin Xingyu clicked the publish button for some unknown reason. Then I posted the photo of Lin Qingran's back that I took today. Xin Xingyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then the copywriter wrote, Happy today. Then, after a while, the message reminder on the social software popped up. It was all about likes and comments on his post. Xin Xingyu took a look and was amused by the comments. Super Tyrannosaurus Warrior, real envy. 9 out of 10, real envy. My butt is the most popular among all the monkeys on the mountain, I'm really envious. Xin Xingyu grinned when he saw this and said, Tisk, go ahead and be envious. Suddenly, another message reminder popped up. A beautiful classmate at the same table praised you. Xin Xingyu was stunned when he saw the message. Beautiful classmate? Who is she? How come he has no impression at all? Then the beautiful classmate suddenly sent him a private message, give me the original picture. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu was confused and quickly typed into the chat box, no, sister, who are you? At this moment, Lin Qingran was lying on the bed. Seeing Xin Xingyu's reply, she was furious. This bastard. I really forgot about her. Lin Qingran angrily sent out a string of ellipses. Xin Xingyu frowned when he saw this. Then he got playful and quickly typed, Beauty, I forgot to leave a note, let me take a look at the photo. I just remembered it. Lin Qingran gritted her teeth when she saw the message. From Xin Xingyu. Then I clicked on the photo, took a selfie and sent it. On the other side, Xin Xingyu's eyes widened when he saw the photos sent by the other party. Beautiful girl. Ask for the sack. Why does this person look vaguely familiar? Xin Xingyu took another careful look, and immediately cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Isn't this Goddess Lin? Yes, that's right, it's Goddess Lin. Xin Xingyu swallowed his saliva and typed in the chat box, haha, just kidding. I actually recognized it a long time ago. Lin Qingran on the other side was so angry that he laughed when he saw these 2 messages. You can see nothing. Give me the original picture. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu quickly sent the photos he took today. Misunderstand. After receiving the photo, Lin Qingran no longer paid attention to Xin Xingyu. Xin Xingyu smiled bitterly when he saw this. When did he add her? The note is still, beautiful deskmate. Beautiful deskmate? Xin Xingyu suddenly had an idea. He remembered that he did have a beautiful classmate in junior high school, but they only sat at the same table for a month before she transferred to another school. Is she Lin Qingran? Xin Xingyu, who had figured it out, reacted immediately. No wonder Lin Qingran said he had her contact information. Soga. Early the next morning, Xin Xingyu arrived at Lin Qingran's house early. The moment he saw Lin Qingran, Xin Xingyu couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. What happened yesterday is still fresh in my mind. However, Lin Qingran didn't care about him at all. He went to the living room, got a bottle of drink and went back to his room. Li Xuanzong waved to Xin Xingyu at this time. Xin Xingyu immediately followed Li Xuanzong towards the backyard with a miserable look on his face. For the next morning, Xin Xingyu was trained by Li Xuanzong. In the backyard, Xin Xingyu's shouts could be heard from time to time. It's truly horrific. Finally, after this high-intensity training, Xin Xingyu's sword drawing speed was greatly improved. And he successfully cut the corner of Li Xuanzong's clothes. Li Xuanzong raised his eyebrows when he saw this. That's pretty fast progress. Shin Xingyu looked at the corner of his clothes that fell to the ground and grinned.
Well, I finally made it through. Okay, I've almost passed.
At this moment, Li Xuanzong retracted his innate long sword and clapped his hands.
Take a rest first, I will teach you the secret formula of Jingja later.
Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu nodded quickly.
He now feels weak. At noon, Lin Qingran personally went into the kitchen and prepared a full banquet.
Shin Xingyu and Lin Zhan were at the dinner table, trembling as they looked at the table full of dark dishes. Thinking of Lin Qingran's weird behavior yesterday, Shin Xingyu grinned.
Can I not eat it?
Shin Xingyu thought about it and looked up at Lin Qingran.
Of course, I.
Before he could finish his words, Lin Qingran immediately interrupted.
Eat more, to replenish your body.
When Shin Xingyu heard this, he looked hopeless. At this time, Li Xuanzong sat down. He looked at the table full of food and immediately smiled.
Ran, your craftsmanship is really good.
Apprentice, eat more and nourish yourself well. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu smiled a face that was uglier than crying. Master, you should eat more too.
Li Xuanzong laughed immediately when he heard this.
Of course.
It's my first time eating Ran's cooking, so I must eat more.
As Li Xuanzong spoke, he couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks.
Seeing this, Lin Qingran immediately looked at Li Xuanzong with anticipation.
Li Xuanzong picked up a piece of pork ribs and began to chew it, savoring it while eating.
Well, not bad. After just a few words, Li Xuanzong's face turned green in an instant.
He looked at the ribs on the table and his eyes widened. These ribs, why are they so salty?
Kill the guy who buys salt.
Li Xuanzong hurriedly picked up
the drink on the table and drank it all.
Then, he looked at Lin Qingran with a little hesitation and found that the other party was looking at him expectantly.
Li Xuanzong swallowed his saliva and said to Lin Qingran reluctantly, not bad, but it's a bit strong.
After hearing this, Lin Qingran thought for a moment and said, maybe the tastes in the north and south are different. When Shin Xingyu heard this, his face suddenly turned dark.
Master, can't you just tell the truth?
Lin Zhan was holding his forehead with his hand at this moment, with a somewhat sad expression.
There's nothing we can do, it's all his own fault. I shouldn't have let Ran learn to cook in the first place. Li Xuanzong glanced at the two of them and instantly understood. It turns out these two knew it from the beginning. Come on, eat quickly, don't let Ran down.
Li Xuanzong looked at the two of them and said with gritted teeth, then threw another piece of braised pork into his mouth.
He almost vomited out of nausea after just a few bites. This big piece of fat meat is not cooked yet.
Seeing this, Shin Xingyu and Lin Zhan had no choice but to bite the bullet and start eating, with extremely wonderful expressions on their faces.
This taste is so wonderful.
Li Xuanzong's move hurt 1,000 enemies but 800 of his own, and all three of them were defeated. After finishing their meal, the three of them took a long time to recover. Afterwards, before lunch break, Li Xuanzong handed the Jingja mantra to Shin Xingyu, and then said, rather than calling it a mantra, it's more about applying the sword's will.
I can't help you with this. You have to comprehend it yourself.
Li Xuanzong said, and handed Shin Xingyu a diary and continued.
Here are some of my personal experiences, which should be able to help you.
After Li Xuanzong finished giving the mantras and insights, he went back to his room for a nap. He was sweating profusely after the lunch and urgently needed a rest. At this moment, Shin Xingyu was the only one left in the living room. Shin Xingyu looked at the formula in his hand and started to make plans in his mind. He now has a scroll for achieving perfect combat skills in his hand, but he hasn't used it yet.
Should he give it to Jingja or to Zanjin Wuza? After a little thought, Shin Xingyu chose Jingja.
This move is Li Xuanzong's famous skill, so it must be extraordinary. Shin Xingyu thought about it and directly summoned the system interface and gave the perfect combat skill scroll to Jingja. Ding, the perfect combat skill achievement scroll has been used up.
Combat skill Jingja, perfect level. In an instant, a huge amount of insights flooded into Shin Xingyu's mind.
After completely mastering Jingja, he felt the changes this fighting skill brought to him, and his face lit up with joy. It turned out that I made the right choice. After he digested all the vast insights, he immediately felt the unfathomable depth of this sword skill. As the sword intent continues to grow stronger, the effect of this fighting skill will become stronger and stronger. Now, I feel more confident when heading to the Stargate. The following afternoon, Xinxingyu devoted all his time to cut away the clutter. Tomorrow they will set off for the Stargate for training, so it is always good to prepare more now. Because he had the blessing of the transparent sword body, he basically practiced cut off all clutter to the entry level within one afternoon. At present, Xinxingyu has a perfect level of the awakening. Entry level, cut away the clutter. Plus the innate sword intent dragon. Basically enough. At night, Xinxingyu stayed at Lin Xingran's house and would go to Xingmen tomorrow. It's more convenient to live together. He made a special call to Huang Ma. I told Huang's mother the general itinerary and asked her not to worry. After listening to this, Huang Ma spoke to Xinxingyu in an admonishing tone. Xingyu, you must pay attention to safety on this trip. I asked for a protective amulet for you a few days ago. I smiled and asked her to bring it to you tomorrow. You must protect yourself, don't be stubborn, do you hear me? Xinxingyu felt warm in his heart when he heard what Huang Ma said, and then he immediately replied. I understand, Huang Ma, don't worry. Afterwards, the two exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up the phone. Afterwards, Xinxingyu simply packed his luggage. He basically only brought a few sets of clothes for changing and some functional medicines given by Xie. When he came out of the orphanage, he took some extra with him in case of emergency. After packing up, Xinxingyu lay down comfortably to rest. Early the next morning, Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong got up at 5 o'clock. He also called Lin Qingran and Xinxingyu. The two of them were sitting in the hall at this moment, neither of them opening their eyes. Disciple, we will go ahead and give you some instructions. Once you reach the Stargate, you'll be on your own. Don't be stubborn, your life is the most important. Lin Zhan also said at this time. Yes, this is your first time entering a Stargate after all. Everything is based on ensuring your own safety. As Lin Zhan spoke, he stretched out his foot and kicked Xinxingyu. You kid, act like a man. Protect Ranran well. If anything happens to Ranran, I'll hold you accountable. After saying that, Lin Zhan looked at Xinxingyu solemnly. Xinxingyu was awakened by Lin Zhan's kick and quickly nodded to him. Okay, let's go first, there are many things to deal with. Seeing this, Li Xuanzong said to the two of them. Then the two of them walked out of the house. Outside the door, a driver had been waiting for a long time. Before leaving, Li Xuanzong suddenly thought of something and turned around to say to Xinxingyu. By the way, apprentice, take some time to study the two things the revision hall gave you. Write something down there, there's a surprise. Li Xuanzong finished speaking hurriedly and ran away, leaving Xinxingyu confused. What the hell? You better explain it clearly. Xinxingyu, who was half asleep, was now completely awake. This master really only speaks half the words. Xinxingyu sighed and glanced at Lin Xingran beside him. Suddenly I had the urge to laugh. At this moment, the other person was wearing pink pajamas and was half leaning on the sofa and dozing off. The little head nods. You know what, Lin Xingran looks really cute like this. Xinxingyu couldn't help but think of this at this moment. Then, Xinxingyu leaned over, patted Lin Xingran's shoulder gently, and spoke softly. Of course, go back to your room and sleep. It's still early. It is indeed a bit early now. Xinxingyu took a look at the notice last night and knew that they just needed to gather at school at 9 o'clock. Lin Xingran groaned when Xinxingyu slapped her like that. Then she lay down on the sofa, and her two long, flawless white legs were immediately exposed to the air. Xinxingyu glanced at him and swallowed. Isn't this a test for him? Xinxingyu sighed, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and pulled the blanket beside him to cover Lin Xingran. Then, he returned to the room reluctantly. 8 o'clock. Lin Xingran, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, slowly woke up. Seeing the blanket covering her, a smile crossed her face. Although I was dozing off before, I still vaguely remember some of it. Then she smelled a refreshing fragrance. I couldn't help but drift towards the source of the fragrance. Went straight into the kitchen. Hey, are you awake? Shin Xingyu noticed the footsteps behind him and smiled. Wait a moment, it will be ready in 5 or 6 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran nodded silently and then left the kitchen. After a while, Shin Xingyu came out of the kitchen carrying a pot. Lin Qingran was sitting at the dining table in a daze at this moment. Shin Xingyu laughed when he saw this. Here I come. Try the preserved egg and lean pork porridge I made. Shin Xingyu put the pot on the table, opened the lid, and the aroma immediately spread out. Lin Qingran smelled the fragrance of the porridge and couldn't help swallowing. It smells so good. Then Shin Xingyu brought out the bowls and chopsticks, and the two of them started to feast. The two of them ate up the whole pot of porridge. Lin Qingran suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She seemed to have eaten 3 bowls? But Shin Xingyu didn't take it too seriously. After the two finished eating, Lin Qingran drove them to school. At exactly 9 o'clock, the two arrived at the playground of Qingyang University on time. There are 2 buses parked on the playground at this moment. Everyone in the car was slightly surprised to see the 2 people arriving with synesthesia. Are these 2 people progressing so fast? Then the window of one of the buses rolled down. Wu Qiren poked his head out of the car window. Brother! Goddess Lin! This. After the two got in the car, Wu Qiren, who was sitting in the back of the car, quickly pointed to the seat in front of him. Brother, I've saved it for you. After the two sat down, Shin Xingyu said to Wu Qiren, thank you. Well, why thank you? We are a team now. Shin Xingyu smiled when he heard that. Then he turned his head and saw Ji Xing on the other side, who was looking at him with an unhappy face. You finally saw me. Ji Xing curled his lips at this moment. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu scratched his head in embarrassment. How about it, do I look good in my outfit today? Then Ji Xing asked Shin Xingyu with a little shyness. When Shin Xingyu heard this, he glanced at Ji Xing and found that she was wearing white silk today. He couldn't help swallowing, it looked better than taking a photo. Nice. Shin Xingyu praised sincerely. It must be said that Ji Xing's body proportions are really perfect. Bitch. Suddenly, Lin Qingran, who was sitting next to Shin Xingyu, said lightly. When Ji Xing heard this, he didn't get angry but laughed instead. Hey, someone was wearing something hotter than me yesterday. Double standards. When Lin Qingran heard this, his eyes instantly turned cold. The two women's eyes met instantly. Shin Xingyu, who was caught in the middle, felt a headache. Why do these two people fight as soon as they meet? Everyone in the car listened to the conversation between the two and felt so angry that their teeth were itching. Damn Shingo! How dare you do this? How abominable! At this time, a man in military uniform walked into the car and everyone's attention was immediately attracted to him. Classmates, we are ready to set off. Everyone, take your seats. Target, Stargate. Everyone listened to the officer's words and began to look forward to it. The officer looked at the excited faces of the people and smiled slightly. A newborn calf is really not afraid of a tiger. You won't be able to laugh when you get there. Shin Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. This elder brother came at the right time. Successfully resolved the conflict between the two women. Then, the car started slowly and the windows on both sides rolled down instantly. At the same time, the dome light in the car came on. Since you haven't entered Lingwu High School yet, the route to the Stargate is kept secret from you. I hope everyone understands. The officer spoke to everyone and then sat in the passenger seat. Seeing this, everyone didn't say anything. On the way, Shin Xingyu had nothing to do, so he took out the two magical instruments that the revision hall had given him from his bag and began to study them. Thinking of what Li Xuanzong had said to him before. Just write something, is there a surprise? Shin Xingyu was confused for a moment. Then, Xinxingyu opened his notebook, thought for a while, picked up a pen and wrote on it.
Shen Xingyu is the most handsome man in the world.
A line of small gold-plated words appeared on the black notebook. Then, the string of words he wrote suddenly began to jump, and then slowly disappeared in Xinxingyu's sight. At the same time, a line of small golden words appeared on the notebook.
Text resonance failed.
Xinxingyu felt a little surprised when he saw this.
This thing looks pretty fun.
Then, Xinxingyu continued to write on it. Xinxingyu is a man of great talent and strategy. Failure of text and printing resonance.
Xinxingyu is talented.
Failure of text and printing resonance.
Xinxingyu is extremely talented.
Failure of text and printing resonance.
Xinxingyu laughed as he wrote.
Lin Qingran turned his head and looked at him puzzledly.
Is this guy crazy?
At this time, in Kyoto, the revision hall.
An old man in a purple robe was standing in front of a huge black ancient book.
Behind him were two men in black robes. The old man looked somewhat helpless at this moment. All of Xinxingyu's words just now appeared on the light screen in front of the black book.
This kid is addicted to playing. The old man laughed.
A man in black robe behind him also said so.
Master, I'm not saying that giving him the magic weapon was a bit of a joke.
When the old man heard the black-robed man's dissatisfaction, he just smiled slightly.
I think it's okay. Recording the truth is not the privilege of my editorial office. Truth can come from everyone's hands. The black-robed man nodded upon hearing this and said, That's true. But how many people can be completely truthful? Otherwise, my revision library wouldn't exist.
After the man finished speaking, the man next to him, also in a black robe, immediately stopped him.
Okay, stop talking.
At this moment, the old man waved his hand.
It's okay.
Although this kid is a bit outrageous.
But I still believe in him. Oh? Someone succeeded in resonance? Which revision officer?
The two men in black robes said at the same time. Upon hearing this, the old man waved his sleeves gently. Suddenly, a line of golden characters appeared in everyone's sight. I, Xinxingyu, am unrivaled in swordsmanship. When several people saw this line of words, they were stunned.
This. The black-robed man just now said in surprise.
The old man in purple robe said solemnly at this moment.
Then this.
The old man smiled slightly.
That means, this is real. At the same time, the black notebook in Xinxingyu's hand suddenly glowed. Text and print resonance successful.
Xinxingyu was suddenly stunned.
What's going on? Then a stream of pure energy entered his body.
Xinxingyu suddenly felt his mind clear.
It's like eating a strong mint.
For a moment, this change made Xinxingyu a little puzzled.
What is successful resonance? What is this energy?
At this moment, before he could figure it out, the car suddenly shook violently.
Everyone was shocked at this moment. It's okay, we're almost there. The co-pilot officer said lazily at this moment. After hearing this, everyone relaxed. I thought someone was robbing me.
At this moment, Xinxingyu also put away his notes and pen for the time being. For a moment he couldn't figure it out. As the car moved slowly, after a while, the window shades on both sides were slowly rolled up. Everyone looked outside and saw that they had arrived at a huge town. The car drove on the streets of the town, attracting a lot of onlookers.
Is this the Wuda convoy? They arrived so quickly? This shouldn't be the case. The message for help just went out. How could they arrive so quickly?
Yes, and Lingwu High School has its own portal.
Why would you come to Qingyang's portal? Don't even think about it, it's a team of freshmen from an ordinary university. The crowd was bustling, and I don't know who said this. The crowd was instantly excited. Freshmen? Didn't they just awaken? What are you doing here? That's right. We're not all dead. Yet.
There's no need to let these kids in. It seems to be a new policy this year. Everyone shook their heads and sighed when they heard this.
It's good to see it sooner rather than later. Yeah, that's right.
The people in the car couldn't hear the conversation between the people outside the car, and they were all looking around curiously. The people outside looked at the energetic faces through the car window, not knowing whether they were feeling regret or nostalgia. Then the car slowly drove forward and came to a huge square. The convoy also slowly stopped at this moment.
The officer in the car greeted everyone. Everyone, get out of the car.
After hearing this, everyone got off the bus and immediately saw the huge bronze portal standing in the square. The moment Lin Xingran saw the portal, his eyes became complicated.
Stargate. I'm back. Xin Xingyu looked at the huge ancient bronze door that towered into the clouds and couldn't help but ask. Is this the Stargate?
At this moment, Ji Xing and Wu Qiren also had the same doubts. Hearing this, Lin Xingran looked at the towering ancient bronze door and spoke softly.
Yes, to be precise, this place should be called Qingyang Portal. After hearing this, several people looked again. Above the ancient bronze door, they faintly felt a hint of desolate aura. Brother Xingyu. Shun sang.
At this moment, the voices of two women suddenly came from not far away.
Xin Xingyu and others looked to the side.
I saw Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko greeting everyone in the crowd at Xinjiang University of Technology. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu smiled at the two of them. He didn't expect that they were from the same school. At this moment, the convoys from several schools have all arrived at the square. When everyone looked forward, they saw a group of soldiers standing in a neat formation in front of them, like a mountain or a tower. At this time, an officer walked up to the crowd and said solemnly,
"Welcome everyone to the Stargate station in Xinjiang City. Before you all lies the gateway to humanity, the Stargate. I believe everyone has heard something about the Stargate. I won't go into too much detail here."
The officer said this, his expression becoming more serious.
Now, everyone, please look back.
When everyone heard this, they all turned around in confusion. Right behind the crowd stood a huge square monument that reached into the clouds.
The officer continued now. Let me give you some scientific knowledge. This is the monument to the heroes of China.
This monument is engraved with the name of every human ancestor who sacrificed their lives at the Qingyang Gate.
And within China, there are 21 portals like this. This also means there are 21 monuments like this.
Everyone was shocked when they heard the officer's words. The monument in front of us covers an area of at least 200 square meters and is a full 100 meters high. On the stone tablet, one can vaguely see that it is covered with densely packed small characters.
Everyone was moved at this moment.
I used to always hear stories about Stargate, and I heard that many ancestors sacrificed their lives there. But at this moment, after actually seeing these countless names, everyone was still completely shocked and fell silent. The officer now spoke to the crowd in a sorrowful voice. For thousands of years, our ancestors have fought bravely to protect our homeland. Countless of them shed blood on the battlefield, keeping the alien races out of the Stargate and creating the peaceful society we have today.
I know that everyone here is only around 20 years old and has just awakened their talents. Letting you witness all this so early might be very cruel to you. But do you know? On this monument, at least tens of thousands of martyrs died at the age of 20.
As the officer spoke, his eyes gradually became red. When everyone heard the officer's words, they all lowered their heads.
These few words made them
realize the cruelty of the Stargate.
The officer spoke to the crowd again at this moment. I know you're all geniuses. But that's not enough. How many geniuses have been lost to the crowd because of a little setback? You are missing something essential. That's faith.
Therefore, on this trip, I sincerely hope that everyone will understand the situation clearly. Don't be depressed, don't be discouraged, and take it as your responsibility to revitalize the human race.
From now on, strive for progress.
After the officer finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became firm and he bowed deeply to everyone. Everyone's blood started to boil as they listened to the officer's words, their eyes filled with passion. Then the officer straightened up and looked at everyone with a solemn expression.
Now, everyone, please get in the car. Head to the Star Gate.
After the officer finished speaking, everyone got on the car in an orderly manner. During this process, no one spoke, and everyone silently followed the orders. Then the bus started slowly. Unknowingly, a lot of people had gathered in the square, including old people, middle-aged people, men and women. Everyone looked at the convoy of ordinary universities with solemn expressions.
They are just children. What a fucking guts. Humanity will win. The human race will win.
Someone in the crowd said something, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. The sound of these 4 words became louder and louder, and finally gathered together, soaring into the sky, and echoing over the square.
Everyone, salute.
As the bus started, the officer gave an order to all the soldiers, who saluted in unison in the direction of the bus and watched it drive towards the Stargate. At this moment, everyone in the car looked out the window, looking at the army and the human race outside. They instantly felt the blood in their bodies begin to boil, and their eyes became moist and hot unconsciously. Under the gaze of everyone in the square, the bus slowly drove into the Bronze Gate.
The moment you enter the portal, the surroundings suddenly become pitch black.
The car shook violently at first, and then its speed soared instantly. I don't know how long it took.
A dazzling light shone over.
After a long period of darkness, everyone was exposed to light for the first time and was blinded by the brightness. Wait for everyone to slowly adapt and then open your eyes.
The first thing you see is the magnificent sea of stars.
Below the starry sky, a long city wall appeared before everyone's eyes, with no end in sight. At this moment, the officer in the car said to everyone with great pride, "This is our race's strongest line of defense, the Great Wall of Man." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the magnificent city wall in front of them with excitement on their faces.
This is a textbook building.
100 years ago, War Godly single-handedly killed 10 War God-level warriors from other races right here. On the city wall, there are still sword marks left by War Godly.
The officer spoke again.
Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the city wall and vaguely saw a ravine running across it. The moment they saw the ravine, they felt as if they were there, witnessing the battle with their own eyes.
Shen Xingyu looked at the shocking ravine and couldn't help but be surprised. I have a new understanding of the strength of my chief master. However, very little can leave a mark on it.
You can imagine how hard it is. But even such a solid city wall was cut by Li Xuanzong's sword.
It can be said that this is unprecedented. Just as Shen Xingyu was thinking.
The car has slowly driven into the gate of the Great Wall of China. At this moment, the city gate was heavily guarded. When they saw the approaching vehicles, all the soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted. At the same time, the city gate slowly opened, and under the gaze of a group of soldiers, the car slowly drove
in.
Everyone also saw the scene inside the city. Inside the city walls is a huge city with a very retro architectural style and diverse styles covering both Chinese and Western styles. People come and go on the streets, with yellow, white, black, and all kinds of skin colors, and wearing different clothes. Then, the car slowly stopped in front of a Chinese-style building.
After everyone got off the bus, they saw the plaque on it, Chinese Embassy.
Shen Xingyu looked at the plaque and murmured, "So there's an embassy outside the Stargate?" Ji Xing and Wu Qiren looked at everything in front of them with curiosity. Lin Qingran was more indifferent. After all, she was very familiar with this place. At this time, 2 voices as sweet as orioles came from behind the 4 people.
"Brother Xingyu." Shun sang.
The 4 of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko had left their school group and were walking towards them. After Li Xiaoxiao walked up to Shen Xingyu, she smiled at him obediently and then handed him an amulet.
"Hey, Brother Xingyu, this is what Huang Ma asked me to bring you."
Shen Xingyu took the item and smiled slightly. Then he reached out and ruffled the other person's hair. "Thank you."
Li Xiaoxiao was a little shy for a moment. "What are you thanking me for, Brother Xingyu?"
At this time, the instructor leading the team spoke to everyone.
"Okay, students, be quiet for a moment.
The place we are in now is called Hope City. It is the headquarters of the human race outside the Stargate. The city is relatively safe. The embassy will verify your identities and then assign you accommodation. Everyone is tired from traveling today, so take a good rest. We will gather at the embassy early tomorrow morning to assign tasks to everyone. Also, for this special training, everyone can form groups freely. Please submit the names of the members to me before tomorrow. After listening to this, Shin Shingyu said to everyone, "Let's go and get a pass first." After saying that, Shin Shingyu led everyone into the embassy. Because there were so many people, several of them waited in line for a full hour before completing the procedure. After completing the procedure, everyone received a nameplate and a new set of clothes, all in the same black style. According to the staff, it would be more practical to wear this kind of clothes here. This nameplate is also known as a pass, which not only records personal identity information, but also records everyone's military achievements. Because the 6 of them handled the procedures together, their accommodation was also arranged together. After coming out of the embassy, everyone walked towards their residence, talking and laughing. At this moment, Shin Shingyu paused. He saw a very familiar person in the crowd not far away. Seeing this, everyone followed Shin Shingyu's gaze and burst into laughter. Good boy, Chu Xian is really strong-willed despite being disabled. He even came here like this? Wu Qiren burst into laughter and said that the figure everyone saw was none other than Chu Xian, whose legs were crippled by Shin Shingyu a few days ago. Chu Xian was in such a miserable state at this moment. He was leaning on crutches and wearing a mask on his face, afraid that others would recognize him. Shin Shingyu was also amused by Chu Xian's look. He is really strong-willed despite his disabled body. Serves you right, Ji Xing added. Although Chu Xian, who was not far away, was covered in wounds, his ears were still working well. When he heard what the few people said, he almost vomited blood. Chu Xian gave a vicious look to several people, feeling even more resentful in his heart. Damn it, just wait for me. At this time, Wu Qiren looked at Chu Xian not far away and whispered to Shin Shingyu. Brother, I think Chu Xian's grandfather will definitely find a way to take revenge. The Chu family is not as simple as imagined. They have extensive connections in the military. We have to be careful this time, be careful of someone tripping us up. Upon hearing this, Shin Shingyu also nodded. It is possible that the old bastard Chu Jiangshan could really do such a thing. There was a little episode in the middle. Then everyone arrived at the assigned accommodation. The accommodation arranged for them by the embassy was quite secluded. There were 6 of them in total, 2 people in each room, and there was just one empty room. Shin Shingyu naturally lived in the same room with Wu Qiren, Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko lived in the same room, and Lin Qingran and Ji Xing lived in the same room. Before entering the house, Shin Shingyu secretly glanced at Lin Qingran and Ji Xing. These two have always been at odds with each other, so they wouldn't start a fight, would they? However, it was rare for the two of them to have no objections, so Shin Shingyu didn't know what to say. After Shin Shingyu entered the house, he tried on the clothes distributed by the embassy. After putting them on, his overall temperament instantly improved a lot. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. At this moment, Shin Shingyu looks more refreshed and capable, and exudes a hint of sharpness. Damn, brother, you look so good in this outfit. I think I'd better stick with my old clothes. Wu Qiren had also changed his clothes at this moment, and couldn't help but complain that his elder brother looked like a knight in his clothes, but he looked like a clown in them. Shin Shingyu rolled his eyes when he heard that. I advise you to dress nicely. Wu Qiren sighed when he heard this. Okay, I'll listen to you, big brother. Shin Shingyu glanced at Wu Qiren and couldn't help but feel puzzled. This guy is a little ugly, but if you look at him for a long time, it's understandable. I hope this kid won't lower his own aesthetic standards. Very likely. The two of them rested for a while in the room, and Shin Shingyu suddenly said, Wu Qiren, I have always wanted to ask you a question. Brother, ask, Wu Qiren replied quickly after hearing this. No offense, I'm just asking. I remember your father married into the Xie family, so why do you still have the surname Wu? Shin Shingyu said. Oh, because my mom loves my dad very much, so she let me take my dad's last name. Wu Qiren said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu nodded in understanding. He remembered that when Li Xuanzong injured Wu Feng, Xia Wudi was indeed very nervous. Then the two chatted for a while. At this moment, there was suddenly some noise outside the yard. Shen Xingyu and Wu Qiren heard the voice and looked at each other. Then, the two of them walked out of the room. I give up, what a crappy condition. When have I, Zhang Ziyang, ever lived in such a bad house? At this moment in the yard, a young man named Zhang Ziyang, dressed in luxurious clothes, looked at the layout of the yard and complained with disgust. Master, please bear with me. The conditions outside the Stargate are indeed rather simple. Behind him, a burly middle-aged man heard these words and spoke to the young man very respectfully. After Shen Xingyu and Wu Qiren went out, they heard the conversation between the two. The two of them couldn't help but reveal a speechless expression on their faces. This is the young master of that family. However, through the conversation, the two of them understood it instantly. It seems that the empty room in the yard is prepared for these two people. At this moment, Zhang Ziyang also saw Shen Xingyu and Wu Qiren. The moment he saw Shen Xingyu, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This person definitely doesn't look simple. He trusts his intuition and it never goes wrong. Then, he changed his previous look of disgust and spoke to the two of them very enthusiastically. My two friends, are you also here to participate in the trial? Zhang Ziyang said this and walked straight up to the two of them. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Ziyang, and I'm from Kyoto University. After saying that, Zhang Ziyang's hand flashed with a gleam of light, and two bottles appeared in his hand. Then Zhang Ziyang handed two small bottles to the two of them. It's our first meeting, so I'll give you two a gift. Shen Xingyu and Wu Qiren were stunned for a moment when they saw this. Is this guy so familiar? The two hesitated for a moment, then took the vial from each other. When Wu Qiren saw the words on the bottle, he was stunned. Holy crap! Top-level recovery elixir? If this thing were put on the market, it would be worth at least 5 million federal coins. Shen Xingyu was also confused at this moment. This guy is a fucking rich man. Oh, it's just a little thing. I have plenty of things you two want. Zhang Ziyang saw the shock on their faces and waved his hand generously. Then Zhang Ziyang turned to the man behind him and said, Uncle Jia, please put your things inside first. I want to talk to my two new friends. Yes, master. The man nodded when he heard this, and then he got busy. Zhang Ziyang turned around and smiled at the two of them, saying, This is the servant my family arranged for me. Just call him Lao Jia. Shen Xingyu and Wu Qiren were both a little surprised when they heard this. Why is this guy trying so hard to get close to me? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Neither of them answered at this moment. Sure enough, the next second, Zhang Ziyang laughed at the two of them. You two, do you have a team? How about adding me? Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu took the small bottle from Wu Qiren's hand and put it back into Zhang Ziyang's hand. Sorry buddy, we're full. This thing is too valuable, we won't accept it. Shen Xingyu finished speaking in one breath, then prepared to turn around and go back to the house with Wu Qiren. Zhang Ziyang immediately became anxious upon seeing this. Brother, come on. Just let me join you. Just ask for whatever you want. When Shen Xingyu heard this, his face suddenly turned dark. Damn rich people. Dude, we're really full here, please find another group. Shen Xingyu turned around and said helplessly. No, I want to join your group. Zhang Ziyang said very firmly at this moment. Hearing this, Shen Xingyu was very confused. Why? Zhang Ziyang chuckled, I trust my intuition, I won't go wrong if I follow you. Shen Xingyu rolled his eyes when he heard that. No, there are too many of us. Zhang Ziyang became a little impatient when he heard this. Come on, buddy, I'll pay you, just name your price, any amount is fine. When Shen Xingyu heard this, veins popped up on his face. He really couldn't stand this guy's tycoon talk anymore. No, you are rich and you are amazing. Zhang Ziyang paused after hearing this and said as a matter of course, having money is awesome. After saying that, he put his arm around Xinxingyu's neck and said to him with a grin, brother, just name your price.
My family has nothing but a lot of money. If you dare to name it, I dare to give it to you.
Xinxingyu was confused when he heard this.
No, isn't it so arrogant?
After listening to what this guy said, I felt so inferior to him.
What do you think, buddy? We will definitely not fall behind. I'm telling you something, Lao Jia is a 6th rank expert.
You won't be at a disadvantage if you take us along.
Zhang Ziyang continued.
Xinxingyu and Wu Qiren were both stunned when they heard this.
Level 6? A 6th level master serving as a servant? What kind of family background is this? Xinxingyu thought about it and finally nodded. Okay then. A 6th level master, wouldn't that mean you'll be safe along the way?
Zhang Ziyang smiled brightly upon hearing this, and then stuffed 2 top-level recovery spiritual liquids into the hands of the 2 men.
Hey, since we're all in the same group, just accept it as a meeting gift.
After hearing this, Xinxingyu and the others put the small
bottle away again. I don't know your names yet. Zhang Ziyang asked with a smile when he saw the 2 of them accept it.
Xinxingyu and Wu Qiren looked at each other, then introduced themselves.
Shan Xingyu. Wu Qiren.
Zhang Ziyang said with a smile when he heard this.
Brother Shan, Brother Wu, where are the other members? How about I treat everyone to a meal at Luelu, just to get to know each other? Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu directly rejected Zhang Ziyang's proposal.
Forget it, everyone is probably tired, we'll get to know each other tomorrow. Zhang Ziyang nodded in understanding after hearing this. That's right, then I won't bother you anymore.
Brother Shan and Brother Wu, have a good rest.
Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu nodded to Zhang Ziyang and took Wu Qiren back into the house. Inside the house, Wu Qiren asked Xinxingyu with a little hesitation.
Brother, are you really going to let them join like this?
Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu nodded lightly.
The 6th rank attendant following him is the key point. With him, we have a guarantee on the road. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren nodded silently.
He was a little hesitant at this moment, and there were some things in his mind that he didn't know whether he should say or not. Xinxingyu glanced at him and said with a smile, if you have something to say, just say it.
Wu Qiren chuckled upon hearing this, then scratched his head, brother, that man's attendant is a 6th rank one.
What if his character is not so good? Xinxingyu heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes, and said to him, don't worry, from the contact just now, although this guy is a little abnormal. But he's not a bad person. Just now, that level 6 cultivator was here, and he was very polite to us.
He doesn't seem like a playboy. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren nodded in understanding. That's true.
If it were him, he would have gone crazy a long time ago.
This afternoon, everyone seemed a little tired and stayed in the room.
Xinxingyu was a little worried, as he was afraid that Lin Xingran and Ji Xing would start a fight.
However, there was no movement for a long time. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief.
Then he crossed his legs on the bed and began to practice.
I practiced until the evening. Only then did Xinxingyu stop.
He felt his own state and felt helpless. In just one afternoon, it only increased by a few %. This is practiced using the modified version of the breathing method.
If it was the normal breathing method, it would be even slower.
Then, Xinxingyu stretched.
Call it a day. Go to sleep. A night of silence. Early the next morning.
Everyone packed up their things early. As soon as Xinxingyu went out, he saw 4 beautiful girls, and his eyes immediately lit up.
You know what, the embassy's aesthetic is really good. The fit of this suit is simply amazing.
At this moment, after the 4 girls put on this set of clothes, each of them exuded a heroic spirit.
At the same time, everyone's characteristics are not concealed by clothes.
Lin Xingran is still as aloof as ever, and Ji Xing is as charming as ever. Li Xiaoxiao is weak and Nakano Keiko is well behaved. Each of the 4 girls has her own highlights.
Wu Qiren became even more withdrawn at this moment. It turned out that he was just ugly. Xingyu, you look really good in this outfit. You look more handsome than before. Ji Xing covered his mouth and laughed. The other three women's eyes lit up when they saw this. It's no wonder that Xingyu looks even more outstanding in this outfit.
Xingyu grinned when he heard this. At this time, Zhang Ziyang and the other man also came over.
Brother Shin, Brother Wu. Good morning.
Zhang Ziyang greeted the two of them very generously. When Xingyu saw the two of them, he whispered to Lin Xingran and the others.
This guy will be with us. The man behind him is a level 6. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Level 6? Lin.
Xingran frowned when he saw Zhang Ziyang.
Why did this person look so familiar? Brother Shin, are these all our members? Zhang Ziyang asked.
Upon hearing this, Xingyu nodded at him. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyang waved his hand and spoke directly to Lao Jia behind him.
Uncle Jia, bring each of these beautiful sisters a bottle of facial cream. Yes, master.
Then Lao Jia took out 4 small bottles from his space ring and handed them to Zhang Ziyang. Zhang Ziyang took the bottle and wanted to hand it directly to the 4 people, but after hesitating for a moment, he stuffed them all to Xingyu. Brother Shin, I won't give the greeting gifts to each of the sisters one by one. Please give them to them on my behalf. Xingyu raised his eyebrows when he saw this.
This guy is quite well educated.
Then he distributed the small bottles to several people.
Take it, we are all family.
Xingyu said at this moment, and winked at several people. Seeing this, the women accepted it with peace of mind.
Ha ha ha, yes, Brother Shin is right, we are all family, no need to be polite.
This is the spiritual liquid that my Lin family has recently researched.
It can delay aging. Ji Xing asked in surprise after hearing this. Are you from Lin's pharmaceutical group?
When Xingyu heard this, he was also shocked. He wondered how this kid could be so rich. Lin's Pharmaceutical is a pharmaceutical giant in China, and almost all common medicines on the market come from Lin's Pharmaceutical. This guy, no wonder he has a 6th level attendant. At this moment, Lin Xingran asked.
General Zhang is your grandfather, right?
Now it was Zhang Ziyang's turn to be surprised, and Lao Jia behind him also became nervous at this moment.
Zhang Ziyang waved at Lao Jia and then asked. May I ask who your sister is? My father's name is Lin Zhan.
Lin Xingran said lightly. Zhang Ziyang suddenly understood what was going on. So my sister is the daughter of the god of war Lin, no wonder. At this moment, Xingyu was a little confused.
Who is this old General Zhang? Is this kid's background so complicated? Wu Qiren's face was filled with shock. Don't tell me your grandfather is General Zhang Qingfu.
He had heard more or less about some things in the Wu family. The reason why Lin's Pharmaceuticals became the leader in the pharmaceutical industry is because they are related by marriage to the Zhang family.
Hearing Lin Xingran say this, he immediately understood.
Xingyu was also stunned when he heard this name. Zhang Qingfu is a real military boss who commands the entire army.
This old man is known as the god of war.
Zhang Ziyang smiled wryly when he heard this. Everyone, just know this. Seeing him admit it, everyone except Lin Xingran was stunned. This guy's background is really scary. Seeing the shocked expressions of several people, Zhang Ziyang smiled bitterly again.
Just treat me as an ordinary rich second generation. This time, I was thrown here purely to experience life.
Everyone's faces turned black when they heard this.
Ordinary? Rich second generation? Just Lin's Pharmaceuticals is already extraordinary. Xingyu sighed. Okay, let's go to the embassy first.
Then he said to Zhang Ziyang. No matter who you are, once you join our team, you will obey the captain in everything. Yes, this beautiful lady is the captain of our team. Xingyu said, pointing at Lin Xingran. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyang immediately smiled and agreed without hesitation. In fact, he was most afraid of being treated differently by others. Now that he saw Xingyu talking to him like this, he was happy from the bottom of his heart.
Afterwards, everyone went directly to the embassy.
On the way, Shin Xingyu introduced several people to Zhang Ziyang one by one. At the same time, he also discovered that although Zhang Ziyang had an unparalleled family background, he did not have the airs of a child from a noble family at all.
It's very easy to get along with. This couldn't help but make him feel a little emotional.
The children of such a big family are just different. Much stronger than Chu Xian and his ilk.
When everyone arrived at the embassy, quite a few people had already arrived.
Shin Xingyu first reported the names of each team member.
Then a soldier took them to the task delivery office.
This soldier didn't look very old, only about 3 or 2 years older than Shin Xingyu and the others, and seemed a little shy. On the way, the soldier said to several people,
"Well, my name is Su Butsai, you can just call me Xiao Su."
Shin Xingyu smiled when he heard this.
"How can that be? You are older than us anyway, so we will call you Brother Su."
"Hello, Brother Su,"
everyone said in unison at this moment.
Upon hearing this, Su Butsai smiled at them and showed an embarrassed expression on his face. He is not good at socializing and is a nobody in the army. Hearing the calls from several people, he felt warm in his heart. These brothers and sisters are quite cute. Afterwards, under the guidance of Su Butsai, several people arrived at the mission location. As the deputy captain of the team, Shin Xingyu went to draw the mission location. The mission locations for this trial are completely random, which is also to prevent some aristocratic families from using their connections to cheat. While everyone was waiting, an officer suddenly came over and said something in Lao Jia's ear.
A bitter smile suddenly appeared on Lao Jia's face.
"Master, the head of the family has ordered me to stay in Hope City, so you have to go by yourself."
"What?"
When Zhang Ziyang heard this, his face immediately drooped. Although he was a little angry, he could do nothing at the moment. This was an order given by the old man himself, and he had no way of refutation. On the other side, Shin Xingyu handed his team's information card to the officer responsible for drawing tasks. After taking the information card, the other party glanced at the information on it, then he looked up at Shin Xingyu.
"Hold on."
The officer said this before turning around and starting to spin the roulette wheel behind him. Shin Xingyu watched the roulette wheel slowly stop and finally stop at the number 0. Seeing this, the officer took out a task card from the drawer of the cabinet and handed it over. Shin Xingyu took the card and returned to the group. Seeing Zhang Ziyang with a lost look on his face, he couldn't help but ask in confusion,
"Why are you looking so gloomy?"
Zhang Ziyang smiled wryly when he heard this.
"My father ordered that Lao Jia is not allowed to follow me."
Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu looked at Lao Jia beside him in surprise.
Lao Jia nodded and said to him,
"Sorry, Brother Shin, I hope you can help take care of my young master from now on." Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu nodded.
"Okay, since we are all on the same team, we will definitely help if we need to."
Upon hearing this, Lao Jia solemnly clasped his fists towards Shin Xingyu, and then spoke to his young master. "Master, take care of yourself on the way and stay with Brother Shin and the others." Zhang Ziyang nodded when he heard this, then he looked at Shin Xingyu with gratitude and said,
"Thank you, Brother Shen. It was because of you, Lao Jia, that I was allowed to join the team. Now."
Shin Xingyu waved his hand. All right, since the team has already been reported, there is no point in saying this, let's go first." Then, Su Butsai walked over and took the card from Shin Xingyu.
Seeing the address on the card, Su Butsai couldn't help but smile bitterly.
"You guys are really unlucky. I actually got drawn to such a marginal place." Shin Xingyu frowned when he heard this.
"Brother Su, is there anything special about this?" Su Butsai sighed.
"This place is where the star beasts are most active." After saying this, Su Butsai felt that it was not a good idea to say this, so he changed his words.
"But it's not without benefits.
The more star beasts there are, the more star cores we can obtain. Of course, the risk factor will also be much higher." Everyone nodded when they heard this.
"That's not unacceptable. At most, you can just be more cautious when you get there." Then Shin Xingyu said to Su Butsai, "Brother Su, let's go." Subutsai nodded.
Then, under the leadership of Subutsai, everyone got on a military jeep and drove out of Hope City. Lao Jia sighed after watching the few people leave at the door.
My young master is really too cowardly. I hope this industry can change. At this moment, everyone was driving towards their destination, and there was endless wasteland along the way.
Subutsai, who was driving, introduced them to several people. After leaving Hope City, these areas will be shared by all races. The human race has some strongholds in these areas, and this time you will mainly go to these strongholds.
Cooperate with the human race in the base to carry out the task of clearing the star beasts.
Everyone nodded when they heard this.
Then Subutsai continued to add. Because these areas are so vast, some areas have not yet been explored by our human race.
Therefore, based on the defense lines of each country, these areas are divided into layers.
The farther away from the human defense line, the more dangerous it is.
This time, your trial is limited to the 3rd floor, and you just happen to be drawn to the edge of the 3rd floor. When everyone heard this, they all broke out in cold sweats.
This luck was just too bad.
Afterwards, everyone marched westward for 3 hours before reaching their destination. When Subutsai saw the small city in front of him, a slight smile appeared on his face.
We're here. Everyone became more alert after hearing this. After 3 hours of driving, we finally arrived.
At this moment, the gates of the small city were wide open. Subutsai drove in without thinking. But when they entered the city, they found that there was no one in the city. At this moment, Subutsai's face gradually turned ugly.
Something's wrong. This stronghold has been abandoned. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What?
At this moment, Lin Qingran's expression also turned cold. She naturally knew what an abandoned stronghold meant.
Xin Xingyu saw the strangeness between the two and couldn't help but ask. What's going on?
Subutsai gritted his teeth at this moment, and without bothering to explain to Xin Xingyu, he suddenly turned the car around and rushed out of the city. Seeing this, everyone in the car hurriedly grabbed the handrails. As the roar of the jeep sounded, many humanoid creatures immediately emerged from the houses in the city. These humanoid creatures are covered with dense scales, their hair is in bundles similar to dreadlocks, and their mouths have 2 rows of vertical and sharp teeth. Ji Xing, Li Xiaoxiao, Nakano Keiko and Zhang Ziyang were all stunned when they saw these creatures.
It was actually an alien creature. This was the first time they had seen it, and at this moment, they were all more or less terrified.
Zhang Ziyang was even more exaggerated, curling up in the seat and trembling.
When Xin Xingyu saw Zhang Ziyang's cowardly look, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch.
After all, he is the son of a military family, this is too hopeless. At this moment, the alien creatures in the city chased the jeep frantically as soon as they saw it, and their speed was so fast that everyone was dumbfounded. Seeing this, Subutsai's face became extremely ugly. Then he said hurriedly to everyone, "Everyone hold on tight." After saying that, Subutsai stepped on the accelerator and drove the car out of the city. From time to time, the sound of sharp objects scratching the car could be heard. Everyone except Lin Qingran started to get nervous for some unknown reason. After all, this was their first encounter with alien creatures. As the car drove out of the city, everyone relaxed a little.
Xingyu opened the window on one side and looked out.
He was relieved when he was sure that the other party had not caught up with him.
Brother Su, what's going on? Subutsai frowned and said, your mission location has been abandoned.
There are only 2 reasons why a stronghold becomes abandoned. One is that the human race evacuates on their own initiative, and the other is that the stronghold is breached by alien races. However, it is very rare for humans to evacuate on their own initiative. You must know that every stronghold is of vital importance to the human race. Furthermore, once a stronghold is abandoned, we will immediately notify you and remove it from the list. So, as Subutsai spoke, he looked at Xin Xingyu with a serious expression. At this moment, Xin Xingyu's face turned ugly. So, our mission location was deliberately arranged by someone.
Subutsai nodded silently.
Although he didn't want to admit that someone in the army would do such a thing, this was the only explanation at the moment. Xin Xingyu was furious at the moment,
and he could already guess who did it. Who else could it be except that old bastard Chu Jiangshan? He still underestimated the other party's methods. He originally thought that this old man Chu Jiangshan would at most give them a hard time. They didn't expect that this old guy wanted to kill them. Where does he get such courage? You have to know that the people in this car have quite a lot of backgrounds. Isn't this old man afraid of being found out later? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn old bastard." Wu Qiren reacted instantly after hearing this. Brother, was all this arranged by the Chu family? After listening to what the two said, Ji Xing was also shocked. Is the Chu family crazy? You must know that although the Chu family has very deep connections in the military because of Chu Jiangshan. However, few of Chu Jiangshan's sons were capable of living up to his expectations. Therefore, the Chu family's strength is not even as good as Ji's trading company and Xie's trading company. How dare they act so ruthlessly now? Are they really planning to break off relations with several families? Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Lin Qingran said lightly at this moment. Then she said to Su Bucai, take us to the nearest stronghold first. We need to report these things. Upon hearing this, Su Bucai nodded, then turned the car around and drove towards the east. At this moment, everyone in the car was a little depressed. Shen Xingyu glanced at Zhang Ziyang and found that the boy was still huddled in his seat and trembling. I'm not saying, why are you so timid? Shen Xingyu said to Zhang Ziyang speechlessly. After hearing what Shen Xingyu said, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Ziyang. Seeing Zhang Ziyang's look, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Is it that so? Zhang Ziyang saw that everyone was looking at him, and then he came back to his senses from his panic and gave them an awkward smile. Seeing this, Shen Xingyu shook his head helplessly. How could this guy be so cowardly? He hasn't done anything yet. If he really gets into a fight with aliens, this guy will be scared to death. He was a little skeptical for a moment. Is this guy really the grandson of General Zheng Qingfu? How could Mr. Zhang, such a brave man, have such a cowardly grandson? Just as Shen Xingyu was complaining in his heart. Suddenly there was a bang. The car body suffered a violent impact instantly. Everyone in the car was immediately frightened by the violent collision. Zhang Ziyang, who had just recovered from his shock, shrank back again in an instant. What's going on? Shen Xingyu asked Su Bucai first. Then he looked outside the car and saw a very strange-looking chariot appear behind their car. At the same time, this strange chariot quickly passed their jeep and stopped everyone. People from a different race? Shen Xingyu said in surprise. Seeing this, Su Bucai frowned and said to everyone. The Crescent Moon Chariot. It belongs to the Crescent Moon clan. When Zhang Ziyang in the back seat heard this, his little face wrapped in his hands turned pale instantly. Lin Qingran frowned at this moment. Although the Kwei clan was not a strong clan, it was still a middle-class clan. Right now, if they encounter the Crescent Moon clan, they will be dead. At this moment, Lin Qingran quickly said to Su Bucai, go in the opposite direction. Upon hearing this, Su Bucai gritted his teeth and thought, there was nothing else he could do. He might as well escape first. He is not sure about the other party's strength at the moment, and it is difficult for him to deal with it alone. Su Bucai thought about it, turned the car around, increased the horsepower to maximum, and drove in the opposite direction. Everyone's heart was in their throat at this moment. The end of the road. Shen Xingyu looked outside and saw the Crescent Moon clan's chariots chasing him relentlessly. He frowned. This wouldn't work at the moment. Where would he go if he kept running? Give me the map. At this moment, Lin Qingran spoke again, and everyone in the car looked at her instantly. Su Bucai was also surprised when he heard this, but he did not stop his actions and directly handed over the map in front of him. At the same time, he asked with a hint of doubt, can you understand it? Lin Qingran took the map and nodded. This map is not a paper map, but a small formation. It is generally used by the military and can provide real-time feedback on the vehicle's location. At this moment, Lin Qingran was looking at the map, thinking about the route quickly in his mind.
Shin Xingyu tilted his head to take a look, and saw that the map was covered with dense grids, which made him dizzy. Looking at Lin Xingran's focused expression, he couldn't help but feel that the captain had chosen the right person. After a while, Lin Xingran suddenly raised his head and spoke to Su Butsai in front of him.
Go to the abandoned stronghold.
When Su Butsai heard this, he looked a little surprised.
Are you sure?
Lin Xingran nodded confidently.
Right. Su Butsai was a little hesitant at this moment. Wouldn't that be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth?
They had just managed to escape. Seeing Su Butsai hesitate, Lin Xingran immediately spoke.
I just looked. If we go in this direction, we can only go to the gathering place in District 4.
But the risk is too high. You should know that the further out you go, the greater the chance of encountering high-level aliens.
We can't gamble. As he spoke, Lin Xingran's eyes gleamed, and he asked Su Butsai, do you still remember which tribe the aliens in the abandoned city were from?
Su Butsai thought for a moment and replied, Iron Blood Clan?
Who was chasing us just now? Lin Xingran asked again. The missing Moon Clan? For a moment, Su Butsai's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? Okay. Let's go there. Everyone was confused as they listened to what they said. What was going on? Why did they go there? What do you mean?
Shin Xingyu asked hurriedly. The Crescent Moon Clan and the Iron Blood Clan have always been mortal enemies. We led them over, and they have to thank us. Lin Xingran smiled and explained to everyone. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran and couldn't help but ask, Ran, how do you know so much? Everyone looked at Lin Xingran at this moment, with a puzzled look on their faces.
Seeing this, Lin Xingran's face flashed with nervousness. My father taught me. Everyone understood what he said.
They had never expected that War God Lin's education model was so hardcore. Afterwards, Su Butsai drove the car and took everyone on a speeding trip across the endless wasteland. Shin Xingyu observed the movements of the Crescent Moon chariot through the rearview mirror from time to time. The other party was chasing them relentlessly.
Not long after, the abandoned human settlement appeared right in front of the car.
Without saying a word, Su Butsai drove towards the stronghold. At this moment, Shin Xingyu was observing the movements of the Crescent Moon chariot behind him. He saw that the opponent's speed had obviously slowed down, and it seemed that it was afraid. What if they don't follow us? Su Butsai also noticed the situation at this moment and asked hurriedly. Lin Xingran heard this, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If they don't follow us, then why don't we lure the Iron Blood Clan out? Then, seeing that they were approaching the city gate, Lin Xingran said to Su Butsai.
Stop the car now and honk your horn.
Upon hearing this, Su Butsai immediately understood what Lin Xingran meant, and then the shrill sound of the whistle instantly resounded throughout the wasteland. The Crescent Moon chariot behind them saw that they had stopped and did not dare to chase them anymore, so it also stopped. Afterwards, several members of the Iron Blood Clan rushed towards their vehicles aggressively in the city. Seeing that they still dared to come and die, this group of iron-blooded people sharpened their knives. Seeing this, Lin Xingran smiled slightly and spoke to Su Butsai again.
Right now, drive away.
Su Butsai nodded, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and opened fire at full speed, raising a cloud of dust on the field. The Iron Blood Clan and the Crescent Moon Clan in front and behind their car just happened to see each other. When the Crescent Moon soldiers on the Crescent Moon chariot saw the Iron Blood Clan running out of the city, they were surprised at first, and then they instantly became eager to fight. At the same time, the moment the Iron Blood Clan members saw the Crescent Moon chariot, they ignored Shin Xingyu and the others who had run away, and all rushed towards the Crescent Moon chariot. Several humanoid creatures with purple skin walked down from the Crescent Moon chariot, each holding a spear. The two groups of people immediately engaged in combat. Not far away, Shin Xingyu and his group's car stopped far away. Everyone in the car looked at the two groups of people who were on the verge of a fight, and their faces were filled with surprise. I really didn't expect that after the two groups saw each other, they ignored them. How deep is the hatred between these two groups of people? Shin Xingyu couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xingran smiled faintly upon hearing this. the Iron Blood clan and the Crescent Moon clan's lairs are in the same space. The two clans have been fighting for resources for years, and they are sworn enemies. Everyone nodded in understanding after hearing this. At this time, Subutsai asked Lin Xingran, then let's go to the stronghold first. Lin Xingran shook his head upon hearing this. Let's take a look at the situation first, Lin Xingran said, looking at the Crescent Moon clan and the Iron Blood clan who were fighting fiercely not far away. I took a quick look and saw that both groups were basically at level 3. The Iron Blood clan only had 5 people, while the Crescent Moon clan had a full 7. But there's been no movement at the base yet. I suspect there are only 5 of them left in that abandoned base. Wu Qiren's eyes lit up when he heard this. You mean, you want to reap the benefits while you're still fishing? And take back the stronghold at the same time? Lin Xingran rolled his eyes at him when he heard that. Do you think the Iron Blood clan are fools? The 5 of them are just the advance team. They must have reported it to the Iron Blood clan's higher-ups. How can we get it back with just a few of us? After hearing this, Shen Xingyu thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. Since there's only a small group of soldiers here, it means the stronghold wasn't abandoned due to an attack. But it was the human race that evacuated on their own initiative? Lin Xingran nodded after hearing. The human race evacuated on their own initiative, and most of the time it was an emergency evacuation. Maybe they would leave some good things behind. Listening to the conversation between the two, Subutsai suddenly thought of something and said to them. If that's the case, we might be able to take the coordinate device away. At this moment, everyone was confused when they heard this. What is a coordinate device? Subutsai explained to the others, the coordinate device is equivalent to the core of the nameplate communication array, similar to a base station in the outside world. Each human stronghold will have one installed. With this coordinate device, everyone within 100 miles can communicate using nameplates. Shen Xingyu frowned when he heard this and said, if this thing is so important, shouldn't the human race take it with them when they evacuate? Subutsai slowly shook his head. It would have happened in the past, but the coordinate device of this city probably wasn't taken away. Everyone looked over at him. Subutsai continued, I just remembered that a few days ago, I heard a few officers talking about a city that received an urgent evacuation order. I heard that only people were evacuated, and no belongings were taken. I didn't care at first, but now that you mentioned it, I remembered. Subutsai said, smiling apologetically at them, I'm sorry, if I had thought of it earlier, we wouldn't be hunted down. Shen Xingyu heard this and waved his hand, Brother Su, how can I blame you for this? Subutsai scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. But don't worry, I will definitely bring you back to the base safely. Upon hearing this, everyone cast a kind look at Subutsai. Then, Lin Xingran asked everyone. Let's decide, shall we go for a walk around the city? Zhang Ziyang immediately said, let's go. What if someone from the Iron Blood clan comes? Shen Xingyu rolled his eyes. This guy. What a coward. If you bring back the core of the device, you can at least be awarded a third-class merit, Lin Xingran said indifferently. When the others heard this, their eyes lit up, we have no objection, let's go. Hearing this, Lin Xingran looked at Zhang Ziyang again and said, okay, the minority obeys the majority. Zhang Ziyang's face immediately turned bitter when he heard this. Seeing this, Shen Xingyu said to Zhang Ziyang in a bad mood, why are you so cowardly? After all, you are from a famous family, right? What a disgrace to General Zhang. Listening to Shen Xingyu's words, Zhang Ziyang was unable to refute. He is really a coward. When Subutsai, who was sitting in the driver's seat, heard this, he was stunned at first, then his eyes widened. That old General Zhen? Is he the one I think he is? Seeing this, Shen Xingyu nodded at the other party. Subutsai was shocked instantly. General Zhang's grandson. Afterwards, Subutsai's eyes became more determined. He must bring these brothers and sisters back safely. Soon, the fight in the distance was gradually coming to an end. Everyone rushed to look at it. There was only one soldier from the Crescent Moon tribe left standing on the field. Everyone was instantly delighted when they saw this. Seeing this, Shin Shingyu smiled and shook his head.
It was really a fight to the death. Now, isn't this a good deal for them? Then Shin Shingyu asked Su Butsai, Brother Su, can you handle the remaining one? We'll help you. Su Butsai smiled when he heard this. No, I am enough.
After he finished speaking, everyone got off the bus.
Then, an astonishing aura burst out from Su Butsai's body. S-level flame talent.
In an instant, his entire body was wrapped in a fiery red flame, like a god of war bathed in fire. He turned around and smiled at everyone, then rushed directly towards the Crescent Moon Clan soldier in the distance.
Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed.
At this moment, the Crescent Moon soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield.
In addition
to him, there were 2 Crescent Moon soldiers who were not dead, but were seriously injured. At this moment, the Crescent Moon soldiers suddenly felt something and instantly picked up the spear from the ground. At this time, Su Butsai's figure appeared in an instant and attacked the soldier of the Keiwa tribe. This Crescent Moon soldier had just experienced a great battle, and his spiritual energy reserves were now exhausted. Facing Su Butsai's attack, he could only resist with difficulty. The first time the two fought, Su Butsai had a slight advantage. After the 2 men moved away, Shin Shingyu and others immediately rushed behind Su Butsai. Seeing this, the Crescent Moon soldier's face turned a little ugly. He didn't expect that this group of humans would come back to kill him. Seeing this, the soldier was no fool and knew that fighting head-on would definitely not work. Then, the soldier's eyes flashed and he threw a round metal ball towards everyone.
Su Butsai was horrified when he saw this and shouted to everyone, "Bomb! Get out of the way!"
Upon hearing this, Shin Shingyu and the others reacted instantly and dodged to the side. Only Zhang Ziyang stood there like an idiot, at a loss as to what to do. Su Butsai, who had already dodged away, saw this and a look of determination flashed across his face.
In a flash, Su Butsai appeared in front of Zhang Ziyang and pushed the confused Zhang Ziyang out. Immediately afterwards, an explosion sounded and Su Butsai was blown away instantly.
Shin Shingyu, who was not far away, came to his senses and his blood pressure suddenly soared when he saw the scene in front of him.
"You want to die?" he asked loudly to Zhang Ziyang.
Zhang Ziyang's face was filled with remorse when he heard this. Afterwards, Shin Shingyu no longer paid attention to Zhang Ziyang, the coward, and hurried to check on Su Butsai's injuries. Su Butsai fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Shin Shingyu hurriedly asked, "Brother Su, how are you?" Su Butsai heard this and shook his head with difficulty. "It's okay, I won't die." Seeing this, Ji Xing immediately began to use his talent to help Su Butsai heal. Seeing this, Shin Shingyu breathed a sigh of relief, then his eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked at the Keiwei clan fleeing to the east.
"Xiao Xiao! Give me a level of speed," Shin Shingyu said in a deep voice.
Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao immediately stretched out her hand and a colorful pagoda appeared in her hand. Then he pointed at Shin Shingyu from a distance, and Shin Shingyu instantly felt a lot lighter. Seeing this, Su Butsai on the ground immediately understood what Shin Shingyu wanted to do and hurriedly spoke to Shin Shingyu.
"Brother! Don't go! He's level 3!
Upon hearing this, Shin Shingyu gave the other party a reassuring look.
"Don't worry, Brother Su. I can handle a level 3 player who's running out of energy."
As he spoke, Shin Shingyu turned around and stared at the fleeing figure, then his figure suddenly flashed and he chased after the other person.
With the help of Li Xiaoxiao's speed, Shin Xingyu's speed soared. Shin Xingyu's face lit up with joy.
Wearing straw sandals, it feels like flying. Although this Crescent Moon soldier was at level 3, his spiritual energy was exhausted, so he naturally couldn't outrun Shin Shingyu, who was running at full power.
Not long after, Shin Shingyu caught up. Seeing Shin Shingyu chasing after him, the soldier's face became even uglier.
But Shin Shingyu didn't care about that. He stretched out his hand and the dragon-slaying sword immediately appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and used the Jingja move with full force, giving the person from the Keiwei tribe no chance at all. The soldier quickly raised his spear to block, but the next second, the spear in his hand was instantly cut in half. The soldier's pupils suddenly dilated as the terrifying sword energy struck him. Under Shin Xingyu's gaze, the soldiers of the Crescent Moon clan were
chopped in half in an instant.
Seeing this, Xinxingyu looked at the dragon slayer in his hand, his face full of astonishment.
This was his first time using Jingxia.
He didn't expect that the lethality would be so astonishing. Although the opponent's spiritual energy is exhausted, it is still a real third-level physique.
He was hacked to death like this?
Afterwards, Xinxingyu stepped forward and rummaged through the wreckage, but found nothing useful.
He couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. How poor!
Xinxingyu took one last look at the unlucky Crescent Moon soldier, then quickly returned to the group. At this moment, Su Bucai was able to stand up with difficulty.
Seeing Xinxingyu coming back, everyone looked over.
Xinxingyu smiled at everyone, it's solved.
Then he looked at Su Bucai and asked, Brother Su, are you okay?
Su Bucai smiled weakly, it's okay, Brother Zhang gave me a top-level recovery spirit liquid, I will be fine after a while of recuperation. Hearing this, Xinxingyu looked at Zhang Ziyang coldly. That's what he deserves. If it weren't for you, Brother Su, he would have been blown to death. Xinxingyu said this, with obvious resentment in his tone.
That's right, if we're not saying anything to you, how can you be so cowardly? Wu Qiren also said this at this moment.
Several girls looked at Zhang Ziyang with disgust. Zhang Ziyang lowered his head in shame after hearing this, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Su Bucai quickly waved his hand and smiled at them.
Okay, forget about him. It's your first time entering a Stargate, so it's inevitable that you'll be nervous. Besides, this is my duty, it should be done.
Xinxingyu immediately became unhappy when he heard this. Brother Su, don't speak for him. This kid should reflect on himself.
Something unexpected might happen along the way. You can't protect him all the time, right?
Zhang Ziyang listened to Xinxingyu's words without saying a word. Although Xinxingyu's words were harsh, they were indeed the truth. The situation just now was not a very urgent one.
As long as we respond quickly, there will be no casualties.
Lin Qingran said to everyone at this moment, hurry up and enter the city, otherwise the Iron Blood Clan's troops will arrive and it will be difficult to deal with them. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Then everyone got on the jeep and drove towards the city.
Afterwards, everyone returned to the jeep.
Since Su Bucai was injured at the moment, Xinxingyu took over the driving. Although he doesn't have a driver's license, he drove a lot in his previous life and his driving skills are pretty good. Xinxingyu sat in the driver's seat with an excited look on his face.
The car god of Akina Mountain is online.
Then there was a buzzing sound, and the jeep instantly raised a cloud of dust and drove towards the stronghold city. People on the road were truly conquered by Xinxingyu's driving skills. The jeep was galloping across the wilderness like a wild horse. He didn't care about the road conditions at all and just rushed forward, shaking everyone so much that they felt carsick. When they arrived in the city, everyone got off the car, their faces looking a little pale. Xinxingyu satisfied his driving addiction and got out of the car contentedly. Lin Qingran looked at the smug Xinxingyu and said unhappily, stop driving. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded silently at him.
Xinxingyu suddenly felt hurt, why? I was driving so fast.
When everyone heard this, they all rolled their eyes. It was so fast that their hearts almost jumped out.
Everyone took a brief break. Lin Qingran then said to everyone, time is limited, let's act separately. Brother Su, you are injured.
Please watch the car here.
Xinxingyu and Wu Qiren, you two come with me to get the positioning device. The rest of you, look around and see if you can find anything useful.
Everyone nodded when they heard this.
They didn't know when the Iron Blood Clan would arrive, so they had to act quickly. Afterwards, everyone split into two groups.
Lin Qingran took Xinxingyu and Wu Qiren along the main road in the city and came to a Western-style church. As you step into the church, you will see a mechanical device emitting faint light in the center of the hall.
Is this the thing? Xinxingyu asked Lin Qingran. Lin Qingran nodded, did you see the core on the device?
After she finished speaking, Xinxingyu and Wu Qiren looked at the device and saw a round ball of light slowly floating in the center of the device.
Judging from the diameter, it should be about half a meter. We just need to take that thing away, right? Shin Xingyu asked.
Lin Xinran nodded again. I will cut off the device in a moment.
You find the right moment to grab the ball of light. Don't let it fall to the ground. This thing is very fragile. If it falls from this height, it will definitely break.
Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu and Wu Qiren both nodded solemnly.
Then the three of them began to act.
Lin Xinran came to the operating table of the positioning device and gave the two of them a look.
Shin Xingyu and Wu Qiren understood instantly and stared at the ball on the positioning device. Ready!
Lin Xinran stood in front of the operating table and spoke to the two of them in a deep voice. Afterwards, Lin Xinran operated the positioning device, and the light emitted from it gradually began to go out. At the same time, in the eyes of Shin Xingyu and the others, the sphere in the center of the positioning device fell downwards. The two of them caught it steadily, and it was still emitting warmth. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu gestured to Lin Xinran. Seeing this, Lin Xinran hurriedly took a black bag from the operating table and came to the two of them. After they installed the core of the device, they returned to the jeep. Su Butsai has almost recovered in this short while. Although the top-level recovery elixir is expensive, it is indeed effective. At this time, several other people also came back and brought back some food and water. Seeing this, Lin Xinran said to them, "Load the car and let's retreat quickly." Then, he sat in the driver's seat without saying a word, leaving Shin Xingyu no chance to find any loopholes. Shin Xingyu looked helpless when he saw this. My brother has such great skills. After packing up, everyone got in the car and Lin Xinran drove out of the city. In the car, Lin Xinran said to everyone, "We will immediately go to the nearest base and bring back the device core. This thing is of great value to both humans and aliens. As long as you bring it back, you'll get the third-class merit." Everyone's faces were instantly filled with surprise when they heard this. You know, in China, military merits are very valuable. Hearing this, Subutsai smiled and said, "Yes, this is the first time I've seen a first-level third-class merit. This can be considered a blessing in disguise." Shin Xingyu grinned when he heard what the two said. In this back and forth, the Chu family actually gave them a big gift. If Chu Jiangshan knew this, he would probably be furious. At the same time, just as everyone came out of the city, a triangular flying vehicle mysteriously appeared above the city. The aircraft projected a beam of light onto the ground, and a team of Iron Blood soldiers descended on the scene. The leading Iron Blood clan member held a trident-shaped scepter. This is a high priest of the Iron Blood clan, who is about the 4th level. He first looked around and found that there was no sign of the advance team. He frowned and waved to his men. Soon, several soldiers began searching the city. The high priest went to the church and found that the core of the positioning device had been taken away. He was immediately furious. Afterwards, his men brought back the bodies of several dead Iron Blood soldiers. Seeing this, the high priest hurriedly took out something similar to a compass. I saw a spot of light moving towards the east above. The high priest immediately led his men out of the church and pointed his scepter at the triangular aircraft. Suddenly a beam of light was projected onto the ground again. Then, their figures disappeared in an instant, and the aircraft flew quickly towards Shin Xingyu and the others. At this moment, Shin Xingyu and his group's vehicle was traveling across the wilderness. The nearest stronghold is about an hour away. Shin Xingyu leaned against the car window, looking bored at the scenery passing by outside. Suddenly, Shin Xingyu saw a flash of light in the sky. Then, a triangular-shaped aircraft flew towards them. Shin Xingyu frowned immediately. What is that? When Lin Xinran heard this, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a flying vehicle appear in the car window. Suddenly, Lin Xinran's face turned a little ugly. People from the Iron Blood clan. Everyone in the car became alert upon hearing this. When Su Butsai saw the flying vehicle, his face changed instantly. The Iron Blood clan's aircraft. They're most likely here for the device core. What should we do? Wu Qiren asked hurriedly when he saw this. Shin Xingyu was frowning at the moment, looking a little gloomy. He definitely couldn't escape by running.
He couldn't help but look at Lin Qingran, who was standing beside him.
Lin Qingran was thinking of a plan quickly in her mind. She was silent for a while and said to Xinxingyu, "Use the nameplate to ask for help."
Xinxingyu reacted instantly after hearing this and quickly took out his nameplate.
Then he injected spiritual energy into the nameplate, and the nameplate instantly lit up, and a curtain of light was projected from the nameplate. Something similar to a communication group was displayed on the light screen, and messages were constantly coming out of the group. Seeing this, Lin Qingran immediately said, 10 kilometers northwest of our stronghold, we've encountered the Iron Blood clan.
Come and rescue us.
Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu immediately understood and typed in the words. Then, Lin Qingran stopped the car and said to everyone, "Get out. Prepare for battle."
Everyone became nervous when they heard this.
Afterwards, Lin Qingran finished speaking and everyone got out of the car. Under Xinxingyu's death gaze, Zhang Ziyan got out of the car tremblingly. At the same time, right in front of everyone, a pure white beam of light from the triangular aircraft was instantly projected onto the ground. Immediately afterwards, the beam of light disappeared, and a team of Iron Blood soldiers appeared in front of everyone. Xinxingyu's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He had no idea about the Iron Blood clan leader holding the scepter. He is very likely a high-level spiritual warrior. Thinking of this, Xinxingyu sighed. This is trouble. At this moment, Lin Qingran and Su Bucai also noticed this, and both of them looked solemn. High-level spiritual warriors are simply not something they can deal with. At this moment, Su Bucai took a step forward and said to the crowd, "You go ahead, I'll cover your retreat." Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu and Lin Qingran said in unison, "No."
Su Bucai smiled at them and said, "I'm a soldier, this is my duty." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Xinxingyu looked at Su Bucai with a serious expression, and his eyes suddenly became firm. "No, brother Su, let's face it together. What's more, we've just asked for help. As long as we hold on, we'll win."
As he spoke, Xinxingyu stretched out his hand and the dragon-slaying sword instantly appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Su Bucai opened his mouth but said nothing in the end. But he had already made up his mind that he had to ensure the safety of these young people no matter what. This is his duty. Thinking of this, Su Bucai's whole body erupted in flames. He then asked the others, "Leave the high-ranking one to me. Can you handle the rest?" "No problem." Xinxingyu smiled, then looked at several figures not far away and his eyes suddenly became cold. "Xiao Xiao, Jixing, you guys help brother Su. We'll take care of the rest," Xinxingyu said again at this moment. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao and Ji Xing nodded solemnly. Then Xinxingyu and Lin Qingran looked at each other, and there was a hint of determination in both of their eyes. There are too many people on the other side. Apart from the high-level one, there are 5 second-level ones. We can only fight. Wu Qiren, who was standing beside the two of them, immediately transformed into the second form of the Night Wolf, and his hair began to glow red. At this moment, Xinxingyu looked behind him and saw Zhang Ziyang squatting on the ground. He sighed and thought, "Forget it, just ignore him." Then he looked at Keiko Nakano, who had summoned her cute little wolf. Seeing this, Xinxingyu's face was dark. He said to Nakano Keiko, "Well, you see the situation." Nakano Keiko nodded solemnly. Lin Qingran looked at the little wolf cub in Keiko Nakano's arms and suddenly an idea came to him. You can let this little guy secretly take advantage of the opponent's skills later. Xinxingyu and Nakano Keiko were stunned when they heard this. How can this little thing absorb skills? Xinxingyu asked helplessly. Lin Qingran smiled and said to Nakano Keiko, "Just do as I say in a while." Nakano Keiko nodded in confusion. Seeing this, the Iron Blood clan on the opposite side also took a fighting stance. The high-ranking Iron Blood clan member who was in the lead waved his hand indifferently, and the soldiers behind him instantly attacked Xinxingyu and his companions. Seeing this, Xinxingyu, Wu Qiren and Lin Qingran also attacked each other, and the two groups immediately engaged in a fight. Su Bucai and the high-level Iron Blood clan member faced each other from a distance. Then, Li Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and the colorful pagoda instantly appeared in her hand. She pointed lightly at Subutsai, and a stream of light instantly entered his body.
All attributes improved. When the voice fell, Subutsai was shocked. This support talent. So strong.
Then he instantly became eager to fight, and with a bang, he rushed towards the high-level one.
The two of them fought together in an instant.
With Li Xiaoxiao's support, although Subutsai found it a bit difficult to cope with, it was still acceptable. With the constant supply from wet nurse Ji Xing, Subutsai managed to stabilize the situation. Outside the battlefield, Keiko Nakano watched the battles on both sides with a look of anxiety on her face. Then she gently patted the wolf cub's head and spoke to it.
Little Gray, Sister Ran told you to secretly use skills, can you do that?
Upon hearing this, the little wolf cub nodded, not quite understanding. Seeing this, Nakano Keiko put Xiao Huihui on the ground and cheered it up, come on, Xiao Huihui.
Everyone needs mud now.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Huihui stuck out his tongue, nodded at his master, and then instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the battlefield. Xin Xingyu and the others were having a hard time dealing with the 5 second-level opponents.
Wu Qiren faced 2 second-level warriors alone and was beaten until they cried out in pain.
He was able to stand firm only thanks to his strong physique.
On the other side, Xin Xingyu and Lin Xingran fought back and forth against 3 second-level warriors.
At this moment, a gray light instantly joined the battlefield. I saw Xiao Huihui moving among the crowd with his big tongue swinging, and his little mouth open to continuously absorb the spiritual energy released by the Iron Blood clan. Xin Xingyu instantly felt that the opponent's attack had weakened several points. When he saw Xiao Huihui moving among the crowd, his eyes lit up. This little guy really brought him a surprise.
Wu Qiren, who was standing by, also felt it at this
moment, but reducing it a few points was of no use to him.
Brother! I can't hold on any longer. Wu Qiren said helplessly with a bitter face.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu and Lin Xingran looked at each other.
We must fight quickly and decisively. Then, Xin Xingyu grasped the dragon-slaying sword, and his aura began to rise. He said to Lin Xingran, give me some time.
Lin Xingran nodded when he heard this, and then he blocked 3 second-level Iron Blood clan members alone. She stretched out her hand and a fiery red sword appeared in her hand.
Phoenix Dance.
As soon as the 2 words came out of her mouth, the long sword was instantly wrapped in phoenix flames. Then Lin Xingran swung his sword, and suddenly a fiery red phoenix flew towards the few people.
At the same time, Lin Xingran's face turned pale in an instant.
Seeing this, the 3 Iron Bloods rushed to resist. But they underestimated the power of this fighting skill and were directly knocked back several meters.
A smile appeared on Lin Xingran's face.
This fighting skill was created by her in her previous life.
Although she was only at the first level, its power should not be underestimated.
Before the 3 of them could recover from their shock, Xin Xingyu's fully charged Jingjia arrived in an instant. Upon seeing this, the pupils of the 3 Iron Bloods suddenly dilated. Then the sword energy passed through the bodies of the 3 people, and they instantly lost their breath and stood there motionless.
Xin Xingyu's face was not looking good at the moment.
This move directly drained him. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the 3 Iron Blood tribe members were split into 2 halves. Looking closely, the fracture was surprisingly smooth. Seeing this, Lin Xingran couldn't help but look at Xin Xingyu.
This guy has become a little stronger.
Ji Xing, who was far away, saw the 2 men and instantly shot out 2 streams of light towards them, which penetrated into their bodies. Lin Xingran and Xin Xingyu recovered and quickly joined Wu Qiren on the battlefield. The 3 of them worked together and quickly took care of the remaining 2 soldiers. Then everyone looked towards Subutsai, only to see that Subutsai could no longer hold on.
In just a moment, Subutsai's figure flew backwards.
Seeing this, Xin Xingyu hurriedly caught Subutsai. Everyone gathered around at this moment. After Subutsai stood firm, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. High-level ones are indeed difficult to deal with, Subutsai said with a smile to everyone. On the other side, a high-ranking Iron Blood clan member who saw the corpses of his companions suddenly became furious and flew towards them. When Subutsai saw this, his pupils trembled slightly. Then he used all his strength to push everyone out.
Hurry up and leave. Then Subutsai dragged his wounded body and took the opponent's furious attack. The people who were pushed out came to their senses and hurriedly looked at Subutsai. I saw that Subutsai's body was pierced directly by the scepter. Subutsai kept spitting out large mouthfuls of blood from his mouth. He grabbed the other person's arm tightly and turned around to roar at everyone. Hurry up! Take the device core back. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned red. Shin Xingyu was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Brother Su, he murmured. Looking at the soldier's pierced chest, an inexplicable sadness spread in my heart. Subutsai shouted at everyone again with a ferocious look on his face. What are you standing there for? Go! Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu suppressed the grief and anger in his heart, and said to everyone with red eyes, let's go. This is a high-level spiritual warrior. If they don't leave now, they may not be able to escape. We can't let Brother Su's sacrifice be in vain. Walk! Shin Xingyu shouted to everyone again. Before getting on the bus, everyone stared at the scene in front of them, as if they wanted to engrave Subutsai's figure in their hearts. As a buzzing sound was heard, a relieved smile appeared on Subutsai's face. Seeing this, the high-ranking member of the Iron Blood clan immediately wanted to chase after him, but Subutsai grabbed his arm tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. The high-ranking Iron Blood clan member's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he slapped Subutsai on the head. Subutsai's pupils contracted violently. This palm strike destroyed all the meridians in his body. Then, the slightly shy soldier died. But his hands were still like two steel pliers, tightly grasping the arms of the high-ranking Iron Blood clan member. This high-ranking member of the Iron Blood clan couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration when looking at the human in front of him. But admiration aside, he also has a responsibility and must get the core of the positioning device back. This high-ranking member of the Iron Blood clan pulled the trident scepter out of Subutsai's body, and then chopped off Subutsai's arm. After breaking free from his restraints, he got back on the aircraft and chased in the direction where Shin Xingyu and his companions fled. Only the figure of Subutsai was left standing there. The aircraft was extremely fast and soon caught up with Shin Xingyu and his companions. Shin Xingyu, who was driving, felt his heart sink to the bottom when he saw the aircraft reappear in everyone's sight. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned ugly. The other party caught up, which means that Brother Su was sacrificed. Although this was a destined ending, everyone's hearts were filled with sadness. Shin Xingyu took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the sadness in his heart, and thought of a solution quickly in his mind. Right now, the most important thing is how to escape. Just as Shin Xingyu was thinking, the aircraft had already stopped right in front of everyone, intercepting their vehicles. The faces of everyone in the car suddenly turned ugly. Wu Qiren couldn't help but said angrily at this moment, why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Shin Xingyu sighed. There was really nothing he could do now. At the same time, on the aircraft, the high-ranking member of the Iron Blood clan had already walked down from the aircraft. Seeing this, Lin Qingran gritted his teeth and said to everyone, Shin Xingyu and I will stop him in a while, and you guys take the opportunity to drive away. We must bring the device core back. We must not let it fall into the hands of aliens. No. Everyone said in unison upon hearing this. If we want to go, let's go together. Ji Xing looked at the two of them and said in a firm tone. Yes. If you want to stay, then we should stay together. Wu Qiren immediately expressed his opinion. Nakano Keiko and Li Xiaoxiao nodded at the same time, their little faces full of determination. Only Zhang Ziyang remained silent, sitting in the car with empty eyes. He had not yet recovered from Subutsai's sacrifice. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu spoke to them in a tough tone. What did we say before? Listen to the captain. Let's go. Then he looked at Wu Qiren, you drive later. Don't worry about anything. Go get help. After Shin Xingyu finished speaking, he opened the car door and got out. The dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand in an instant, and a strong sword intent burst out from him. Seeing this, Lin Qingran took a last look at a few people, then followed Shin Xingyu out of the car. The people in the car looked at each other. Wu Qiren remained silent and turned over to sit in the driver's seat. Then he took one last look at the two of them and drove the car quickly towards the stronghold. Are we just leaving like this? Ji Xing said unwillingly, his eyes gradually turning red. Wu Qiren was driving at this moment, his face turned crazy. We have to survive. When everyone in the car heard this, their eyes became moist. Wu Qiren's expression gradually became ferocious, and there was one sentence he didn't say. Only by being alive can you have a chance to take revenge. A tragic atmosphere spread in the car. Watching the car leave, the senior official's face suddenly changed, and he immediately wanted to get back on the aircraft. But how could Xin Xingyu and Lin Qingran give him such an opportunity? Without saying much, the two men attacked each other directly. Xin Xingyu did not dare to delay and raised his hand to use the Jingja move. The strong sword energy rushed towards the high-ranking members of the Iron Blood clan. The other party frowned, and the trident scepter in his hand emitted a faint light. With just a wave, Xin Xingyu's sword energy was directly dispelled. Then Lin Qingran followed closely behind, waving the fiery red sword in his hand, and a crimson phoenix blasted towards the opponent. But a high-level one is still a high-level one, and the opponent still effortlessly eliminated the phoenix that was gathered by spiritual energy. This high-ranking member of the Iron Blood clan was obviously a little impatient. In his eyes, Xin Xingyu and the other man were just two clowns. Since you like to die so much, I will grant your wish. The high-ranking member of the Iron Blood clan raised the trident scepter, and a dark red energy force blasted towards Lin Qingran. Xin Xingyu was shocked when he saw this. In a flash, the dragon-slaying sword in Xin Xingyu's hand gathered all the remaining spiritual energy in his body. He whispered, cut off all the clutter. This was the first time he used this sword technique. As soon as the voice fell, Xin Xingyu turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Lin Qingran in an instant. 4 or 5 sword energies crisscrossed and attacked the high-ranking Iron Blood clan member. But after just one encounter, the sword energy was instantly dispelled by the opponent's energy. Then, in Lin Qingran's astonished eyes, the energy hit Xin Xingyu, knocking him flying backwards. Xin Xingyu in the air fell to the side like a kite with a broken string. He felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter, and he spat out a lot of blood from his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Qingran moved and hurriedly caught Xin Xingyu. Why? She looked at Xin Xingyu, whose face was covered in blood, her eyes full of heartache. After the voice fell, Xin Xingyu spat out a mouthful of blood again and smiled at Lin Qingran. Your father told me to protect you. After saying this, Xin Xingyu's vision gradually blurred, and then he completely fainted. Lin Qingran felt a lump in her throat as she listened to Xin Xingyu's words, and a soft spot in her heart was touched by Xin Xingyu's words. She smiled gently, looked at the unconscious Xin Xingyu and murmured, "Thank you." At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Iron Blood clan obviously did not want to give them a chance and attacked the two of them again. Seeing this, Lin Qingran felt unwilling, but she could not reverse the current crisis by herself. She sighed, and couldn't help but look down at Xin Xingyu in her arms, and suddenly smiled. It seems like it would be nice to die with this guy. Thinking of this, Lin Qingran reached out and gently wiped the blood off his face, revealing a slightly handsome face. At the same time, the energy emitted by the trident was about to engulf the two of them. At this critical moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Lin Qingran looked up in surprise. A figure instantly appeared in front of the two of them and intercepted the energy. The man in white turned around and smiled at Lin Qingran, "Sister. Leave the rest to me." Immediately afterwards, dust began to fly across the wasteland. Lin Qingran looked back and saw 3 army green jeeps speeding towards them. A high-ranking member of the Iron Blood clan also obviously noticed this situation. He glanced at the man in white in front of him, immediately boarded the aircraft and chose to escape. Seeing this, Lin Qingran's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said to the man in white, "Don't let him get away." The man in white smiled faintly when he heard this, "Don't worry, sister, he can't run away." As the man finished speaking, a captivating beam of fire streaked across the sky above the 3 men's heads. Then it bombarded the Iron Blood clan's aircraft with great precision, causing the aircraft to explode instantly in mid-air. The high-ranking member of the Iron Blood clan fell heavily to the ground,
but the explosion of the aircraft did not cause him much damage. Seeing this, the man in white's eyes suddenly became cold. He stretched out his hand and an ice-blue sword instantly appeared in his hand. Then, he threw the ice-blue sword directly, which instantly pierced through the high-ranking Iron Blood clan member and nailed him to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Qingran finally felt relieved. At the same time, 3 army green jeeps slowly stopped. Wu Qi, Ren Ji, and the others hurriedly got out of the car and ran towards the two. When they saw the dying Xinxingyu, everyone's faces instantly turned ugly. "Doctor! Where is the doctor? There is someone here who needs medical attention!" Wu Qiren shouted behind him. A woman in a white coat ran forward and made her way through the crowd. Seeing the unconscious Xinxingyu, the woman hurriedly checked his injuries. But the more I checked, the more frightened I became. Lin Qingran saw the change in the female doctor's expression and was startled. "Doctor, how is he?" "The situation is very serious. His internal organs have been severely impacted." Everyone panicked when they heard this. Zhang Ziyang quickly took out a handful of spiritual liquid and handed it to the female doctor. "Doctor, will this help?" The female doctor took a look and found that although the spiritual liquids handed over by Zhang Ziyang were all top-grade spiritual liquids, Xinxingyu was seriously injured and these spiritual liquids could no longer work. Looking at everyone's hopeful eyes, the female doctor shook her head helplessly. "He is seriously injured. These spiritual fluids are no longer effective. I can only give him some medicine to save his life first. Once we get back to the hospital, whether he can make it or not depends on himself." When everyone heard this, their faces turned pale. After the doctor finished speaking, he kept moving his hands, took out an injection from the medicine box he was carrying, and injected it into Xinxingyu. Lin Qingran looked at Xinxingyu's pale face. There was no expression on his face, but his red eyes betrayed her. She picked up Xinxingyu by the waist, struggled to stand up from the ground, and then walked towards the jeep. "Go back to the base first." Everyone looked at the slightly thin figure in front of them holding Xinxingyu, lost in thought for a moment, and then hurried to follow. Wu Qiren volunteered to sit in the driver's seat. After the car kicked up a cloud of dust, it roared like a tiger and drove away into the distance. Outside the Stargate, in the 3rd district, inside the hospital codenamed N318. Everyone was waiting anxiously in front of the emergency room door. Wu Qiren sat on a chair in the corridor, head down, without saying a word. Before that, he listened to Xinxingyu's words and drove back to the base to ask for help. Not long after walking, we met people who had come to support us after receiving a letter for help. He felt extremely guilty at the moment. If they had all stayed, this result would not have happened. Lin Qingran sat opposite Wu Qiren, frowning and remaining silent. It seems like he is making some kind of decision. At this moment, the door of the emergency room suddenly opened. When everyone heard the sound, they hurried over. "How's the doctor?" everyone asked in unison. The doctor took off his mask and sighed to everyone. "Right now, we can only guarantee to save this guy's life, but it can only last for 1 day. If there's no 9th level healer, I'm afraid." When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. "As long as there is a way, everything is fine. Thank you, doctor. We'll contact you right away." After Wu Qiren briefly thanked the doctor, he took out his nameplate and asked for help. Zhang Ziyang, who was squatting in the corner, heard this and immediately sent a message to Lao Jia using the nameplate. "Tell Lao Jia to make sure to contact a healer above level 9, and meet any conditions offered by the other party." Then Zhang Ziyang sent his address to Lao Jia. Not long after, Lao Jia sent him a message. "Master, I can contact you, but the time is too tight to make it in 1 day. Some of the 9th rank seniors are on the front lines and can't get away." When Zhang Ziyang saw the news, his face became ferocious and he typed quickly on the nameplate. "Contact my grandfather immediately. No matter if he's on the front lines or can't make it, I want to see him within a day." "Okay, master." At this moment, not only Zhang Ziyang, but everyone was mobilizing their connections to find a 9th level healer who could rush over. Someone from the military came over and, after learning the news, immediately started helping to make contact. But in the end, everyone received almost the same response.
Either the time is too short or people are stuck on the front lines and can't get away. Everyone was in trouble at this moment.
After more than 4 hours, the group still failed to find a 9th-level healer near the third area. Even if General Zhang personally came forward and contacted a few people, he still couldn't get here within 1 day.
Oh shit.
Zhang Ziyang's eyes were red at this moment, and he punched the wall of the hospital hard. He now felt guilty and blamed himself for not being able to help at all along the way. Brother Su sacrificed himself.
Even Brother Shun. Why am I so useless?
Not only Zhang Ziyang, but everyone was feeling uneasy as time passed by.
Are they really going to watch Shin Xingyu die in front of them?
Thinking of this, Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko couldn't help crying. The rest of them gritted their teeth, their eyes red, and continued to contact people.
They would not let go of even a slight chance.
Just when everyone was anxious, Lin Xingran suddenly stood up and walked towards the ward.
Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed.
But when they reached the door, Lin Xingran turned around and stopped everyone.
Stay at the door. No matter what happens, no one else is allowed to come near here.
Ji Xing frowned when he heard this.
Do you have a solution?
Lin Xingran nodded lightly.
Everyone's face instantly showed joy. Goddess Lin, what's the solution? Wu Qiren asked.
Don't worry about it, Lin Xingran said, and then closed the door.
Everyone was confused at the moment. What should we do now? Wu Qiren asked several people.
After a moment of contemplation, Ji Xing said to them, keep in touch and make preparations. Everyone nodded when they heard this.
In the ward.
Lin Xingran sat on a stool next to the hospital bed, looking at the unconscious Shin Xingyu, feeling mixed emotions. She does have a way to save him, but it comes at a great cost.
Her talent is called Phoenix Fire. As an ancient mythical beast of China, the phoenix has a very special ability. That is the rebirth of the phoenix.
And this ability is also a hidden part of her talent. This ability can not only be used by yourself, but also by others. But she had never used it on anyone in her previous life. Because, in order to be used by another person, you must have intercourse with that person. So, that person must first be a man. Moreover, she must be sincere in this, for the Phoenix Nirvana effect to work. Lin Xingran thought about it and couldn't help but look at Shin Xingyu lying on the hospital bed, her little face turned red.
I really owe you.
She murmured, her face becoming even redder.
Looking at Shin Xingyu lying
on the hospital bed, she seemed to have made some kind of decision.
She didn't want Shin Xingyu to die. So, then she waved her hand, and a fiery red barrier enveloped the two of them. Then, the ward became quiet.
Within the fiery red barrier, human figures flashed rhythmically, emitting a gentle aura. Only faint sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries could be heard coming from the barrier. Strange lights began to flicker within the barrier.
2 hours later, the door of the ward opened.
When the people outside the door heard the noise, they all gathered around and looked at Lin Xingran with hope. At this moment, Lin Xingran looked a little weak, his face was pale, and there was an abnormal blush on it.
What happened? Ji Xing asked hurriedly.
It's okay, Lin Xingran said lightly. After saying this, he walked silently past everyone, his steps a little erratic.
Wu Qiren looked at Lin Xingran's back and sighed.
Goddess Lin must have put in a lot of effort for Big Brother, he's already so weak. After Wu Qiren finished speaking, everyone nodded.
Hearing Wu Qiren's words, Lin Xingran in front of him staggered.
Then it suddenly accelerated and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, everyone hurried towards the ward. I saw Shin Xingyu lying on the hospital bed with a rosy and greasy face, snoring rhythmically. What puzzled everyone was that there was a clear slap mark on Shin Xingyu's left cheek.
However, this detail was quickly overlooked by everyone.
Seeing this, Wu Qiren hurriedly ran to call a doctor over. After the doctor arrived, he gave Shin Xingyu another full body examination and his expression instantly became surprised. Seeing this, Ji Xing hurriedly asked, Doctor, how is he? The doctor scratched his head and said, This is really strange. I have never encountered such a situation before.
Wu Qiren couldn't help but get anxious when he heard this. Doctor, can we stop keeping you in suspense?
The doctor quickly reacted upon hearing this and spoke to everyone. This young man is just a little bit lacking in energy, but he's healthy in every other way.
The doctor said, looking at everyone, have you invited a 9th level healing system?
Everyone shook their heads when they heard this. After hearing the doctor's words, everyone finally felt relieved. The doctor was confused when he saw everyone shaking their heads. Without the 9th order healing system, he was able to bring a person who was on the verge of death back to life.
This is simply a medical miracle. How did you do that? The doctor asked in great confusion.
Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren immediately waved to the doctor.
Why are you asking so many questions? As long as the person is fine, it's fine. Just go away. This is none of your business.
The doctor smiled bitterly when he heard this.
It was indeed a bit abrupt to ask someone this question.
The doctor then retreated, but a puzzled look still hung on his face.
Could it be that I checked it wrong before?
The doctor fell into deep self-doubt. Xin Xingyu slowly regained consciousness and found himself in a vast expanse of white space. He rubbed his aching forehead and looked around with a confused look on his face.
Where is this?
At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in this space. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Survivor achievement. Reward, a triple training card, triggering the system upgrade conditions. System upgrade in maintenance in progress, 23 hours and 23 minutes remaining. As the voice fell, a light curtain appeared in front of Xin Xingyu's consciousness.
All of Xin Xingyu's information was written on it. Host name, Xin Xingyu. Race, human. Age, 20. Level, first level spirit warrior. Talent, SSS level dragon slaying sword talent, Phoenix Soul. Talent effect, innate sword comprehension, seals the ancient azure dragon soul, newly added Phoenix Fire.
Combat skills, Jingjia, perfect level, cutting off all clutter, entry level.
After reading the information, Xin Xingyu was confused. What the hell was Phoenix Soul? And what about the newly added Phoenix Fire? Phoenix Fire? Isn't this goddess Lin's talent? How could it be on him? What happened during the time he was in a coma?
Then Xin Xingyu looked at the double training card floating in front of him, held it in his hand, and the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Triple training card, your training speed is doubled, lasting for 4 hours. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu grinned.
This thing is good. He is not far from the 2nd level now. With this triple training card, he may be able to break through in one go. System, where is this? Then Xin Xingyu put away the triple training card and asked the system.
Consciousness space, because the host has unlocked the achievement before, the consciousness space is unlocked in advance. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu nodded in understanding.
He had read about it in the book General Outline of Spiritual Warrior Cultivation given to him by Li Xuanzong.
The so-called consciousness space can only be awakened after the mental strength reaches a certain level.
A series of situations made Xin Xingyu surprised and happy.
Then, Xin Xingyu looked behind the system-like curtain. Right in front of him, the dragon-slaying sword was slowly floating, surrounded by a transparent green dragon spirit and a phoenix spirit.
The phoenix spirit looks much weaker than the azure dragon spirit. Seeing this situation, Xin Xingyu was completely confused. He knew about the azure dragon spirit, but where did this phoenix spirit come from? No, I have to go out and see what has happened during this period of time. System, how do I exit the consciousness space?
Determined by the host's subjective consciousness. Xin Xingyu nodded after hearing this, and then he returned to the real world with a thought. He opened his eyes in confusion, and a slightly pungent smell of disinfectant came to his nose. Then he looked around and found himself lying on a hospital bed.
Xingyu, are you awake?
A voice with a hint of surprise sounded. When everyone in the ward heard this and saw Xin Xingyu open his eyes, excitement appeared on their faces and they surrounded him.
Brother, how do you feel? Wu Qiren asked hurriedly. Xin Xingyu looked at everyone and felt dizzy, as if he had been hollowed out. It's okay for now, he said with a hint of weakness. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, Brother Xingyu, are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. When Xingyu heard this, his eyes lit up, thank you Xiaoxiao. He was indeed hungry now and felt a sense of emptiness. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao nodded happily and immediately ran out of the ward. Seeing this, Keiko Nakano followed. Xingyu looked at the remaining 3 people and suddenly asked, where is Ran? Wu Qiren sighed when he heard this, brother, you have to thank Goddess Lin. You were already in critical condition, but it was Goddess Lin who brought you back from the brink of death. I saw that Goddess Lin was quite weak just now. Xingyu felt warm in his heart when he heard this. However, he soon reacted. It seems that the change in his talent is very likely related to Lin Qinran. So where is she now? Xingyu asked. Ji Xing replied, I just went out to take a look, she seems to be with her brother. Xingyu nodded when he heard that. Afterwards, Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko brought a lot of food to Xingyu. The moment Xingyu saw the food, his eyes lit up green. He didn't care what others thought and started to eat voraciously. After eating, he felt much better. Then he climbed out of bed in front of everyone's gaze. I, Huhan-san, am alive again. Xingyu said excitedly. But soon, he felt a chill in his lower body. Rogue. Ah. All the girls present looked away at this moment, with a blush on their faces. At the same time, Lin Qinran walked in with a cup of tea. He happened to meet the eyes of Xingyu, who was not wearing pants. Xingyu was numb. So embarrassing. Then he crawled back into bed. Lin Qinran looked at him silently without saying anything. Then he walked to Xingyu and handed him the tea. Seeing this, Xingyu took the tea with a confused look on his face. Just as he put the tea to his lips, he looked down. There are all kinds of things in the teacup, such as dates, mulberries, wolfberries, and ginseng. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, of course, I'm just sick, not weak, there's no need to replenish myself like this. Hearing this, Lin Qinran glanced at him calmly and said, drink it quickly. Xingyu smiled bitterly and drank the tea in one gulp. Seeing this, everyone around tried to hold back their laughter. There is always something that can defeat something else. After drinking, Xingyu put the cup aside. Suddenly he thought of something and his face became serious. Brother Su. When everyone heard this title, they fell silent. Xingyu's expression was somewhat complicated when he saw this. Wu Qiren opened his mouth, hesitated, and spoke to Xingyu. Brother Su's body will be transported back to China soon. When Xingyu heard this, his eyes revealed deep sadness. He took a deep breath and said, let's go see Brother Su. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. Afterwards, everyone left the ward. Xingyu dressed neatly and walked out of the ward. Let's go. Xingyu said to everyone. Along the way, no one spoke much until they arrived at the place where the remains of the martyrs were kept. Everyone walked inside along a straight corridor. The corridor was a little dim, and the air was filled with the smell of formaldehyde. However, no one felt any discomfort, instead it made people feel very friendly. At this time, a military doctor in a white coat came up. Who are you? The military doctor asked. Hello, we would like to see Su Butsai's body. Xingyu said this with a slight tremor in his voice. The military doctor looked at everyone and nodded, follow me. Everyone followed the military doctor in silence for a while. Then the military doctor stopped in front of a door. Then he took out a bunch of keys and opened the door. Right here, the medic said. Everyone followed him into the door and saw that familiar face. At this time, Su Butsai was lying quietly on the bed, wearing a military green uniform, and looked like he was asleep. On the brand new military uniform, a bright metal is particularly eye-catching. The moment everyone saw Su Butsai, their eyes instantly became moist. Xingyu stared at Su Butsai's face in a daze. The scenes of Su Butsai's life kept appearing in my mind. I will definitely bring you to the base safely. It's my duty.
For a moment, Shin Xingyu felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife.
Is it worth losing your life for duty? When Shen Xingyu asked this question in his heart, he saw it in a trance.
A slightly shy man smiled at him and said, "It's worth it." Shin Xingyu could no longer hold back his tears, and tears rolled down his eyes.
The same was true for the people behind him. Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko couldn't help sobbing.
The sound of sobbing was particularly clear in the empty room. Zhang Ziyang burst into tears as he watched Su Bucai lying dead on the bed. He had saved himself twice.
The military doctor sensed that the atmosphere was not right and turned to look at everyone. "Are you the children that Su Bucai brought back?" Upon hearing this, everyone nodded.
The military doctor opened his mouth, then spoke with a slight hesitation.
"Su Bucai is a man."
As he spoke, he slowly came to Su Bucai's side. When we found him, his body was already stiff. His chest was pierced and his left hand was chopped off. That high-ranking member of the Iron Blood clan smashed all of his meridians.
The military doctor took a deep breath and looked at everyone.
But after his death, his body remained standing, maintaining the same posture. Based on our reconstruction, he should have been still clutching the Iron Blood's arm. The Iron Blood clan had no choice but to cut off his arm. Listen to the military doctor's description. Shin Xingyu felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, so painful that he felt suffocated.
The people behind him couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang cried the hardest.
Seeing this, the military doctor sighed. Then he walked up to Shin Xingyu and patted his shoulder hard. "I hope you won't let him down." After the military doctor finished speaking, he retreated. Everyone stood in front of Su Bucai until the soldiers who were going to transport the body back to the country came in.
Several soldiers looked at everyone and saluted.
Then, they solemnly wrapped Su Bucai's body with a brand new red flag. Everyone followed it outside and watched the car carrying the body slowly drive away until it disappeared from everyone's sight. It took a long time for everyone to recover. Shin Xingyu let out a long breath, and his eyes became particularly cold.
"Zhu Jiangshan, you old bastard.
Just wait, I will kill you." At the same time, a figure walked towards them. The person who came was the man in white who had rescued Lin Qingran and Shin Xingyu before.
The man first glanced at Lin Qingran, then walked up and patted Shin Xingyu's shoulder enthusiastically and said, "Boy, you're really lucky. How did you manage to get through this?"
Shin Xingyu's face darkened when he heard this.
"Brother, you speak so nicely. Thank you for saving Ranran," the man said again.
Shin Xingyu raised his eyebrows when he heard this.
"Who are you? Did you call me Ranran?"
Hearing this, the man looked at Shin Xingyu in surprise, and then looked at Lin Qingran. Lin Qingran's mouth twitched and he spoke to Shin Xingyu unhappily. "He is my brother,
Lin Xiling."
When Shin Xingyu heard this, cold sweat broke out on his face.
"Well, sorry, brother." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiling looked at Shin Xingyu with a hint of amusement.
Then he grabbed Shin Xingyu's shoulder and spoke to him in a casual tone.
"It's just a small matter. I've heard Aunt Chu talk about you a long time ago. Your name is Shin Xingyu, right? Master Li's last disciple?"
Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu nodded quickly. The next second, Lin Xiling looked at Shin Xingyu with a hint of teasing in his eyes.
"I heard from Aunt Chu that you want to be my brother-in-law, right? Hey, let me give you a piece of advice. The sea of suffering is endless. Turn back before you can escape. My sister's temper, isn't this like bringing home a huge iceberg?"
Everyone's faces turned black as they listened to Lin Xiling's nonsense. Lin Qingran listened to Lin Xiling's words, her face full of shame and anger, and she raised her leg and kicked him.
"Shut up."
Lin Xiling immediately wilted and gave Shin Xingyu a look that said, "May the best of luck to you."
"Well, I've asked my father for instructions. From now on, you will carry out your mission in this base. I'll take you to the rest area."
Lin Xiling became serious and spoke to everyone.
Afterwards, Lin Xiling led everyone towards the city.
On the way, Xin Xingyu was walking when he suddenly looked at Lin Qingran.
Why is the other person's walking posture a little weird? Of course, did you hurt your leg before? Xin Xingyu asked. Lin Qingran shook his head upon hearing this. Then why do I feel like you're limping when you walk?
When Xin Xingyu's voice fell, everyone looked at Lin Qingran.
Yes, indeed.
When Lin Qingran heard this, a trace of anger flashed across his face and he glared at Xin Xingyu fiercely.
This guy just keeps bringing up things that are not related to the topic. What do you care about me?
After Lin Qingran finished speaking, he suddenly quickened his pace and ran to the front of the crowd. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu scratched his
head. Why did she feel so angry today? Afterwards, everyone followed Lin Xiling through the city and arrived at the rest area. Lin Xiling and everyone else first arranged accommodation. The rest area of this base is in good condition.
It is a modern small building with an overall European style. After everyone settled in, they came to the first floor lobby of the rest area. Lin Xiling was waiting for them here. After seeing that everyone had arrived, Lin Xiling said to them, "Please sit down." Then, Lin Xiling continued, Ran told me everything about your situation this time. I've reported everything here. You've accomplished a great feat by bringing back the device core. I believe your work will soon yield results.
As Lin Xiling spoke, an intriguing expression appeared on his face.
Seeing this, Xin Xingyu frowned and immediately understood what Lin Xiling meant.
This matter would have to end in a hasty manner.
As an old fox who has been working in the military for so many years, Zhu Jiangshan must have thought of a way out before plotting against them.
It is definitely not easy to catch the tail of this old fox. The final result is likely to be the random emergence of a scapegoat.
Then, Lin Xiling continued, a small team has already arrived at this stronghold.
I have temporarily divided the area.
As he spoke, Lin Xiling took out a map and spread it out on the table in front of everyone. From now on, your team will be conducting cleanup missions in the area north of the base.
Another team is out on a mission today. I'll let them know when they come back.
Everyone nodded when they heard this. Okay, have a good rest for a day, you will have a hard time tomorrow, Lin Xiling joked to everyone. After finishing the serious business, Lin Xiling took Lin Qingran aside to chat about family matters. Seeing this, everyone left tactfully. This time, a triple room was arranged for Xin Xingyu and 3 other men.
Back to the room.
The 3 of them rested for a while.
Zhang Ziyan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze.
Wu Qiren lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Xin Xingyu sat cross-legged on the bed, with the triple training card given by the system in his hand. After he silently recited the command to use it, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the triple training card was used successfully, valid for 4 hours. At this moment, he no longer hesitated and immediately began to practice the basic breathing method. Until the evening, there was a crisp sound coming from his body. Xin Xingyu suddenly opened his eyes, excitement written on his face. Breakthrough! Level 2 reached. Now he realized that the meridians in his body had doubled in size, and the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy had also increased. Xin Xingyu smiled slightly. This triple training card was really useful. After 4 hours and a few minutes, he finally broke through. However, his breakthrough this time was too fast, so it would take more than 1 or 2 days to stabilize his realm, and there was no rush. Xin Xingyu stood up from the bed and glanced at the 2 people next to him.
Wu Qiren was still sleeping, and Zhang Ziyan was still looking at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking.
Seeing this, Xin Xingyu shouted to Zhang Ziyan, "Hey!" Zhang Ziyan heard the voice, came to his senses and looked at Xin Xingyu.
What are you thinking about? Xin Xingyu asked.
Zhang Ziyan was a little dazed when he heard this.
After thinking for a moment, he asked Xin Xingyu. Brother Xin, am I too cowardly?
Zhang Ziyang said this, feeling a little depressed.
Xin Xingyu smiled when he heard this, what do you think? Zhang Ziyan nodded slightly dully when he heard this. You know it in your heart, why are you asking others? Xin Xingyu asked him. Zhang Ziyan was silent after hearing this. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu said meaningfully to Zhang Ziyang. It's never too late to change if you're not satisfied. As he
spoke, Xin Xingyu paused for a moment, looked at Zhang Ziyang seriously, and continued. I hope you don't let Brother Su down. After saying that, Xin Xingyu walked out of the room. When Zhang Ziyang in the room heard the words Brother Su, his expression became complicated. Brother Su. Afterwards, Zhang Ziyang's eyes gradually became sharp.
I won't let you down. I want to be fierce. I want to be a macho man.
Xin Xingyu went out and tiptoed all the way to Lin Qingran's door. Just as he was hesitating whether to knock on the door, a voice suddenly came from behind him.
Xingyu, what are you doing?
Hearing this, Xin Xingyu shuddered. He breathed a sigh of relief after discovering it was Ji Xing.
Where's Ran Ran? Is she in the house? Xin Xingyu asked.
Ji Xing pouted when she heard this, and said unhappily, I thought you were here to see me. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu touched his nose unnaturally.
Then Ji Xing said, okay, is it embarrassing? She went out for something and hasn't come back yet.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu was a little surprised. How did you tell?
How can I tell that you are embarrassed? Ji Xing answered first. Xin Xingyu nodded. This guy has also learned to answer questions quickly. We've known each other for so long, is it hard to tell? You touch your nose whenever you're embarrassed.
Ji Xing said this, with a gleam in his eyes. Xin Xingyu was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the female Sea King observed him so carefully. Afterwards, just as Xin Xingyu said he was going to run away, he heard several footsteps coming from the corridor. Xin Xingyu and Ji Xing looked back and saw several figures slowly appearing at the corner of the stairs. Several people obviously saw Xin Xingyu and the other person and stopped in front of the stairs. The leading boy looked at the two of them, then walked over quickly, walked past Xin Xingyu, and went straight to Ji Xing behind him.
Xinger?
The boy said this with a very gentle smile on his face.
Ji Xing looked at the man in front of him and his expression instantly turned gloomy. Get lost. Qin Yong, I'm warning you, don't call me that again. Disgusting.
Seeing this, Xin Xingyu, who was standing in front of the two of them, became somewhat intriguing in his expression. After all these years, this was the first time he saw Ji Xing get angry at someone.
This kid is awesome. Xinger, after all these years, you're still angry with me? What happened before was just an accident.
The boy named Qin Yong didn't get angry when he heard Ji Xing's words, but spoke in a kind voice.
Accident? Ji Xing was so angry that he laughed. Did they sleep with someone, or was it an accident?
Qin Yong heard this and looked a little embarrassed. Xinger, there are outsiders here, so let's not talk about this.
No matter what, you are still my fiancé.
I just slept with another woman, but I still love you. When Xin Xingyu heard this, the expression on his face instantly became interesting.
Isn't this just a quote from a scumbag? My body can belong to anyone, but my heart will always be yours. Ji Xing laughed miserably when he heard this. Don't you think that what you said is disgusting?
As she spoke, she looked at Xin Xingyu and suddenly an idea came to her. Then, amid the surprised gazes of several people, Ji Xing hugged Xin Xingyu's arm.
I will tell my father about my engagement with you and your Hungrong to cancel it.
I have a new boyfriend now, so be careful how you address him, or he'll get jealous. Xin Xingyu felt the soft touch on his arm and was stunned for a moment.
My buddy has become a shield?
Qin Yong and his younger brothers behind him looked a little ugly when they saw this.
Boy, who are you? Do you know that Ji Xing is my brother Qin's girlfriend?
That's right, she's already engaged.
You're considered a mistress, don't you know?
The people behind Qin Yong started shouting at Xin Xingyu.
Upon hearing this, Qin Yong waved to everyone.
Only then did these little brothers quiet down. Qin Yong looked at Ji Xing and said gently, Xinger, stop being upset.
Do you think I'll believe you just because you use any random person as a shield?
When Xin Xingyu heard this, his temper immediately flared up.
Damn it, who are you talking about?
Just as he was about to speak, Ji Xing gently pulled him. Then, in front of everyone's gaze, Ji Xing put his arms around Xin Xingyu's neck and kissed Xin Xingyu hard on his lips. Qin Yong and his friends were stunned for a moment. Then, Ji Xing let go of her hand, her little face flushed, and she looked at Qin Yong again.
Do you believe it now? Xin Xingyu stood there blankly. I was raped? Mom, I've made it.
Qin Yong's expression could no longer be maintained at this moment, and his face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it.
Okay. You're so cruel. We'll see.
Qin Yong glared at Xin Xingyu fiercely, then walked away angrily with his men.
Boss, are you just going to let that kid go like that? Yeah, boss, fuck him.
Qin Yong sneered as he listened to what his younger brother said.
No rush, I guess they are the other team that Instructor Lin mentioned. It's not too late to take action after we leave the stronghold.
As Qin Yong spoke, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. As long as she is his woman, no one can take her away. Watching everyone leave, Ji Xing seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She covered her face and started crying in front of Xin Xingyu. Xin Xingyu felt a headache when he saw this. He scratched his head and said to Ji Xing, "Well, I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Ji Xing looked at Xin Xingyu with tears in her eyes and burst out laughing.
What's the point of condolences, really?
Ji Xing wiped away her tears, her voice slightly weak. Xin Xingyu felt helpless when he saw this.
Why was she crying and laughing at the same time? Would you like to go out for a walk with me? Ji Xing asked Xin Xingyu.
Seeing that she was not in a particularly good mood, Xin Xingyu agreed. The two came to the courtyard of the small Western-style building. Ji Xing sat casually on the steps in front of the yard. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu sat down with him. Ji Xing was feeling a little down at the moment, and Xin Xingyu sat beside her without disturbing her. It seems that this boy named Qin Yong has seriously injured Ji Xing.
After a while,
Ji Xing suddenly looked at Xin Xingyu beside him and spoke to him sincerely.
I'm sorry, Xingyu. Xin Xingyu was puzzled when he heard this. Why are you saying sorry when everything is fine?
Upon hearing this, Ji Xing stopped looking at Xin Xingyu and looked up at the stars in the world outside the Stargate, and couldn't help but smile. My previous bad attitude towards you was my fault. I should apologize to you. Ji Xing held his chin with both hands and spoke in a soft tone. Qin Yong and I have been engaged since we were young. The two families are old friends. You could say they grew up together, so they're childhood sweethearts.
Before the Qin Yong incident happened, I actually liked him.
He was tall, handsome, and gentle. But after seeing his true face, I no longer have any good feelings towards all men.
After that, I started to be a scumbag, hanging them and taking advantage of them. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty cheap. Ji Xing laughed.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu looked at Ji Xing's delicate profile and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment of silence, Xin Xingyu said softly,
You don't actually have to apologize to me.
Upon hearing this, Ji Xing suddenly turned his head to look at him.
There is no reason to like someone.
Of course, there is no need for others to dislike you either. Xin Xingyu said this without any reason. Then, he said, don't belittle yourself, there is still a long time to live.
It's not worth it for a scumbag.
Ji Xing's eyes softened a little.
When he heard this, thank you. If you don't mind, can we be friends?
Ji Xing smiled and said to Xin Xingyu.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu said in bewilderment, aren't we friends? We've been through thick and thin together, haven't we?
Upon hearing this, Ji Xing smiled even brighter.
Hearing Xin Xingyu's clear answer, she felt inexplicably happy. I regret it.
What? That was my first kiss.
Fuck, you're talking to everyone else.
Ha 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 ha. You can't see the moon outside the Stargate, but the starlight is just right.
The two chatted for a while. Then Xin Xingyu left first.
Ji Xing looked at Xin Xingyu's back and suddenly smiled for no reason.
It seems like there really isn't a need for a reason to like someone.
Xin Xingyu returned to the rest area and walked towards Lin Xinran and Ji Xing's room. When he arrived at the door, Xin Xingyu hesitated for a while before knocking on it gently.
Enter. A cold voice came from inside the door.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu pushed open the door. Lin Qingran was lying on the bed at this moment, holding a lollipop in his hand and reading a book very comfortably. At this moment, Lin Qingran no longer had the coldness she had before, but instead seemed very gentle.
Hearing the sound of the door, Lin Qingran looked outside. The moment he saw Xin Xingyu, a trace of panic flashed across Lin Qingran's face. But she quickly covered it up and asked Xin Xingyu in a calm manner. What's up?
Xin Xingyu stood at the door and touched his nose. It's true that there is something wrong.
Explain.
Hearing this, Xin Xingyu moved to Ji Xing's bed and sat down.
Well, you saved me before? He asked.
Lin Qingran rolled his eyes and replied calmly, You already know everything, why are you asking me? Xin Xingyu looked at the other parties in different expression and didn't know how to ask for a moment. Then Xin Xingyu sorted out his words and asked tentatively.
I don't know what's going on. My talent has inexplicably gained some sparks.
When Lin Qingran heard Xin Xingyu's words, her little hand holding the book couldn't help but tremble.
Of course, this matter has something to do with you, right?
When Lin Qingran heard what Xin Xingyu said, a blush flashed across her face. To be honest, she didn't know why this happened. In her previous life, she had never used Phoenix Nirvana on anyone else. After what happened today, a mini dragon soul inexplicably appeared in her Phoenix Fire talent. She was also puzzled for a while today, and she guessed that it might be related to the talents of the two. Then Lin Qingran said with a mouthful of nonsense, My Phoenix Fire talent has a hidden ability called Phoenix Nirvana.
I used this ability to save you today. As Lin Qingran spoke, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across his face.
Perhaps it's because using this ability requires roasting you with Phoenix Fire, which has left some marks on your talent. Xin Xingyu understood what he said and said, No wonder I was feeling so weak today. It turns out I was burned by the fire. Then he looked at Lin Qingran and found that the other person's face was flushed.
Ran, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?
As Xin Xingyu spoke, he quickly reached out and touched the other person's forehead.
It's still hot. What are you doing?
Lin Qingran was startled by Xin Xingyu's actions and hurriedly grabbed Xin Xingyu's hand, trying to move his hand away. At this time, Ji Xing came back jumping. As soon as I entered the door, I saw two people doing intimate things.
Ji Xing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Should I make room for you guys?
Seeing this, Lin Qingran showed a trace of shame and anger on her face, and quickly kicked Xin Xingyu away. Xin Xingyu took 2 steps back and smiled bitterly. Ji Xing looked at the two of them suspiciously at this moment and said slowly.
Honestly, if you need me to make room, I'll leave first.
Seeing this, Xin Xingyu quickly said, No, I just wanted to ask Ran something.
I'll leave right away.
After saying that, Xin Xingyu disappeared from their sight in a flash.
Watching Xin Xingyu's quickly escaping figure, Lin Qingran pretended to read a book, his heart in a mess. When facing Xin Xingyu, she always feels inexplicably flustered.
Whether in her previous life or this life, she had never been so upset because of a boy. Ji Xing was leaning against the head of the bed at this moment, looking at Lin Qingran, and suddenly felt a little funny.
My goddess Lin, you're holding the book upside down.
After hearing Ji Xing's words, Lin Qingran immediately came to his senses and blushed. Then she quickly put the book down, lay down on the bed and turned her back. Ji Xing looked at the flustered Lin Qingran and smiled.
Goddess Lin is quite cute in private.
When Xin Xingyu returned to the room, he found that the two brothers Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang had fallen into a deep sleep. He tiptoed back to the bed, then closed his eyes and entered the space of consciousness. The light screen in the consciousness space displays, System upgrade and maintenance in progress, 18 hours and 56 minutes remaining.
This means that the system maintenance will be completed tomorrow afternoon. System, can you see my mental power panel? Shen Xingyu asked the system in his consciousness space.
As the voice fell, a curtain of light appeared in front of his eyes in an instant.
Host, Shen Xingyu. Spirit level, primary, experience value, 68%.
Experience value flow, 20% resonance. After seeing the information on the light screen, Xin Xingyu suddenly reacted. It turns out that the so-called text print resonance can increase mental strength. Xin Xingyu was delighted to see this. Although spiritual power cannot be obtained through practice, but mental strength is very important for spiritual warriors. When breaking through the third level and entering the fourth level, a spiritual warrior will experience the first tempering in his life, which people call the third tempering of spiritual fire. The first three stages mainly focus on gathering spiritual energy and gradually expanding the meridians throughout the body. When breaking through, you must use spiritual energy as fire to temper yourself. The so-called three temperings refer to the tempering of the physical body, the tempering of the soul sea, and the final tempering of the primordial spirit. The tempering of the physical body is actually very easy to understand. It is to temper the physical body and form your own innate golden body. The so-called innate golden body refers to the exclusive golden body formed through the tempering of spiritual fire, which makes the physical body resonate with one's own talent. This is the foundation for entering the advanced level. The next step is soul sea tempering, which means tempering the internal organs through the fire of spiritual energy, thereby opening up one's own sea of qi. The final soul tempering is the most important and the most challenging time for one's mental strength. The so-called Yuan Ling tempering is to form one's own Yuan Ling by tempering the spiritual consciousness. In this process, mental power plays a very critical role. Because the final tempering place is in the brain, if your mental strength is poor, it is easy to burn yourself into cerebral palsy. Nowadays, there is only one mainstream way to increase spiritual power, and that is through various cultural and sports activities, such as reading, painting, music, etc. As you enter a higher level, the importance of mental strength becomes more prominent. Every level of breakthrough will bring a spiritual tribulation. The strength of mental strength is related to whether the spiritual tribulation can be successfully overcome. Therefore, the major Lingwu universities will not only arrange corresponding martial arts courses, but also some cultural and entertainment courses. It is conceivable how important mental strength is. Then Xin Xingyu waved his hand, and the light curtain in front of him disappeared. Xin Xingyu turned around in his consciousness space and found that only a small part of his consciousness space was open. This is probably related to the fact that he opened up his consciousness space in advance. After that, Xin Xingyu withdrew from the consciousness space and fell asleep. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Xin Xingyu got up from the bed drowsily. He actually had a very embarrassing dream yesterday. He actually dreamed that he was being ridden like a horse by a woman. The depressed Xin Xingyu was a little depressed. What a nightmare! Then he called out to Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, who were still sleeping. Today is their first day on the mission, they can't be late. Afterwards, Xin Xingyu pulled the two of them downstairs. Downstairs, almost everyone has arrived. The three of them arrived late and joined the team amid everyone's disgusted gazes. Beside their team, Qin Yon looked at Xin Xingyu and slowly raised his middle finger. When Wu Qiren saw this, his brows instantly frowned. Who is this guy? Brother, who's that guy over there? So arrogant. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu looked at Qin Yon with a slight smile on his face. Oh, just a scumbag. Xin Xingyu's voice was loud and everyone in the audience could hear it clearly. Upon hearing this, Ji Xing cast an admiring look at Xin Xingyu. The people on Qin Yon's side became unhappy instantly. Boy, what are you talking about? Are you looking for death? At this moment, Lin Xiling just walked over. When he heard the shouting of several people, his face instantly turned a little ugly. What are you beeping about? I think you're looking for death. Lin Xiling glared sharply at the boy who had just spoken. The other party wilted instantly. Seeing this, Lin Xiling glanced at the few people with cold eyes. Don't give me any fucking shit. If you have the strength, go out and use it. After scolding a few people, Lin Xiling said seriously. The special circumstances have been explained clearly to everyone. Your two teams will carry out their missions separately and not interfere with each other. If you encounter any special situation,
report it immediately using your nameplate. Do not act alone. Okay, let's go. After Lin Xiling finished speaking, the people on Qin Yang's side showed an extremely provocative look towards Xin Xingyu and the others. Then he walked out the door with a swagger. Seeing this, Lin Xiling secretly stuffed a map into Lin Xingran's hand, and then winked at a few people. Well, you just arrived, remember, you must follow the map. After saying that, he walked away on his own. Seeing this, Lin Xingran took out the map in his hand and opened it. There are several locations clearly marked on it, and then in small letters it says Star Beast Gathering Place. When everyone saw this, they immediately understood. It's different if you have a relationship. It directly saves them the time of exploring the map. Then everyone headed towards the northern area of the stronghold. On the way, they happened to meet Qin Yong and his group. Judging from the look of it, he was probably waiting for them deliberately. I didn't recognize him just now. Isn't this the famous Shingo? I heard you've been licking Jixing for 4 years. Is it fun to be a licker? A girl with short hair in Qin Yong's team said to Xin Xingyu. Qin Yong smiled mockingly when he heard this. Xinger, you're really not good at finding a dog to lick as a shield. Wu Qiran immediately became angry. Bah! Where did this ugly freak come from? Someone like you is not even worthy of being my lapdog. As soon as Wu Qiran spoke, the 2 girls in Qin Yong's team were startled. This guy is so ugly, Brother Yong. Yes. When Wu Qiran heard what the 2 girls said, his face immediately turned red. Am I ugly? You are all blind. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu walked up to Wu Qiran. He seemed to still have some impression of the girl who spoke just now. It seems to be his high school student council member, Zhong Aiai. The reason why he remembered it so clearly was because Zhong Aiai wore braces in high school, and everyone affectionately called her the student council member with big buck teeth. Later, it was heard that Zhong Aiai went to Qingyang Normal University, took off her braces, and turned into a beauty. What are you talking about, big teeth? Who's the lickspill? Xin Xingyu directly retorted at this moment. When Zhong Aiai heard Xin Xingyu call her big teeth, her face turned red instantly. This nickname is such a shame to her. That's right, who are you calling a lickspill? We are all Xingyu's girlfriends. Jixing looked at everyone at this moment and spoke very arrogantly, not forgetting to wink at the people behind him. That's right. We are both Brother Xingyu's girlfriends, Li Xiaoxiao understood instantly and said with her little face raised. 94, who are you calling a bootlicker? Nakano Keiko also said. Lin Xingran looked at Zhong Aiai at this moment, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Zhong Aiai heard this and looked at the 4 beauties opposite her, speechless. How come this guy is so popular with women? Has the offense and defense changed? Has the bootlicker become the king of the sea? When Qin Yang saw Keiko Nakano in the crowd, his expression changed slightly. Ms. Keiko? Why are you here? Nakano Keiko glanced at Qin Yang in a very unpleasant manner. What's the matter? You have a problem with it. Qin Yang's face suddenly became a little ugly. Then he quickly changed his expression and said, How could it be, Miss Wheezy? Seeing this, Nakano Keiko snorted coldly, I'm warning you, don't speak rudely to my friends. Xin Xingyu heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. You are so rude, sister. Ah, what rude words. Nakano Keiko blushed when she heard that and quickly repeated it again. Qin Yang's eyes flashed coldly when he heard this. He really didn't expect that the eldest daughter of the Nakano family would be in the same team with them? He had invited the other party several times, but the other party did not agree. Qin Yang couldn't help but look at Xin Xingyu. Who is this kid? Afterwards, Qin Yang's face became a little gloomy. He glanced at a few people and walked away with his people with a cold face. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu and others looked towards Nakano Keiko. This team of theirs is truly full of hidden talents. Wheezy, he seems a little afraid of you? Ji Xing asked Wheezy. When Keiko Nakano saw that everyone was looking at her, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Maybe it's because our family is currently discussing cooperation with Hengrong. Ji Xing was stunned when she heard this. Thinking of Nakano Keiko's last name, she asked in surprise, "Are you the eldest daughter of the Nakano family?" Upon hearing this, Keiko Nakano nodded obediently. Everyone was a little confused at the moment.
Ji Xing then explained to the others, the Nakano family is the largest financial group in Fuso. They manage a number of key enterprises, including machinery manufacturing and tank manufacturing. It can be said that they control the economic lifeline of the entire Fuso.
Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Rich woman. Actually, it's nothing. Nakano Keiko was a little shy at the moment.
Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this.
Is this nothing? Lin Qingran waved to everyone and said, "Let's talk while we walk."
Everyone nodded when they heard this. On the way, Ji Xing told everyone about his previous encounter with Qin Yong and Qin Yong's infidelity. Several girls were filled with indignation.
Nakano Keiko said indignantly, "I didn't expect him to be this kind of troublemaker. I'm going to ask my father for help. I won't cooperate with them anymore." When everyone heard this, they rarely said anything. Business cooperation is business cooperation, and friends are friends.
Once interests are involved, friendship becomes sour. Then everyone followed Lin Xiling's map and came to the edge of the northern district. On the way, Wu Qiren kept thinking about the reactions of those girls and felt very uncomfortable.
So he went to find Zhang Ziyang. "Brother Zhang, am I ugly?"
Hearing this, Zhang Ziyan looked at Wu Qiren, who had a serious face, and grinned.
"Bro, you don't know? Well, it's quite unique, yes, unique."
Zhang Ziyan looked through the few words he had learned and barely found a suitable one. When Wu Qiren heard this, he excitedly patted Zhang Ziyan on the shoulder.
"I knew it. There must be something wrong with their aesthetic sense. How could I be ugly?"
After saying that, Wu Qiren touched the alopecia area on his mole very proudly. Zhang Ziyang's mouth twitched a few times when he heard this. The people in front of them all broke out in sweat when they heard Wu Qiren's words.
However, no one said anything. Let him go. It's good to be confident. Afterwards, everyone arrived at the first location marked on the map.
At this moment, everyone looked from afar and saw more than 20 unknown creatures wandering here. The unknown creature was similar to an ape, with 4 arms, each with a huge bone blade. Its head was oval, and its mouth was slightly open, revealing 2 rows of long fangs that frightened everyone. When Zhang Ziyang saw this, his face turned pale with fright.
"Oh my god, what the hell is this?"
Seeing this, Xin Xingyu glanced at him indifferently. Zhang Ziyang noticed Xin Xingyu's gaze and quickly swallowed the fear in his heart.
"No. You have to be a tough guy. How could I be scared so easily? Stand firm."
Zhang Ziyang encouraged himself over and over again in his heart.
"Macho, macho, macho."
Lin Qingran took a quick look and said to the others, "These star beasts are all first level, let's fight quickly and decisively."
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded immediately.
Afterwards, Xin Xingyu directly switched the dragon-slaying sword into a flying sword form and waved towards these star beasts.
After reaching the second level, Xin Xingyu actually felt a little difficult to kill these first-level star beasts. These guys are so tough.
Xin Xingyu's flying sword alarmed these star beasts. When these star beasts saw them, their eyes instantly turned red and they rushed towards them. Everyone joined the battle at this moment. Seeing this, Li Xiaoxiao summoned a colorful pagoda and added a layer of strength buff to Xin Xingyu.
Xin Xingyu instantly felt as if he had eaten Shinmai. I can't stop at all.
Afterwards, Li Xiaoxiao added a layer of strength to Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang respectively, and added a layer of speed to Lin Qingran.
Because Lin Qingran was extremely lethal during the battle.
The phoenix fire transformed into flaming blades that slashed at the star beasts as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Zhang Ziyang faced a star beast alone. Looking at the star beast's grinning face, Zhang Ziyang felt weak all over, but after thinking of Brother Su, he forced himself to cheer up.
Then, a deep blue aura emerged from Zhang Ziyang's body.
His talent is the Elemental SS Level 3 Lights Divine Water, and at this moment 3 strange lights are lingering around him. Then Zhang Ziyang slowly formed seals with his hands, and the three colors of gold, silver, and purple intertwined to form a very mysterious three-color seal. Zhang Ziyang attacked the star beast. The star beast in front of him instantly turned into a pool of blood, leaving only a black bead. Shen Xingyu raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Damn, this guy is so fierce. I have always been a coward. Seeing the star beast turn into a pool of water, Zhang Ziyang's face turned pale instantly, and then he held on to an old tree beside him and began to vomit wildly. Shen Xingyu rolled his eyes when he saw this. In just over 10 minutes, these 20 star beasts were all killed under the siege of the crowd. Afterwards, Ji Xing waved her hand, and streams of pure energy penetrated into everyone's bodies. Everyone's condition instantly returned to full, and some scars on their bodies disappeared. Wu Qiren was in a transformed state and happily took out black beads from the bodies of these star beasts. This black bead should be the so-called star core. Behind Wu Qiren, there was a silly and cute little wolf cub. The little wolf cub opened his mouth and instantly sucked the corpses of the star beasts into his mouth. Shen Xingyu and others were surprised when they saw this. Wheezy, you little wolf cub are quite a eater. Seeing this, Nakano Keiko was also a little confused. To be honest, she didn't quite understand this little wolf cub either. Afterwards, after the little wolf cub had eaten and drunk its fill, it turned into a stream of light and flew into Keiko Nakano's forehead. Little Gray said he was full and wanted to evolve. Nakano Keiko said helplessly. Lin Xinran nodded after hearing this, and then said to her, your talent needs to be nurtured in the early stage, and it will be powerful in the later stage. When Nakano Keiko heard this, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Really? Lin Xinran nodded at her again. Later, Wu Qiren also came back with a rich harvest, a total of 23 star cores. After resting for a while, everyone planned to go to the next gathering place. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from a distance, friend, save me. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a middle-aged man in the uniform of the revision hall running towards them frantically. Shen Xingyu looked over and saw a large group of unknown creatures following him. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Run! Shen Xingyu said hurriedly. Then everyone ran away. Damn, this guy attracted a group of aliens. Friend! I'm human! The middle-aged man shouted hurriedly after seeing everyone's reaction. Shen Xingyu frowned when he heard this. What the hell kind of tribe are you from? We have to run. We're still kids. The man who was running frantically behind the crowd's face changed when he heard this. Then, the middle-aged man made seals with his hands, a breeze blew under his feet, and his speed soared instantly. Soon he ran to Shen Xingyu and the others. After seeing the faces of Shen Xingyu and the others clearly, the middle-aged man was stunned. Damn, where did this little kid come from? He's only at level 2. Upon hearing what Shen Xingyu said, they looked at the middle-aged man in silence. Then why did you lead them here? The middle-aged man was helpless. I didn't know you were so weak. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu gritted his teeth in anger. This guy is such a dog. He looked back and saw that there were 50 pursuers behind him. What the hell did you do? Why are they chasing you so much? Shen Xingyu questioned the man. Hearing this, the man said to everyone embarrassedly, nothing, I just took their eggs. When Lin Xinran heard this, he looked behind him and saw the appearance of the person chasing him, and his expression changed. You actually stole the snake people's eggs? She had a very speechless expression on her face. The snake people are one of the few tribes that lay eggs. Because they lay eggs, their young snake people are very fragile. This also led to the snake people becoming famous for protecting their own children, which served as a warning to other tribes. This guy stole an egg from the other party, no wonder he was chasing him so fiercely. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Where are the eggs? Give them back. Shen Xingyu asked, gritting his teeth. The man shook his head when he heard this. No, I'm using this egg for research. Shen Xingyu suddenly felt helpless. No, brother, I'm almost dead. When the middle-aged man heard this, a cunning look flashed in his eyes. Then he took out something from his arms that was very familiar to Shin Xingyu.
Notes from the revision hall.
The man flipped through the pages of the book, a trace of heartache flashed across his face, and then with a swish sound, he tore off one of the pages.
The black page instantly turned into a golden light and sank into the man's body.
Then the man formed seals with his hands, and his speed suddenly increased, leaving afterimages with both legs.
Hold on. I'll go back and call for help.
Then he escaped in full view of everyone.
Damn it! Shen Xingyu cursed as he watched the other person leave. Do you have any shame? What should we do, brother? Wu Qiren asked with a bitter face. They were running so hard that they almost died.
Shin Xingyu looked helpless when he heard this. There was nothing he could do. At this time, Zhang Ziyang suddenly spoke weakly.
I have a teleportation array.
As he spoke, Zhang Ziyang stretched out his hand, and something similar to a compass appeared in his hand.
I secretly took this from home. It can be teleported to a place 5 kilometers away. But, damn, you had this thing earlier, why didn't you take it out? Wu Qiren's face lit up instantly when he heard it.
Before Zhang Ziyang finished speaking, he interrupted and said, "Hurry up and use it."
Okay, Zhang Ziyang said helplessly.
Then Zhang Ziyang grasped the teleportation array and slowly injected spiritual energy into it.
The teleportation array instantly shone brightly. With a flash of dazzling light, everyone disappeared from the spot in an instant.
When everyone came to their senses, they found themselves in a primeval forest, with trees around them more than 10 meters high.
At this moment, the snake people can no longer be seen.
Everyone quickly breathed a sigh of relief.
Shin Xingyu came back to his senses and looked around, his face full of confusion. Where is this?
Zhang Ziyang suddenly smiled bitterly. This teleportation array can only teleport us 5 kilometers away, and it doesn't specify where it will teleport us to. When everyone heard this, they were stunned.
Shen Xingyu and Lin Qingran looked at each other and saw the helplessness on each other's faces. Is barbecue? Look, she's lost.
At this time, before everyone could take a break, they heard footsteps coming from deep in the forest. When Shin Xingyu and the others heard the sound, their hearts rose to their throats.
Hide first. Shin Xingyu frowned and whispered to several people.
Then he looked around and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Hide in the tree hole.
After saying that, everyone looked in the direction Shin Xingyu was looking. A hole could be vaguely seen on the old tree behind the crowd. The hole was very hidden because it was surrounded by bushes. Everyone no longer hesitated and rushed in. The cave was slightly damp, but because the tree was quite thick, the people didn't feel crowded after entering. Then, footsteps were heard from outside the cave, getting closer and closer. When everyone heard this voice, their expressions changed instantly.
Judging from the footsteps, there are at least 100 people.
Shen Xingyu looked out from under the cover of the bushes. I saw a large group of strange-looking creatures coming from a distance. Shen Xingyu looked behind these creatures and was immediately shocked.
There are definitely more than 100 people. Behind this group of creatures, there were densely packed human heads moving. Everyone noticed the change in Shin Xingyu's expression and looked outside cautiously. When they saw the dense alien army, everyone's faces changed immediately. Why are there so many alien creatures? Did they come to someone else's lair?
Then, these guys came closer and closer, and everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and concentrate, not daring to make any sound. They looked at each other and saw the panic on each other's faces. Lin Qingran was frowning at the moment. She had just taken a quick glance, and although she couldn't see clearly, she at least saw 3 different alien creatures. Different ethnic groups have never cooperated easily, and once they do, something big must be happening. After that, the cats in the cave didn't dare to make any sound, as alien creatures kept walking past the old tree. They waited for a full hour, but this group of aliens still hadn't left. At this moment, a burst of conversation suddenly came from outside the cave.
However, Shin Xingyu and the others didn't understand at all.
Lin Qingran heard the conversation outside and suddenly squeezed out.
Seeing this, Shin Xingyu quickly made way.
Lin Xingran listened carefully to the conversation outside, and his expression gradually became solemn. Shen Xingyu looked at her in surprise.
He didn't expect that Lin Xingran could even understand this.
It was a lot of gibberish, and he had no idea what language it was. After a while, most of the people outside had left. Everyone was not willing to be careless and stayed in the cave for another hour. Shen Xingyu tiptoed out of the cave, and after a careful investigation, he called everyone out.
Oh my god, I'm almost suffocating to death. Wu Qiren looked much better after coming out of the cave.
Shen Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran and asked.
Of course, did you understand what they said just now?
Upon hearing this, Lin Xingran nodded solemnly.
What are they talking about? Shen Xingyu asked hurriedly.
Looking at Lin Xingran's expression, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Those people just now were speaking the common language of their race. Lin Xingran said solemnly. The general meaning is, we will attack the N318 stronghold tonight. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed instantly.
Isn't the N318 base the one where they are now?
Shen Xingyu's expression turned serious.
If that's the case, then we're in trouble.
According to their observation just now, the number of these alien races is at least tens of thousands.
No, we have to go back quickly.
Shen Xingyu said, looking at Lin Xingran with a serious expression. Lin Xingran nodded when he heard this. The people who spoke just now should be the generals leading the team. They just mentioned the device core we brought back earlier.
There are 2 device cores inside N318 right now.
I suspect they're most likely after this.
Isn't the core of the device a positioning device? Could this thing cause the aliens to mobilize so many troops? After hearing what Lin Xingran said, Shen Xingyu couldn't help but ask.
No. The so-called core of the device is a special crystal that contains enormous energy. We call this energy a star source. Outside the Stargate, all technological means are useless. This star source is the main source of energy. In addition to being a base station, the positioning device also serves as the energy source for each stronghold. The core of this device can automatically convert starlight into star energy. Owning a device core is like having an inexhaustible power device. After listening to Lin Xingran's explanation, everyone immediately understood the importance of this device. No wonder the high-ranking member of the Iron Blood clan pursued them so relentlessly. This thing is equivalent to a small nuclear power plant, and it's a perpetual motion one. The alien race is making quite a big show this time.
We must bring the news back immediately.
Lin Xingran said solemnly to the few people.
But how do we go back?
Wu Qiren said with a bitter face. After Wu Qiren finished speaking, everyone fell silent. This time they only brought a paper map with them, and now they have been teleported to an unknown place, so they have no idea where they are. At this moment, Nakano Keiko suddenly said, "Oh, Xiao Huihui is awake. Maybe we can let Xiao Huihui take us back." After Nakano Keiko finished speaking, Shen Xingyu's eyes suddenly lit up.
Are you sure he can take us back?
Upon hearing this, Keiko.
Nakano nodded proudly.
Little Huihui has a very good nose.
He can lead the nest back by following the smell.
Nakano Keiko said this and stretched out her hand. A little wolf cub suddenly appeared in front of everyone.
At this time, Xiao Huihui is no longer as silly and cute as before.
He looks much more mature, with a hint of purple glow shining on his silver-white fur. Little Huihui landed on the ground and circled around everyone happily. It was obvious that he had eaten a lot. Little Gray.
Keiko Nakano shouted at the little wolf cub.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Huihui hurried to his master's feet and rubbed Nakano Keiko's trouser legs affectionately.
Xiao Huihui, can you take us back to our previous base? Keiko Nakano bent down and touched Xiao Huihui's head and asked.
When Xiao Huihui heard what his master said, his big eyes rolled around and then he nodded to Keiko Nakano.
Everyone was delighted when they saw this.
This little guy can always bring them surprises. Then, under everyone's gaze, Xiao Huihui took a deep breath and swelled up into a ball. Xiao Huihui continued to breathe in, and under the gaze of everyone, he transformed into a giant monster that was 5 meters tall. Lin Xingran looked at the little Hui in front of him, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It seems that the last evolution has allowed Xiao Hui to evolve into the primary form of the moon-swallowing Wolf King. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. I didn't expect that the silly and cute little wolf cub would grow up to be so handsome. At this moment, Xiao Hui held his head high and exuded a murderous aura. A purple luster flows on the silver-white hair. Seeing this, Keiko Nakano was surprised. Wow, little Hui, you've grown up. What a great cricket! Hearing the praise from his owner, Xiao Hui stuck out his tongue and showed a cute expression. Then, Keiko Nakano was the first to climb onto Xiao Hui's back. Come on! She waved to everyone. Everyone smiled at each other. Not only did they have someone to lead the way, they also had mounts. Then everyone climbed onto Xiao Hui's back. After seeing everyone climb up, Nakano Keiko patted Xiao Hui gently with her small hands and said, "We have thick hair." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui immediately jumped forward and quickly moved through the jungle. Everyone sat on Xiao Hui's back and grabbed his fur tightly. Xin Xingyu felt the wind blowing on his face and couldn't help but sigh. This damn feeling of being pushed back. That's great. Xiao Hui was extremely fast and quickly led everyone out of the jungle and ran across the wilderness. At the same time, at the other end of the wilderness, two alien armies had joined together. If Xin Xingyu and the others were present, they would definitely be shocked. The number of these alien races actually reached as many as 50,000. With Xiao Hui's full sprint, Xin Xingyu and his group soon saw the gate of the stronghold. When they reached the city gate, everyone quickly turned over and jumped off Xiao Hui's body. Xiao Hui was so tired that he was out of breath. Seeing this, Keiko Nakano gently stroked Xiao Hui. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Hui. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui immediately turned back into the little wolf cub and snuggled into Keiko Nakano's arms. Everyone did not dare to stop for a moment and hurried towards the city. Everyone ran into Lin Xiling head-on. Lin Xiling asked hurriedly when he saw everyone. Where have you been? Someone from the revision hall said you were being chased by the snake people all the way. I've brought people all over the world to look for you. Lin Xiling said this, his face showing a little anxiety. Brother, let's not talk about this for now. We have something important to report. Lin Xingran hurriedly said at this moment. Everyone's face was filled with solemnity. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Xiling didn't dare to neglect them and said to them, then follow me to the meeting hall. On the way, Lin Xingran told Lin Xiling everything they saw and heard in the primeval forest. When Lin Xiling heard Lin Xingran's words, his face changed drastically. He did not bother to lead everyone to the meeting hall, and hurriedly said to everyone, "You go first, I will go to call the generals of the stronghold." After saying that, Lin Xiling ran in the opposite direction without stopping. Everyone then came to the meeting hall and saw a middle-aged man sitting leisurely on a chair drinking tea. When Xin Xingyu saw that man, he immediately started cursing. You old bastard! As he spoke, Xin Xingyu rushed forward and grabbed the other person's collar. You still dare to stay here? The middle-aged man wilted instantly when he saw them, and hurriedly said, Little brother. Calm down. I'm calm, hello kitty. Xin Xingyu looked at the boy and wished he could throw him to the snake people's lair. At this moment, everyone looked at the middle-aged man with anger on their faces. This guy is so shameless. I made them take the blame for the trouble I caused. If Zhang Ziyang didn't have a teleportation array, they might have been captured by the snake people and fed to the baby snakes. What's going on? At this time, two middle-aged men in military uniforms walked in. The man in the lead had a righteous look on his face, with a few faint scars on his square face. He is the supreme commander of the N318 stronghold, Su Ximiao. Didn't Lin Xiling say that he had something important to discuss? Su Ximiao looked at the expressions of several people and was confused at the moment. Are you the supreme commander of the stronghold? Lin Xingran asked the man. Su Ximiao nodded. Lin Xingran took a deep breath and spoke quickly and briefly. The alien army is gathering now, and they are preparing to attack the N318 stronghold tonight.
What?
The two generals and the man from the revision hall all had expressions of shock on their faces. Several people were shocked for a moment, then quickly came to their senses.
Su Ximiao frowned and asked Lin Qingran.
Girl, are you sure? This is no small matter. When the people behind Lin Qingran heard this, they all stood up.
We can all testify.
Su Ximiao looked at the determined expressions of the few people, and his brows slowly gathered into the shape of the Chinese character. Then Su Ximiao turned around and spoke in a deep voice to the general behind him.
Mobilize all members of the intelligence team. We must grasp the enemy's complete movements within the hour. Young Marshal Su. The general behind him hesitated at this moment, obviously not believing what they said. Go! Su Ximiao spoke to the few people again.
It is better to believe in this kind of thing than not to believe it. Besides, what Lin Qingran said was well-founded. The two device cores were indeed worth the alien race's big fuss. Seeing this, the general no longer hesitated and immediately took action.
Then, Su Ximiao nodded to everyone and walked out in a hurry. He now has to report the news quickly.
If it is true as Lin Qingran said, this group of aliens came for the core of the device, then there must be at least tens of thousands of troops.
This is definitely not something the N318 stronghold can handle.
When everyone saw Su Ximiao leave, their eyes all focused on the middle-aged man sitting on the chair. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately said to everyone, "Misunderstanding." Everyone was looking at this guy with hatred.
Misunderstand? What a misunderstanding! Hit him!
At Shin Xingyu's command, everyone rose up and attacked.
The other side. Su Ximiao just walked into the office and ran into Lin Xiling. Lin Xiling hurriedly asked, "Master Su, did Ran tell you?" Su Ximiao nodded when he heard that. Noticing Lin Xiling's address, Su Ximiao looked surprised and asked, "Is that girl your sister?" Lin Xiling nodded quickly, "Yes, my sister Lin Qingran."
Hearing this, Su Ximiao looked at Lin Xiling suspiciously. "Your sister is so beautiful, why do you look so ordinary?" Lin Xiling looked embarrassed when he heard this.
What does mediocre mean? Master Su, you still have the mind to joke? This matter is not small.
Lin Xiling said helplessly.
Su Ximiao just nodded faintly after hearing this, and then said to Lin Xiling, "You go and issue the call.
Have all the spiritual warriors active near the base return as quickly as possible."
Upon hearing this, Lin Xiling saluted Su Ximiao solemnly, "Yes." Afterwards, Su Ximiao walked into his office and his expression instantly became serious.
He turned on the communication device unique to officers in the office and sent a conversation invitation to Lin Zhan.
Beep beep. Hello? I'm Lin Zhan.
War God Lin, I'm Su Ximiao, requesting assistance from the N318 stronghold. Su Ximiao heard the voice and said it clearly.
What happened?
Lin Zhan was slightly stunned when he heard Su Ximiao's words. Your daughter's team encountered a large alien army while on a mission today, and we received news that these aliens were planning a night raid on the N318 stronghold.
Su Ximiao said immediately. What?
Lin Zhan raised his voice a few degrees when he heard this. How is my daughter? He asked nervously.
Su Ximiao was choked by these words. Brother, you seem to have missed the point. Your daughter is fine.
Su Ximiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Zhan realized at this moment that he was biased, and then he coughed lightly. I understand, I will immediately report to the military district headquarters and send reinforcements as soon as possible. At this point, he paused and said, Old Su, you know that the N318 stronghold is too remote. The nearest reinforcements will take more than 10 hours to arrive.
So? Hearing this, Su Ximiao sighed, I understand. We will try our best to hold on until reinforcements arrive.
Lin Zhan nodded after hearing this.
The two then hung up the call.
Lin Zhan looked at the broken communication and his face instantly turned ugly.
N318 currently has 2 device cores. He expected that the aliens would definitely take action, but he didn't expect it to be so fast.
Just now he told Su Ximiao that it would take more than 10 hours, but in fact it was to make them prepare for the worst. He still has to fight for what he should fight for. Let a stronghold with backward city defense and outnumbered people withstand the fierce attack of foreign races for 10 hours. This is a fairy tale. He then quickly sent a message to the military district. Hello? Please transfer me to General Zhang, Lin Zhan said immediately after the call was connected. Okay, wait a minute. Hello? Then, a deep voice came from the communication device. General Zhang, N318 Stronghold needs help. Lin Zhan was not vague at this moment and directly told the old man about the N318 Stronghold. There was silence on the other side of the communication device. Then, the voice rang out again, tell the generals at the N318 Stronghold to hold out for 10 hours. Mr. Zhang, 10 hours. Lin Zhan's voice was a little low. The other party came for the device core and must have made all the necessary preparations. 10 hours? It's too long. The other party sighed, there's nothing we can do. The N318 Stronghold is already on the border, unless... Lin Zhan's eyes lit up when he heard the word border. N318 is backed by the Arctic Empire. If we can get their help, then the problem will be easy. Zhang Xingfu was silent for a moment before he said, that's true, but the Arctic Empire isn't in a good situation either, and we already owe them a lot of favors. General Zhang, don't worry so much at this moment. Don't forget that your grandson is still in N318, Lin Zhan said hurriedly. Lin Zhan knew that as the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Zhang Xingfu did have to consider more things, but the situation was urgent, so why should he consider so many things? If you owe someone a favor, you can pay it back later. Okay, I'll make the contact. When Lin Zhan heard what the other party said, his brows relaxed a lot. Su Ximiao paced back and forth in the office. Countermeasures were racing in my mind. Lin Zhan gave him 10 hours. But right now, there are only more than 8,000 troops in the N318 stronghold. Including the spiritual warriors active around the stronghold, there are barely about 10,000 people. Based on his experience, he inferred that the alien army had at least 30,000 people. With such a huge gap in numbers, it would take 10 hours to defend the city. It doesn't seem realistic no matter how you look at it. The stronghold is not a fortress like the Great Wall of China. It does not have solid walls, nor does it have any large-scale lethal weapons. At this moment, news about Lin Zhan came. After negotiation, the Arctic Empire is willing to send troops to support you, but you must hold out for at least 7 hours. This is the bottom line. Su Ximiao took a deep breath when he saw the message sent by Lin Zhan. Then he walked out of his office. Outside the door, many generals were already waiting. Su Ximiao looked at everyone with a resolute expression. Foreign armies are approaching. Our superiors have ordered us to defend this position for 7 hours. Everyone. The time has come when our motherland needs us. Upon hearing this, the generals' expressions suddenly became serious and they spoke in unison. We swear to live and die with this stronghold. As Su Ximiao listened to the powerful voices of the generals, the haze in his heart was instantly swept away. Then, an inexplicable confidence emanated from his whole body. Generals, listen to my orders. Immediately organize all active forces within N318 and deploy defenses along the perimeter of the stronghold. Sound. Before Su Ximiao could finish his words, a soldier suddenly rushed into the office. There was a hint of panic on the soldiers' faces at this moment. After entering the door, they saluted everyone. Reporting to Marshal Su, according to the intelligence team's investigation, alien movements have been detected 10 kilometers to the east of the stronghold. Upon hearing this, all the generals looked at the young soldier. The young soldier swallowed his saliva and said in a difficult voice, the enemy has no less than 50,000 people. As the voice fell, the faces of several generals became solemn. 50,000 people. This was more than they had expected. There was not much change on Su Ximiao's face at this moment. Sound the alarm, the whole city is on alert. Go and arrange the defense immediately. After knowing the number of the other side, Su Ximiao seemed more calm and composed. Upon hearing this, the generals did not dare to hesitate for a moment and walked out one after another.
Su Ximiao watched everyone leaving.
His hands were shaking a little because of the excitement in his heart. Then he took out a box of Great Wall cigarettes from the side pocket of his military uniform, tapped it lightly on his left hand, and a cigarette fell accurately into his mouth. Then there was a click sound, and thick smoke came out of his mouth. After extinguishing a cigarette, Su Ximiao straightened his collar, put on his round-brimmed military cap, and walked out of the office in a hurry. On the other side, in the meeting hall, the middle-aged man from before was now standing in the hall with a bruised face and a miserable expression.
Tell me, why are you selling us out?
Shen Xingyu sat in the seat before the man and questioned him loudly. Hearing Shen Xingyu's words, the man looked aggrieved.
He was a blue-robed official. If he was not bad at fighting, how could he endure such humiliation? Seeing that the man didn't answer, Wu Qiren stepped forward and kicked the man, grinning at him and said, "Are you deaf? My brother is asking you a question." The man was kicked back to reality by this kick, and his face suddenly turned bitter. "My dear fellows, you have hit me and scolded me, can you please just let this matter go?" You said it's over? Explain. Shen Xingyu glared at the man. I just run fast. The man replied angrily. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. What exactly are you going to do with that egg? Shen Xingyu changed the subject and continued to ask.
The man's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he instantly became excited when talking about the egg. He spoke passionately to the crowd.
I'm working on a great project.
Once this egg hatches, I'll be able to learn about the various habits and abilities of the snake people through the baby snake people. The man said, looking at everyone with a gleam in his eyes.
Do you know what this means?
This also means that when we humans face the snake people, our chances of winning are greatly increased. There's an old Chinese saying, know yourself and your enemy, and you'll win every battle.
As long as this project is completed.
Before the man could finish his words, he was interrupted by Shen Xingyu.
Stop. We don't want to hear this.
You caused us to be hunted down, so you should at least pay us some compensation for the mental damage. As Shen Xingyu spoke, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes.
Since you were able to obtain this egg successfully, we should have a share too, right?
Listening to Shen Xingyu's words, the man's face was full of embarrassment. He is just a poor scholar, his pockets are cleaner than his face. Then, Shen Xingyu looked at the blue robe on the other party and continued, as a revision officer, you should not be short of money.
I'll give you 3 million federal coins first. I really have no money.
The man said with a bitter face. Shen Xingyu raised his eyebrows when he heard this.
He's a civil servant, and you tell him he has no money? No one would believe it. Then he waved to Wu Qiren.
Wu Qiren immediately understood what Shen Xingyu meant, rubbing his hands and walking towards the man with a smile.
What are you going to do? No. Ah. In just a short while, Wu Qiren took out all the belongings from the man's body.
Shen Xingyu looked at the pile of junk on the ground and grinned.
What the hell is this?
Nameplates, notebooks, pens, pots and pans.
There's not even any spiritual fluid.
Why are you so poor? Shen Xingyu said with disgust.
The expression on the man's face looked like he was about to cry. Master, I really have no money. I'll give you the money.
Shen Xingyu looked helpless when he heard this.
He really couldn't do anything about him.
Then, Shen Xingyu picked up the nameplate on the ground and took a look. When he saw the name on it, Shen Xingyu was stunned.
Your name is Zhou Shuren? Zhou Shuren shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. Is there any problem?
Shen Xingyu rolled his eyes.
This name is really hard. Excuse me, sorry. Shen Xingyu clasped his fists towards the man.
At this time, Lin Qingran walked over, glanced at the man calmly and said, hand over your spiritual secrets.
When Zhou Shuren heard the words secret spiritual technique, his pupils suddenly shrank. He was a little confused at the moment. Aren't these a group of freshmen who have just awakened? They even know the secrets of the spirit? When Shin Xingyu heard Lin Xingran's words, his eyes lit up. He had read in the general outline of spiritual warrior cultivation that there were very few spiritual secrets circulating in the world and they were quite rare. Then he said, "Hand it over." Zhou Shuren looked very painful at this moment. This spiritual secret technique was specially granted to her by the headmaster when she was promoted to the blue robe rank. Wu Qiren saw Zhou Shuren hesitate and raised his eyebrows. "You won't give it to me, right?" When Zhou Shuren heard this, he was immediately shocked and said with a bitter face, "Isn't it okay for me to give it to you?" Afterwards, under the pressure of everyone, Zhou Shuren picked up paper and pen and wrote quickly. "Give." After Zhou Shuren finished writing, he handed it over. Shin Xingyu reached out to take it, but the other party was reluctant to let go. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zhou Shuren. Seeing this, Zhou Shuren smiled awkwardly and then let go of his hand. Shin Xingyu took the paper from Zhou Shuren's hand and took a look at it. He saw 3 big words Shinxingju written on it. However, he didn't understand what it meant, so he handed it to Lin Xingran. "Of course, take a look, is that right?" Lin Xingran took the paper and glanced through it quickly. After reading it, Lin Xingran nodded to Shin Xingyu, "No problem, it is a spiritual secret method to increase speed, but the mental strength requirement is a bit high. At least you have to break through the 3rd level before you can use it." Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu nodded and said, "Okay." Then, Shin Xingyu waved to Zhou Shuren and said, "Alright, I'll let you go this time." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuren quickly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it's solved. These guys are simply shameless. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Shin Xingyu's mind. System upgrade and maintenance completed. New features are now available. When Shin Xingyu heard this voice, his face was full of surprise. System upgrade completed? However, Shin Xingyu has not yet conducted in-depth research. Lin Xiling trotted into the conference hall and was stunned when he saw Zhou Shuren with a bruised face and nose. "Brother Zhou, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhou Shuren, their eyes full of threats. Seeing this, Zhou Shuren smiled awkwardly. "Well, I fell down by myself." Lin Xiling nodded when he heard this and looked at Zhou Shuren suspiciously. "It takes talent to be able to throw yourself like this." The revision officers were all a little confused, so Lin Xiling was not surprised to hear such an outrageous answer. Then he said to everyone, "The intelligence team has already investigated and found that there are a large number of aliens. Although you are all still freshmen and have only recently awakened your talents, we are currently short-staffed in our base, so you all have to contribute at least a little bit." Everyone nodded when they heard this, of course. Hearing this, Lin Xiling smiled at everyone and said, "But don't worry, I will definitely not let you go to the front line. There are 2 places that are urgently short of staff now. One is the intelligence department, the other is the logistics department. I suggest you go to the intelligence department. It's relatively safe there. The logistics department is too close to the battlefield." Upon hearing this, several people turned their eyes to Lin Xingran. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again in Shin Xingyu's mind. Ding, the system captured the selection. Choose to go to the intelligence department, successfully defend the city, mental strength level +1. B. Choose to go to the logistics department, successfully defend the city, reward, True Man Pills X3. Shin Xingyu was surprised when he heard the system's voice. Is this the new function of the system? Real man pills? What is this? Doesn't that sound serious? No, this is it. He wanted to see what this real man pill was. I'm going to the logistics department. Shin Xingyu came back to his senses and said to Lin Xiling. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiling looked at Shin Xingyu in surprise. Shin Xingyu coughed lightly, then said righteously, "I'm here to gain experience. I'll join the most dangerous group." Lin Xingran raised his eyebrows. What medicine did this guy take wrong again? Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren immediately raised his hand and said, "Then I'll go to the logistics team too." Zhang Ziyang hesitated for a moment, but when he saw that both of them had expressed their opinions, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go too." Xin Xingyu and Wu Qiren both looked at the boy in surprise. Wow, it's getting more powerful.
Seeing this, Lin Xinran rolled his eyes and said to Lin Xiling, then let's all go to the logistics department.
Lin Xiling heard this and nodded, okay. Then he looked at Zhou Shuren who was standing behind them. Brother Zhou, what about you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuren was stunned and pointed at himself.
Lin Xiling nodded, the whole city is now in a state of mobilization. Brother Zhou, you can't just sit idle.
Zhou Shuren sighed, then I'll go.
He also went to logistics. The three words intelligence team were on the tip of Zhou Shuren's tongue, but before he could finish, Xin Xingyu spoke first. Lin Xiling nodded after hearing this. Okay, Brother Zhou, then you can go to the logistics department with them.
Zhou Shuren was confused at this moment. No, I haven't finished yet? How could this happen? I don't want to be with this bunch of idiots. My. Just as Zhou Shuren was about to refuse, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded outside the door.
When everyone heard the noise outside, their faces changed.
Lin Xiling's expression turned serious. Follow me. After saying that, Lin Xiling led everyone out in a hurry.
Zhou Shuren followed behind the crowd, his face full of helplessness.
As a blue-robed official, doesn't he even have this much human rights?
Then, he rolled his eyes and slipped away while no one was paying attention. When everyone arrived at the place, they found that Zhou Shuren had disappeared long ago. Everyone felt helpless.
This guy was such a jerk.
At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. The wasteland outside the stronghold was abnormally quiet. Led by Lin Xiling, Xin Xingyu and his group climbed onto the defensive platform on the west side of the stronghold. After climbing onto the platform, Xin Xingyu looked around and saw that the artillery troops were already on full alert, with a large mortar every 5 meters. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Su Ximiao was standing on the high platform on the west side at this moment, smoking a cigarette silently.
As if hearing some movement behind him, Su Ximiao turned around and glanced at a few people. Lin Xiling, why did you bring these kids here? Su Ximiao asked Lin Xiling. Young Marshal Su, they need to follow the logistics department.
Oh? Upon hearing this, Su Ximiao looked at a few people in surprise, and then a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes.
Okay, you have guts.
At this moment, a sound came from the distant wasteland.
Su Ximiao hurriedly looked forward.
On the distant horizon, the dark army of aliens was now exposed to everyone's eyes. Xin Xingyu and his companions felt their scalps tingling when they saw the dense alien army in the distance. These alien races almost formed a circle and surrounded the stronghold.
Not a single gap was left.
This densely packed alien army was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, casting a shadow over everyone's heart. Seeing this, Su Ximiao dropped the cigarette in his hand and said to Lin Xiling, tell the generals of each city defense to act according to the city defense plan.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xiling immediately saluted, yes.
Then Lin Xiling said to the others, everyone take your positions. After saying that, Lin Xiling quickly took action.
Everyone immediately became nervous upon hearing this. Xin Xingyu and Lin Qingran took the lead and led everyone all the way to the logistics department.
The head of the logistics department was stunned when he saw their appearance.
You? Xin Xingyu responded to the officer, Sir, we are reporting to the logistics department.
Upon hearing this, the officer looked at the slightly immature faces of the few people, and a complicated expression appeared on his dark face. Be careful, the officer said solemnly to the few people.
The officer then quickly assigned tasks to several people. Shan Xingyu
and the other 3 men stayed at the front line to deliver supplies to the artillery troops. Several girls were assigned to the supply warehouse to record and distribute ammunition. Xin Xingyu and his companions were on standby at the ammunition storage area on the high platform. They looked out through the windows of the house and saw that the dark alien army had now all revealed their figures. The pupils of several people shrank slightly.
There were so many of them, there must be at least 40,000 or 50,000 of them, right?
Zhang Ziyang's face was a little pale at this moment. Brother Shin, can we hold on? He couldn't help but ask. Looking at the city defenses of the stronghold, he felt a little unsure.
Shin Xingyu frowned but did not answer. Right now, we have to defend it even if we can't.
At this moment, the sky became completely dark. Su Ximiao looked at the alien army that was getting closer and closer. His face was a little excited, and his eyes flashed with a captivating brilliance. When arranging the city defense, they had already laid a mine belt 5 kilometers away from the stronghold.
As these aliens got closer, Su Ximiao's eyes suddenly focused. Now is the time.
He waved his hand.
Above the quiet plain, continuous explosions pierced the sky. Suddenly, the wasteland was filled with flames. This sudden attack threw the alien race into chaos.
When the alien general saw this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He really didn't expect that this time their plan was known to the other party in advance.
He quickly adjusted the status of the army and ordered it to attack the city quickly.
Afterwards, the alien army's formation changed rapidly, and siege vehicles were pushed to the front of the army. At the same time, the alien army's marching speed also soared immediately.
At this moment, Su Ximiao did not give the aliens any chance to breathe and immediately ordered the artillery units to suppress the enemy on the ground.
Shells were fired from the stronghold, and in an instant, explosions rang out one after another across the wasteland.
The aliens in the wilderness had become sitting ducks.
At this time, in the ammunition storage area, Shin Xingyu heard a sound coming from outside.
I couldn't help but feel nervous. Here we go.
As the roar of mortars sounded outside, the people in the logistics department began to get busy. Shin Xingyu and the other two were no exception. They followed the veterans carrying artillery shells and shuttled between the supply station and the platform. When the three of them stood on the platform again, they were a little scared when they saw the dense alien army so close below. The giant siege vehicle was slowly moving towards the stronghold under the push of those alien races. Despite the suppression of hundreds of mortars, the enemy's speed did not slow down at all. One siege vehicle was blown up, and soon another one was pushed up. While they were stunned, these aliens had already advanced another 100 meters towards their stronghold.
Zhang Ziyang looked at the situation with a pale face. If this continued, these aliens would soon arrive at the city stronghold.
The walls of the stronghold were like paper in front of these siege vehicles. Shin Xingyu was also unsure about what to do when he saw this situation.
Can we really hold on like this? What are you looking at? Move quickly.
At this time, the soldier in charge of leading everyone said to everyone with a smile and scolding. Everyone came to their senses and quickly put down the shells in their hands. Then he followed the soldiers back towards the supply station. On the way, everyone was a little depressed. The soldier looked at them and smiled slightly.
Seeing them reminded him of himself back then. Wasn't he just like them when he first entered the battlefield? Have some confidence.
None of our Chinese generals are just here to eat and do nothing.
All we have to do is do our job well.
The soldier spoke to the three people
in a calm tone.
Hearing this, the three of them nodded. Afterwards, the three of them followed the veterans from the logistics department and became busy again.
Somehow, they felt like they had endless energy.
When they returned to the platform carrying the artillery shells, they saw that the siege vehicles were almost at the foot of the city. Shin Xingyu and the other two felt their hearts in their throats. Once these alien races arrived at the stronghold, with the help of these siege vehicles, it would only take a moment to break through the stronghold's walls.
By then, they would be in a real dilemma. They couldn't help but look towards Su Ximiao on the side of the platform. Su Ximiao looked at the siege vehicles that were getting closer and closer to them without changing his expression.
Then he took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand and threw the burning butt downwards.
Flare!
Su Ximiao stretched out his hand to the back, and the adjutant beside him quickly handed him a long object.
After taking the flare, Su Ximiao looked at the alien army near the stronghold, and a hint of madness gradually appeared on his face.
If you want to bite off my N318, you don't have to worry about breaking your teeth.
I'm going to teach you bastards a lesson today. Thinking of this, Su Ximiao directly pulled the bolt on the flare. A beam of fire shot up into the sky. The moment the flare was launched, inside the city, figures rose into the sky.
Xin Xingyu and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. Basically, each of those figures has a strength of level 4 or above. Looking around, there are at least nearly 100 people. Seeing this, Su Ximiao took off his military cap and handed it solemnly to the adjutant. Then he also flew into the air. At the same time, on the high platform of the stronghold, bright red flags were raised, fluttering in the wind. The foreign generals outside the stronghold were somewhat confused when they saw this. What mystery are these humans trying to create? Then he gritted his teeth and slowed down the alien's march. The loss he suffered from the landmine belt before had made him on guard. Seeing this, Su Ximiao in midair smiled slightly. The other side was fooled. The reason why he ordered people to raise the national flag was to confuse the other party and delay time. Then he said loudly to the people behind him, "Colleagues, give me a hand." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately released their spiritual energy. At once, hundreds of yellow spiritual energy streaks were all directed at Su Ximiao. Seeing this, Su Ximiao grinned. Then he put his hands together, and an astonishing aura instantly gushed out from him. The khaki spiritual energy fluctuations instantly swept across the entire venue. On the wasteland outside the stronghold, flying sand and rocks flew uncontrollably towards the stronghold, slowly condensing into giant stone balls in midair. At this moment, Su Ximiao's face turned pale, but his eyes still sparkled with captivating brilliance. On the high platform of the stronghold, Xin Xingyu and his men saw this and looked up at the stone balls in the air, their faces filled with surprise. Beside the three men, their soldiers couldn't help but show excitement on their faces when they saw the huge stone balls. Young Marshal Su is about to use his ultimate move. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu and the other two hurriedly asked, "Brother, what's young Marshal Su doing?" The soldier's eyes sparkled when he heard this. "Our young Marshal Su has an S-level earth element talent. Now, I'm going to smash these bitches to death." After hearing this, they understood instantly and looked at the huge stone balls in the air again, their eyes flashing with excitement. At the same time, in the eyes of everyone, one figure after another flew into the air. The fluctuations of these people are exactly the same as those of the previous group, and they are all above level 4. I saw that their bodies were filled with rage, and several streams of fiery spiritual energy shot out from their hands. In an instant, flames ignited on those huge rocks. Hundreds of flaming stone balls hung in the sky, illuminating the world exceptionally brightly. At this moment, the alien general's pupils contracted violently when he saw this situation. He cursed inwardly. Previously, due to the influence of the earthquake zone, he thought the other party had set some trap. I didn't expect that these damn humans would use this method. He had been fighting against humans for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a method. After a brief hesitation, the general hurriedly gave orders to his men. "Order the alien army to attack the city quickly." At this moment, they had no better choice. The siege vehicles moved too slowly. If we withdraw at this moment, they will definitely be destroyed. Although casualties were reduced, they became more passive when facing the human race. There is only one solution now, and that is to use siege vehicles to destroy the stronghold's walls at all costs. As long as a gap is opened in the city wall, the human race can only passively take the beating. The aliens who received the order at this moment suddenly increased their speed. These siege vehicles drove quickly towards the city wall, completely ignoring the attack of the artillery shells. Seeing this, Su Ximiao raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Are you anxious?" Unfortunately, it's too late. Su Ximiao held hundreds of flaming boulders in his hands and smashed them hard at the siege vehicles near the stronghold. Xin Xingyu and others on the stage estimated that Su Ximiao had caught the right timing, and these boulders could accurately hit the siege vehicles in the front. For a moment, everyone on the platform was excited and cheered. When the alien general saw this situation, he panicked instantly and rushed towards the battlefield at the fastest speed with several high-ranking soldiers, trying to stop the huge rock in mid-air. At this moment, the generals on the high platform of the stronghold felt the unusual movements of the high-ranking aliens. He instantly jumped up and rushed towards these people. Each of these human generals is at the 7th level. At this moment, they looked at these high-ranking aliens with excitement on their faces.
Want to sell? Ask us.
The high-ranking aliens looked at the figures attacking them with ashen faces. The leading general originally wanted to stop all these people by himself, but he found that these human generals were no longer afraid of death. He attacked them recklessly, not giving them any chance to intervene. The foreign generals were immediately furious and vented all their anger on this group of generals. As the only 8th level warrior in the entire field, he attacked these generals with all his strength. If you want to die, I will grant your wish.
The alien generals' faces were full of madness. In an instant, 2 7th-ranked generals died at the hands of this alien general.
The 2 generals had a smile on their faces before they died.
Our mission is accomplished, now it's up to you.
The 2 men turned around and looked at the red flag fluttering in the air again, and then there was no sound.
The people on the platform couldn't help but have red eyes when they saw this scene.
Farewell, Senior. Thanks to the fearless interception of these generals, the alien race was ultimately unable to stop the boulder. Then, loud noises were heard on the plain.
All these siege vehicles were destroyed by the impact of the flaming boulders.
The alien army was also hit hard. The aftermath of the falling boulders caused the loss of nearly half of the 10,000 aliens who served as the advance team. Seeing this, the other human generals were delighted and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. We still have tough battles to fight and cannot afford to incur unnecessary casualties.
The alien generals' face turned completely gloomy.
They were completely tricked by the other party this time. He was a little exasperated and couldn't help but shout at Su Ximiao in the common language of his race, on the battlefield, as a high-ranking official, you are not allowed to interfere.
This is the customary rule of all races. Do you humans want to break it? Su Ximiao sneered when he heard this. So what if I intervened?
Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. He shouted back in the common language of his race, there is an old saying among the human race, war is the art of deception. If you can't afford it, don't play. Upon hearing this, the alien general's eyes suddenly turned cold.
He waved at Su Ximiao, then let's have a fight. As the alien general's voice fell, Su Ximiao's former adjutant hurriedly threw a stream of pure energy towards Su Ximiao.
This adjutant was a healer, and with his help, Su Ximiao's previous consumption was almost replenished. When Su Ximiao heard the words of the alien general, he frowned. The other party wanted to delay him. But at the moment, he had no way to refuse, as he was indeed not in the right position when he took action before. If he disagrees, and this alien general attacks the stronghold directly, that would be disastrous. They are already at a disadvantage, and adding a high-level general would make the situation even worse. Thinking of this, Su Ximiao said to the foreign general, "Good. Far away." After Su Ximiao finished speaking, he looked at the generals and said, according to the plan. Then it turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. The foreign general smiled slightly upon seeing this and immediately followed. Their alien army still has more than 40,000 people at the moment. As long as they can hold the enemy back, they will win the battle. As the 2 men left, the battle between the 2 armies began. Since they had no siege vehicles, these alien races directly chose the most rigid method. The Iron Blood clan members quickly fetched a very thick log and began to madly rush towards the city gate. On the other side, some spider-like aliens began to climb along the wall of the stronghold. The remaining generals of the human race began to make arrangements. A large number of spiritual warriors and soldiers rushed onto the platform and began to counterattack against the climbing aliens. The city gate was handed over to the hundreds of spiritual warriors with Earth-type talents who had previously assisted Su Ximiao. The high platform on Xin Xingyu's side was commanded by Su Ximiao's adjutant. At this moment, Xin Xingyu and the other 2 stood out in the crowd. The soldier leading them said to them, "There is nothing for you to do now, go back to the city." After saying that, the soldier rushed towards the platform without looking back. "Brother, what should we do?" Wu Qiren asked Xin Xingyu at this moment. Shen Xingyu thought for a moment and said to the 2 of them, "Let's observe for a while." Upon hearing this, the 2 nodded. Then the 3 of them hid in the corner and observed the battle. 5 hours have passed by now. The battlefield was in chaos. The opponent's numerical advantage soon became apparent, and the soldiers and spiritual warriors in the stronghold had a hard time dealing with it.
Many aliens have already climbed up to the platform.
Shin Xingyu led the two of them around the platform, sneaking around and launching a sneak attack.
While some aliens were not paying attention, the three of them stabbed them in the back.
Most of these alien races are at the second level, so it is relatively easy for them to deal with them. At this moment, a streak of light rushed over, startling the three of them. The three of them looked closely and saw a little wolf cub sticking out its tongue at them.
Why is this little guy here?
Shin Xingyu and the others looked surprised.
But soon, Shin Xingyu understood that it was probably Lin Xingran who asked.
Huizi to let Xiao Huihui out, and Xiao Huihui just needed to eat more now. Then the three of them, along with a little wolf cub, began running around on the platform. The three of them are responsible for finishing off the enemies, while Xiao Huihui is responsible for eating. When the three men were having a great time killing, two aliens crawled up from behind them. The soldiers here were killed or wounded. For a moment, no one cared about these two aliens and they began to launch sneak attacks on the human soldiers. Xiao Huihui started shouting at the top of his lungs at this moment.
Shin Xingyu and the other two immediately noticed Xiao Huihui's abnormality.
They all looked behind them and saw two aliens killing each other like crazy.
They couldn't help but be shocked. There are too many foreigners on the city wall at this moment. The human race is completely unable to cope with it.
Just as the three of them were stunned, a bloody figure was thrown to their feet by the aliens. This human was about to breathe his last. When he saw Shin Xingyu and the other two, he hurriedly used the last bit of his strength to speak to them.
Hurry, let's go.
This man was the soldier who had led them to transport ammunition before. The three of them looked at the corpse lying at their feet, and anger rose in their hearts.
Damn you!
Zhang Ziyang couldn't bear it anymore at this moment, and steam rose from his whole body.
Brother Shin, let's fight these bastards. Zhang Ziyang said to Shin Xingyu with red eyes. At this moment, Zhang Ziyang's bloodiness was completely awakened by these scenes.
The three of them looked at each other, and then rushed towards these aliens with all their strength. At the same time, the situation at the city gates on all sides was extremely bad. Those fourth-level Earth-type talents were exhausted after a long period of consumption. Then there was a loud bang, and a city gate was completely knocked open. Lin Xingran and several other girls also joined the battle. With the assistance of the two girls, Lin Xingran fought frantically. Shin Xingyu and the other two on the platform were already bloodthirsty at this moment. His face was stained with the blood of foreigners. Some aliens have already passed through the city gate and climbed onto the platform. Shin Xingyu and the other two felt powerless as they watched the scene.
There are simply too many people on the other side. And just at this moment,
a sudden horn sound reached everyone's ears. The passionate trumpet sounded like thunder out of the blue.
The people on the platform were all looking towards the north.
Only a bright red flag appeared first.
This red flag is quite different from China's red flag. There are not many decorations on it.
There is only a hammer and a sickle, which are intertwined with each other.
The moment everyone on the platform saw the red flag, they were instantly ecstatic. Big Brother is here.
Immediately afterwards, on the northern horizon, a well-organized army was marching towards the stronghold.
Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, charge and kill all these beasts.
On the high platform, a general held up a foreign head in his hand and shouted loudly. Everyone instantly swept away their previous dejection and became full of fighting spirit. When Shin Xingyu heard the general's voice, he took the dragon-slaying sword and pierced the chest of an alien. The smelly blood instantly splashed on his face. After dealing with the enemy in front of him, Shin Xingyu looked towards the north, and a look of joy appeared on his face. On the side, Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang moved closer to Shin Xingyu.
Brother! What should we do now? The wolf fur on Wu Qiren's body was now stained with the blood of aliens.
Shin Xingyu pondered for a moment and said to the two of them, "Let's go find Ranran and the others first."
Upon hearing this, the two nodded quickly. Then, the three of them rushed down the platform without hesitation. Along the
way, the three of them overcame all obstacles and continued to kill the aliens who rushed up from the stage. At this moment, Zhang Ziyang had long lost his previous timidity. His whole body was surrounded by three-colored light, and he became more and more courageous as he killed more. Xin Xingyu and Wu Qiren both looked at him in surprise. This guy finally looks a bit like a son of a military family. Afterwards, the three of them worked together to fight their way out of a passage. The situation in the city is extremely difficult at the moment. The defenders in various places found it extremely difficult to deal with the large number of foreigners. Lin Qingran, on his side, unfortunately encountered two third-level aliens. Lin Qingran was holding a crimson sword at this moment, blocking two third-level warriors alone. Xiao Huihui protected the other three girls and kept biting the aliens rushing towards him from behind. At this moment, they were surrounded by many alien races. Lin Qingran looked at the current situation with a frown on his face. If this continues, it will be bad. Under such a siege, they will be defeated sooner or later. We have to get rid of these two third-level ones quickly. Then, Lin Qingran's eyes flashed, and a loud phoenix cry suddenly rang out. A blazing crimson flame ignited around her. Taking advantage of the gap in the attack of the two aliens, Lin Qingran retreated a step backward, and then swung his sword at the two aliens with all his strength. The fiery red phoenix sword energy hit the two third-level aliens in an instant. The two aliens opened their eyes wide and died under Lin Qingran's sword. Lin Qingran was kneeling on one knee at this moment, with a solemn look on his face. Killing two third-level aliens has already exhausted her physical strength. The two women behind her hurriedly helped her up. Seeing this, Ji Xing hurriedly gave Lin Qingran a sip of milk. But the effect is not significant. At this moment, Xiao Huihui was already covered in wounds under the siege of many alien races. After a while, Xiao Huihui let out a wail, then turned into a ball of light and sank into the center of Nakano Keiko's eyebrows. Then a large number of foreign soldiers rushed towards the girls. Seeing this, Lin Qingran gritted his teeth and stood in front of everyone with his tired body. The other humans in the city were busy with their own affairs and no one could help. Right now, she is the only one who still has some fighting power. Seeing this, several girls turned pale. Lin Qingran looked at the large number of foreign soldiers in front of him, and a sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart. I couldn't help but think of Xin Xingyu. What the hell is this guy doing? At this moment, a flash of light passed by, and several ancient long swords instantly stopped in front of everyone, killing all the enemies in front of them. The moment the girls saw the sword, their faces were filled with surprise. Lin Qingran looked at the long sword in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. This guy is finally here. Xin Xingyu and the other two fought their way out and came up to the group. Seeing Lin Qingran's pale face, Xin Xingyu couldn't help but feel distressed. He reached out and wiped the blood off Lin Qingran's face, and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Lin Qingran looked at the other person's worried expression at this moment, and his heart suddenly softened. "It's okay," she replied softly, her expression a little unnatural. This was the first time she felt a sense of dependence, and this feeling made her feel an inexplicable throbbing deep in her heart. Xin Xingyu hurriedly looked at the situation in the city at this moment, and the situation was really not optimistic. He immediately said to them, "Let's go and find a place to hide first." Reinforcements arrived soon, but they were not in good condition at the moment, so they didn't bother to be heroes. Afterwards, Xin Xingyu, Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang led the way and took everyone to hide in an inconspicuous Chinese-style building. When everyone entered the building, they discovered that this was where the positioning device was stored. Both energy cores are stored here. Seeing this, everyone admired the courage of these generals. Is this what they call the safest place and the most dangerous place? But the crowd didn't care about so many things. After the long battle, everyone was a little tired. Zhang Ziyang took out a lot of spiritual liquid and food from his space storage ring. Then everyone rested here for a while. Ji Xing, Li Xiaoxiao, and Huizi simply replenished their energy and then fell into a deep sleep. Xin Xingyu, who was standing by, took a break and discovered that he had a lot more scars on his body. I didn't notice it before, but now that I have rested, the wounds all over my body have started to ache slightly. The same goes for Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, but one of them is a transformation type and the other is protected by the water element, so they are not in any trouble. Xin Xingyu sighed, then sat on the ground, took out the ointment that Li Xuanzong had given him, and began to apply it on the wound. He grimaced in pain when he applied the ointment to the wounds on his body, but despite the pain, the ointment really worked. "Give it to me." At this moment, a cold voice came into his ears. Xin Xingyu turned his head and saw that Lin Xingran had come to him. "Why don't you take a break? I can do it myself." Before Xin Xingyu could finish his words, Lin Xingran snatched the ointment away and rolled her eyes at him. "Take off your clothes," Lin Xingran said, her face turning red. Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, who were not far away, were eating their marching rations with relish. When they heard the conversation between Xin Xingyu and Lin Xingran, they suddenly felt that the rations in their hands were not tasty anymore. Wu Qiren looked at the two of them and sighed, "When will I be able to have this sweet love?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyang couldn't help but glance at the other person. "Man, this is a bit difficult." The other sighed. When Xin Xingyu heard this, he became a little embarrassed. "This is not good. Hurry up. It's not like you haven't seen it before." Lin Xingran looked at Xin Xingyu's embarrassed look and blurted out. Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, who were not far away, seemed to be eating dry food, but in fact they were eating dog food. After hearing Lin Xingran's words, the two of them almost choked to death. "Have you seen them all? This news is quite explosive." When Xin Xingyu heard Lin Xingran's words, his old face turned red. But since the other party has said so, it would not be good for him to be hesitant any longer. Then, under Lin Xingran's gaze, he took off his shirt. At this moment, Xin Xingyu's whole body was covered with blood. Although the injuries were minor, he looked extremely miserable. Lin Xingran frowned when he saw this. This guy really doesn't know how to pay attention. While applying the ointment to Xin Xingyu, Lin Xingran couldn't help but say, "After this mission is over, you must start training your body." Body training is a compulsory course for those who have awakened weapon talents. Otherwise, if you encounter this situation again in the future, you will suffer. As she spoke, it was unclear whether there was blame or heartache in her words. Xin Xingyu listened to this and looked at Lin Xingran in front of him, whose face had a trace of heartache, and was stunned for a moment. A strange feeling arose in my heart. Noticing Xin Xingyu's gaze, Lin Xingran felt a little unnatural. "Turn around." Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu hurriedly did as he was told. Lin Xingran wiped his wound gently, as if she was afraid of hurting him, so her technique was particularly gentle. Feeling the other person's warm and smooth little hand, Xin Xingyu was a little distracted for a moment. "I didn't expect that the usually cold goddess Lin has such a gentle side?" At this moment, two onlookers not far away were staring blankly at the interaction between the two. "Knock to me first as a sign of respect," Zhang Ziyang said in a muffled voice. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren also expressed his deep agreement. Although these two people usually don't show anything, but as bystanders, they can always see some tricks. The relationship between these two people is definitely not simple. This kind of CP is so exciting. The two watched with interest. At this moment, the situation outside has improved a lot. The reinforcements of the Arctic Empire came from the north at this moment, like a sharp sword, piercing directly into the heart of the alien race. Although the Arctic Empire's reinforcements only numbered about 10,000, each of these men was more powerful than the other. These foreigners were killed so badly that they couldn't find the north anymore. With the help of the Arctic Empire, the situation in the city has improved a lot. Right now, the chief general of the alien race is fighting against Su Ximiao, and the two are evenly matched. Although Su Ximiao had consumed a lot before, as an Earth-type awakener, his biggest advantage is that he is tough. Don't let the generals of foreign races gain any advantage. When Su Ximiao saw the reinforcements coming, a look of joy appeared on his face. At this moment, he couldn't help but tease the foreign general, "Do you still want to fight? Your situation doesn't seem to be very good now." When the alien general heard Su Ximiao's words, a strange look flashed across his face. He continued to fight with Su Ximiao, not affected by Su Ximiao's words at all. When Su Simiao saw this, he suddenly felt a little uneasy.
He looked back in the direction of the stronghold.
Please don't cause any more trouble.
And the other side.
Lin Xingran had almost finished wiping Xin Xingyu. Then she stuffed the ointment into Xin Xingyu's hand and walked away without saying a word.
Xin Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran's departing figure and smiled slightly.
He knew that the other party had a cold personality, and it was not easy for him to achieve this. Xin Xingyu stood up, stretched, and then put his clothes back on. At this time, Ji Xing and the other two had already woken up. Xin Xingyu looked through the window at the situation outside. With the help of reinforcements, the current situation has become much clearer. Although there are still many foreigners outside, it is much better than before. At this moment, there was a sudden noise at the door. When Xin Xingyu heard the voice, he frowned and quickly gestured to several people.
Everyone hid immediately.
At the same time, several sneaky figures slipped in from outside the door.
Boss Qin, this place should be safe, right? Well, let's hide here for a while now.
Xin Xingyu was hiding in the dark. He heard the voices of several people, looked at them, and suddenly grinned. The people who came were several people from Qin Yong's team.
I guess he's here to avoid the limelight just like them.
Seeing this, Xin Xingyu and others came out from the darkness. Qin Yong and his companions were shocked when they noticed the movement in the house. After seeing the faces of several people clearly, Qin Yong and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Do you know that scaring others can kill them? Zhong Ai patted her chest and whispered to several people.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu and the others rolled their eyes.
Who scared you, sister?
Qin Yong quickly straightened his chest and spoke to Ji Xing with a gentle face.
Xinger, I'm so glad you're okay. It's too dangerous outside now. Xinger, why don't you come with us? I'm here to protect you.
Ji Xing listened to Qin Yong's words and curled his lips. Forget it, you guys are hiding anyway. Qin Yong froze when he heard this, his expression a little unnatural.
That's true. And just at this moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared between the two teams. The person who came was obviously an alien. He was light blue in color and had two things similar to tentacles growing on his head. Seeing this strange figure appearing, everyone's faces changed drastically. The alien glanced at a few people indifferently, then waved his hand. A powerful aura instantly emanated from him, blowing everyone away.
Xin Xingyu and his companions were knocked unconscious, but fortunately the alien did not intend to kill them. Otherwise, they would have probably met the King of Hell by now. Then, the alien walked towards the positioning device step by step, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Xin Xingyu, who was lying on the ground, looked up at this moment, feeling a little anxious. If this guy takes the core away, everything will be over.
So many humans died and were injured just to defend these two cores.
If it is taken away by the other side like this, then these soldiers would have died in vain. But right now, this alien is at least at level 5, and they can't stop him at all.
Xin Xingyu couldn't help but curse inwardly at this moment. Didn't these generals prepare some people to guard the core?
At this moment, Lin Xingran, who was beside Xin Xingyu, also raised his head with a serious look on his face. I saw that guy was about to step forward and take away the two cores.
Xin Xingyu and Lin Xingran looked at each other, and a hint of determination flashed in their eyes. We must never let the other party take things away like this.
The two men instantly jumped up from the ground and attacked the alien. The alien felt the energy fluctuations of the two people, but his expression did not change at all. In his eyes, Xin Xingyu and Lin Xingran were like two bugs. He just stretched out his hand and waved it, and the two were knocked out before they could even touch each other. The two men crashed into the stone beams of the attic and fell heavily to the ground, both spitting out blood. Lin Xingran fainted from the severe impact.
The huge noise woke up Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, who had fainted.
The two first looked at Xin Xingyu and Lin Xingran who were lying on the ground, and then looked at the high-level alien who was removing the core. Their faces suddenly turned ugly, and without any hesitation, the two of them joined forces to attack the alien. What they were thinking at this moment was exactly the same as Xin Xingyu and the others. After seeing the cruelty of war, they all understood the great significance of the core of the device. Even if I were to fly into a flame, I couldn't just watch the other party take away my things. The alien felt the breath of the two people and raised his eyebrows.
Don't these little guys have any self-awareness at all? Afterwards, Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang also flew backwards. This time, the alien's strength increased a bit, and he knocked the two of them unconscious. Qin Yong, lying on the ground, didn't dare to breathe.
Looking at the four people, Qin Yong couldn't help but feel a hint of sarcasm in his heart.
What strength do you have that you dare to take action? Just take it away.
It's just two broken beads. At this time, this alien had successfully obtained the core of the device, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Then he gave a cold look at the people present. He was very upset that these little bugs had dared to challenge his authority. When he saw Xinxingyu struggling to get up from the ground, he shot a beam of energy directly in the direction of the two of them. Seeing this, Xinxingyu's face instantly turned ugly. Then he directly put his arm around Lin Xingran's waist and used the remaining spiritual energy in his body to make a full effort to cut off all the debris.
The two men's bodies instantly turned into afterimages, successfully avoiding the attack.
The alien raised his eyebrows when he saw this. He really didn't expect that these two little bugs could actually dodge his
attack. This is such a shame and humiliation.
Then the alien shot another beam of energy at the two of them. Seeing this, Xinxingyu sighed.
Damn it, I'm so unlucky.
Then he looked at Lin Xingran, who had slowly woken up in his arms, and with a determined heart, he lowered his head and kissed the other's slightly pale lips.
We are going to die soon, we can't waste our time.
Lin Xingran's eyes widened instantly.
This guy. It's already this late. He's still thinking about these things. And at this moment, the energy beam was about to hit the two of them. A soft white light suddenly enveloped the two of them. The sudden change made the eyes of this high-ranking alien narrow instantly. In front of Xinxingyu and the other person, there was an ancient and even cheap amulet emitting a soft light. The energy beam he emitted turned into nothingness the moment it came into contact with the light. The two people wrapped in the light also noticed something strange at this moment. Lin Xingran pushed Xinxingyu away with a bit of embarrassment and anger, and the two of them looked in front of them. The moment Xinxingyu saw the amulet, his eyes widened instantly. This is the amulet given by Huang Ma.
For a moment, Xinxingyu was a little confused. Xinxingyu and Lin Xingran looked at each other at this moment, both of them were a little confused.
Lin Xingran looked at the amulet with a look of surprise on her face.
In the previous life, after Xinxingyu passed away, Lin Xingran had met Huang Qi several times. But the other person gave her the feeling of being just an ordinary old man.
Seeing this, the alien opposite the two of them showed a look of disappointment on his face. These two little devils are so lucky.
He could no longer waste time here, so he turned around and left with the two energy cores. Then the alien figure flashed, raising a cloud of dust on the field, and then disappeared on the spot.
Xinxingyu and Lin Xingran watched each other disappear, and a look of disappointment appeared on their faces. It's all over now. But before the two could react, an unexpected scene happened the next second. This alien actually reappeared at the same place. Xinxingyu and Lin Xingran took a closer look.
Behind this alien, a man holding a sharp sword held his shoulders tightly.
Now that you're here, don't leave, the man said with a hint of contempt on his face.
The alien's face was filled with panic at this moment, and he found himself completely unable to move. The long sword in the man's hand pierced straight into the chest of the alien, and a dark energy penetrated into the opponent's body from the sword. Under the gaze of Xinxingyu and Lin Xingran, this alien turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared on the field. The man quickly took the two energy cores in his hands, then looked up at Xinxingyu and the others.
Junior brother, we finally meet, the man said to Xinxingyu with a smile.
When Lin Xingran heard the man's name, she immediately knew his identity.
Chaos Sword, Gu Changfeng.
When Xinxingyu heard Lin Xingran's whispers, his face was instantly filled with surprise.
This means that China's reinforcements have arrived. At this moment, Gu Changfeng walked towards the two of them and looked at them suspiciously. You two are The postures of the two at this moment were too ambiguous.
Lin Xingran sat on Xin Xingyu's thighs, her left hand still tightly grasping the corner of his clothes. After hearing this, the two realized that Lin Xingran quickly jumped away from the other person with a hint of shame on her little face. Thinking of the frivolous act this guy had done to her before, she glared at him fiercely. Xin Xingyu struggled to get up from the ground with a silly smile on his face. Noticing Lin Xingran's gaze, he didn't dare to look at her at all and just pretended to be stupid. Gu Changfeng looked at the subtle changes in the two people's expressions, and a smile like an auntie appeared on his face. Lin Zhan's youngest daughter and his junior fellow apprentice. This combination is simply a perfect match. But I just wonder what Lin Zhan, a daughter slave, would feel if he knew that his home was robbed? Xin Xingyu looked at Gu Changfeng at this moment and didn't know how to address him. Since the other party called him junior brother, he should also be a disciple of Li Xuanzong. But he had no idea how many disciples Li Xuanzong had, and what was the ranking of this chaos sword. It's better to call him senior brother, you won't make any mistakes. Thinking of this, Xin Xingyu said respectfully to Gu Changfeng, "Hello, senior brother." Gu Changfeng came back to his senses at this moment, and when he heard Xin Xingyu's name, he instantly smiled. Okay, Gu Changfeng said, a little flustered at the moment. He wiped his bloody hands on his clothes, then patted Xin Xingyu on the shoulder and said, "Nice to meet you, junior brother. I came here in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts." As he spoke, Gu Changfeng rummaged through the storage space ring on his left hand for a moment, then took out a tattered book and handed it to Xin Xingyu. "This is the basic sword technique that my master gave me when I broke through to the 3rd level. He said that sword training is a delicate task that requires repeated study. He gave me this basic sword technique to prevent me from becoming obsessed with sword moves. This sword technique has been with me for many years, and it contains many of my insights. I am giving it to you now as a token of my appreciation from you, my senior brother." Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu looked at the ancient book in his hand and nodded solemnly. The insights of a high-level swordsman cannot be measured by value. And at this moment, on the battlefield outside, with the help of reinforcements from the Arctic Empire, the two sides were evenly matched and the battle between them fell into a stalemate. In the distance, Su Ximiao and the alien general were equally matched in strength, and neither could do anything to the other. At this moment, the nameplate in Su Ximiao's arms vibrated. While Su Ximiao was resisting the opponent's attack, he took the time to look around, and a smile flashed in his eyes. "I was wondering why you were so calm. It turns out you sent someone to steal the energy core." "Sorry, your plan went wrong," Su Ximiao said lightly. When the alien general heard the other party's words, his eyes suddenly froze. Mission failed? Before he could react, a loud charge blared across the sky in the distance. When Su Ximiao heard the charge, his face was instantly filled with surprise. China's reinforcements have also arrived. The moment the Chinese soldiers on the battlefield heard the charge, they felt like their blood was injected into them. "Soldiers! The Chinese army has arrived. Kill these bastards." At this moment, the generals of the Chinese side shouted loudly, their faces filled with excitement. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The remaining human beings and the soldiers of the Arctic Empire were like taking stimulants, killing the alien races and forcing them to retreat step by step. Seeing this, the foreign generals finally panicked. He no longer chose to fight with Su Ximiao, but simply shook Su Ximiao off and flew rapidly towards the direction of the alien army. Seeing this, Su Ximiao chose not to follow. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Go ahead. There are people waiting to deal with you ahead. In the attic." Except for Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, everyone else has woken up at this moment. Looking at the devastated room, everyone instantly remembered what happened before they fell into a coma. Ji Xing, Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko saw Xin Xingyu and Lin Xingran looking a little embarrassed, and hurriedly surrounded them. "Are you all right? What about that alien?" The three women spoke one after another, with a hint of panic on their faces. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu waved his hands and said, "It's okay. Reinforcements have arrived and the problem has been resolved. When the three girls heard this and saw Gu Changfeng in front of Xinxingyu, they finally felt relieved. Then Ji Xing suddenly discovered something and looked at Lin Qingran suspiciously.
Goddess Lin, why are your lips swollen?
Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards Lin Qingran. Lin Qingran was standing there with his hands crossed, not knowing what he was thinking about. After hearing Ji Xing's words and seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Qingran had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, Ji Xing looked at the faint lip print on Lin Qingran's lips, and slowly shifted his gaze to Xinxingyu, who was pretending to be nothing. She was very sensitive and reacted instantly. You two seem to be in such a good mood, Ji Xing said to them with a forced smile, a hint of resentment in his tone. Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko shrank their heads at this moment, looking at Lin Qingran's rosy little lips, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes.
Is this kissing? So powerful. Lin Qingran looked at everyone's reactions and seemed to understand something.
His face turned red and he glared at Xinxingyu fiercely.
I must find an opportunity to teach this brat a lesson.
Even though she had lived 2 lives, she couldn't stand the ambiguous looks from several people at this moment.
So embarrassing.
Gu Changfeng listened to Ji Xing's words, his eyes widened, and he glanced at Xinxingyu without changing his expression, but in fact, his heart was already in turmoil. This little junior brother of mine is no simple person.
Could it be a Sea King?
At this moment, Xinxingyu looked at everyone's reactions and felt his face turn red. Looking at Lin Qingran's red lips, he felt a little embarrassed.
I seem to have overexerted myself. Gu Changfeng couldn't stand it any longer and hurriedly said to Xinxingyu, Junior brother, you guys take the core first. I still have a mission to complete.
Having said that, he stuffed the core into Xinxingyu's hand without a care in the world, and then slipped away. Gu Changfeng ran out of the stronghold with tears in his eyes. It's so frustrating to compare yourself with others. He is already in his 40s and still hasn't found a wife. On the other hand, my junior brother is already surrounded by girls.
Oh, vast heaven, how unkind to me.
Gu Changfeng was thinking when a streak of light streaked across the sky.
The alien general has appeared on the battlefield.
Looking at the gradually declining alien army, the general's face is full of unwillingness.
These humans are so cunning. What puzzled him even more was how these humans knew their actions in advance.
At this moment, Gu Changfeng, who was already outside the city gate, looked up and saw the figure, and a cold look appeared on his face. There was a flash of light in his hand, and a pitch-black long sword instantly appeared in his hand.
You're here at the right time. I'm already feeling pissed off, so I'm taking it out on you.
Gu Changfeng's body instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the alien general in the sky to fight. The alien general's eyes suddenly fixed when he heard the sound of breaking air. By the time he reacted, Gu Changfeng's sword energy was about to hit his face. The alien general did not dare to be negligent at this moment. He keenly noticed that the person coming was also an 8th level person like him. He quickly took out a scythe that was more than a meter tall and blocked the attack. Although they managed to hold on, the alien general's face looked a little ugly at the moment, and the hand holding the sickle was trembling slightly.
Why is this guy's attack so fierce?
Gu Changfeng steadied his body in the air and smiled slightly. At this moment, Su Ximiao also followed over. Looking at the sword energy that Gu Changfeng had just used, even he was secretly shocked.
As an
Earth-type awakener, his strongest point is his defense, but he has a feeling that if the opponent attacks him with all his strength, he may not be able to withstand it.
Chaos Sword, Gu Changfeng's name is indeed not in vain.
No wonder Senior Li dared to let him come alone. As Li Xuanzong's first disciple, although he was not taught directly by Li Xuanzong, he also understood the true meaning of Li Xuanzong's swordsmanship. As a rising star, Gu Changfeng was once called a rare sword genius in a century, and a peerless genius who was expected to become a god of war.
Su Ximiao couldn't help but admire Senior Li at this moment.
He thought that Senior Li's vision was really good. At this moment, Gu Changfeng looked at the foreign general in front of him, and his aura was already full. Before the alien general could come to his senses, Gu Changfeng attacked him again, and the long sword in his hand suddenly shone with dazzling brilliance.
Gu Changfeng was extremely fast, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air.
For a moment, the foreign general was unable to figure out the enemy's position. Gu Changfeng in the air looked at the other party's figure, a sharp look flashed in his eyes, and then the black sword slashed down at the other party fiercely. A simple and unpretentious sword energy rushed towards the alien general. Feeling the fierce momentum of the sword, Su Ximiao's pupils trembled slightly. I was being conservative just now. This one move could kill him. If Xin Xingyu was present, he would definitely recognize at a glance that the sword move used by Gu Chanfeng at this moment was Jingjia, right? By the time the alien general saw the sword energy clearly, it was already too late. The sharp sword energy passed through his body. The alien general widened his eyes and turned into a wisp of green smoke under Su Ximiao's gaze. This is Gu Changfeng's unique talent, the special effect of the A-level weapon, Chaos Sword, with amazing destructive power. Su Ximiao swallowed hard. How cruel. The alien generals have already received their lunchboxes, so there is no need to say more about the alien army. They were defeated by the combined efforts of the three human forces. Of the 50,000 people who came, less than 10,000 escaped. It can be said to be an unprecedented victory. The human race below let out a deafening roar at this moment. They won. Su Ximiao and Gu Changfeng looked at each other and smiled at each other. In the attic, Zhang Xiang and Wu Qiren, who were previously seriously injured, have slowly woken up thanks to Ji Xing's treatment. Each of them drank a bottle of top-grade recovery spiritual liquid, and their injuries improved. Xin Xingyu was holding 2 energy cores in his arms when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Ding, mission accomplished. Reward, True Man Pills X3. Xin Xingyu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It seems they have one. He couldn't wait to go to the system space to take a look at the detailed description of the Real Man Pill. Real Man Pill, the user's strength triples within 5 minutes, side effect, a day of weakness, the effect is not fixed. Xin Xingyu was a little stunned when he saw this explanation. What do you mean by a system with unstable effects? System, try it. After hearing what the system said, Xin Xingyu's face turned black. I'm trying a hammer. At this time, Xin Yong and others came over. Xin Yong looked at the 2 energy cores in Xin Xingyu's arms, with a gleam in his eyes. Then he spoke to Xin Xingyu very enthusiastically. Brother Xin, you must be tired, let me help you for a while. As he said that, Xin Yong stepped forward to bring the 2 cores over. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu immediately turned sideways. Hey, what are you doing, trying to steal the credit, right? As soon as Xin Xingyu finished speaking, the team members immediately surrounded him and looked at Xin Yong with a fierce look. Seeing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Xin Yong's face. How could that be? Aren't I afraid that you will be tired? Ha ha ha. Xin Yong said, and stretched out his hand to take the energy core from Xin Xingyu's arms. Xin Xingyu took a step back, a hint of teasing flashing across his face. You brought this upon yourself, don't blame me. A small yellow pill instantly appeared in Xin Xingyu's hand and he threw it towards Xin Yong's mouth. The Real Man Pill instantly sank into the other person's mouth. G.A. Xin Yong instantly felt a foreign object going down his throat and into his stomach. What did you give me to eat? Xin Yong pinched his neck, his face flushed red, and asked Xin Xingyu. Xin Xingyu laughed, nothing, just for healing. Xin Yong slowed down and looked at Xin Xingyu suspiciously. Could this kid be so kind? But the next second, Xin Yong's concerns were dispelled. After taking the Real Man Pill, he obviously felt more energetic, as if he had endless strength. You're a really nice person. Xin Yong scratched his head as he looked at Xin Xingyu, and his hostility towards Xin Xingyu couldn't help but dissipate a little. Xin Xingyu's expression was a little unnatural when he heard this. Ha, it's only natural for us to help each other. Indeed, I see you've been holding it for so long, you must be tired, let me help you hold it for a while. Xin Yong agreed deeply after hearing this, and then reached out again to snatch the device core from Xin Xingyu's arms. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu smiled slightly. He had been prepared for this. He just dodged it with a sidestep. You're welcome. I'm not tired at all, Xin Xingyu said with his teeth bared, while silently counting down in his heart. He now couldn't wait to see the side effects of the real man pills. Seeing this, Shin Yong quietly approached Shin Xingyu and whispered,
"Brother, since you have two, just give us one. I will reward you handsomely when you get out."
Shin Xingyu was delighted when he heard this. Then, he also whispered to Shin Yong, "It's not impossible, you should express your sincerity first, let me see your sincerity." At this moment, the people on both teams looked at the two people whispering and were all confused.
Upon hearing this, Shin Yong couldn't help but glance at Shin Xingyu. This kid is quite cunning.
However, for the sake of fighting merit, he was willing to give it his all at this moment. Then he rummaged through his storage bracelet for a moment and handed Shin Xingyu a card.
"There are 3 million alliance coins in here. What do you think, buddy? That's quite sincere, right?"
When Shin Xingyu saw this, his eyes lit up instantly, and then he quickly took the card and put it in his arms.
Wow! He really didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain.
Shin Yong smiled slightly when he saw Shin Xingyu accept the bank card.
3 million alliance coins for a military achievement, isn't that a huge profit?
Then he looked at the two device cores in Shin Xingyu's arms, his eyes shining with golden light.
"Which one should I choose?" "Never mind, just pick one."
Shin Yong thought about it and was about to take the device core from Shin Xingyu's arms. But he stretched out his hand again, and again it was empty.
Shin Yong couldn't help but be stunned.
He looked at Shin Xingyu again, only to see Shin Xingyu looking at him with a playful expression.
"You don't keep your word." Shin Yong immediately realized that he had been fooled.
When Shin Xingyu heard this, the mockery on his face became more obvious.
5, 4.
When Shin Yong heard him counting down, a look of surprise appeared on his face.
Is this kid sick? 3, 2, 1.
As Shin Xingyu's voice fell, Shin Yong, who was originally stunned, suddenly felt his legs go weak and he knelt in front of Shin Xingyu. The two teams were stunned when they saw this.
What's going on? Shin Xingyu was also startled and quickly took a few steps back. It's not Chinese New Year yet, I don't have any New Year's money to give you.
When Shin Yong heard Shin Xingyu's words, he almost vomited blood. He tried hard to stand up, but he had no strength at all. At this moment, Shin Xingyu frowned as he looked at Shin Yong, who was lying limp on the ground.
Is this side effect so simple? Something's wrong. 19 out of 10, something's wrong.
According to the description of the system, it is definitely more than that.
Shin Yong looked at the change in Shin Xingyu's expression and realized instantly that it must be this guy's doing. That's right. The food this kid gave me just now.
Shin Yong figured it out instantly, but he couldn't even speak at the moment, so he could only use his eyes to convey his anger at the moment. The next second, Shin Yong suddenly turned into a stupid husky in the eyes of everyone. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Shin Xingyu was also shocked when he saw this scene.
Fuck me. How did it turn into a dog? This side effect is a bit perverted.
Shin Xingyu looked at the dog in front of him with wise eyes and couldn't help but reach out and touch the other's little head.
He. Don't say that, don't say that. It's quite easy to play with.
Although Shin Yong has turned into a dog at this moment, his consciousness is still there. When Shin Xingyu touched him like this, he instantly felt extremely insulted. All the hair on his body stood up and he barked wildly at Shin Xingyu. Shin Xingyu raised his eyebrows when he saw this.
Scream again. I'll stew you. Shin Xingyu said to Shin Yong with a grin. Shin Yong instantly wilted when he heard this. This guy might actually be able to do it.
At this moment, all the members of Shin Yong's team gathered around. Looking at this cute husky in front of me, my head is full of questions.
Boss Shin? Boss Shin, how did you turn into a dog?
Everyone's faces immediately turned sad, and they all stepped forward to touch the dog's head. The moment they touched the dog, everyone's eyes lit up. The smooth hair felt great. Zhou Ai couldn't help but stroke it a few more times, and Shin Yong felt extremely sad at this moment.
Who come and save me?
Shin Xingyu was so happy looking at the expressions of the few people that he couldn't stop smiling.
It's amazing. He. The people petting the dog quickly reacted and their expressions became a little unnatural. Zhong Ai hurriedly asked Xinxingyu, Mr. Shen. What did you do to our captain?
Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu put away the smile on his face and said innocently, I didn't do anything.
Then how come our captain, turned into a dog? Zhong Ai said with an unnatural expression. Why does this sound so awkward?
Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu suppressed his laughter and spoke to the others. Your boss just told me that he was practicing a unique martial art, so he turned into a dog.
Don't frame good people.
When everyone heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched a few times.
What kind of extraordinary divine power can turn someone into a dog? Can you find a more reliable excuse when you are looking for one?
At this moment, Su Ximiao and Gu Changfeng appeared in the attic in an instant.
Su Ximiao glanced at the device core in Xinxingyu's hand and a relieved smile appeared on his face. You did a good job. He smiled at everyone.
Seeing this, Xinxingyu hurriedly handed the 2 device cores to Su Ximiao.
Su Ximiao took the core of the device and placed it back on the positioning device in the attic.
Then he saw Xinxingyu looking at him eagerly. Su Ximiao rolled his eyes and then said to everyone, right now, the crisis of N318 has been resolved. You have also made great efforts. I will report to my superiors later.
After saying that, Su Ximiao disappeared from everyone's sight. Xinxingyu looked disappointed upon seeing this. This guy is so stingy. He thought Su Ximiao would give them something good.
At this moment, Gu Changfeng in the crowd stretched. He was about to speak when he suddenly glanced and saw a
husky. Hey, where's the dog? Whose dog is it? If no one wants it, it's mine.
Gu Changfeng was drooling as he looked at the husky that Qin Yong had transformed into. Outside this stargate, his mouth was almost dry.
Seeing this, Qin Yong immediately shrank his neck. What is this guy going to do?
Everyone in Qin Yong's team was stunned.
What the hell was going on? You say this is not a dog, this is a person?
At this moment, Gu Changfeng had rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Qin Yong. As he walked, he said to Xinxingyu, Junior brother, I'll treat you to dog meat tonight. When Qin Yong heard this, he was so scared that his fur stood up and he quickly used his claws to scratch Zhong Ai who was standing beside him. Only then did Zhong Ai come to her senses.
Senior, this is my dog, Zhong Ai said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng paused his movements and looked a little disappointed. However, he did not give up. Little girl, do you want to sell this dog?
I'll buy it and leave you a cumin roasted dog leg.
How about that? Zhong Ai looked a little unnatural when she heard this. Senior, this dog can't be eaten, she said with a bitter face. Gu Changfeng looked at Qin Yong intently when he heard this. Why can't you eat it? I think it's quite fat. Zhong Ai, Senior, he has rabies. Zhong Ai said this with a helpless look on her face. I'm sorry, Captain Qin.
Xinxingyu, who was listening to the conversation between the two, almost laughed himself silly.
What a poor dog, oh no, what a poor Qin Yong.
Gu Changfeng grinned when he heard this, rabies, forget it. Hearing the other party's words, Qin Yong slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He, the great young master of Hangrong, was almost eaten by someone.
Can you believe it?
Then Qin Yong sneaked up to Xinxingyu and bared his teeth at him. Seeing this, Xinxingyu kicked him and said lazily.
It will be back tomorrow.
Don't mess with me, or I'll make you a dog for the rest of your life. When Qin Yong heard this, he quickly ran away with his tail between his legs.
This guy is so weird.
Then Gu Changfeng said to the others, go back and pack your things. I'll take you back to Hope City tomorrow.
Upon hearing this, Xinxingyu hurriedly asked, Senior brother Gu, aren't you going to complete the mission anymore? Gu Changfeng nodded after hearing this and said, what mission are we still doing? This city defense battle is not much more dangerous than the mission.
The goal has been achieved. There is no need to waste time here. Besides, N318 can no longer be used as a base for the mission.
Su Ximiao will write a report on the performance of your two teams in the battle to defend the city. He will then give you an overall score based on this report.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu and the others nodded in understanding. Then everyone followed Gu Changfeng back to the rest area of the base. Lin Xiling came hurriedly in the middle, but just exchanged a few words with a few people, and then hurried to direct the post-disaster reconstruction work. After this great battle, N318 was in ruins, but for China, which is obsessed with infrastructure, this was no big deal. On the way back to the rest area, they saw many soldiers from the Arctic Empire. These soldiers of the Arctic Empire are all extremely strong, but they have less hair. This time, N318 was able to successfully overcome the crisis thanks to the assistance of the Arctic Empire. China is a country of etiquette, so Su Ximiao immediately decided to hold a celebration banquet in the evening to thank these elders. At night, the stronghold was bustling with activity. Xin Xingyu and others were dragged by Gu Changfeng to attend the social gathering. At the dinner table, everyone was immediately impressed by the drinking capacity of these men from the Arctic Empire.
Just drink it like water.
Infected by this atmosphere, Xin Xingyu and his companions also pretended to pick up their
glasses and started drinking.
As time went on, in addition to Lin Xingran, several girls also joined the battle, and their faces turned red from drinking. Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko were so drunk that they were already dozing off in each other's arms. Ji Xing was standing on a chair and still busying himself.
Come again.
Then he successfully got Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang drunk. However, Xin Xingyu acted as if nothing had happened. Ji Xing didn't believe it and continued to fight with Xin Xingyu for 300 rounds.
But Ji Xing was soon defeated. In contrast, Xin Xingyu's face didn't even turn red.
Xingyu, how come you are so powerful? Ji Xing said with a dazed look while burping. Upon hearing this, the corners of Xin Xingyu's mouth rose slightly. When it comes to drinking, he has never been defeated by anyone. However, the next moment, Ji Xing hung directly on Xin Xingyu. Lin Xingran, who was watching the show silently on the side, raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Ji Xing slowly buried his head in Xin Xingyu's neck, muttering some nonsense. The hot air exhaled from the nose hit Xin Xingyu's neck, making Xin Xingyu feel numb all over. Lin Xingran watched the two people's intimate posture silently, feeling inexplicably irritated. Well, of course, I'll send her back first. Xin Xingyu could no longer bear this torture and said to Lin Xingran.
Just send it off, why are you telling me?
Lin Xingran replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu hurriedly helped Ji Xing up and walked towards the rest area. Lin Xingran looked at the backs of the two men, gritted his teeth, and felt even more annoyed. Then she shifted her gaze back to the wine glass in front of her.
On the way, Ji Xing kept talking. Son of a bitch, Xin Yong. I was blind at the time. Woo woo woo. Listening to Ji Xing's confusing words, Xin Xingyu looked helpless. Auntie, don't be angry, Xin Yong has turned into a husky.
Afterwards, when they entered the room, Xin Xingyu gently placed Ji Xing on the bed. But Ji Xing was like an octopus, holding Xin Xingyu's neck and refusing to let go. Xin Xingyu immediately rolled his eyes. He could only gently pry the other person's hands apart bit by bit. But at this moment, Ji Xing suddenly opened his eyes, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. When she saw the face in front of her, her face was immediately filled with shyness.
Xingyu, you. Xin Xingyu smiled awkwardly.
You're drunk, I'll take you back.
I'm not drunk.
Ji Xing immediately denied it. Xin Xingyu's face darkened when he heard this.
Good.
Very classic. Those who drank too much said they were not drunk.
The next second, Ji Xing's hands clasped tighter, and their lips touched without warning.
For a moment, the room was filled with ambiguity. After a long time of parting lips, Ji Xing lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Xin Xingyu straightened up and scratched his head as he looked at Ji Xing, who was sleeping soundly. This woman always takes advantage of him.
How abominable.
Then Xin Xingyu retreated quietly. In the room, Ji Xing, who was sleeping soundly, turned over, his eyelashes trembled slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After leaving the room, Shin Shingyu took a deep breath and calmed his throbbing heart. That kiss just now really aroused him. Afterwards, Shin Shingyu returned to the banquet. At this moment, the big brothers of the Arctic Empire were so happy that they started singing and dancing. When Shin Shingyu returned to the dining table, he found that Goddess Lin was holding a glass of wine and was in deep thought, with a slightly drunken blush on her face. Shin Shingyu felt a headache. Why did this girl drink by herself? He hurriedly walked to Lin Qingran's side and snatched the wine glass from her little hand. Lin Qingran frowned slightly, raised her rosy face and said to Shin Shingyu unhappily, "What are you doing?" Shin Shingyu looked helpless. "Why are you drinking too?" As he said this, he took the wine glass far away. If he let her drink it again, she would probably get drunk again. Seeing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across Lin Qingran's face. "Why won't you let me drink? You all drank." As he spoke, Lin Qingran crossed his arms and glared at Shin Shingyu angrily. Shin Shingyu looked at the other person's puffed-up little face and couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. So soft. Lin Qingran shrugged his nose and shook off Shin Shingyu's hand with a snap. "What are you doing? You just take advantage of me." She pouted, her face full of unhappiness. Shin Shingyu was a little amused. The drunk goddess Lin was so funny. She was so cute. "Be good, Ran, I won't drink anymore, drink this instead." Shin Shingyu spoke gently, poured another glass of orange juice for Lin Qingran and handed it to her. Lin Qingran took the cup, put it to her lips, shrugged her nose, and immediately became unhappy. "Don't drink this, I want to drink." As he spoke, Lin Qingran threw the cup directly behind him. The wine blast drew a perfect arc in the air and landed accurately on Gu Chongfeng's head. However, Gu Chongfeng had already drunk too much and was sleeping soundly on the table. The wine blast did not wake him up at all. Instead, he licked the orange juice that flowed to the corner of his mouth with relish. Shin Shingyu turned sideways to take a look, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "My senior brother is so unlucky. I want to drink. Give me wine." Lin Qingran refused to give in and pulled Shin Shingyu's arm and bit it. Shin Shingyu suddenly grimaced in pain. Okay, here you go, just open your mouth first." After hearing Shin Shingyu's words, Lin Qingran finally opened his mouth. Shin Shingyu looked at the red bite marks on his hands, feeling helpless. "Okay, drink. I'll drink with you." As he spoke, he picked up the half-full bottle of wine on his right. Then he took the wine glass he had previously had. "Come on. Whoever is a coward is a grandson." When Lin Qingran heard this, a hint of fighting spirit instantly ignited in his eyes. "Come. I'm afraid of you." The two of them drank for an unknown amount of time last night, and Shin Shingyu was so drunk that he almost blacked out. Early the next morning, Shin Shingyu woke up slowly from the bed and suddenly felt a headache. Suddenly, a faint fragrance came to his nose. He tilted his head slightly and saw that Lin Qingran was sleeping soundly, hugging his left arm like a little wildcat. There was a crystal line hanging at the corner of her mouth. Shin Shingyu woke up in an instant. He quickly looked around and was immediately stunned. Isn't this Lin Qingran in Ji Xing's room? At this moment, he looked to the side and saw Ji Xing lying on the bed still sleeping soundly. He couldn't care less and had to run away quickly. Otherwise, when they wake up, it will be difficult to explain. Then, Shin Shingyu gently pulled his arm out of Lin Qingran's arms. Seeing that the other party was not woken up by him, Shin Shingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he quickly got out of bed and carefully closed the quilt. But at this moment, Lin Qingran, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. When seeing Shin Shingyu's face, Lin Qingran's eyes were filled with confusion. Then his eyes widened instantly. Seeing this, Shin Shingyu quickly covered the other person's mouth. Lin Qingran whimpered a few times. Shin Shingyu pointed at Ji Xing who was standing beside her. Only then did she calm down. However, the look he gave Shin Shingyu was full of murderous intent. Shin Shingyu made a gesture to her to keep quiet, then slowly moved his hand away. Lin Xingran quickly turned over the quilt, took a look, and found that his clothes were still there, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Shen Xingyu looked at the other person's actions with an embarrassed look on his face. Then he ran away without saying a word. As soon as I went out, I ran into Keiko Nakano outside the door. Keiko Nakano looked at Shen Xingyu, who walked out of the room, and her expression instantly became surprised. Shinsang, you.
Before she could finish her words, Lin Xingran rushed out of the room with an angry face.
When he saw Keiko Nakano outside the door, the anger on Lin Xingran's face instantly disappeared and turned into embarrassment. Guys.
Nakano Keiko stared at the two of them blankly, her little head full of question marks.
Aha, good morning, Keiko. Nothing else, I'll leave first.
As Shen Xingyu spoke, he scratched his head awkwardly, then he quickly ran away and disappeared from their sight in an instant. Keiko Nakano looked at Shen Xingyu's panicked back, then shifted her gaze to Lin Xingran.
Lin Xingran felt a little guilty at the moment being stared at by the other party. She coughed lightly. Are you okay?
Upon hearing this, Keiko Nakano remembered why she came.
Sister Lin, Instructor Lin just came over and said someone would take us back to Hope City in an hour. Since everyone is still asleep, I came to wake everyone up. Lin Xingran nodded after hearing this. Well, thank you.
Then she returned to the house and closed the door.
Lin Xingran took a deep breath and a look of anger appeared on her face.
You bastard, just wait for me. Seeing this, Keiko Nakano, who was outside the door, walked slowly towards her room with a hint of confusion on her face.
How could Shinsang come out of this room? Xiao Huizi thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, Keiko Nakano had an idea. The scheming frog keeps touching your belly. Shinsang should also be here to wake Sister Lin up. Suga. Keiko Nakano thought about it, and a smug look appeared on her face. Huizi, you are so smart.
At this moment, Shen Xingyu had returned to the room. When Wu Qiren saw Shen Xingyu coming back, he asked in confusion. Brother, where did you sleep last night?
I woke up at night and found that there was no one in your bed.
Shen Xingyu, who had just walked in, was dismayed when he heard this.
I stayed overnight somewhere else yesterday,
he replied perfunctorily.
Wu Qiren nodded after hearing this, and then continued.
By the way, brother, Instructor Lin just came over and said he'll take us back to Hope City in an hour. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu nodded.
He is still in a daze. Why did he sleep in Lin Xingran's bed yesterday? The key is that he was caught red-handed by the other party. What a sin!
Afterwards, Shen Xingyu and the others simply cleaned up. When the time came, several people came to the meeting place with their bags. Lin Xiling counted the number of people and found that no matter how he counted, something was wrong.
Where is Qin Yong?
Lin Xiling shouted at Qin Yong's team.
The members of Qin Yong's team looked embarrassed, and then they all made way.
A husky appeared in front of Lin Xiling. Seeing this, Lin Xiling rolled his eyes and said angrily, I asked Qin Yong is a dog. When the members of Qin Yong's team heard this, they looked at each other. Then he nodded helplessly towards Lin Xiling. Lin Xiling was stunned.
What was going on?
Shen Xingyu watched the scene and laughed so hard that his stomach hurt.
You guessed it right, Qin Yong is really a dog.
Afterwards, Qin Yong's team explained to Lin Xiling for a long time. Lin Xiling looked at the husky in front of him with a confused look on his face.
Practice? What kind of martial arts did he practice to become like this? It's an evil skill.
Shen Xingyu, who was standing aside, almost couldn't straighten his back as he listened to the other party's reasons for Lin Xiling.
I didn't expect that they would actually use practicing martial arts as an excuse.
Ji Xing was looking at Shen Xingyu, who was laughing happily at this moment, and suddenly whispered to him.
Xingyu, was it you who turned Qin Yong into a dog?
Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu nodded.
At her. Seeing this, Ji Xing's eyes flashed with tenderness. Xingyu, you are so nice.
Shen Xingyu chuckled when he heard that.
Lin Xiling on the side reluctantly accepted this statement after repeated explanations from Qin Yong's team. Okay, let's all get in the car.
Then everyone slowly got on the car. As soon as Shin Xingyu sat down, Lin Xinran sat next to him with a cold look on her face. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu looked hopeless.
It's over.
Then the car started slowly. Shen Xingyu's entire face turned the color of liver.
Xingyu, what's wrong with you?
Ji Xing was sitting on the other side of the aisle.
Seeing Shin Xingyu's expression, he couldn't help but worry. Shin Xingyu slowly forced a smile towards the other party. It's okay.
The voice has a slight pitch change. A hint of doubt flashed across Ji Xing's little face. However, since the other party said that nothing was wrong, she stopped talking and leaned against the car window with her eyes closed.
Shin Xingyu blushed and said to Lin Xinran very seriously, "Of course, are you tired?" Lin Xinran looked at him with amusement when he heard that.
Good.
Let go. Shen Xingyu whispered in Lin Xinran's ear.
Lin Xinran raised his little face slightly, with a playful expression, as if to say, no way. As the perspective moves downward,
Lin Xinran's small hand was pinching the flesh on the inside of Shin Xingyu's thigh tightly.
Seeing this, Shin Xingyu gritted his teeth and said, "Then don't blame me." Lin Xinran raised his eyebrows when he heard this.
Hey, everyone, do you know where I slept yesterday?
Shin Xingyu cleared his throat and raised his eyebrows at Lin Xinran as he spoke. At this moment, everyone in the quiet car was attracted by Shin Xingyu's sudden voice. Seeing this, Lin Xinran increased the strength in his hands a little more, with a hint of anger on his face.
This guy actually used this matter to threaten her?
As Lin Xinran increased his strength, Shin Xingyu's face immediately twisted.
He quickly winked at Lin Xinran, "Let go, or I will tell you."
Lin Xinran frowned, "If you tell me, you will die." Shin Xingyu gritted his teeth and continued to wink, "Don't force me, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, I have no shame anyway." Seeing this, Lin Xinran gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment.
This guy might actually be able to do it.
Seeing this, Shin Xingyu smiled slightly and continued, "Yesterday." Before he could finish his words, Lin Xinran angrily let go of his hand. Shin Xingyu heaved a sigh of relief, then cast a lecherous look at Lin Xinran.
"Little guy, can't I cure you?"
Lin Xinran crossed his arms, his face full of resentment.
"Shameless. Just wait for me."
Shin Xingyu came to his senses and found that everyone in the car was still looking at him. He smiled at everyone and continued, "I slept on that bed yesterday.
It had a Simmons mattress. It was so soft."
When everyone heard this, they were speechless.
"Damn, I thought you were going to do something big, but who would have thought you ended up with a big one? Boring."
Seeing that everyone had turned their eyes away, Shin Xingyu chuckled. Lin Xinran was immediately furious when she saw his humiliating expression.
Ever since I met this guy, I have been taken advantage of by him.
But at this moment, she had no good way to teach this kid a lesson.
So angry.
Equals 3. Shin Xingyu felt relieved when he saw the other person's angry and helpless expression. However, I have to say that this woman has really strong hands. He could hardly feel the existence of that piece of flesh inside him now.
Then the car became quiet again.
The journey back to Hope City is very long, with at least a dozen stops. Shin Xingyu leaned against the car window and fell into thought. Thinking of the two objects in the revision hall, he couldn't help but curse inwardly.
I was so busy beating up that guy Zhou Shuren that I forgot to ask him. Shen Xingyu had no choice
but to continue researching. What he was now basically certain of was that these two items in the revision hall seemed to be able to be used to increase mental strength.
But I don't know how to practice it.
The magic spells that Zhou Shuren had used before should have been driven by mental power. He estimated that the people in the revision hall were similar to Zhou Shuren, a group of guys who mainly focused on mental power.
It seems I can study it carefully when I get back.
With the help of Master Tong, it is not difficult to cultivate both mental strength and psychic power. After thinking about this, Shin Xingyu took out an object from his arms.
The amulet given by Huang Ma.
At this moment, the amulet was in tatters. He slowly took the amulet in his hand, his face full of thoughts.
Huang Ma, you have kept this a secret for most of your life. What happened to you before?
Lin Xinran closed her eyes for a while, then she opened her eyes and looked to the side. Seeing Shen Xingyu holding the amulet in his hand, his expression was a little lonely. There was a complicated look in her eyes.
It is really sad that you don't know the true feelings of the people closest to you. However, the next moment, she didn't think so.
Shen Xingyu leaned against the window, fell asleep in a second, and even started snoring. Seeing this, Lin Xinran gritted his teeth, a trace of helplessness on his face.
Why should I sympathize with him? All the way in silence.
After more than 10 hours, the vehicle everyone was riding in slowly stopped.
Everyone in the car instantly became alert. Finally here. After sitting for so long, my butt feels like it's become a piece of iron. After everyone got off the bus, the word embassy came into view.
Shen Xingyu stretched at this moment.
Lao Jia, who had been waiting here for a long time, hurried forward to meet him. Master.
Lao Jia walked quickly to Zhang Ziyang, looked at him carefully, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face.
Master, you have matured a lot this time.
Zhang Ziyang scratched his head after hearing this and said, not bad.
Shen Xingyu couldn't help but smile when he saw this.
To be honest, Zhang Ziyang has changed the most among their group this time. The coward at the beginning, after going through so many things, now dares to fight against aliens.
He couldn't help but feel a little emotional.
In fact, Zhang Ziyang is a tiger himself, but his family has always raised him like a kitten, which makes his character a little weak.
But a tiger is still a tiger after all. Once it returns to the forest, its wildness is awakened again.
Lao Jia's face was full of smiles at this moment.
He also read the report written by Su Ximiao on the performance of Shen Xingyu's team.
He originally thought that this trip would be good enough if it could make his young master no longer be so timid. But when he saw Su Ximiao's high evaluation of brave in battle, a young hero written in a pertinent tone, he was still shocked.
At this moment, he looked at Zhang Ziyang's face full of relief.
2 young men, several young ladies, thank you so much this time. Then, Lao Jia said solemnly to Shen Xingyu and others.
I booked a banquet at Luwelu to welcome everyone.
Yes. Brother Shen, Brother Wu, and a few beauties, we are friends who have risked our lives for each other, so don't be polite to me. Zhang Ziyang said hurriedly. Seeing this, everyone smiled at each other. Since he had said so, it would be difficult to refuse the other party's kindness.
Okay, Shen Xingyu smiled at Zhang Ziyang. Zhang Ziyang smiled and took Shen Xingyu and Wu Qiren in his arms. Let's go, let's go.
We've been eating so poorly outside lately. Let's have some meat today. Lao Jiao looked at the few people with a look of satisfaction on his face. His young master not only grew up, but also made so many good friends. He was sincerely happy for the young master. Then, led by Lao Jia, everyone walked towards Luwelu. At this moment, an officer suddenly stopped several people and saluted them. Are you the team that brought back the core of the device? Seeing this, Shen Xingyu and others nodded at each other. The officer smiled quickly upon seeing this. Your military merits have been announced. Originally, you all received third-class individual merits. However, considering your previous performance within N318, your superiors have decided to award several of you second-class individual merits. You can go directly to the embassy to collect your medals and bonuses later. When Shen Xingyu heard about the bonus, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Money is a good thing.
The others also had smiles on their faces.
It is not easy to get military merit.
I didn't expect that they had won a second-class merit award before even entering a higher martial arts school. Then the officer restrained his expression and spoke to the few people again in a serious tone. Also, the issue with your team reporting an error in their mission location has been resolved.
When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly fixed.
The officer continued, the fact that the mission location was reported incorrectly is something the higher-ups take very seriously. Old Chu personally inquired about this matter and ordered us to deal with it seriously. Except for Zhang Ziyang and Lao Jia, the faces of the others instantly turned gloomy when they heard this. Zhang Ziyang and Lao Jia were confused when they saw that everyone looked unhappy. The officer then continued, the previous stronghold has been abandoned and should not have appeared at the mission extraction location. However, the officer in charge was negligent and did not remove the abandoned mission location. That's why you're all in danger. According to Chinese military orders, this person has been dismissed. The officer finished speaking. A hint of coldness flashed in Xin Xingyu's eyes. This old bastard. He could have anticipated such an outcome. But I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Only an officer who was assigned to the mission was put forward to take the blame. Just let it go like that with a momentary negligence? Thinking of Brother Su's death, Xin Xingyu felt depressed. Xin Xingyu said nothing and let everyone past the officer. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyang and Lao Jia hurriedly followed. Seeing everyone's gloomy faces, Zhang Ziyang did not ask any further questions. After arriving at Luelo, everyone took their seats. Zhang Ziyang finally expressed his confusion, Brother Shen, what's going on? Could it be that there is something else behind this incident? Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu slowly nodded. I had some conflicts with the Chu family before. When Zhang Ziyang heard this, his expression became serious. He was not a fool and immediately understood the implication of Xin Xingyu's words. The officer mentioned Mr. Chu just now, and considering the conflict between Xin Xingyu and the other party, it was obvious that there was something else going on. It's okay, Brother Shen. I will tell my grandfather about this when I get home, Zhang Ziyang said solemnly to Xin Xingyu. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu slowly shook his head. This matter is not that simple. Since the other party dared to attack us, they must have made thorough preparations. Even if we investigate further, they can still come up with a scapegoat. Zhang Ziyang's face turned a little ugly when he heard this. At this moment, the atmosphere in the private room of Luelu was a little depressing, and everyone's hearts were shrouded in a layer of haze. Shen Xingyu took a deep breath and smiled at everyone. All right, don't overthink it. We've gained a lot this time. Zhang Ziyang heard this and said generously, right. It's time to have some fun. Lao Jia, order some wine. Shen Xingyu's face darkened instantly when he heard this. No more wine, just some tea will do. I can't drink any more alcohol. Zhang Ziyang was stunned when he heard this, then waved to Lao Jia. Soon, the dishes were basically ready. The gloom in everyone's hearts dissipated a lot at this moment. Then, Zhang Ziyang stood up, holding a teacup in his hand and spoke solemnly to everyone. Thank you for your help on this mission. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu was about to speak. Zhang Ziyang said to him, Brother Shen, listen to me. As for me, I have a good family background, so I have been living a life of luxury since I was a child, and my personality is also relatively weak. Thank you all for your care. From now on, the coward Zhang Ziyang is a thing of the past. After saying that, Zhang Ziyang picked up the teacup and drank it all. Lao Jia watched from the side and couldn't help but feel his eyes moist. My young master has been completely transformed. Xin Xingyu looked at Zhang Ziyang and smiled slightly. This guy, what is he doing with all this nonsense? Everyone chatted and laughed while eating, then returned to the rest area. After the long journey, everyone was exhausted. After returning to the room, Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang fell asleep. Xin Xingyu couldn't sleep, so he walked out of the room. He sat in the pavilion in the courtyard, looking at the starry sky, wondering what he was thinking. Xingyu, aren't you asleep? At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears. Xin Xingyu came to his senses and saw Ji Xing standing in front of him. Xin Xingyu smiled and said, You haven't slept either, have you? Ji Xing smiled gently when he heard that, and sat next to Xin Xingyu naturally. I miss you so much that I can't sleep, she said to Xin Xingyu with a hint of sarcasm. Hearing this, Xin Xingyu glanced at Ji Xing unconsciously and asked with a smile, What's the matter? Do you need me to sleep with you? Ji Xing heard this and a hint of shyness flashed across her face. Okay. As she spoke, she hugged her knees with her hands and naturally leaned her head on Xin Xingyu's shoulder. Xin Xingyu was stunned, and a faint fragrance came to his nose. He looked at Ji Xing in surprise. She was looking up at the moment, and the stars in the sky were reflected in her eyes, adding a layer of beauty to her.
Xingyu, thank you for what you did before.
Ji Xing spoke softly, with a hint of laziness in his voice.
Xingyu was a little confused when he heard this. What's going on?
Ji Xing rolled his eyes at him when he heard this, the matter of turning Qin Yong into a dog. Xingyu smiled for no reason when he heard this.
It's okay, I've disliked this guy for a long time, he said indifferently.
When Ji Xing heard this, her eyes lit up and she turned to look at Xingyu with a hint of shyness on her face.
Are you trying to help me vent my anger? When Xingyu heard this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face.
It's not that I was just venting my anger on her behalf.
He was about to speak.
Ji Xing smiled sweetly, then covered Xingyu's mouth with her hand.
Okay, stop talking.
I'll just assume you're venting your anger for me. Xingyu smiled slightly when he heard this. Maybe he also meant this.
Anyway, after knowing the relationship between Ji Xing and Qin Yong, he has always disliked Qin Yong.
Then, Ji Xing suddenly stood up and sat on Xingyu's lap.
Then how should I repay you?
Ji Xing leaned over to Xingyu's ear and whispered softly, with a hint of charm in her tone.
Xingyu swallowed his saliva.
The posture of the two of them was a bit ambiguous at the moment. Ji Xing slowly raised her head, held Xingyu's face with her two little hands, and then kissed him gently. Xingyu felt the warmth coming from the corner of his mouth and felt helpless.
Why does this woman always tease him?
At this moment, inside the house, Lin Qingran did not rest. Seeing that Ji Xing had not come back yet, she pulled open the curtains and looked outside. After seeing the two people in the pavilion, she immediately pulled up the curtains. There was a hint of annoyance on his little face. Bastard! Besides being angry, she felt a sense of sadness for no reason. She couldn't help but think of the scenes that happened in the ward before, and her face suddenly turned red. She herself didn't even know that since that incident, Xingyu's weight in her heart had become heavier and heavier. So when she sees the two of them being ambiguous, she will feel irritated, sad and unhappy. This was a feeling she had never experienced in her previous life. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became, so she covered her head with the quilt.
Then keep brainwashing yourself in your mind.
You are trying to save him.
That's it.
In the yard, the starlight sprinkled down, adding a layer of soft beauty to the place. The two people in the pavilion kept their lips apart for a long time. Ji Xing slowly raised her head, bit her lips lightly, and shyness was written all over her little face.
Xingyu pursed his lips meaningfully. You, what are you thinking about?
Ji Xing spoke, his voice getting smaller and smaller. Xingyu felt helpless.
You can't blame him. This is a normal reaction.
Ji Xing felt that he had no strength left in his body.
Xingyu, she murmured.
Xingyu responded after hearing that, sniffing the fragrance coming from the other person's hair.
He actually enjoyed this feeling. Do you like it?
Ji Xing's voice was very low. Upon hearing this, Xingyu scratched his head, not knowing how to respond.
Feeling Xingyu's silence, a hint of disappointment flashed across Ji Xing's little face. But soon, she smiled gently and broke away from Xingyu's arms.
Good night. After saying that, Ji Xing quickly ran into his room. Xingyu looked at the other party's slightly frivolous footsteps and couldn't help but touch his nose.
Do you like it?
I quite like it. These days, Xingyu and his friends have nothing to do.
The trial is not over yet.
The few of them wandered around Hope City in the morning and then practiced on their own in the afternoon. In a blink of an eye, the day of the trial ended.
Led by an officer, the group arrived in front of the embassy.
At this moment, all the freshman students in Xinjiang have returned. Everyone's face was filled with haggardness and numbness. The arrival of Xingyu and others instantly attracted the attention of the entire audience. When Chu Xian in the crowd saw those people, his brows furrowed instantly and his expression turned gloomy. He didn't expect that these people were still alive.
Xingyu naturally noticed the change in the other person's expression.
At this moment, he became more certain of his judgment. The mistake in their previous mission location was definitely related to the Chu family. At this time, an officer walked up to the crowd. "Everyone, the trial has officially ended. Team leaders, please bring your star cores to the embassy to report your results." As the voice fell, everyone present showed joy on their faces. "It's finally over." Shin Xingyu looked at Lin Qingran at this moment. "Of course, I will go with you."
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran glanced at him indifferently, did not answer, and walked forward on his own. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu showed a bitter smile on his face. For some reason, Goddess Lin's attitude towards him suddenly became much colder these days. Shin Xingyu had no choice but to follow quickly and came to Lin Qingran's side.
At this moment, inside the embassy, the leaders of each group were queuing up in an orderly manner.
When it was Shin Xingyu and the other person's turn, Lin Qingran directly placed a bag of star cores on the table.
The officer in charge of recording was stunned when he saw this. "This bag is too small."
The officer then took out all the star cores and found that there were only more than 20 of them.
He immediately looked very upset.
"This is too little." At this moment, a teasing voice suddenly sounded behind the two of
them. "Ha ha ha, why are there only a little over 20? Are you guys slacking off?"
Hearing the voice, Lin Qingran and Shin Xingyu both frowned. The two looked back and saw Chu Xian looking at them with a playful expression. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu smiled coldly.
"What's wrong? Is your leg healed?"
When Chu Xian heard Shin Xingyu's words, his face instantly turned ugly.
Snort.
Then he ignored them. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu raised the corners of his mouth.
Then he and Lin Qingran walked out of the embassy.
When Ji Xing and the others saw Shin Xingyu and the others coming out, they all surrounded them.
Wu Qiran looked a little embarrassed at this moment.
"Brother, I see they have quite a few star cores.
Are we going to be at the bottom?"
Shin Xingyu rolled his eyes when he heard that.
"Who cares?" he said calmly. When everyone heard this, they nodded and didn't care.
They have already won second-class merit.
It's just a small trial, so I'll just be at the bottom.
Afterwards, each team had basically completed their reporting. Chu Xian walked out of the embassy and looked at Shin Xingyu and the others with a hint of sarcasm on his face. This time, their team handed in more than 200 star cores.
The first place is no doubt about it.
Congratulations, Captain Chu, you're definitely in first place this time.
More than 200 star cores. I can't even imagine it. Captain Chu is truly amazing.
Chu Xian listened to the praises from the people around him, and the smile on his face never stopped. Then, he turned his gaze toward Shin Xingyu and the others with a boastful look on his face. Wu Qiran was furious when he saw Chu Xian's expression.
Damn it, this kid is so cocky.
Seeing this, a cold look flashed in Shin Xingyu's eyes.
Find an opportunity to kill this guy.
After a while, several military officers came out of the embassy and waved their hands to the crowd.
Everyone, be quiet. The results are out, and the rankings will be announced next.
Chu Xian's face instantly lit up with joy when he heard this.
It's coming.
Chu Xian puffed out his chest proudly.
Everyone around him cast envious glances at Chu Xian.
After learning that Chu Xian's team had obtained more than 200 star cores, it was tacitly acknowledged that Chu Xian's team was first. On Shin Xingyu's side, Wu Qiran looked at the smug look on Chu Xian's face and gritted his teeth in anger.
Brother, watching this kid act so arrogant is more painful than killing me.
Shin Xingyu smiled faintly when he heard this. This guy opened champagne at halftime and wasn't afraid of being slapped in the face.
The results are not out yet, and everything is still uncertain.
He really couldn't believe that this guy could get first place. It was only 200 star cores.
He didn't believe that no one in the entire Qingyang ordinary high school team could surpass this result.
It's just that they are all relatively low-key.
Announce the top 3 results first.
The officer took the results report handed to him by the person behind him and spoke to everyone. Everyone in the audience focused their attention on him at this moment.
Chu Xian's face was beaming with joy.
He had already begun to imagine the feeling of being surrounded by people. First prize, War God level combat skill, Purple Thunder Star movement.
When the people in the audience heard about the reward, they exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be a War God level body movement and combat skill." The so-called War God level refers to the combat skill created by a War God level strong man. This kind of fighting skill is almost never circulated on the market. It is a treasure that is priceless. At this moment, the people around Chu Xian looked at Chu Xian, and the envy in their eyes was almost overflowing. The team that won first place in this trial is... Before the officer finished speaking, Chu Xian had already walked in front of him. In his mind, he had already firmly secured the first place.
Lin Qingran Group. The officers' voice fell. No one reacted.
When Chu Xian, who was standing in front of the officer, heard these words, his face turned purple.
"I'm reporting it. They only obtained 20 star cores." Chu Xian shouted unconvinced. The officer looked at Chu Xian in surprise, then said unhappily, "Protests are useless."
On the side, when they heard the results, Xin Xingyu and others were a little confused.
What's going on?
At this moment, Xin Xingyu's face also showed a look of surprise.
The first of 20 star cores?
The officer saw everyone looking at him in confusion and cleared his throat.
Lin Qingran's team, a total of 20 star cores.
Fight a fierce battle with the aliens at the base outside the Stargate, kill several second-level aliens and one third-level alien, and reclaim important human supplies from the aliens. At the same time, Lin Qingran's team participated in the battle to defend the city at the N318 stronghold, killing several third-level aliens and countless second-level aliens. All team members received individual second-class merit honors. After comprehensive evaluation by the military, the first place is well-deserved. The officers' voices one after another shocked everyone in the audience beyond words.
What did I hear? Kill third-level aliens, second-level aliens? You thought you were playing fruit cutting. Kill if you say so?
At this moment, everyone in the audience looked at the members of Lin Qingran's team with shock in their eyes. When Chu Xian heard the officers' words, he felt like the sky was falling.
He knew the location of their mission. Isn't it a deserted stronghold? How come they were able to get second-class merit?
This is more painful than killing him.
Xin Xingyu looked at the distraught Chu Xian with a look of sarcasm on his face.
If it weren't for their Chu family, they might not have been able to get the second-class merit this time.
That's the case.
Just reward this kid with a perfect graveyard. As Xin Xingyu thought about it, his eyes gradually became colder. Now when he sees Chu Xian, he will unconsciously recall Brother Su's voice, appearance and smile. Sooner or later, he will have to send this kid to Brother Su to apologize.
Afterwards, Lin Qingran walked forward and took back the reward amid everyone's envious gazes.
After flipping through it for a while, she stuffed it into Xin Xingyu's hand. As a reborn being, these resources are of no use to her. Xin Xingyu took the combat skills and glanced at them briefly before putting them away. Let's take a look at them together when we get back. Everyone nodded when they heard this.
The officer then said again, the second place prize is 2 advanced body refining spiritual fluids. The second place team is...
Chu Xian became alert again when he heard that.
If he couldn't get first place, he could at least get second place, right?
Qin Yong Group. When the officer's voice fell, Chu Xian was hit hard again. Some of these 200 star cores were purchased from others at a high price.
Can't even get second place? Qin Yong's team immediately cheered. Qin Yong turned back into human form yesterday, and now he couldn't hide the surprise on his face.
Their team had only handed in more than 50 star cores at the beginning, and they were already discouraged.
But I never expected that there would be an unexpected surprise.
Qin Yong's team obtained a total of 53 star cores and performed well in the defense of the N318 stronghold, killing several second-level aliens.
After discussion, a reward will be given to the second place in the trial.
Su Xian gritted his teeth when he heard this.
Why was it another damn battle to defend the city? What on earth is this city defense battle?
At this moment, everyone present was also a little surprised.
The city defense battle has been mentioned twice. What exactly happened at the N318 stronghold? When everyone was confused,
Shin Yong walked forward happily and took the spiritual liquid in his hand.
The high-level body refining elixir is worth at least 5 million alliance coins on the market.
Although he is the eldest son of Hangrong Chamber of Commerce, 5 million alliance coins is not a lot of money in his eyes. But this was the first time they had achieved it on their own, so they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Shin Yong was so excited that he couldn't help but stick out his tongue. When Shin Xingyu and the others saw this, they couldn't hold it anymore.
Is this guy addicted to being a dog?
When the members of Shin Yong's team saw the look on their boss's face, they all held their foreheads with their hands. Seeing everyone's surprised looks, Shin Yong reacted at this moment and quickly retracted his tongue.
What the hell?
After turning back into a human, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. As he thought about it, he glared at Shin Xingyu fiercely. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu raised his eyebrows and gave the other party a provocative look.
Shin Yong immediately shrank his neck.
He is really afraid of this guy now and dares not to provoke him easily.
Maybe one day he will be turned into a dog again.
Seeing that the other party was scared, Shin Xingyu chuckled.
This guy is quite sensible. Next it's the third place's turn. Chu Xian regrouped, he didn't believe it.
They wouldn't even get third place. Third place, Advanced Body Refining Spiritual Liquid X1. The third place team is Shirley's team.
When the officer's voice fell, everyone couldn't believe it. It wasn't Chu Xian's turn yet?
Their team had already handed in 200 star cores.
Could it be that Shirley's team also participated in the battle to defend the city?
Then, the officer said again, Shirley's team has obtained a total of 213 star cores, ranking third.
Everyone was stunned at this moment. 213 pieces? That's 13 more than Chu Xian's group.
Chu Xian was now standing there in a daze, his nose instantly turning into a clown nose. I was so confident at first that I thought I would definitely get first place, but now I can't even get third place. He spent a full 20 million alliance coins to acquire the star core. A towering man stepped forward from the crowd with a simple smile on his face. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, the burly man seemed a little shy. Then, he respectfully took the spiritual liquid from the officer. The officer seemed to notice the man's embarrassment and smiled at him. Good job. Hearing the officer's words, the man immediately showed a look of gratitude in his eyes.
Thank you,
he said solemnly to the officer, then returned to the team holding the spiritual liquid. Shirley's team was mostly composed of thin boys and girls. When they saw the spiritual liquid in Shirley's hand, they immediately showed excitement on their faces.
Brother Lei, how much can this high-level spiritual liquid sell for?
Shirley smiled innocently, it should be able to sell for 5 million alliance coins.
Upon hearing this, everyone in Shirley's team exclaimed in surprise. The people around them couldn't help but sneer when they saw this. You're not going to sell it, are you? Even though the high-level body refining spirit liquid is worth 5 million, there's no demand for it. You're really a bunch of country bumpkins. You're actually thinking of selling such a good thing? Hearing the ridicule from the people around him, the young man who had just spoken shrank his head and whispered to Shirley, Brother Lei, am I embarrassing myself? But, if we had this money, we could treat the director's illness, and we could also renovate our orphanage so it doesn't leak every time it rains. As the young man spoke, a look of loneliness appeared on his face. The man who had just made the sarcastic remarks was stunned when he heard the young man's words. His heart seemed to be pierced by thousands of arrows. I deserve to die. No, that's not what I meant. Feel sorry, the man quickly said with a bitter face. Shirley waved his hand and said to the other party innocently, it's okay. We are indeed a little unsophisticated. When the man heard this, he burst into tears. Brother, stop talking. I deserve to die. Shin Xingyu also heard what several people said at this moment, and couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy in his heart. So these people are also orphans? When Zhang Ziyang heard what they said, he walked straight towards them. Ha, are you selling this high-level body refining spirit liquid?
Seeing Zhang Ziyang suddenly approaching him, Shirley nodded hurriedly.
You want to buy it? Zhang Ziyang smiled and then nodded to Shirley.
Shirley saw this and showed hesitation, his tone mixed with a hint of testing. How much can you offer? Zhang Ziyang looked at the people behind Shirley and thought for a moment. So, the high-level body refining spirit liquid can be sold for 8 million on the market, I will offer 9 million. Hearing this, Shirley and the others' faces were instantly filled with joy.
However, Shirley soon calmed down and showed a kind expression to Zhang Ziyang. Since it is 8 million, then 8 million is enough. When Zhang Ziyang heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This guy is quite real. Okay, then 8 million.
Zhang Ziyang took out a bank card and handed it over. There is 5 million on this card as a deposit. After I get out, I will transfer the remaining 3 million to this card. Shirley was stunned, and his hand trembled as he took the bank card. The person behind Shirley looked at Ka with a fiery look. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Shirley forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart, and then handed over the spiritual liquid. Zhang Ziyang was stunned when he saw this. You're just going to give it to me like that?
Aren't you afraid that I'll run away?
Shirley heard this and smiled innocently. I think you are a good person.
Okay, I, Zhang Ziyang, accept you as my friend.
Zhang Ziyang laughed heartily, then took out a card with a gold-rimmed edge and stuffed it into Shirley's hand.
This is?
Shirley was a little dazed looking at the gold card in his hand.
Lin's Pharmaceutical VIP card. All future purchases of Lin's Pharmaceutical Spiritual Liquid will be 10% off. As soon as Zhang Ziyang's voice fell, an uproar instantly arose. Lin's Pharmaceuticals VIP card? Who is this guy?
You know, as a giant in the spiritual liquid industry, Lin Pharmaceuticals VIP card is worth a fortune. Shirley's brain short-circuited for a moment when he held the VIP card. Zhang Ziyang smiled at him, then returned to Shen Xingyu and the others with the high-level body refining spiritual liquid. Shirley looked at Zhang Ziyang who was leaving, feeling a little confused. Why would this person, who has a VIP card of Lin's Pharmaceuticals, spend a high price to buy the spiritual liquid from me?
I didn't realize you were so caring.
Looking at Zhang Ziyang who returned, Shen Xingyu smiled.
Zhang Ziyang scratched his head, then handed the spiritual liquid over. Brother Shen, this is for you. Shen Xingyu was slightly stunned. Send it to me? Well, I heard from Goddess Lin that you are in urgent need of physical training. This thing is useless to me, and I have a lot of it at home. You can take it.
When Shen Xingyu heard this, he felt touched.
He immediately understood what the other party was thinking. He probably thought it was not a good idea to give it to him directly, so he used this method.
Shen Xingyu thought about it and smiled. Okay. Then he took the spiritual liquid from the other party. If he rejected the other party's kindness now, it would be unreasonable.
Officers continued to announce the test results.
After all the announcements were made, the officer cleared his throat and spoke solemnly to everyone. Next, I'll tell you a piece of news.
Hearing this, everyone looked over.
A few days ago, our Chinese N318 stronghold was besieged by 50,000 troops.
The soldiers of N318 fought desperately to defend the city for 7 hours, successfully waiting for reinforcements to arrive and almost completely annihilating the 50,000-strong alien army.
When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment. At this moment, they finally understood the value of the battle to defend the city. They had all been to the stronghold, so they naturally knew how huge the gap was between an army of 50,000 and a single stronghold. It is really difficult to defend the city for 7 hours. At this moment, those who had previously complained about Shen Xingyu's two teams were completely convinced. This is what I paid for with my life, I can't criticize it. After the trial results were announced, Shen Xingyu and the others returned to the rest area. After Shen Xingyu memorized Purple Thunder Star movement in his mind, he circulated it to everyone.
I started practicing in the yard.
As a war god level physical and combat skill, it does have its unique features. Shen Xingyu suddenly exerted all his strength, and with a flash of purple light, Shen Xingyu continuously stepped out thunder marks in the air.
In the blink of an eye, they were 10 meters away.
Shen Xingyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled slightly. Although this purple thunder star movement is a physical combat skill, it can also cause certain damage.
Xingyu, you must be tired. Want to take a break?
At this moment, Shen Xingyu looked back and saw that everyone was sitting on the steps looking at him with interest.
Shen Xingyu frowned upon seeing this. Are you watching monkeys here?
Ji Xing smiled slyly. If you think so, there is nothing we can do. Shen Xingyu had no choice but to come in front of everyone. There was a hint of hostility in Lin Xingran's eyes when he looked at him.
Ran, what's wrong with you lately?
Shen Xingyu sat down next to Lin Xingran. Everyone turned their heads to look over when they heard this. There was a glint of gossip in his eyes. Lin Xingran glanced at the other person coldly. When she thought of his ambiguous behavior with Ji Xing last night, she became furious. At this moment, Ji Xing looked at the two of them and smiled slightly.
Goddess Lin, Xingyu didn't do anything to you, did he? Tell us and we'll support you.
Lin Xingran raised his eyebrows when he heard this.
No, it's someone else.
Be careful not to be taken advantage of. When Shen Xingyu heard this, his face suddenly looked a little embarrassed.
When Ji Xing heard this, he immediately understood where the other party's anger came from, and did not refute. Oh? It's okay, I don't care.
When Lin Xingran heard this, her face suddenly turned cold. She stood up and kicked Shen Xingyu, then returned to the house angrily. Shen Xingyu was a little confused.
What's going on?
Seeing Shen Xingyu's confused expression, Ji Xing amusedly bumped him with his shoulder.
Your goddess Lin is angry, aren't you going to comfort her?
Shen Xingyu smiled bitterly when he heard this. He didn't know why the other party was angry and how to comfort him. Ji Xing shook his head helplessly and said to him, How did you feel last night? Did you sleep? As she spoke, she gave Shen Xingyu a teasing expression. Shen Xingyu looked a little unnatural when he heard this, but at the same time, he suddenly had an idea.
Could it be that Ran saw it last night?
But that shouldn't be the case.
Why would the other party be angry? Why aren't you going? Goddess Lin will turn into a balloon in a while, Ji Xing teased.
Lin Xingran, who was in the room, couldn't help but punch the pillow on the bed when he heard Ji Xing's words.
Bah! Bastard!
Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu hurriedly stood up and walked towards Lin Xingran's room. Xingyu, Ji Xing called out, then threw the room key over. Seeing this, Shen Xingyu gave the other party a thumbs up. Looking at Shen Xingyu's back, Ji Xing pursed his lips, and a hint of loss flashed in his eyes.
She could feel it. Between her and Lin Xingran, Shen Xingyu still prefers Lin Xingran. Shen Xingyu gently opened the door and walked in.
Lin Xingran, who was half lying on the bed, was suddenly startled. How did you get in?
Shen Xingyu chuckled. Of course, are you angry? Looking at Shen Xingyu's smirk, Lin Xingran replied unhappily, Why should I be angry?
Hearing the other party's tone, Shen Xingyu scratched his head. He didn't know how to explain it at the moment, so he just sat down on the edge of the bed. Seeing this, Lin Xingran pursed her lips and kicked him directly. What are you doing?
Stay away from me.
Shen Xingyu was caught off guard by the kick and subconsciously grabbed the other person's trouser leg. But then it got awkward. Because he used too much force, he directly pulled the other person's pants down. For a moment the air was exceptionally quiet. Shen Xingyu sat on the ground, staring blankly at the trousers in his hands that were still warm, then looked up. His eyes widened immediately. Hello, kitty. Looking at the erotic scene in front of him, Shen Xingyu couldn't help swallowing. Lin Xingran came to his senses and quickly pulled the quilt beside him to cover himself.
Shame and anger were written all over her face. You bastard! Pervert! Give me back my pants!
Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu quickly threw his pants back and ran out with a very embarrassed expression. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of everyone. As soon as Shen Xingyu went out, he bumped into everyone. At this moment, several people looked at Shen Xingyu with somewhat subtle expressions. Because when they came over to peek, they only saw Shen Xingyu throwing his pants over.
Wu Qiren smiled awkwardly as he looked at Shen Xingyu running out. Brother, you're a bit too fast. Quick! What's fast?
Xin Xingyu was a little stunned when he heard this.
Ji Xing looked at Xin Xingyu with a sympathetic look. Xingyu, it's okay, this kind of thing can be made up for. Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko lowered their heads, their faces slightly red. Ha!
Shen Xingyu was stunned when he heard Ji Xing's words. Ji Xing patted Xin Xingyu on the shoulder and then returned to the room.
When she entered the room and saw Lin Qingran's ashamed and angry expression, she couldn't help but sigh. It felt quite majestic yesterday. Shouldn't it be?
Xin Xingyu was very confused when he looked at the expressions of several people at this moment.
What do you mean?
Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren scratched his head and looked a little evasive. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyang hurriedly looked through his storage ring. Then he took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and mysteriously stuffed it into Xin Xingyu's hand.
Everyone looked at each other and dispersed instantly.
Shen Xingyu picked up the spiritual liquid in his hand in confusion.
Dragon and tiger spirit. What the hell?
But in an instant he understood the magical effect of this spiritual liquid. Looking at the figures of the crowd, his face was furious. Damn it, I'm not weak at all.
On the bus.
Everyone started their journey home, their faces full of excitement, except Xin Xingyu, who had a gloomy face and said nothing.
These people have such rich imaginations. Do you think you are a fast person?
Shen Xingyu felt depressed. After sitting down, Ji Xing took the lead and sat next to Xin Xingyu.
Seeing that Xin Xingyu's face was not very good, she chuckled and said, "Are you still angry?" Everyone's physique is different, I understand.
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu's face turned even darker.
What do you understand? I'm not fast at all. Okay, Ji Xing responded quickly.
The more this happened, the more speechless Xin Xingyu became.
Why didn't anyone believe it? Hey, let me tell you something serious. Ji Xing pinched Xin Xingyu's shoulder and said unhappily.
Seeing this, Xin Xingyu said seriously, "Speak."
Well, the day after tomorrow is my birthday, Ji Xing said, her little face turning red. Can you do me a favor?
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu
immediately replied, "Is it your birthday? Okay, what can I do for you? Can you please be my boyfriend for a day?"
After Ji Xing finished speaking, she felt a little shy, but still looked at Xin Xingyu with a hint of desire in her eyes.
Xin Xingyu felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Why?
Ji Xing's face suddenly turned bitter, because this time my family wants to match me up with Qin Yong, but I don't like him.
After hearing Ji Xing's words, Xin Xingyu understood instantly.
Thinking of Qin Yong, that scumbag, he sighed, okay.
Ji Xing's brows lit up instantly when he heard this, it's a deal.
As he said that, Ji Xing couldn't help but hug Xin Xingyu and kissed him.
Then he ran away from Xin Xingyu quickly.
Shen Xingyu stroked his cheek and smiled bitterly. At this time, Lin Qingran slowly sat next to Xin Xingyu. With a cold face, he said nothing. Xin Xingyu was infected by the chill emanating from the other person's body and shivered for no reason.
Of course, I'm sorry for what happened before.
Xin Xingyu said tentatively. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran rolled his eyes at him. Hey, don't be angry, Xin Xingyu said patiently to Lin Qingran with a bitter face. Lin Qingran glanced sideways, and when she saw the embarrassment on Xin Xingyu's face, her heart softened for no reason. Then he snorted, his face full of unhappiness.
But she couldn't explain it clearly.
This guy took advantage of me so much and still flirted with others.
So angry. At this moment, Lin Qingran was extremely conflicted.
Shen Xingyu looked at the other person's expression and breathed a sigh of relief.
Much better than before.
Thinking of the reason why Lin Qingran was angry, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety in his heart.
Could it be that Ran is jealous? He realized it belatedly and swallowed his saliva.
Immediately, Xin Xingyu tentatively reached through the armrest of the seat and gently held the other person's hand. Lin Qingran's whole body trembled suddenly, and her little hand involuntarily began to struggle violently in Xin Xingyu's palm. At the same time, he did not forget to glare at him fiercely. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu held on tighter.
Lin Xingran's face suddenly turned red.
It was the first time she experienced this feeling and she felt panicked for a moment.
The whole person felt like being electrocuted.
Shin Xingyu was delighted when he saw this.
She didn't refuse. It means there is hope. Shin Xingyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Release.
Lin Xingran whispered to Shin Xingyu, his voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu slowly shook his head. Seeing this, Lin Xingran's face was full of helplessness.
What are you doing?
In this way, Shin Xingyu managed to catch it all the way. It was not until the bus they were riding arrived in Xingyang that he let go of her hand with reluctance.
Lin Xingran looked a little unnatural and walked quickly towards the car.
Before leaving, Ji Xing did not forget to throw a wink at Shin Xingyu. Xingyu, remember this.
Shin Xingyu nodded.
He then met Lin Xingran's eyes. What did she tell you?
Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyu burst into laughter. No big deal, isn't it her birthday in a few days?
Lin Xingran looked at him suspiciously, with some doubt in his eyes.
But she didn't ask any further questions. Too deliberate.
It's as if I care about him a lot.
Snort.
Thinking of this, Lin Xingran couldn't help but glance at Shin Xingyu. I saw that the other party was talking to Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang.
Now the two of them are going home.
Zhang Ziyang specifically left their social media numbers.
Brother Shin, Brother Wu, keep in touch.
Oh, and next up will be the enrollment of the major Lingwu colleges and universities.
Once you choose a college, be sure to let me know.
After Zhang Ziyang finished explaining things to the two of them, he followed Lao Jia away.
Brother, I'll go back too, said Wu Qiren. Yeah. Shin Xingyu watched the two of them go away.
Then he turned around and looked at Lin Xingran. Of course, I can't go back with you, I have to go back to the orphanage. Lin Xingran heard this and nodded lightly. Let's go, I'll take you there. In the car, Shin Xingyu sat in the passenger seat and created a group chat for a few people.
Message came in the group immediately. Ji Xing, what the hell? Xingyu, what kind of a name did you give yourself?
Zhang Ziyang, Brother Shin has a refined taste.
Ji Xing, bah, pervert. Wu Qiren, pretentious emoji. Nakano Keiko, Red Romance VIP membership group? What does that mean?
Ji Xing, hurry up, Wheezy, don't let yourself be led astray. Shin Xingyu looked at the group chat message and chuckled. Lin Xingran, who was driving, couldn't help but look at him. What's wrong with this guy? In a blink of an eye, we arrived at the gate of Sunshine Orphanage. Lin Xingran and Shin Xingyu got out of the car, and Lin Xingran hesitated for a moment in front of the door.
I'm not going in.
I'm going home first, she said lightly. Seeing this, Shin Xingyu grabbed Lin Xingran's hand and said, we're here, come in and sit for a while.
Then he took Lin Xingran's hand and walked into the gate without saying anything.
Lin Xingran felt the warmth from the other person's palm, and a trace of shyness appeared on her face.
This guy, how could he be so domineering? After entering the door, the children in the yard were playing and fighting.
Huang Qi sat in the shade of a tree to enjoy the cool air. The moment she saw the two of them, Huang Ma's eyes suddenly lit up.
Are you back?
When she saw the two people holding hands tightly, the smile on Huang Qi's face became even more intense.
Come, sit inside.
Lin Xingran quickly pulled her little hand out of Shin Xingyu's palm. There was a faint pink on her face, which was very charming. The children looked at each other, laughing and whispering to each other. After the two entered the house, Huang Qi looked Lin Xingran up and down, his face full of joy.
Seeing this, Lin Xingran's face turned even redder.
She, who had always been very confident, couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment.
How's it going? Is this trip going well?
After leaving the two to sit down, Huang Qi asked them. Shin Xingyu was silent for a moment after hearing this. Mother Huang, thanks to the amulet you gave me, it saved our lives at the critical moment. Huang Qi's expression froze for a moment when he heard this, then he smiled calmly. That's good, I'm glad you're all right.
Seeing Huang Ma's expression, Shin Xingyu no longer concealed his doubts. Mrs. Huang, what are you?
Huang Qi heard this and smiled slightly. It's all in the past.
I'm old now. When Xin Xingyu heard this, a complicated expression appeared on his face.
He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing.
Since Huang Ma didn't want to mention it, he didn't ask any more questions.
Huang Ma smiled at the two of them and said, I'm going to cook.
Ran, have a meal here before leaving. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran nodded quickly.
Afterwards, Huang Ma walked out, and only Xin Xingyu and Xin Xingyu were left in the room. Looking at Huang Ma's leaving figure, Xin Xingyu sighed slowly.
You still have to grow up quickly. At the dinner table, Huang Qi pulled Lin Qingran aside and whispered to her.
The two looked at Xin Xingyu from time to time, with smiles in their eyes. Xin Xingyu played rock-paper-scissors with a few smart kids.
Noticing the two people's gazes, Xin Xingyu touched his nose unnaturally.
Huang's mother must be telling the other person about her embarrassing childhood experiences.
But he's used to it. After dinner, Lin Qingran drove away.
Xin Xingyu spent a day with Huang Ma at the Sunshine Orphanage. The next morning, he received news from Li Xuanzong. Disciple, come to the Imperial City courtyard. The policy for the special recruitment of warriors has been announced.
Xin Xingyu raised his eyebrows when he saw the message. Then he said goodbye to Huang Ma and went to the Imperial City villa.
Huang Qi stood at the door of the orphanage, watching Xin Xingyu's departing back. A meaningful smile appeared on her face.
Xiao Xingyu, follow Laoli and work hard. Imperial City Villa, Lin Qingran's home. In the living room,
Li Xuanzong looked at Xin Xingyu and Lin Qingran and spoke slowly. You two, both in talent and strength, are already top-notch among your peers. So no matter what conditions other colleges offer you, you are not allowed to accept them.
Huaxiao Lingwu is the most suitable place for you two.
After saying this, a strange light flashed in Li Xuanzong's eyes. Xin Xingyu was stunned when he heard this.
Huaxiao Lingwu? Which school doesn't have a fixed enrollment schedule?
Li Xuanzong then continued, Huaxiao Lingwu is the most mysterious of all Lingwu schools. As the earliest spiritual martial arts school in China, Huaxiao Lingwu is unmatched by other schools in terms of both faculty and heritage. For thousands of years, all the students who graduated from Lingwu, China, have become the pillars of China.
Ran's father, including me, all graduated from this school.
Hearing this, Xin Xingyu's eyes flickered. Although he had already prepared himself mentally, the school named Huaxia naturally had its own unique features. But he didn't expect that Chinese spiritual martial arts would be so powerful. Whether it is Lin Zhan or Li Xuanzong, they are both the most famous war gods in contemporary times. They all graduated from this school. Li Xuanzong saw this and smiled slightly. I will return to Lingwu, China to teach soon. I give you two choices.
First, use my connections to push you two inside. Second, participate in the Huaxia Lingwu recruitment test. The choice is not about right or wrong, it's all up to you.
As Li Xuanzong's voice fell, the system prompt sounded in Xin Xingyu's mind. Ding, the system captured the selection.
A internal referral, reward combat skill completion scroll X3.
Trial B, reward, a set of top-level body refining spiritual techniques. When Xin Xingyu heard this, his eyes immediately lit up.
I want to take part in the trial. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzong looked at his disciple with interest and asked, why?
Xin Xingyu smiled faintly, because what you get by yourself is the most valuable.
Ha 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 ha, good. Li Xuanzong laughed heartily when he heard that. Ran, what about you?
Then Li Xuanzong looked at Lin Qingran again. I'm the same as him, Lin Qingran said lightly. Li Xuanzong nodded when he heard this and said, okay, since you have made your choice, take it. As he spoke, a gleam of light flashed in his hand, and two gold-plated jade plates appeared, which he handed to the two people.
This is the test mark of the Chinese spiritual warriors. 3 days later, the envoys of Huaxia Lingwu will find you according to the mark and take you to the trial site. Xin Xingyu took the jade token and looked at it carefully for a moment.
On the front of the box is a large gold-plated character. On the back is a row of 9 square tripods that symbolize China. The patterns on the jade plaque are a bit old,
probably because it is very old.
Lin Xingran looked at the jade token in his hand, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. In her previous life, she had studied in Lingwu, China. The moment she saw the jade token, she felt more or less emotional. Although Huaxia Lingwu occupies a large amount of China's resources, the mission undertaken by this school is also extremely huge. Li Xuanzong continued to say to the two, the reason why Huaxia Lingwu is known for its mystery is because they exist in a strange space. We call it the spirit world. It is a small world independent of Blue Star. According to historical records, the so-called spiritual world is a strange space opened up by our ancient human race through special means. The concentration of spiritual energy inside is twice that of the outside world. It was once the home of some major forces of the ancient human race. Over the long years, these forces inexplicably disappeared, but they left countless inheritances in the spiritual world. Therefore, the spirit world is now also a treasure land for our human race. And the Chinese spiritual martial arts trial is held in the spirit world. It is said that this trial site is an incredible spiritual treasure. So you made the right decision not to choose internal referral. As he spoke, a cunning glint flashed in Li Xuanzong's eyes. Xin Xingyu rolled his eyes when he heard that. Why don't you just tell us that we can't finish the trial? The old guy actually wanted to test them both. Then Li Xuanzong continued. In the spirit world, there are not only our human race, but also some ancient demon races. These demon tribes have followed the ancient covenant for generations, and are allies with our human race. Just take this as a preliminary understanding. When you reach the spirit world, you will have a deeper understanding. After Li Xuanzong finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Okay, now that I've explained everything, I should leave. I have some old friends in Xingyang who I need to visit. See you in the spirit world. Shen Xingyu and Lin Xingran nodded after hearing this. Then Li Xuanzong put down the teacup, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the living room. Shen Xingyu saw Li Xuanzong leave and looked around the living room. Of course, where's your father? He didn't come back. He went to Kyoto to report on his work, Lin Xingran said lightly. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu looked at Lin Xingran and gave him a devilish smile. Lin Zhan wasn't here, so it was just the two of them. Wouldn't that mean? Soon, a figure flew out of the door and lay on the ground. Shen Xingyu rubbed his old waist with a wry smile on his face. Violent girl. Lin Xingran, who was in the room, straightened her clothes and her face turned slightly red. This guy is getting bolder and bolder. The sun is scorching. Sunshine Orphanage. A figure suddenly appeared, instantly breaking the tranquility of the place. Li Xuanzong looked at the slightly dilapidated plaque in front of the door, and a look of sadness appeared on his face. He gently pushed the door open and walked inside. After Huang Qi coaxed the children to sleep, she lay down on the old chair under the big tree and closed her eyes to rest leisurely. Huang Qi opened his eyes instantly when he heard the footsteps. When Huang Qi saw the person coming, a look of surprise appeared on his face. How did you? After all these years, why didn't you even bother to let your old friend know you're safe? Li Xuanzong gave Huang Qi a kind smile. As he spoke, he walked to the big tree and sat on the small stool next to Huang Qi. Huang Qi smiled faintly upon seeing this. Is it necessary? They've all retired. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzong did not respond. He looked up at the environment of the orphanage and changed the subject. Have you been here all these years? Huang Qi gently waved the palm leaf fan in her hand and nodded. Seeing that the other party was not interested, Li Xuanzong couldn't help but look embarrassed on his old face. I came here mainly to ask you, have you received an invitation from the old dean to return to teach at the school? What are your thoughts on this? When Huang Qi heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed across her face, but she quickly dispelled it. There are still children to feed in the orphanage. I won't go back. Li Xuanzong fell silent after hearing this. He opened his mouth, and thousands of words turned into a sigh. The past had dealt her too much of a blow. After so many years, if she could have figured it out, she would have done so long ago.
No matter how much he said at this moment, it would be useless.
Okay, Li Xuanzong nodded and
sighed silently, then I won't bother you anymore.
Li Xuanzong turned around and walked away, only to hear Huang Qi's voice behind him.
Teach our little Xingyu well.
Li Xuanzong's pupils suddenly dilated, and he turned back in astonishment. Xingyu is the child I raised, Huang Qi said, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes when she mentioned Xingyu. Upon hearing this, the astonishment on Li Xuanzong's face slowly faded away, replaced by a sense of relief.
Unexpectedly, fate is so wonderful.
Then he turned around, and his figure disappeared in a flash, leaving only an extremely gentle voice in his place.
Rest assured.
Xingyu returned to his house and had just packed up his things when he received a video call invitation from Ji Xing. After answering the call, what caught Xingyu's eyes was a pair of slender and round long legs. At this moment, Ji Xing was facing away from Xingyu, searching for something in the cabinet.
Hello?
Xingyu coughed lightly.
Yeah.
Ji Xing turned around quickly when he heard the sound. Xingyu.
Will you go shopping with me today?
Xingyu was stunned when he heard that.
What street were we going to visit? It's my birthday tomorrow.
You promised me that you'd be my boyfriend for a day, so I'll dress you up nicely today.
Tomorrow, that bastard Qin Yong will be gone. Ji Xing's little face was full of excitement.
Ah, okay.
After hearing what Ji Xing said, Xingyu reacted.
He actually forgot about this matter and will have to be a shield for another day tomorrow.
Send me your location and I'll pick you up, Trojan. After hanging up the phone, Xingyu sent the location.
After a while, a car horn sounded downstairs.
Xingyu turned over and went downstairs.
Ji Xing was leaning against a red convertible sports car and waving at him.
How come you're so fast? Xingyu asked in surprise. I live here too. How can I not be fast?
Ji Xing rolled his eyes at him, with a hint of resentment in his tone. It seemed like she was blaming him for not telling her earlier. Xingyu scratched his head when he heard that.
How about this, isn't it beautiful today?
Ji Xing walked around in front of Xingyu. Today Ji Xing is going for the bad girl look, and her twin ponytails make her look particularly pretty. Under the black leather jacket is a tight-fitting long-sleeve top with hollowed-out details. The lower body is a pair of denim shorts.
Xingyu couldn't help but nodded. Nice.
Ji Xing heard this and a shy look appeared on her face. Let's go.
Qingyang City, Commercial District.
The two got out of the car, and Ji Xing naturally put his arm around Xingyu.
Let's practice today.
Ji Xing looked up at Xingyu with a sweet smile and said softly. When Xingyu saw this, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. The two of them walked through the pedestrian street of the commercial building, talking and laughing, just like a young couple. Xingyu, I want to eat candied haws. Ji Xing stopped in front of a small shop, tugged at the corner of Xingyu's clothes with a look of longing on his face.
Xingyu couldn't help but smile. Boss, 2 skewers, please.
Okay. Ji Xing took the candied haws and took a bite, his face full of satisfaction.
Good times. Xingyu looked at Ji Xing and found it funny.
It was the first time he saw Ji Xing like this.
Let's go, let's buy clothes.
After eating the candied haws, Ji Xing took Xingyu into the commercial building.
Xingyu, try this.
Ji Xing walked over with a dark blue casual suit and handed it to Xingyu.
You will look super handsome in it,
she said to Xingyu very confidently. Sir, this is the fitting room, the salesgirl hurriedly said to Xingyu upon seeing this.
Afterwards, Xingyu walked out of the fitting room wearing the same outfit as before. Ji Xing's eyes suddenly brightened. So handsome.
Upon hearing this, Xingyu touched his nose unnaturally. He looked at himself in the mirror and his eyes lit up. You know what, no wonder people say clothes make the man.
Changing your outfit instantly makes you look more elegant.
Don't take it off, just keep it on, Ji Xing said with a smile. Afterwards, Xingyu finally understood what it meant to be happy to be kept by a rich woman.
I don't want any of this, or this. Pack up the rest.
Shen Xingyu grinned when he saw this.
So rich and inhumane.
After looting all the major shops in the clothing area, the two returned to the car carrying large and small bags.
It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Let's go home first and invite Goddess Lin to have dinner together in the evening, Ji Xing suggested. Shen Xingyu naturally had no objection.
Imperial City Courtyard. I'm so tired. When he arrived at Shen Xingyu's house, Ji Xing threw himself onto the sofa. Xingyu, I'm hungry. Do you want to eat? I want to order takeout.
Ji Xing fiddled with his phone and said to Shen Xingyu. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyu immediately remembered that the two of them seemed to have not eaten lunch and just had some street snacks.
I was busy shopping. Then he gently took the other person's phone and said, What takeout do you want? I'll make it for you. Takeout is not healthy. Hearing this, Ji Xing stared at him with wide eyes. Can you cook?
Yes, Shen Xingyu nodded naturally. I often help with cooking in the orphanage. When Ji Xing heard Shen Xingyu's words, his expression instantly became complicated. They have known each other for so many years, but this is the first time she knows Shen Xingyu's background. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a trace of regret in her heart. I was so stupid before. I let down such a good boy for a scumbag. I'm sorry, Xingyu, Ji Xing said softly. Shen Xingyu just smiled when he heard this. Okay, why say sorry, just wait. Then he turned and went into the kitchen. Ji Xing looked at Shen Xingyu's back, and the complexity on his face was replaced by a smile. After going through so many things, she became more and more obsessed with this man. It's hard to describe this feeling. Fortunately, she woke up not too late. I must make up for all the debts I owe him in the future. Not long after, Shen Xing came out with 2 bowls of plain noodles. Ji Xing instantly gained strength after smelling the fragrance and walked quickly to the dining table. Looking at the noodles in front of me, I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. It smells so good.
Let's eat. We don't have much food left at home, so... Shen Xingyu pushed his face forward and said embarrassedly.
Ji Xing picked up the chopsticks, picked up the noodles in the bowl and blew on them gently. After taking a bite, Ji Xing's face was instantly filled with satisfaction.
It's delicious. Seeing Ji Xing's expression, Shen Xingyu smiled for no reason.
After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, Shen Xingyu began to practice in the living room. He entered the consciousness space and checked his panel. After a few days of practice, the feeling of emptiness from the previous breakthrough has been reduced a lot. At the same time, he discovered that his mental strength seemed to have increased a little.
His current consciousness space is still in chaos.
Every time he entered the space of consciousness, he would feel a little tired.
But that's true, the consciousness space can only be awakened at level 3 or above.
Now that the system is unlocked in advance, it is inevitable that some consumption will occur. At present, we must focus on both the cultivation of psychic energy and the cultivation of mental strength. At the very least, one must first raise one's mental strength to a level where one can normally use the space of consciousness. However, this matter cannot be rushed, as the cultivation of mental strength is the slowest. Afterwards, Shen Xingyu started practicing the improved version of the basic
breathing method.
Now that the problem of superficial realm has been solved, I have to improve my strength quickly. In the room, Ji Xing was playing with his mobile phone out of boredom.
About 2 hours later,
Ji Xing's gaze shifted from the phone to Shen Xingyu. Looking at Shen Xingyu's slightly frowned brows, Ji Xing was stunned for a moment. She tiptoed up to Shen Xingyu and looked at his resolute face, her face turning red for a moment.
So handsome, why didn't I notice it before?
Ji Xing couldn't help but recall the little things that happened between them. It can be said that the two of them have known each other for 4 years, but during these 4 years, she has been immersed in resentment towards Qin Yong. It was not until now that I thought carefully about it that I realized how much the other person had given to me. Thinking of this, Ji Xing's eyes showed a hint of helplessness.
People never cherish what they have, and now they can only chase their husbands to the crematorium.
And at this moment, Shen Xingyu suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at Ji Xing, who was in a trance in front of him, Xin Xingyu couldn't help but be stunned. Ji Xing noticed something and came to her senses, only to see Xin Xingyu staring at her. She suddenly felt an impulse in her heart, and then lightly touched the other person's lips. Xin Xingyu felt the wetness and heat on his lips, and an inexplicable throbbing arose in his heart. This woman has taken advantage of me several times. I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. Then he smiled evilly. Ah! Xingyu, what are you doing? Use your imagination. Let's go, let's finish our meal. Xin Xingyu looked at Ji Xing in his arms and said softly. Good. Ji Xing responded and reluctantly got out of the other person's arms. She quickly straightened her clothes and couldn't help rolling her eyes at Xin Xingyu. This guy doesn't even know how to be gentle with women. Xin Xingyu took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wu Qiren. Xin Xingyu, come to the Imperial City Villa and have dinner together tonight. After a while, Wu Qiren sent a string of question marks. Xin Xingyu originally wanted to call Xiao Xiao and Nakano Keiko, but they were both quite far away. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Then Xin Xingyu and Ji Xing went to Lin Xingran's residence. Ding-ling ding-ling. Of course, let's go out for dinner. Lin Xingran opened the door and looked at the two people who came together, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Why did these two come together? Of course, let's go eat. Xin Xingyu smiled at the other party. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingran did not answer, but looked at Ji Xing behind Xin Xingyu suspiciously. Seeing this, Ji Xing smiled and waved at the other party. Good evening, Goddess Lin. Lin Xingran looked at the two of them and couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. She waited for a long time at noon today, but Xin Xingyu didn't come to see her. She finally mustered up the courage to go to his house, but found that there was no one at home. Now she finally understood. It turned out that he was with this woman. I'm not hungry, Lin Xingran said stubbornly, and then was about to close the door. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu said it was too late and it was fast, so he quickly held the door with his arm. At the same time, Lin Xingran's stomach growled, "Goo." Lin Xingran's face suddenly turned red. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu grabbed the other person's hand without saying a word and pulled her out of the door. You said you weren't hungry, but your stomach is protesting. Lin Xingran felt the warmth coming from her palm and pouted helplessly. Why is my stomach so uncooperative at the critical moment? Ji Xing watched the two of them from the side, covering his mouth and chuckling. Even the ice goddess would get jealous. Then Ji Xing followed and held Xin Xingyu's other hand, while making a face at Lin Xingran. Seeing this, Lin Xingran gritted his teeth. Looking at Xin Xingyu's profile, she felt a little depressed. This bastard. The three of them stood at the intersection, and soon an extended version of the Toyota Corolla stopped in front of them. The car door slowly opened and Wu Qiren jumped out of the car. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the three people holding hands. There was a huge storm in my heart. Then he looked at Xin Xingyu, his eyes showing strong admiration. Big brother is worthy of being the big brother, he got them all? Brother, sisters-in-law, please. Wu Qiren came back to his senses and quickly said with a smile. Lin Xingran noticed Wu Qiren's words, raised his eyebrows, and glanced at him fiercely. Wu Qiren noticed the other person's gaze and couldn't help but tremble all over. Did he say the wrong thing again? But when he looked at Xin Xingyu and Ji Xing, they both looked normal, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Goddess Lin is still shy. As soon as they got in the car, Wu Qiren started talking. Brother, why didn't you tell me you lived here earlier? I'm bored at home. Xin Xingyu was stunned when he heard this. Isn't this house a gift from your father? Don't you know? Wu Qiren scratched his head awkwardly. I was grounded a while ago and haven't seen my dad since then. Then Wu Qiren said again, Brother, you don't know, I went home this time and was so tough, I took out the second-class military medal. My parents were shocked for a long time. Not only did they lift my grounding, they also gave me a lot of extra pocket money. I'm covering all my expenses today, so don't fight with me. Ji Xing heard this, a sly look flashed across his face. Mr. Wu will pay for tonight's consumption. Wu Qiren didn't care at all when he heard this, of course.
Driver, let's go to heaven on earth. The sky was like fire. Heaven on earth. As one of the best restaurants in Xingyang City, the hall is now full of people queuing up.
After Xin Xingyu and his group got off the car, they walked straight through the door and went to the private room under the guidance of the waiter. As Tianshang Renjian is an industry of Xie's Chamber of Commerce, with Wu Qiren there, people naturally don't have to wait in line. A few people were walking forward, talking and laughing, and bumped into Qin Yong head-on.
There were two middle-aged men traveling with him.
One of them was shorter and dressed in a formal kimono. He was obviously a Japanese.
Qin Yong obviously also noticed Xin Xingyu and the others. When he saw Ji Xing and Xin Xingyu holding hands, his face instantly turned gloomy.
At this moment, the two middle-aged men also looked over at them. One of them saw Ji Xing and was about to speak when he saw Xin Xingyu standing next to Ji Xing. The two of them looked intimate, holding hands. The middle-aged man frowned immediately. "Xinger, tomorrow is the day you and my son are getting engaged. What are you going to do?"
The person who spoke was Qin Yong's father, Qin Lang, the president of Hangrong Chamber of Commerce.
When Ji Xing heard this, his expression instantly became a little embarrassed. Although Qin Yong is a scumbag, Qin Yong's father is still good to her. But when he thought of what Qin Yong had done before, Ji Xing gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Qin, Qin Yong and I are not suitable."
Inappropriate? Qin Lang frowned. "Aren't you two on good terms?"
Ji Xing bit his lip when he heard this. "Uncle, that's in the past."
Considering their past friendship, Ji Xing did not tell anyone about Qin Yong's dirty deeds. Qin Lang's face darkened upon hearing this. "Just because of this kid? You've abandoned Yonger regardless of our past friendship? Ha, Ji Lingtian really taught a good daughter."
When Ji Xing heard this, a look of grievance was written all over his face.
It's obviously his fault. When Xin Xingyu heard what the other party said, he instantly became unhappy. "No, uncle, don't you know what kind of person your son is?"
Xin Xingyu said this, pulling Ji Xing behind him with a somewhat impatient expression.
This old guy actually turned the tables.
When Qin Lang heard Xin Xingyu's words, his face became so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it.
"What did you say, little brat?" Xin Xingyu curled his lips and said, "Ask your son if he was the one who cheated first."
Qin Lang frowned when he heard this, and looked at Qin Yong, suppressing his anger. Qin Yong's eyes were a little evasive at this moment, and he didn't dare to look his father in the eye. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang's heart sank suddenly. Then, Qin Lang looked at the Fuso man beside him with a bitter expression. "I'm sorry, Mr. Nakano, I made you laugh." The Japanese man waved his hand and said, "I'll wait for you in the box." After saying that, the Japanese man walked towards the box. Just as I reached the door, a little head suddenly popped out from the box.
Shun sang.
Xin Xingyu and his friends looked in the direction of the voice and saw Nakano Keiko leaning against the door of the box, looking at them with a look of surprise. Then, Wheezy ran towards them, jumping and skipping.
"Wheezy, why are you here?" Xin Xingyu asked in surprise.
"Daddy and I are here to eat," Wheezy said, tilting her little head. The Japanese man from before also came over at this moment, and looked at the familiar look on the faces of the few people, and said in surprise, Are you Wheezy's teammates?"
Xin Xingyu and others nodded.
Seeing this, the man laughed heartily and said, "Suga, no wonder Wheezy is so close to you guys. Thank you all for taking care of my little Wheezy."
The man said, bowing to the few people. No, you are our elder. Wouldn't this embarrass us?"
Xin Xingyu said hurriedly. "Hey, isn't there an old Chinese saying, 'A horse belongs to a horse'?" The man smiled and waved his hand. Wheezy hugged her father's arm and said to everyone, "Let me introduce my father, Nakano Fuji."
"Are you the head of the Nakano family? Mr. Nakano Fuji?" Wu Qiren's eyes widened when he heard the name Nakano Fuji. Nakano Fuji smiled and nodded to everyone.
Xin Xingyu understood in his heart. He had heard people say before that the Nakano family controlled the economic lifeline of the entire Fuso country, which was equivalent to the largest financial group in Fuso country.
"Dad, I'm going to play with Shinsang and the others." I won't be with you anymore.
As Nakano Keiko said this, she let go of her father's hand and stood beside Shinshingyu.
Seeing this, Nakano Fuji couldn't help but pay attention to Shinshingyu, who was beside his daughter. This boy doesn't look outstanding, but he exudes a familiar aura.
This couldn't help but make Nakano Fuji a little surprised, but he quickly suppressed the doubts in his heart.
Okay, have fun with friends.
Nakano Fuji reached out and gently touched Nakano Keiko's head.
Mr. Nakano, let's talk business first.
Qin Lang saw this and hurriedly said. Nakano Fuji nodded calmly at Qin Lang, and when he entered the room, he did not forget to cast a meaningful look at Shinshingyu.
Qin Lang then winked at Qin Yong.
Qin Yong received a signal from his father and hurriedly followed Nakano Fuji into the box. Then, Qin Lang slowly said to Ji Shinger, no matter what, you and Younger are still engaged.
I will have a good talk with your father about what happened today.
As he spoke, Qin Lang's gaze slowly drifted over Shinshingyu and Ji Xing.
Bang!
The door of the box was slammed shut.
Upon hearing this, Ji Xing's face showed neither joy nor sadness. Let's go. She gently pulled the corner of Shinshingyu's clothes.
Upon hearing this, Shinshingyu nodded silently. He could feel the loss in Ji Xing's heart. But at this moment, he didn't know how to comfort her.
In the box.
Looking at Ji Xing's expressionless face, Nakano Keiko couldn't help but ask, Sister Shinger, does your family still want you to be
with that scumbag?
When everyone heard this, their eyes slowly gathered around him. Seeing this, Ji Xing bit his lip.
Nodded silently. For a moment, a look of anger appeared on Keiko Nakano's face. Isn't this pushing Sister Shinger into the fire pit?
When Ji Xing heard this, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. In fact, she had already told her family about Qin Yong's infidelity, but her father not only did not feel sorry for her, but also spoke up for Qin Yong.
Saying things like that man doesn't cheat. It's okay, we are here. At worst, we can just let Shinsang snatch the wedding.
Seeing this, Keiko Nakano hurriedly spoke. When everyone heard this, they broke out in cold sweats.
Why are you trying to rob a marriage? It hasn't come to that yet.
Ji Xing looked at Lin Xinran and said softly.
Goddess Lin, I have something to discuss with you.
Lin Xinran raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Lend me Xingyu tomorrow to help me get out of the engagement, Ji Xing said, his eyes full of sincerity. When Lin Xinran heard this, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across his face.
Whatever, why are you telling me?
As he spoke, Lin Xinran crossed his arms, looking nonchalant. Seeing this, Ji Xing's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. Although the other party pretended to be indifferent, Ji Xing knew very well in his heart that Lin Xinran cared very much about Shinshingyu. Seeing this, Shinshingyu looked embarrassed and quickly changed the subject.
Eat, I'm starving. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Everyone, have you heard about Hua Xiaolingwu's enrollment this year? Wu Qiren asked everyone.
At this moment, several people looked over. Hua Xiaolingwu seems to be making a big move this year. It is said that the number of admissions this year is 10 times that of the previous year.
This is an opportunity for us.
As Wu Qiren spoke, a fire flashed in his eyes. So, we must participate in this Chinese spiritual martial arts trial. As he spoke, a gleam of light flashed in Wu Qiren's hand. An ancient gold-plated jade plate appeared in his hand.
Hey, my mom helped me get one. This is the Chinese Lingwu trial jade plate.
As he spoke, a look of pride appeared on Wu Qiren's face. Seeing this, everyone took out a jade token in front of Wu Qiren's astonished gaze. Suddenly, Wu Qiren looked embarrassed.
Everyone has it.
Upon hearing this, Shinshingyu and the others rolled their eyes.
Hee, that's good, we can fight side by side again.
Wu Qiren scratched his head and said.
The jade token will be transmitted randomly, Lin Xinran said suddenly.
Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The coordinates of each jade plate are different, so you can only rely on yourself during the trial. Lin Xinran continued. Shinshingyu raised his eyebrows when he heard this.
Then wouldn't this be as difficult as ascending to heaven for a spiritual warrior of the auxiliary system?
Xin Xingyu couldn't help but look at Ji Xing. Ji Xing was the only one present who was a support system student. Don't worry, the coordinates of the auxiliary system are usually next to other spiritual warriors, Lin Qingran added. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu nodded in understanding. This arrangement is reasonable, otherwise the auxiliary spiritual warriors would be useless. After that, everyone chatted for a while and then prepared to return.
Imperial City Courtyard. The car first stopped downstairs of Lin Qingran's house, and then Lin Qingran went back.
The car then stopped in front of Xin Xingyu's house. Ji Xing hugged Xin Xingyu gently and spoke in his ear. Xingyu, there will be a reward after you solve the Qingyong issue tomorrow. As he spoke, Ji Xing slowly let go of his hand, a hint of shyness appearing on his face. When Xin Xingyu heard what the other party said, his heart suddenly began to beat faster. Afterwards, Ji Xing skipped back to the car, put her little hands in front of her mouth, and blew a kiss to Xin Xingyu.
Xin Xingyu couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this.
Then he returned to his room.
After washing up, Xin Xingyu lay on the bed.
Thinking of the close contact with Ji Xing today, I couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in my heart. Then he thought of Lin Qingran again and smiled evilly. Since I have traveled through time, of course I have to be a Sea King.
A night of silence. Heaven on earth.
Ji Xing's birthday party. At this moment, the entire paradise on earth has been booked out.
In a box somewhere.
Ji Xing sat in front of the dressing table, fiddling with the eyebrow pencil in front of her boredly. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind.
Xinger, are you ready?
A gorgeously dressed lady walked up to Ji Xing and looked at the mirror in front of Ji Xing with satisfaction in her eyes. This noble lady is Ji Xing's mother, Lin Yan.
Xinger, it's time to go down, everyone is waiting for you.
Lin Yan said softly. Ji Xing nodded helplessly. At this moment, in the hall of heaven and earth,
Ji Xing's father Ji Lingtian is entertaining guests.
Ji Xing walked down slowly from the second floor, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present.
There was no expression on Ji Xing's face.
She looked around the field and did not see Xin Xingyu. A trace of disappointment flashed across her little face. At this time, Qin Lang brought Qin Yong to the scene. Seeing this, Ji Lingtian hurried forward to meet him.
Ha ha ha, the in-laws are here. Yonger is really getting more and more energetic.
Qin Lang didn't show much expression on his face as he listened to Ji Lingtian's words.
Brother Ji, does your Ji family no longer want to marry into my Qin family?
When Ji Lingtian heard this, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Brother Qin, where did you get this from?
Yesterday, Yonger and I ran into Xinger at Paradise on Earth. She was very close to a boy.
As he spoke, Qin Lang's expression became somewhat grim. It's common knowledge that Xinger and my son have been engaged since childhood.
Isn't this a slap in the face of my Qin family? Upon hearing this, Ji Lingtian's expression turned grim. Xinger, come here.
When Ji Xing heard this, he looked at his father with an unhappy expression and his heart sank suddenly.
At the same time, she couldn't help feeling anxious. Why hasn't Xingyu come yet?
At this moment, Ji Xing was wearing a white evening dress, pouting her lips, and walked towards her father.
Coming up to him, Ji Lingtian frowned and asked, "What did you do yesterday?"
Upon hearing this, Ji Xing looked at Qin Lang and his son behind his father, and an inexplicable evil fire arose in his heart.
I went on a date yesterday. Ji Xing's voice echoed in the hall. Everyone looked over in surprise. What's going on? Aren't the Ji family and the Qin family related by marriage? The eldest daughter of the Ji family is having an affair? Big news. TSK, your circle is really messy.
Ji Lingtian listened to the discussions of the people around him and felt completely embarrassed. He was so angry that he reached out to slap Ji Xing in the face. At this moment, Ji Xing appeared in front of him. A slightly thin boy stood in front of Ji Xing and took the slap. Ji Xing opened her eyes in astonishment and looked at the figure in front of her.
Her eyes couldn't help but get hot.
Xin Xingyu looked back and smiled at Ji Xing.
Xingyu.
Ji Xing threw himself directly into Xin Xingyu's arms, with a somewhat aggrieved tone. Why did you come just now? Then she looked at the red marks on Xin Xingyu's face and tears welled up in her eyes.
I'm sorry, Xingyu.
She stroked Xin Xingyu's face, her eyes full of heartache. Ji Lingtian looked at his daughter being intimate with the other person, and his face suddenly turned gloomy. Xinger, how can you hug me like that? He couldn't help but scold. Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu turned around.
Uncle Ji, do you know that? Qin Yong cheated on his wife? Ji Lingtian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard Xin Xingyu's words.
You little bastard, I haven't even settled the score with you for seducing my daughter, but you're...
Before Ji Lingtian could finish, Xin Xingyu asked firmly, Uncle Ji, I want to ask, do you know about Qin Yong's infidelity?
Ji Lingtian was so confused by these two questions that he didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu immediately understood.
Now that Uncle Ji knows, are you going to watch Ji Xing step into the abyss? For the sake of so-called interests, are you going to disregard your daughter's happiness? Xin Xingyu asked repeatedly. Ji Lingtian looked a little embarrassed. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to give orders here?
When Xin Xingyu heard this, there was no fluctuation on his face and he ignored the other party's questions.
Qin Yong slept with someone else, why didn't you tell me? After hearing what Xin Xingyu said, Ji Lingtian felt a little embarrassed, but he really didn't know how to refute.
At this moment, Xin Lang stepped forward and said indifferently, Younger just made a mistake that every man would make. Xin Xingyu sneered when he heard this.
It's true that like father, like son. Seeing Xin Xingyu's expression, Qin Yong couldn't help but say, Ha, you have so many women around you, how dare you say that to me?
After hearing this, Ji Lingtian immediately understood his direction and looked at Xin Xingyu with some hostility.
You keep calling others scumbags, but who are you?
Get out of my sight right now, and I'll pretend this never happened.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
For a moment, Xin Xingyu was speechless.
Damn it, what he said is quite right.
Dad, it's my freedom to like whoever I want. Even if he has countless women, I'll accept it.
Ji Xing lay in Xin Xingyu's arms and said lightly.
When Ji Lingtian heard this, his blood pressure soared.
How can you be so shameless?
Hearing this, Ji Xing smiled bitterly. Yes, I would rather be shameless than marry a man I don't like in the future.
Ji Lingtian looked at Ji Xing's stubborn look and his face twisted with anger.
Then, he looked at Xin Xingyu with a hint of cruelty in his eyes, and slowly walked towards Xin Xingyu. Seeing this, Ji Xing quickly stood in front of Xin Xingyu and said, Dad.
I won't allow you to hurt him. Get out of my way. I'm telling you, your engagement with the Qin family is forever. I will never cancel it.
Ji Lingtian's anger had reached its peak, and he spoke with gritted teeth as he looked at Ji Xing in front of him.
At this moment, Ji Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked very scary. Seeing this, everyone present shut up.
Not far away, Lin Xingran, Wu Qiren, Li Xiaoxiao, and Nakano Keiko became nervous when they saw this scene.
What should we do? Wu Qiren hurriedly asked Lin Xingran.
At this moment, Lin Xingran was still thinking over and over again about Ji Xing's words. Hearing Wu Qiren's voice, she quickly came back to her senses. Seeing this situation, a hint of determination flashed in Lin Xingran's eyes.
Rob the person and run away.
Wu Qiren heard this, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Okay. As they spoke, everyone went out. Nakano Keiko stretched out her hand and Xiao Huihui immediately grew several times larger. On the field, the situation was tense. Ji Xing's mother stood in front of the two of them. She heard all the conversations between the people just now. Lin Yan said with tears in her eyes as she looked at the furious Ji Lingtian in front of her.
Don't make things difficult for the children.
As she spoke, Lin Yan turned around, glanced at Ji Xing, and then at Xin Xingyu.
Child, take Xinger away. Mom!
Ji Xing's tears burst out at this moment. Lin Yan gently touched Ji Xing's little face and said, Silly child, go pursue your happiness.
Mom! Go! Lin Yan looked determined.
as she spoke to the two of them and then looked at Ji Lingtian again. At this moment, Ji Lingtian looked at the person in front of him with an expression of great grief and anger.
Why are you stopping me? Xinger has grown up. Why can't you listen to your daughter's opinions? Do you have to trade your daughter's happiness for so-called benefits? It's the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Could I possibly harm her? Besides, she's 20 years old now, not a child anymore. What's wrong with asking her to make some sacrifices? Hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes showed deep disappointment. You're not fit to be a father.
After saying that, Lin Yan quickly turned around and urged the two of them, hurry up. At the same time, Xiao Huihui had already rushed to the side of the two of them.
Brother, Ji Xing, get on the horse. Bah, no, go wolf. Wu Qiren said anxiously.
Ji Xing glanced at his mother, then at Ji Lingtian, with a look of determination in his eyes.
Let's go. How dare you? When Ji Lingtian saw the scene, he immediately shouted.
You're not my daughter anymore if you leave this door. Upon hearing this, Ji Xing suppressed the pain in his heart and shouted at Lin Yan.
Mom, take care. Seeing this, Wu Qiren immediately pulled Xiao Huihui's fur. Xiao Huihui immediately ran outside. Come here. Stop them.
Seeing this, Ji Lingtian hurriedly called to his men.
Let's see who dares to move. Lin Yan's aura as the mistress was fully displayed at this moment.
For a moment, the Ji family members present were about to take action, but after hearing Lin Yan's words, they hesitated. Looking at the direction where everyone left, Lin Yan sighed. Seeing that things had developed to this point, Qin Lang took Qin Yong and left.
Ji Lingtian's expression suddenly became crazy. It's all your fault. We could have cooperated with the Qin family, but now it's all over.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yan turned and left with an expressionless face. If a family has to rely on selling daughters for fame and fortune, then it is really over.
Imperial City Villa, Xin Xingyu's home.
Ji Xing fell asleep due to excessive grief. Everyone sat around Ji Xing, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing.
Sister Xinger's dad is so bad. Keiko Nakano pouted and couldn't help but whisper.
Looking at the tears in Ji Xing's eyes, she felt very sad. Lin Qingran sighed silently. Although she had always disliked this woman, she couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic towards her situation. Xin Xingyu rubbed his forehead, looking a little tired.
What happened today was completely beyond his expectations. Seeing that everyone had droopy faces, Xin Xingyu smiled at them and said, You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go make something simple. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up instantly.
Looking at Xin Xingyu's back as he walked towards the kitchen, Nakano Keiko couldn't help but say.
Shinsang can also cook?
Li Xiaoxiao nodded at him when she heard this. Brother Xingyu's cooking is delicious.
Keiko Nakano's eyes instantly glowed green. In Fuso, men are not allowed to cook. Nakano Keiko said without thinking.
Wu Qiren leaned back on the sofa and laughed when he heard this. Just marry the new Western chef if you meet him.
This caused everyone to roll their eyes.
Last time, when Xin Xingyu found that there was not much food at home, he bought some.
Just need it right now.
As the last dish comes out of the pot, Xin Xingyu stuck his head out and greeted everyone.
Then, Wu Qiren and Nakano Keiko were stunned for a moment when they looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup in front of them. No, buddy, you really graduated from New Western University?
Li Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and chuckled when she saw the two of them.
Eat, eat.
After saying that, Li Xiaoxiao started to eat. Seeing this, Wu Qiren and Nakano Keiko hurriedly joined the battle.
Woo woo yummy. Keiko Nakano spoke incoherently with her mouth full of rice.
Wu Qiren no longer had time to speak. He wished he had 4 hands. Xin Xingyu looked at the 3 people wolfing down their food, and a sense of satisfaction suddenly surged in his heart.
After everyone finished eating, they went home.
Shen Xingyu kept Li Xiaoxiao. Li Xiaoxiao lives quite far away, and the trial will begin in a few days, so it would be more convenient for her to stay. Shen Xingyu has a lot of rooms here, so staying here won't affect anything. Afterwards, Xin Xingyu sent Lin Qingran back home. When they arrived at the door of their house, Lin Qingran suddenly turned his head to look at Xin Xingyu. Take good care of Ji Xing and don't let her suffer any more grievances. When Xin Xingyu heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Before he could answer, the other party closed the door. Xin Xingyu stood at the door for a few seconds, then smiled slightly. After such a long period of contact, Xin Xingyu's understanding of Lin Qingran has become more and more profound. Although he has a cold personality, he is actually very passionate inside. Then Xin Xingyu turned and left. Lin Qingran was leaning against the door at this moment, and a sense of loss inexplicably flashed through his heart. She sighed slowly and couldn't help but think of what Ji Xing had said before. Then he fell into deep thought. When Xin Xingyu walked into the house, he saw Li Xiaoxiao cleaning the house. In order not to disturb Ji Xing, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, she tried to be as careful as possible. Seeing Xin Xingyu coming back, Li Xiaoxiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled at him. Xin Xingyu smiled slightly when he saw this, then walked forward and touched the other person's little head. Thank you for your hard work, he whispered. Li Xiaoxiao shook her head, her expression full of tenderness. Don't clean up, take a break, Xin Xingyu said to Li Xiaoxiao, and then took the tools from the other's hand without saying anything. Then he took 2 bottles of Fat House Happy Water from the freezer. The two of them sat on the sofa and took a leisurely rest. Xin Xingyu took out his terminal and started browsing social software. Li Xiaoxiao sat aside, glancing at Xin Xingyu with her big eyes from time to time. Knowing that Xin Xingyu had Lin Qing by her side, she carefully kept her thoughts to herself. I didn't dare reveal anything, for fear of affecting their relationship. But now, the appearance of Ji Xing gave Li Xiaoxiao some hope. Especially what Ji Xing said, it is my freedom to like whoever I want, and I will accept it even if he has countless women. Li Xiaoxiao's deep-seated feelings began to stir again. As she thought about it, Li Xiaoxiao's little face couldn't help but turn red. Xin Xingyu noticed something was wrong and quickly asked, Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? As he spoke, Xin Xingyu reached out and touched the other person's forehead. Do you have a fever? Your face is so red. Li Xiaoxiao felt the warmth from Xin Xingyu's palm and began to panic. I'm fine. I'm sleepy, I want to sleep. Li Xiaoxiao stood up hurriedly and walked towards the room. Xin Xingyu looked at the other person's departing figure and was a little confused for a moment. At this moment, Xin Xingyu's terminal vibrated. He opened the terminal and saw that Zhang Ziyang had sent him a message. Zhang Ziyang, brother Xin, are you asleep? Shan Xingyu. Then Xin Xingyu saw that the other party was typing, and then quickly typed in the chat box, are you asking whether we have participated in the trial of Huaxia Lingwu? Zhang Ziyang, who was far away in Kyoto, saw the message, grinned, and then deleted the text in the chat box, yes. Xin Xingyu, we all participated. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyang's face was instantly filled with surprise. Then he replied briefly and forcefully, see you in the spirit world. Xin Xingyu, see you in the spirit world. After putting down the terminal, a look of longing appeared on Xin Xingyu's face. A new map is about to be opened. I am looking forward to it. Then he suddenly looked to the side and saw that Ji Xing had woken up and was looking at him straight. Seeing this, Xin Xingyu hurriedly asked. Wake up, are you hungry? I'm going. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked. Xin Xingyu felt helpless. The next second, Ji Xing whispered in my ears, love me. Waving flags and shouting cheers. Poor Li Xiaoxiao, she wanted to go to the bathroom, but was stopped by the noise coming from the living room. Leaning against the door of the room, Li Xiaoxiao's face flushed and she was very shy. But the more shy she was, the more she couldn't help but listen. Her little brain was no longer functioning and had become a complete mess. Listen to the voices of the two. She couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts in her mind. Then, the sound in the living room gradually disappeared. Li Xiaoxiao waited for a while, plucked up the courage to walk out the door, and quickly went into the bathroom. When she came out again, there was no one in the living room. Li Xiaoxiao involuntarily took 2 steps towards the living room. There was a mess on the sofa. The smell in the air made Li Xiaoxiao's little head even more confused. Suppressing the throbbing in her heart, she tidied up the living room. Li Xiaoxiao returned to the room in a daze and buried herself in the quilt.
A night of silence. Early the next morning,
when Xin Xingyu and his friend woke up, it was exactly 7 o'clock. The two of them tidied up in the room for a while and then left. In the living room, Li Xiaoxiao sat upright with a slightly unnatural expression.
After entering the living room, Xin Xingyu's eyes suddenly froze.
In the living room, besides Li Xiaoxiao, there was also a long-haired woman wearing tight clothes. She was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea leisurely. Wrapped in her tight clothes, the woman looked exceptionally capable, with a cool and distant expression on her delicate profile. After seeing the two men, the woman stood up and spoke to them indifferently.
Let me introduce myself.
I'm Song Qishan, the reception specialist for the Huaxia spiritual martial trial. Xin Xingyu and Ji Xing looked at each other and nodded to Song Qishan.
Thank you for your hard work, Xin Xingyu said to the other party. Upon hearing this, Song Qishan gently waved her hand and said, "It's my duty. Everyone, please wait a moment until everyone arrives." After saying that, Song Qishan sat back on the sofa.
Xin Xingyu and Ji Xing sat opposite the woman. Xin Xingyu looked at Song Qishan opposite him calmly.
Judging from the other party's psychic fluctuations, this woman is at least level 5. This surprised Xin Xingyu secretly.
It had to be said that the foundation of Chinese spiritual martial arts was indeed extraordinary.
The reception specialists are all at around level 5.
After a while, a clear voice came from outside the door. Senior Song, everyone from the Imperial City Villa has basically arrived. Upon hearing this, Song Qishan waved to the few people and then walked out. Xin Xingyu and the other two followed Song Qishan out the door. Outside the door, there were 4 men wearing the same clothes as Song Qishan. Behind them were a dozen young people, including Lin Qingran and Wu Qiren. At the same time, Xin Xingyu also saw a very familiar figure.
Chu Xian.
Xin Xingyu's eyes narrowed and he glanced at the other person with cold eyes. Chu Xian in the crowd noticed the other person's expression, and his face looked a little unnatural. He turned his head away, not daring to look him in the eye. Song Qishan stood on the steps in front of Xin Xingyu's door and slowly scanned the people in the audience.
Okay, that's enough people. Then Song Qishan turned around and said to Xin Xingyu, "Can I borrow your yard for a while?"
Upon hearing this, Xin Xingyu raised his eyebrows and then nodded.
Then Song Qishan waved to everyone. The
group followed Song Qishan to the backyard of Xin Xingyu's house. In the crowd, Xin Xingyu and a few others gathered together.
Wu Qiren was a little confused at this moment and asked a few people in a low voice, "Why are you here?"
Xin Xingyu heard this and thought in his heart. Li Xuanzong had mentioned before that the Chinese Lingwu trial was in the so-called spiritual world.